Chapter 1 Rebirth. The school beauty wants to use me as a furnace again. As dusk fell, the clouds painted half the sky red. The encounter was so beautiful, before I could even process my thoughts, my heart had already gone with you. Susu, I like you. A somewhat playful and cute voice rang out. Meanwhile, there were also many people around exclaiming in shock. Holy crap! Am I still dreaming in old Zhang's class? I actually dreamed that Zhang, the school beauty, was confessing her love to someone. This dream is terrifying. Dude, am I having a weird dream too? No way. Why is he the guy in my dream who's getting the school beauty? Isn't Susu the F-level talent loser from class 3? Hey guys, stop fooling yourselves and open your eyes. Ah. Zhang University's campus belle. You're a genius with a B-level talent in spiritual perception. Why don't you consider me? I'm very traditional, I can be a concubine. A very pretty girl was standing smiling in the center of the playground, downstairs in front of the school building. The surrounding crowd consisted of incredulous, dreamlike onlookers, as if the girl's confession to the boy was some heinous crime. But it's no wonder people are shocked. Because the beautiful girl in front of them was none other than Zhang Roer, the school beauty of Xingqing's #1 Lingwu High School. She was a naturally beautiful girl known to almost everyone in the school, and the white moonlight of countless male classmates throughout their 3 years of high school. Her exquisitely delicate features gave her an ethereal quality, and her fair, smooth skin was flawless. Her pair of straight, fair, and slender legs undoubtedly captured the hearts of all the boys and girls present. The lucky person standing opposite her, while not bad-looking, not particularly attractive, was now staring blankly, seemingly too excited to speak. Who is this person? Moreover, the thought that it was Zhangda's campus belle who had just confessed to him caused them to experience rapid breathing and obvious heart palpitations, and they all began to wail loudly. Call. Dude, I'll call you God of Su. You really pulled that off, right? Quickly and decisively reject Zhang University's campus belle. Sushin, you absolutely can't agree, sob. Sushin, please, let me have it, I really love it. It really proves that saying. Sometimes swan meat will be delivered into the mouth of a toad. The lucky winner on the field still looked around at the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar scene with a blank expression. He rubbed his eyes as if he hadn't woken up yet. This is? When he opened his eyes again and saw the incredibly familiar figure before him, Susu's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Is this Zhang Roer? I've been reborn? Susu finally realized what was happening and looked around in shock. Everything around him seemed both strange and familiar. Little did they know how obnoxious that look seemed to others. Dude, what are you pretending for? I already said you're the best. Susu ignored it, clutching his head and trying hard to recall. In an instant, those painful and lingering memories unfolded in his mind like a series of gray and white paintings. In this memory, Susu was originally heartbroken on the day of awakening because he had only awakened an F-level talent. I live in constant fear, to the point of contemplating suicide. If it weren't for my parents, I would have already restarted the business. But perhaps fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Just 2 days after Susu awakened, he was confessed to in public by the school beauty Zhang Roer. The scene was so grand that it angered both heaven and man. Have I gone back to the day Zhang Roer confessed her feelings to me? After a moment, Susu seemed to have successfully restarted, and slowly raised his eyes in surprise, his gaze falling on Zhang Roer in front of him. It was still those familiar faces. She is still so beautiful and charming, yet at the same time, she sends chills down your spine. Ha, life is truly unpredictable. You've got your eye on me again after being given a second chance at life. Susu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Recalling this day in his past life, he accepted the confession of the school beauty, Zhang Roer, and the two naturally became what others called cow dung in a flower. Back then, Susu truly believed he was the luckiest boy to win the favor of the school beauty. Looking at the envious gazes of others and the soft girl in his arms. This was absolutely awesome. What Susu didn't know was that Zhang Roer hadn't actually been interested in him as a person. Zhang Roer's awakened superpower is called spiritual awareness. This superpower is like radar, allowing it to sense the superpowers of others. She realized that although Susu possessed the worst talent, he had a very special ability, the power to assist in cultivation. Named Furnace Cauldron. Then, driven by an urgent desire to become stronger, she actually asked Susu to help her cultivate. This step is omitted, and in the end, Susu only met a tragic end. Thinking of this, Susu felt a mix of emotions, filled with resentment, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a coldness. In my past life, you deliberately approached me, spending countless nights entwined with me, draining the spiritual energy from my body. You've successfully broken through to the first rank again before the martial arts exam, but you're worried I'll reveal our past. They actually chose to kill me without hesitation, saying I was the biggest stain on their lives, and even tearing my bones out wouldn't be enough to vent their hatred. Susu still remembered that figure standing coldly before him, like a ghost. The agony of being tortured to death by having my bones pulled out is still vivid in my mind, sending chills down my spine and making me feel extremely depressed. Call. Now that I've been reborn, I'm going to make you feel pain too. I'm going to use my barely F-rank talent to get into the Lingwu University you've always dreamed of. And reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Susu swore in his heart, filled with resentment. What Zhang Roer didn't know was that Susu had awakened the special ability, Furnace Cauldron. It's not just a skill of a vengeful spirit that transfers spiritual energy to others. There are even more ingenious applications. Susu only learned the true nature of his special ability after his spiritual energy was completely drained, leaving him an ordinary person devoid of all spiritual energy. It turns out that through contact, he can also extract corresponding power from other people's bodies. Whether it's the 5 Elemental series or the special series of superpowers, none can be avoided, and there are no restrictions whatsoever. So, in fact, on those nights, if Susu had wanted to, he could have completely avoided giving Zhang Roer his spiritual energy. He could even go so far as to completely drain Zhang Roer, thus achieving his own spiritual martial arts realm. So what if you have F-level talent? As long as you work hard, you will become the first person to break through the shackles of talent. Susu took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Susu, are you taking this long to think about it? I hope I am someone who makes your heart flutter, not someone you think is good after weighing the pros and cons. These were well-rehearsed sales pitches, and Susu frowned as he listened. Zhang Roer's eyes shone brightly as she pouted her cherry-red lips, looking like a wrong little girl next door. Her timid standing there already made the male students around her lose their composure. The campus belle of Jiangda University has already humbled herself to this extent, so why don't you hurry up and respond? Still acting like a big shot here. Similarly, Zhang Roer's eyelids twitched slightly, and she inwardly scoffed. What a waste of time. If it weren't for your special ability being useful to me. But Susu is now a reborn person, someone who knows her all too well. Just by looking into her eyes, you can tell what mischief she's up to. The more pitiful she appeared, the stronger Susu's fear and panic became. Now that you've been given a new lease on life, don't pluck that poppy flower again. So, Susu suppressed his emotions, glanced at Zhang Roer, and then said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, but after weighing the pros and cons, I think you're a terrible person. We're not a good match. You should find someone else. I'm a looks-obsessed person. Chapter 2 Who isn't a sucker for good looks? The moment Susu said this, everyone in the room, including Zhang Roer herself, was completely stunned. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Inappropriate, is he just obsessed with looks? I also have a leg fetish, a breast fetish, and a butt fetish. What you're saying is that Zhang Roer, the campus belle of Jiang University, is too ugly. Who gave you this confidence? However, seeing the other person's stunned expression, Susu had no intention of getting entangled with him any longer. He merely glanced at them coldly before turning and walking towards the school gate without hesitation, his step steady and his figure tall. This wasn't like the manipulative tactics some people use. He genuinely turned and left. At this moment, a few of the shocked male students on the field reacted, their faces beaming with joy as they looked at Susu's retreating figure, and they shouted excitedly. Su Shin! Awesome! Su Shin! You are my one and only god. So handsome. I'm a champion for those who love good looks. Even the school beauty was rejected by Su Shin because of his looks. What reason do I have to continue being a simp? I'm going to rise up. The students present were now divided into two extremes. The male students were mostly excited, idolizing Susu, both for his courage in rejecting the school beauty and for their own unrequited love. As for the female classmates, they wanted to open Susu's head to see if he actually had a brain inside. You bastard, how dare he reject my goddess? Roer, don't cry, I'm a leg fetishist, why don't you consider me? Goddess Roer, don't cry, I'll go and bring that bastard back. As for Zhang Roer, although she didn't cry, her face was filled with shock, and those words seemed to still be echoing in her ears. A sucker for good looks? These words struck her like a thunderbolt. It wasn't that she was particularly angry about Susu's ungrateful reply. Instead, she suddenly remembered that this was the very phrase she had used most often when rejecting those unattractive suitors. At this moment, she couldn't help but be amazed and began to recall all her memories from her 3 years of high school, searching her mind for that somewhat unfamiliar figure from behind. So that's how it is, she thought excitedly, her eyes shining. Is it because I rejected him before that he's now taking advantage of my kindness and getting revenge on me? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang, the school beauty, is very confident. Although Jiang Roer racked her brains for a long time, she couldn't recall Susu ever confessing his feelings to her. But she couldn't resist the fact that she had rejected so many people in the past, and there was no guarantee that Susu wouldn't be among them. After all, she possessed a face comparable to a beauty from 4,000 years ago, 32D breasts, a peach-shaped butt, and so on. These genes are just too perfect. Right now, all I could see was a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, radiating confidence, as she shouted at Susu's departing figure. Susu, I didn't know how to cherish you before, but from now on I will only love you. This short and clear sentence pierced the excited hearts of all the boys around, like a sharp sword. Everyone around couldn't believe that such straightforward words of love could come from Jiang Roer's mouth. Is this still the same proud and aloof goddess, as bright as the moon in the sky? Sushin, awesome. A boy clutched his chest, shouting with a pained expression, declaring his resentment. That one awesome severed the ties to his unrequited love. The other boys who had just been expressing their deepest gratitude to Susu were now wailing loudly with expressions of utter despair. Sushin, go to hell. I, a dignified B-level genius, have been utterly defeated. He. What an unbelievable scene. Heavens have no eyes. That F-rank loser actually managed to serve up a swan. I'm so angry. But Susu, who was in the distance with his back turned and striding away, clearly wanting to escape, heard Jiang Roer's loud confession. I suddenly felt nauseous, like I'd eaten dog poop, and almost stumbled and fell, all the while cursing under my breath. Damn it, Jiang Roer is an idiot. He was genuinely terrified of the seemingly ordinary yet ruthless beauty from Jiangda University. Why should he, in his second life, still fawn over her? He even ruined his martial arts career and lost his life. In this life, Susu is determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and experience its glory. Susu's home isn't far from the school. It's about a 10-minute walk across the food street near the school gate, making it a fairly good school district property. In his previous life, his parents took out a loan to buy a small 50-square-meter house so that he could study hard and get into the prestigious Lingwu University. To this day, the family still owes the bank over 400,000 yuan. A short while later, Susu returned home and opened the door. His parents were not yet home, and the house was quiet. Perhaps because he had died once, Susu couldn't help but feel a little teary-eyed when he returned home and saw the family photo hanging on the wall. How utterly despicable must one be to cruelly betray their family's expectations and personally jeopardize their own future, all to help Jiang Roer get into the best university. This is a world where spiritual energy has revived, and only spiritual warriors can be revered. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Everyone's life trajectory will begin to diverge on the day of awakening. Talent determines the upper limit of your life, while special abilities determine the strength of your martial arts. Talents are categorized into different strengths based on their SF superpower level, while special abilities are divided into 5 elemental types and special series. Unfortunately, Susu happened to have both of the worst scores. F-level cultivation talent, and the most chaotic and difficult to define special abilities. Special types of superpowers generally refer to strength-based, agility-based, and certain enhancement type, combat type, or support type superpowers. And any superpower that's hard to categorize, any researched junk ability, can be thrown into it. After the awakening session ended the day before yesterday, Susu remembered that his homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, had specifically pulled him aside for a private talk. He tried to reason with himself in a gentler way, advising himself to focus on preparing for the cultural exams, so that he might be able to get some clerical jobs in the future. The unspoken message was, I know you're a hard-working and stubborn child. Without martial arts talent, taking the martial arts exam is a sure path to certain death. The talent criteria used by Lingwu University alone are enough to keep someone like you, who is at the F level, out of the door. Take it easy, life is full of bright prospects. Susu now naturally understands his teacher's good intentions. I also understand what conditions are required to pass the martial arts exam. Firstly, the only implicit condition is a cultivation talent of D grade or above. Secondly, the score is based on the content of the martial arts exam, namely strength, agility, and combat score. With only 3 months left until the martial arts exam, Susu might be able to train specifically for the exam, but he would still be eliminated by the hidden condition of his D-level talent. Therefore, Susu only has one choice left. That is, it doesn't look at talent, but only at strength and realm of understanding, adhering to the philosophy of learning. The strong never complain or blame others. That top martial arts academy in the country, which uses martial arts to guide academic learning. Lingguo University in the capital. Chapter 3, These guys are just toys for Sushin. The reason why low-level talent awakeners are not favored is mainly because they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth too slowly and are difficult to grow. But I am different. My awakened ability allows me to transcend the limitations of my innate talent and grow limitlessly. Susu sat in his room, pondering his future direction. In that case, Susu has no choice but to attend the special training class the school has set up for students preparing for the martial arts exam. Perhaps this time, I can gain something different from what I've learned in the special training program. At the same time, it also allows one to deal with those mindless sycophants one encountered in a previous life. After all, in his previous life, when he was stripped of his bones and scattered to the winds, these wretched ghosts had helped him a great deal. As he thought of what he hated, Susu's face gradually turned cold. Splash! Just then, Susu's phone emitted a river-like sound. A message had arrived. Class teacher Li Genoa tagged everyone in the class group chat. Li Genoa at everyone, students, please note that you need to submit your martial arts exam registration in the next 2 days. The school is starting to set up a special martial arts training class. Please communicate with your parents as soon as possible. The registration fee is 10,000 Chinese yuan. Other students shouldn't be discouraged. With focused effort in their academic studies, they too can get into a good university. Upon hearing old Li's words, Susu suddenly remembered a troubling matter. Remembering his past life's act of harboring resentment, he begged and pleaded with his parents to give him 10,000 yuan to pay Jiang Roer's registration fee. They even went so far as to claim they were trying to find them a wonderful and considerate wife. This is really a good choice. You said it was thoughtful, and they really did open their hearts to you. You said you loved freedom, but they even helped scatter your ashes. Looking back now, it's really giving me a headache. Just thinking about it makes me want to slap myself twice and give myself a good slap. Damn, this is incredibly embarrassing. He's so damn stupid. But at this point, Susu hesitated, unsure how to bring up the matter with his parents. I am well aware of my family's situation. After paying the mortgage each month and covering living expenses, there is no money left over. Squeak! The outer door opened. Susu looked up and saw his parents dragging their weary bodies home. Dad! Mom! Upon seeing his parents alive again, Susu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, and his eyes almost instantly welled up with tears. Yes, Shushu is back. Hearing the sound, Su's parents looked towards Susu, their tired faces breaking into expressions of surprise. Then, seeing her son's excited expression, she felt a pang of heartache and worry. He studied so hard in order to become a spirit warrior, but who could have imagined that he would awaken a talent level of only F, making his path in martial arts completely hopeless. Seeing the worried looks in the two elders' eyes, Susu couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and hugged them, his eyes filled with tears, remorse, and self-reproach. The two assumed that Susu had finally let go and come to his senses, since for the past 2 days, Susu would almost always lock himself in his room as soon as he got home, without saying a word. It's hard to believe this is Susu, reborn and returned. After a moment, Susu released his hand and said with slightly red eyes, Dad, Mom, I won't let you down again. I'm going to take the martial arts exam this year, and I'm sure I'll get into university. The confidence in his tone and the unwavering determination in his demeanor instantly brought to mind the confident and sunny Susu of the past, leaving Su's mother somewhat lost in thought. My good son is back. What does it matter if he's not very talented? As long as he's happy and healthy, that's all that matters. Okay. I support you. Su's father smiled and nodded decisively without hesitation. This is probably what they mean by no one knows a son better than his father. They've completely disregarded the outcome. Since Susu hasn't been defeated, let him bravely overcome this obstacle. On a moonlit night, Susu lay quietly in bed, still reflecting on everything that had happened that day. The echoes of Su's parents making phone calls late at night, pleading for money, still lingered in my ears, so jarring, yet so heartwarming. The next morning, when Susu got up to go to school, his parents had already left early. A card and a letter were left on the living room table. Shushu, the registration fee is in your card. I've already told Teacher Li about participating in the martial arts exam. We believe you'll do your best. Whether you succeed or not, you'll always be our proudest son. Heart emoji. Dad, Mom. Upon seeing the letter, Susu murmured to himself, his eyes flickering slightly. It took him a long time to recover from his emotions. The sun was shining brightly outside, illuminating the entire road early in the morning. The whole food street was basically filled with students from Xingqing No. 1 Lingwu High School buying breakfast. Boss, give me 2 big meat buns. Hey boss, make mine first, I want a scallion pancake. The sounds came in an endless stream. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed and blocked Susu's path, almost choking him. Hey, what a coincidence, isn't that Susu, the guy from class 3 who's obsessed with good looks? I heard you awakened a useless special ability, and it even came with an F-rank talent, right? How come you're so lucky? Hearing these unfriendly words, Susu stopped in his tracks, a hint of coldness gradually appearing in his eyes. Susu didn't recognize the 2 people who had deliberately stopped him from mocking him. Judging from their tone, they must be classmates of my grade, not the sycophants of Jiang Rower that I remember. That's strange. Susu frowned, unable to understand what the 2 meant. What do you want? It's nothing. I just ran into you, a gifted academic star, on the way here, so I came over to say hello. The boy on the left, wearing wire-rimmed glasses and clearly not a good person, sneered loudly. He was afraid that passers-by wouldn't know that Susu was just a cultivation failure with an F-level talent. He. The burly, dark-skinned man on the right grinned and patted Susu on the shoulder. Bang. The heavy slap produced a dull sound, yet it felt as if hundreds of pounds of weight had crashed onto Susu's shoulder, causing him to stagger and barely manage to straighten up. Hiss. This burly guy is an awakened power user. I'm warning you this time, kid. You were a bit too cocky yesterday. Who do you think you are to refuse Jiang Rower? He Deshuan leaned close to Susu's ear and chuckled, completely disregarding Susu's thin frame, which was already bent over at a nearly 60-degree angle. Susu's face turned bright red from the pressure, and he finally understood the 2 men's intentions. It's definitely because of what happened yesterday. Damn it! It's Jiang Rower again. Susu stared at his opponent with bloodshot eyes, while wisps of spiritual energy began to circulate within his body. The Furnace Cauldron ability successfully passed through the heavy hand pressing on his shoulder. Refine it for me. After just one breath, Susu felt as if his body were a furnace for refining pills. The fluctuations of spiritual energy, like a python devouring the sky, were frantically absorbing the power within the opponent's body bit by bit, thereby strengthening its own body. Strength +1. Strength +1. Strength +1. Chapter 4 Hiss. Your faces are etched with stories. If you're not good enough, practice more. Don't be so cocky. He Dajhuan's lips curled up, his eyes filled with mockery towards Susu. They didn't notice the gradual improvement in Susu's complexion. He also failed to notice that his power, as a powerful awakened being, was being refined. He was simply intoxicated by the domineering feeling that his newly acquired power brought him. Is this the thrill of showing off? The behavior of these people is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Sure enough, He Dezhuang grinned smugly, just about to remove his hand from Susu's shoulder. But the next second left him stunned. Snap! Suddenly, Susu angrily slapped the other man across the face, roaring defiantly as spitting splattered across his face like a showerhead. Why are you leaving? Keep practicing. Susu gritted his teeth and supported his body. At the same time, she carefully held his hand and continued to press it against her shoulder. Susu probably still has some psychological burden about refining other people's power. But these 2 people in front of me clearly brought this on themselves. How can I let them just show off their power and leave? Evil people should be punished by evil people, and I, Susu, am that evil person. Both the burly man with his face covered in shock and the man with gold-rimmed glasses next to him were stunned. Damn it, I got slapped across the face? Practice, you good for nothing. What are you going to practice with? You little brat, are you a masochist or something? Hiss. You little brat, are you tired of living? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses chuckled, raised his eyes, and rolled up his sleeves, as if he was about to teach Susu a lesson at any moment. More and more people gathered around, and the gazes of the female students, in particular, excited him greatly. Just look at his pretentious, aloof expression to know how smug he was. Flames erupted from his hands, boiling in his palms like tiny fire snakes. He clenched his fists as if about to strike threateningly. Fire Awakener. On the other side, Su, seeing this move, was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes widened, and he waved to his opponent in an inviting gesture. Fine, you asked for it. Today I'll turn you into roast chicken. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses grinned maliciously and threw a punch at Su, the force of which was tremendous, and flames flew everywhere. It even stirred up a gust of wind, raising the surrounding temperature that was the power of the flames. Damn it, don't burn me! Seeing that things were going badly, He Dejuan wiped his face. They quickly retreated to avoid the fire, not having had a chance to make a move first, fearing they would be burned. Sensing that the source of power within him had been severed, Su couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in his eyes. He then swiftly and decisively slammed his fist into the fire, the force of which produced a loud thud. Bang! Fire immunity +1. Come on, let's have some fun. A hint of surprise appeared on Su's face. This was the power that the fire-type awakener had given him. He felt a surge of excitement. He grinned and swung his fist. The other person wasn't doing so well. 2 punches clashed, and the man with the gold-rimmed glasses' mouth twitched. Wow, that's really strong. Damn, you're a bull warrior, right? Goldman Sachs' face stiffened as he retracted his right fist, which was about to split open, and took 2 steps back. Outwardly, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, but inwardly he was crying out in pain. Damn, how can this kid be so strong? This guy isn't a power user, is he? Maybe we should let Hong Wei handle this. After scanning his surroundings, Goldman Sachs exhaled, feigning composure, though his expression subtly changed. His gaze fell on Su, then a smile appeared on his face as he said, I'll let you off the hook today. But Su wasn't going to listen to his nonsense. The next second, before he could even finish speaking. Whoosh! Hurrah! Su took the initiative and lunged forward, his fist flying like a dragon, rushing forward and punching the man with gold-rimmed glasses. The speed and force were evident from the broken glasses frame and swollen eyes. He flipped over 180 degrees and fell to the ground like an upside-down scallion. Bang! 1 punch and he's down. Almost instantly, the guy who had just been all polite and refined was now lying motionless on the ground. My head was buzzing, like I'd been hit by a truck, and I mumbled incoherently, my lips trembling. Who am I? Where am I? Ha, young people are great, they can sleep anywhere. Fire immunity +1. Fire immunity +1. Su didn't want to let the other party off so easily. He glanced coldly at Li Hongwei, who was standing some distance away with his arms crossed. Reacting swiftly, he sat on top of the other person, and under their terrified, shrinking gaze, his hands moved like fans, making a series of loud slapping sounds. Wah, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. Goldman Sachs, his face swollen like a pig's head, sobbed incoherently, looking as aggrieved as an 18-year-old child. But Su was getting a little carried away. Draw once, fire immunity +1. Another draw, fire immunity +1. After about 10 repetitions, Li Hongwei, who had been watching from afar, looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face growing increasingly dark. Finally, he reacted and went forward to help. Stop! Stop fighting! Li Hongwei shouted, rushing over in 2 quick strides. A straight punch was about to smash into Su's head, each punch whistling through the air with tremendous force. As a power-type awakened user often described as invincible in the early stages, Li Hongwei was clearly very confident in himself. He never expected that his fire-type awakened brother would be pinned to the ground and beaten up by Su. Dude, you're being way too unrealistic. They can't even handle a good-for-nothing like Su. Boom! You've come at the perfect time. Seeing the fierce attack of the punch, Su ducked and rolled to the side to dodge it. The next second, he stomped his right foot and slammed his head into Li Hongwei's waist, using brute force to knock him to the ground. Li Hongwei's face immediately contorted into a grimace, his features contorted in a grimace. Holy crap, that's some strength. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It felt like being stabbed in the kidney by a calf, a pain that was excruciating and indescribable. Su, you have such a hateful heart. I almost smashed your kidneys to pieces. Then the scene shifts, revealing a familiar appearance. Su was seen pinning Li Hongwei down, his eyes gleaming suspiciously as he raised his hand to slap him. He slapped her hard, left and right, as if gold coins would explode from the slaps. The more he slapped, the more excited he became. Smack! Smack! Strength +1. Strength +1. Spiritual energy +1. Susu's eyes lit up as he felt the spiritual energy within his body become even more abundant, and the power on his body growing stronger. Li Hongwei, who was beneath him, was already seeing stars. At first, he managed to resist and try to push him away. But for some reason, after being slapped a few times, his body became increasingly weak. The show is about to begin again. Susu was like a mountain pressing down on him, Sun Wukong, and would slap him across the face at the drop of a hat. Wa'ada! Before long, a crowd of onlookers gathered around, mostly senior high school students who had already awakened their powers and came to watch this battle between awakened individuals. However, the result is obvious. Holy crap, that guy pinned to the ground looking like a wronged little wife is actually Li Hongwei. Isn't he a C-level talent power awakener? He can't even beat this guy. Hee, you didn't see that guy just beat up Goldman Sachs. He smashed the gold-rimmed glasses to pieces and didn't dare to utter a word. While that tough guy was beating up Li Hongwei, he took the opportunity to run to school. The people standing nearby exclaimed in surprise, looking incredulous. Susu, with his F-level talent, not only rejected the school beauty, but he also single-handedly defeated Goldman Sachs and Li Hongwei. What kind of nonsense is this? The imagery is so vivid, it's like they could make a 3-part movie out of approaching science. Chapter 5, Official registration begins, special training class commences. Call. Perhaps sensing the increasing attention and whispers around them. After venting his anger, Susu grabbed Li Hongwei by the collar, wiped the oil off his hands, and got up to walk towards the school. After all, if we delay any longer, we'll probably be late. He didn't notice a pretty girl peeking out from behind the crowd, blinking and observing his retreating figure with great interest. When Susu arrived in class, he saw the horrified expressions on his classmates' faces. Holy crap, Susu is here! Perhaps they had also witnessed Susu's heroic deeds this morning. Taking on a challenge beyond their level, and still not suffering any losses. Is this what an F-rank talent awakener should be doing? Susu didn't care at all, and just sat quietly in his seat, waiting for class to start. Before the school finished registering for the martial arts exam and established special training classes, all the awakened students continued to participate in activities according to their original classes. Ring ring, ring ring. A school bell rang, and hurried footsteps and the sound of keychains echoed in the corridor. The homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, walked into the classroom carrying a stack of papers. The classroom instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation for what would happen next. Martial arts exam registration. Ahem, the awakening is over. I believe everyone has a better understanding of their talents and future prospects, and has discussed things with their families, right? Li Genoa pushed up his glasses and said with a righteous expression. Those who have decided to register can come up to pay the fee and fill out the registration form. I've said it before. I, Xiaofeng, will definitely become a spirit warrior. I, Duanyu, will not lag behind. I will definitely get into Lingwu University. Me too. The students in the classroom excitedly chimed in, as if they could become invincible martial arts masters simply by signing their names to participate in the martial arts exam. Susu's breathing quickened as he watched the somewhat chaotic scene. My destiny has officially begun to take a different turn. In his past life, he gave up on the martial arts exam and could only watch his classmates participate in the special training class with great enthusiasm. Now, he will be one of them. Snap, snap. The people in front of the podium filled out the forms quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were all sitting down with satisfaction. Only then did Susu step forward to participate in the registration and form filling. However, upon seeing Susu go up on stage to sign, the homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, seemed to have a slight regret in his eyes. Teacher, this is my registration form. Susu was the last one to go up on stage to sign, so after signing, he handed the registration form to his homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, with a calm and composed expression. Okay, good. Class teacher Li Genoa took the registration form from his hand, smiled and nodded, saying softly, Susu, you've got it covered. Susu paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, yes, teacher. Alright, those of you who have registered, study on your own this morning. I'll let you know when to go to the special training class at the martial arts training building this afternoon. After the homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, finished speaking, he turned and left. The whole class erupted in thunderous cheers, and everyone was already thinking about how hard they would work next. How to be cunning and skillful on the path of martial arts. But at that moment, a square-faced man suddenly leaned over from the aisle next to Susu, resting his head on Susu's shoulder and looking at him with an exaggerated expression. Susu was almost startled and threw a punch right away. But he subconsciously recognized it as Su DePeo, and that's when he stopped. Su DePeo, Su's good brother, is different from himself. This kid is not only highly talented and a level fire type awakener, but also has a very powerful family background. Suzy, I knew I was your best friend. You guessed that I had a crush on Jiang Roer, right? For my happiness, you actually cruelly rejected her confession. Su DePeo leaned closer, his head brimming with emotion as he murmured to himself, his eyes shining, and patted Su's leg heavily. Snap. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely not let you down. I will marry your sister-in-law sooner or later and let you hold your nephew in your arms as soon as possible. As Su DePeo finished speaking excitedly, Su's lips twitched, his eyes filled with speechlessness. And then I suddenly understood something in my heart. No wonder this kid always avoided Su after Su agreed to Jiang Roer's request in his past life, refusing to go to the amusement park or the internet cafe even when invited. Moreover, every time Su and Jiang Roer encountered him, this kid always looked pitiful, with vacant eyes and a wronged expression as if he had lost his soul. So that's where the root cause lies. My best friend and the girl I had a crush on are together, so I can only hide in a dark corner and cry and crawl. Damn it! Su couldn't help but glance at him, feeling a bit of a headache. Brother, we're going to get into Lingwu University together, so don't just think about sweet romance all the time. Su moved the other person's hand off his leg and earnestly advised. In your past life, this brother suffered for you in this new life, you can't let him make you fall into the same pit again. TSK, so you know the taste of love is sweet, huh? After I successfully confess, bro, I'll tell you all about what it's like to hold hands and go on a date with the school beauty, huh? Su DePeo said with his head held high in great enthusiasm. His words were filled with the fantasies of a simp, imagining that as long as the goddess remained single, he could take her place. Su had a bit of a headache and didn't know how to start the conversation. He really doesn't need to know what it's like to hold hands. Su knew perfectly well how sweet dating the school beauty was. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative back then. Brother, listen to my advice, even a dog wouldn't talk about love. While you're still thinking about holding hands and going on dates, someone else might have already been in and out of relationships 7 times already. Su sighed and said. Besides, you are an A-level talent awakener, and you are very likely to become a grandmaster-level spiritual martial artist in the future. What is there to worry about when a real man is not married? You can have as many school beauties as you want to throw themselves at you. As Su was still speaking, Su DePeo suddenly froze, propped his chin up, looked out the window, and then fell into deep thought. Suzy, do you think it's possible for Jiang Roer to throw herself at me? After all, you're right, I might break through to the Grandmaster realm in the future. Yes, you're right. Hey Suzy, guess what color roses Jiang Roer likes? I'll go and bring forward our destiny this afternoon. Well, whatever you like is fine with me. At this point in the conversation, Su's lips began to twitch again. No way. I used to fall for it just as easily, so it's really up to fate. Not long after, the homeroom teacher, Li Genoa, returned to the class to inform all the students who had registered for the martial arts exam to go to the training building, as the new class assignments were about to begin. As soon as the news broke, a noisy commotion erupted in the corridor as people rushed towards the martial arts training building. The noise of her going downstairs echoed throughout the entire teaching building, drawing envious glances from countless younger students who wished time could pass even faster. To be able to rush like them, frantically towards the training building that symbolizes spiritual warriors, new life, and the future. Chapter 6 Attack Power Test, Potential Assessment. Inside the martial arts training building, about 100 students preparing for the special training course were standing scattered about. Not far away, there is a thick-looking metal stone wall, and on the other side, there is a display screen about 4 square meters in size. At that moment, a burly man in a black trench coat strode into the building, his unprecedentedly imposing aura immediately drawing the attention of all the students. Tap tap, the rhythmic sound of footsteps approached. Everyone unconsciously straightened up, their spines upright, like soldiers awaiting inspection by a general. He stood in front of the metal stone wall, his hands behind his back, and scanned the room. After quickly checking the number of people, he began to introduce himself. My surname is Shi, and my name is Shi Zhong. You can call me Instructor Shi. I will be your special training instructor for the next 3 months of intensive training, and I am also equivalent to your class teacher before the martial arts exam. Instructor Shi spoke up, identifying himself, and his demeanor certainly had the bearing of a soldier. He exuded the extraordinary and sharp aura of a spiritual warrior, drawing admiration from the crowd. This is the person who decided on their 3-month intensive training and will lead them onto the path of martial arts. Susu also looked up and stared intently ahead, his gaze somewhat flickering. Since we've just met, the first requirement is an attack potential test. I will record your scores after each test and conduct a final potential assessment. As those of you who have not yet become spirit warriors, I cannot guarantee that any of you will be able to reach the first level of spiritual energy within 3 months and successfully break through to become a first-grade spirit warrior. Therefore, I will be focusing on combat skills training for you over the next 3 months, so you'd better be mentally prepared. After listening to what Instructor Sure had to say, the group immediately began to whisper among themselves. That's it? I thought they would give us special training on how to become a spirit warrior, but it just taught us some combat skills, which I can practice at home. That's right. My dad is at least a second-tier spiritual warrior. I can learn combat skills at home. Hey, look. Goddess Jiang is secretly watching Susu from Class 3 again. Goddess Jiang is such a devoted lover. Somehow the conversation veered off topic, and the boys around them followed the direction of the gaze and looked at Susu with obvious dislike. It's just 2 eyes and a mouth, nothing special, right? Is it because he looks particularly cool with his hands in his pockets? At this moment, Susu and Su DePeo were discussing in hushed tones. Suzy, don't underestimate the combat skills training that Instructor Sure is talking about, just like they do. I heard about it from my family. This instructor comes from the garrison, and what he teaches us is all practical stuff. It's more than enough for the martial arts exam. Understood. Susu nodded and responded, clearly indicating there was nothing wrong with it. However, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see that graceful figure looking at him thoughtfully, though he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Being targeted by Zhang Roer is probably not a good thing. Based on Susu's understanding of her, she probably still cares about his health. They crave the spiritual energy within their own bodies. Furthermore, my family told me that I must maintain a leading ranking in this special training class, saying that later on, our instructor might take some of the promising students he values to Lingshu for further training. The spirit beasts and spirit pearls we hunt inside will all be ours to take with us. Su DePeo leaned close to Susu's ear and said something startling. Spirit ruins, spirit beasts. Spirit pearls. Susu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard this idea, but he vaguely remembered something like this from his previous life. At that time, Zhang Roer was one of the potential beauties. So much so that on the night before she left, she was particularly unrestrained. Phew, what am I thinking about? Susu shook his head, his eyes clearing again, and stopped thinking about his past life. Holy crap, it's lit up. A shout came from the students in front of him. Susu looked up at the sound. The wall that was gleaming and shimmering appeared exceptionally thick. It turned out that Instructor Sure had activated the metal stone wall for the test. A large number 0 was displayed on the large screen next to it, and a box was displayed on the right. Everyone, line up in 2 rows and come up for the test one after another. Remember to give it your all. We won't make you pay for the damage. Instructor Sure made a joke out of the blue, waving his hand to let the first student come up for the test. Watch me. In a flash. The boy standing in the first position shrugged, jumped onto the stage excitedly, shouted, and his right arm suddenly grew to a gigantic size, making it look like he was about to transform into the Hulk. The power of hardening. A deliberate, powerful punch. The punch looked incredibly powerful, as if it would shatter the wall, and it slammed into the metal stone wall. Bang! A loud thud echoed as the fist struck the wall, and simultaneously, a number and an avatar appeared on the nearby screen. Dang Hao, strength 834 kilograms. Wow! A gasp of surprise rippled through the audience, quite shocked. Everyone here had just awakened their superpowers, yet this person's strength had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Instructor Sure stood to the side and nodded calmly. Multiply, ability, not bad, next. Nice! The boy snapped his fingers, swinging his huge arm, and jumped off the stage in high spirits. The students then took turns going up on stage to take the test, each one incredibly excited. After all, if someone else has good superpowers, then my own superpowers won't be bad either. Of course, aside from a small number of students whose abilities lean slightly towards support roles, looking at the numbers on the screen and their own avatars just made them feel incredibly embarrassed. Before long, it was almost Susu and Su DePeo's turn. There were about 12 more people ahead of them, and the turnover was very quick. Susu looked up and saw a familiar figure on the stage. Da. It was Li Hongwei, the burly man I'd seen this morning. With his face swollen like a pig's head, he roared and punched the test wall. Bang! Call! The voice was slightly muffled and lacked variation, and then almost instantly, the students saw the numbers on the screen, causing an uproar from the audience. Li Hongwei, strength 334 kilograms. Oh ho! Kid with kidney deficiency. Isn't Li Hongwei supposed to have awakened power? How come he's such a useless piece of trash? Isn't the power type supposed to be invincible in the early stages? So that's just a name they made up for themselves, huh? Everyone was questioning it now. Even Li Hongwei, who had just finished his punch on stage, had a frozen expression. He pointed to the wall and shouted at Instructor Sure next to him. Instructor, I'm sure it's more than that. Is the tester malfunctioning? At the very least, there should be a 0 added at the end. Upon hearing this, Instructor Sure raised an eyebrow and replied, even if you break it, this thing won't break. Look for the cause within yourself. This test wall has been like this for years. Do you think you're the only one getting special treatment, the chosen one? Looking at the figure on the stage whose face had collapsed, Su merely smiled slightly. Indeed, power will not disappear. It's just that it has now shifted to him. However, Su also began to look forward to seeing how much damage his ultimate punch could generate. My requirements aren't high, 100 or so will do. Chapter 7 witnesses extraordinary talent. Talent doesn't determine everything. Although the tests on stage resulted in mixed reactions, the overall situation was relatively optimistic. This is just the first test, there are still many opportunities to catch up later. Next. A short while later, a shout came from the stage, and it was Su DePeo's turn. He excitedly bumped fists with Su, but his eyes inadvertently caught the gaze of the goddess Jiang, his white moonlight, which made him even more excited. He patted his chest and said, Brother, just watch, I'm here to conquer. After saying that, Su looked at him with a completely bewildered expression. First, she dramatically jumped onto the stage, then stood there calmly. Call! Flames surged between his hands, like living fire dragons, radiating intense heat. To everyone's astonishment, he delivered a powerful punch, sending sparks flying everywhere. This is far superior to that guy with the gold-rimmed glasses this morning. He seems very assertive. Others have flames, but Su DePeo's flames are fireballs. Su DePeo, strength 1,270 kilograms. Not bad, he's got potential. Instructor Sure, standing to the side, couldn't help but nod slightly and praise Su DePeo, whose full force punch was currently ranked 7th, a very high ranking. Su exclaimed in surprise, that cannon is awesome. The surrounding classmates also praised him in unison. Su DePeo grinned, and just as he was leaving the stage, Su came up on stage again. The two bumped fists again, as if in a relay race, the unspoken message being, brother, it's your turn. So it's Su Shen's turn? Wasn't he supposed to be a special awakener with F-level talent? Why is he here for the special training class? A boy in the audience recognized Su and asked in confusion. Su really knows how to humiliate himself. If you ask me, this is not a place for him. He just wasted 10,000 yuan. The person next to him also spoke with disdain, their eyes showing strong hostility towards Su. Those around who heard this did not object, presumably because they all thought so. After all, countless predecessors have proven that in the path of martial arts, talent determines everything. Call. Su stood on the stage, took a deep breath, and looked at the thick metal stone wall in front of him, which was completely devoid of any fist marks. I was also quite excited and didn't bother to listen to the chatter from the audience. Immerse yourself in the magic of your own hands. He calmly took his position, sensing the sparse spiritual energy within his body winding around his arms, making his muscles feel as solid as metal. Throw your punch. This punch will be earth-shattering. Die. He then opened his eyes and held his breath. Images from his past life flashed through his mind. He threw a heavy punch, and a loud thud resounded from the stone wall. Bang! Although the stone wall remained undamaged, strangely enough, all the students below the stage were suddenly dumbfounded, and the entire hall fell silent. Li Hongwei and those classmates who had been so disdainful were now staring at the numbers on the screen with utter disbelief, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Su, strength 1,073 kilograms. Damn, are you cheating? Su Zi is awesome. Su DePeo's loud cheers came from below the stage, creating a very strange contrast with Li Hongwei's quiet appearance. Without comparison, there is no contrast. Fortunately, Li Hongwei was not the only one shocked. His classmates who thought too highly of themselves were also shocked. True or false, awakened ones? Or is today April Fool's Day? Zhang Roer's gaze was like a wolf eyeing a sheep as she looked at the figure on the stage. She couldn't help but lick her cherry red lips. Not bad, not bad. I could tell you were trying to mobilize the spiritual energy within your body just now. Instructor Shi smiled slightly, his eyes filled with surprise, as if he had seen through some inside story. Su Su turned around and nodded, his excitement still lingering. It's fair to say that he utilized spiritual energy, since besides refining Li Hongwei's power, he also gained a trace of spiritual energy, which had already been perfectly integrated into his body. You all saw that, right? This student, Su, even though he's not a strength-type awakened being, he was still able to unleash astonishing attack power. That's the effect of spiritual energy. Instructor Shi stepped to the front of the stage and spoke calmly. Spiritual energy is the fundamental source of power for us spiritual warriors. It has infinite possibilities and its role in martial arts is even greater than that of superpowers. In your test just now, some people unleashed their superpower advantages, but most people stood below the stage and disliked their own superpowers, feeling that they were inferior to others. But look at Su. He is just like you, but he knows how to skillfully use spiritual energy. He is your role model. Instructor Shi's words on stage dispelled the frustration in most of the students' hearts. Even support players can become godlike. Su Su understood the instructor's intention. The instructor never discussed the merits or demerits of Su Su's talent or abilities, only mentioning one word: the use of spiritual energy. This made Su Su even more certain of his future direction. The level of talent only depends on the degree of conversion of spiritual energy and the degree of development of superpowers. In the end, it is still about preparing for the spiritual energy in his body. So what if he has F-level talent? He can still become the strongest spirit warrior in the future. After school, Su Su and Su Depeo walked out of the school gate side by side, their faces still full of excitement about today's test, which represented the second step for them to become spirit warriors. Su Depeo ranked 7th in the special training class, while Su Su ranked 10th, showing their close brotherly bond by being listed together. I also witnessed the incredible talent of my classmates. There really are always people more talented than you. This is not to be underestimated. Just then, they heard hurried footsteps behind them, as if something urgent had happened. Wait. Hold on. They were supposed to stop when they heard the shouts. But as soon as Su Su heard that voice, his face darkened, and he grabbed Su Depeo, quickly leaving without looking back. He immediately recognized that it was Zhang Roer pestering him again. Why are you like a leech, always trying to steal my spiritual energy? Does this mean we have no choice but to do it? Su Depeo, standing nearby, looked completely bewildered, not understanding why Su Su was running away. He instinctively turned around to look. Just one glance and he looked like he was being punished by standing in the corner. No matter how much Su Su pulled, he couldn't budge him. Su Zi, it's Zhang Roer. She's calling me. Su Depeo looked back, a grin spreading across his face as he daydreamed. Su Zi, if she confesses to me later, should I confess first? After all, in these kinds of things, the man has to make the first move. Su Su looked at Su Depeo's infatuated expression and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He could have pretended not to hear and run away. This idiot. Now, Zhang Roer appeared before the two of them with a swift movement, patting her chest and panting lightly, her body trembling slightly. This left Su Depeo speechless, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Zhang, you came to see me. Su Su, let's date. Zhang Roer and Su Depeo spoke almost simultaneously, but the one who suffered was Su Su, who covered his ears. However, Zhang Roer was also confused and shifted her gaze from Su Su to the left in bewilderment. Only then did she notice the square-faced man next to her, who was looking at her with a beaming, ant-like smile. His expression was just like that of the male supporting character in a TV drama who was destined to be abandoned by the female lead. Big brother. Who are you? Chapter 8 Cloud Hotel, Zhang Roer's Invitation. To Su Su's surprise, Zhang Roer seemed unwilling to say a single word to Su Depeo. He merely furrowed his brow, inadvertently revealing a hint of disdain. The next second, she looked at Su Su with a smile, her fair and delicate face revealing a joyful and cute expression, but it was a disguise that Su Su had already seen through. Su Su, I don't care whether you agree or not, I, Zhang Roer, only love you. This is a letter I wrote to you, there's something important inside, keep it safe and remember to read it. Without another word, Zhang Roer pressed herself against him. Susu frowned and retreated repeatedly, instinctively about to throw a punch. Unexpectedly, the other party took out a small piece of paper from the snow peak in his chest and stuffed it into Susu's hand. Then, he turned around, smiled slightly, waved, and ran towards the school gate. You brought this on yourself, so consider it interest payment. Without hesitation, Susu activated his supernatural ability the instant he touched it. Spiritual energy +1. Then, feeling another wisp of spiritual energy within his body, a smile finally appeared on his face. Cool. But the next second, before Susu could recover his expression, he saw Su DePeo staring at the note lying in Susu's hand with a gleam in his eyes, along with a hard card with a line of words clearly written on it. Room 608, Cloud Top Love Hotel. Depend on. Has Zhang Roer gone mad? You're so desperate for your own spiritual energy, aren't you? DePeo, that woman is no good. It's a good thing you didn't fall for her. Su comforted him. Hee, Suzy, go ahead, I won't stop you. Su DePeo seemed to be bewitched, his face glistening with tears, and he gritted his teeth to pretend to be calm. Susu found this scene amusing and wanted to take a picture as a souvenir, but then thought better of it and patted him on the shoulder instead, continuing to persuade him. See? This is the true face of your so-called goddess. The white moonlight you cherish so much might already be standing up and swooping down on someone else. At this stage, the martial arts exam is the most important thing. Don't start dating too early. After saying that, Susu took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to him. At the same time, in front of him, he crushed the hard card in his hand into pieces and threw it into the trash can. This stunned Su DePeo. He couldn't care less about being heartbroken, and he never expected that his good brother would go to such lengths for him, even willing to throw away the goddess's room key. Are there still good brothers who value friendship over romance these days? Suzy, you really are my best brother. I'm so touched. Su DePeo said, taking the tissue and crying his eyes out. Yes, you're right. The martial arts exam is the most important thing for us right now. We'll get into Lingwu University together. We'll be best brothers for life. Su DePeo gave a moving speech, while Susu simply smiled and looked up at the sky. Of course. I'm going to take the entrance exam for Lingwu University in the capital. I'll take the exam wherever you take it. After Susu finally managed to soothe Su DePeo's young heart, the two had only walked a short distance out of the school gate when they heard hurried footsteps coming from the alley behind them, as if they were chasing after something. Upon hearing the strange sound, Susu almost instinctively turned his head to look in that direction. A group of men were chasing after a slender figure ahead. She had amber eyes, waist-length black hair, and delicate features, but her face had a slightly bewildered look on it. Luachi, are you crazy? You beat me up for no reason. The burly man with a pig's head shouted angrily from behind. Only then did Susu recognize him as Li Hongwei. Why is this guy's face so swollen? I got myself punished this morning, and then this girl named by Luachi beat me up after school. So what if you're good looking? Let's see where you run to today. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Li Hongwei roared, grabbing a sugarcane from a nearby fruit stand and continuing to chase after him. Watching the 5 or 6 figures disappear into the alley, Susu, not wanting to get involved, parted ways with Su DePeo and prepared to go home. Although Susu vaguely remembered that this girl named by Luachi was also a member of the special training class, he still found it quite funny to see her beat up Li Hongwei. Fighting is considered bullying. But hitting Li Hongwei should be considered an act of bravery. Susu found it hard to sympathize with someone who dared to attack the weak so easily after gaining a little power. The food street was bustling with activity, filled with all sorts of delicious barbecue and other culinary delights. The enticing aromas were mouth-watering, and many students from Xingqing No. 1 Lingwu High School lingered there after school. Almost everywhere you look, you see boys and girls wearing black and white school uniforms. Susu had also had a long day. Reaching the corner barbecue stall not far from his home, he finally couldn't resist and walked up to the stall, speaking to the voluptuous woman who was busy at work. Aunt Zhang, give me 2 skewers of beef and 2 skewers of lamb to satisfy my craving. Aunt Zhang looked up and saw Susu, then smiled and said, Little Su, 2 skewers of beef and mutton, right? They'll be ready soon. After saying that, she raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her gray casual short-sleeved shirt, now damp with sweat, became even more fitted. Her face, though plain, couldn't hide her charm, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Susu couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times, then quickly looked away, feeling a little guilty. Aunt Zhang, business seems pretty good today, Susu said, striking up a conversation since he was standing there bored. Hey, it's alright. With the weather getting warmer lately, we've had more customers coming here for barbecue. Aunt Zhang replied with a smile without looking up, then quickly placed a plate of grilled kidneys and butter on the table of a few men waiting for their food. Su Su looked in that direction. Good heavens! They were all grown men. Moreover, Su Su also keenly noticed that the older men at that table would occasionally turn their heads to steal glances, their minds not on the barbecue on the table at all. This barbecue beauty's reputation is well deserved. Hey Xiao Su, here are your skewers. Su Su's 4 skewers were ready, and Aunt Zhang handed them over with a smile. However, her slightly forward-leaning body revealed a deep cleavage, like an abyss. Holy crap! Terrifying. Okay, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Su Su smiled without changing his expression and accepted the money. After paying the bill, he turned around and headed home, enjoying his meal as he went. Whack! Whack! A series of hurried footsteps approached, then abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, Su Su was looking down, picking at the skewers to avoid getting oil on his clothes. Just by looking down, she saw a pair of fair and slender legs standing in front of her, 2 beautiful patches of snow-white skin, and a pair of amber eyes full of doubt. This beautiful girl was none other than Bai Luoqi, who had just been chased. Behind them, Li Hongwei and his group were nowhere to be seen. I don't know how things are going. Chapter 9. The school beauty blocks the way. Is it another fangirl? What's going on? Su Su glanced down at Shui Bai again, then suddenly took a step back. This girl in front of me looks a bit dazed. I'd better not accidentally punch myself in the process. So, Su Su quietly moved a step to the side, shifting his position to avoid being seen, and headed home. There's no need to provoke this trouble. As usual, it wouldn't be long before Mr. and Mrs. Su would be taking this route home from get off work. He dared not fight with others in front of them, for it would worry them regardless of the outcome. Excuse me, classmate. Just as Su Su was about to turn away, the girl suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and said in a cute and innocent way, Su Su, I have something to say. Su Su was stunned by the loud shout. There's no past grudge or present enmity. What's going on here? Why can't you just say what you want to say properly instead of making such a fuss? A group of men at a nearby table immediately turned around to watch the scene unfold, only to be met with a couple who appeared to be playfully bickering. The girl was quite beautiful, a true school beauty. She grabbed the boy's collar with one hand, looking rather fierce. It has a very youthful and romantic feel to it after all. Which boy hasn't been teased by the girl he liked when he was young? Su Su had no idea what Bai Luoqi was trying to do, and prepared to break free from her grasp. 1, 2. Hiss. Unexpectedly, the girl's slender hands gripped the collar like iron clamps, causing the clothes to tear instantly, turning into strips of fashionable clothing. Su Su's face darkened. What's going on today? So many things happening. Are you out of your mind? The girl, seeing this, was stunned for a moment before realizing the seriousness of the situation. Her face flushed red, and she said with a hint of embarrassment. Excuse me, I just have something I want to ask you. Just because you have something to do doesn't mean you can stop me. You even tore my clothes. Are you trying to be a pervert? Su Su replied coldly and expressionlessly, but the girl suddenly pulled a card out of her pocket and apologized apologetically. There's 100,000 in the card, consider it my compensation to you. Puff. Upon hearing Bai Luoqi's words, not only did Su Su stop talking, but he was also dumbfounded. Several men nearby choked on their drinks, spraying alcohol like a showerhead. This is blatantly a case of being kept by a sugar daddy. He's only in high school and he's already understood the true meaning of life? He found such a beautiful and wealthy young woman. What a winner in life. Su Su paused for a moment, then asked in shock, You gave so much? Could it be that they're trying to take advantage of him again? It's nothing. Consider the extra money as compensation for your emotional distress. The password is 334455. Without waiting for Su Su's response, she shoved the card into his hand, then looked at him with a naive grin, seemingly expectant. Those eyes were blinking so brightly they actually look incredibly cute now. Su Su didn't know what to say, so he just nodded and awkwardly put the card in his pocket, still feeling the lingering warmth of her fingertips on it. It feels weird. What do you need me for? Su Su asked, his mind blank, feeling a heavy weight in his pocket. However, upon hearing the question, Bai Luoqi visibly became excited. Without realizing it, she grabbed Su Su's hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she said. Why did you get stronger when you beat those two people this morning, but I didn't get stronger when I beat them? Why is that? Why did he become stronger after beating those two people? Li Hongwei. Goldman Sachs. Susu's initially puzzled expression instantly became clear, and his gaze unconsciously began to scrutinize the girl in front of him. But as I looked down, I saw the snow-white swan neck again, beneath which lay a beautiful scene that was beginning to take shape. I see. She must have witnessed Susu being approached by those two this morning, and sensed that Susu's strength had changed after the fight. This is the real reason why she cornered Li Hongwei and his gang in the alley after school today and beat them up. She wanted to understand why Susu could strengthen himself by beating up Li Hongwei, while she received nothing and her hand was even sore from the beating. Hiss. It seems Susu will need to be more careful if he uses his supernatural abilities in the future. At the very least, one should not let others discover that their special ability is enhanced by absorbing the power of others. Susu responded calmly, his eyes flashing slightly. How could I possibly become stronger? Shiu. What are you doing? Just as he was about to explain, a very familiar voice rang out, and Susu froze. They saw Mr. and Mrs. Su walking side by side towards them. From a distance, they spotted a man who looked remarkably like their son holding hands with a little girl. They looked like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Suma walked over quickly with a smile on her face, her eyes mostly on by Luochi. She looked at the two small hands clasped together, her eyes clear and bright, without any affectation, and she even took Susu's hand willingly. She's definitely not one of those manipulative, scheming women. She wouldn't toy with her own son's feelings. Having been through similar experiences herself, Su's mother's smile deepened. Wow, Xiu, is this your good friend? Su's mother greeted him warmly, pausing slightly to emphasize that she said good friend rather than girlfriend. Based on my understanding of Su's mother, this was clearly because she was worried that the two children would feel embarrassed. Su's lips twitched. This misunderstanding had gotten much worse. Mom, don't overthink it. This is my classmate by Luochi. We just bumped into each other on our way home from school. Susu explained, exasperated, and pulled his hand away from the girls. Bai Luochi also realized what was happening, and greeted with a simple smile, hello, auntie, hello, uncle. But to others, this scene looked more like two young lovers being shy. Su's mother chuckled to herself, I know, just like his father, so shy. How about we go home and have a casual meal together? After a while, Susu finally managed to push her enthusiastic parents home ahead of her, refusing their attempt to have her join them for dinner. Phew! Susu watched the two leave, finally letting out a sigh of relief, his face full of black lines. The world is quiet. It was truly a battleground. But when I get home, I'm afraid it will be another bizarre storm. When did you two start dating? How are things going? What are your plans for the future? These are all scenes that Susu can already imagine. Susu, we're friends now, so tell me quickly why you became stronger after beating Li Hongwei? Bai Luochi, true to her word, continued to ask, a bright smile spreading across her fair face, as if she were very happy. They clearly didn't understand what had just happened, probably thinking it was just a normal greeting between friends. Susu sighed and said, there's no such thing as getting stronger by hitting people. It's all because of my hard training. After saying that, Susu looked up at the sky filled with the setting sun with a very deep expression and said with great melancholy, have you ever seen Xingqing at 4:30 in the morning? Chapter 10 Friends? Invitation to training. I am just an F-level talent. If I want to embark on the path of a spirit warrior, I must put in 100 times or 1,000 times more effort. So I train day and night. I have no choice but to succeed. Susu said in a deep voice, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. He almost believed his own words. He had only been awakened for 3 days. How could a slow bird fly first? He could only fool Bai Luochi with those words. So you work this hard too, Susu? Bai Luochi replied, her eyes shining. You're just an F-level talent awakener and you're already working this hard, Susu, you've done it. You've already surpassed Li Hongwei and the others through your own efforts, I believe you will succeed. Seeing her excited expression, Susu frowned and nodded firmly, unsure of what to say. Isn't this school beauty a bit too dull? Susu, let's train together from now on. My dad just found me a combat coach to teach me fighting. You can come along if you'd like. Bai Luochi clapped her hands, seemingly getting excited, and said happily. Then, as if she had remembered something, she pouted, frowned, and her face instantly turned unhappy again. It's just that Sister Guan's training is too painful. She's in so much pain every day. That aggrieved look on his face was quite childlike. However, upon hearing these words, Susu's ears twitched involuntarily. To be honest, they were somewhat intriguing. After all, his superpowers could only compensate for his lack of talent in terms of combat skills. He was still far inferior to those who could afford to hire teachers. Right now, the adorable Bailuachi seems to genuinely consider him a friend, which is why she's so happy to train with him. Is this convenient? Susu asked tentatively, looking down. What's inconvenient about that? We're friends. Bailuachi looked up and smiled, responding like a pure white snow lotus. Susu was a little stunned, then smiled and nodded. Then come over tonight, I'll send you the address. Bailuachi took out her phone and exchanged contact information. He then smiled, waved, and turned to leave, though his steps seemed a little hurried, and Susu even heard a gasp. Oh no, it's already 6 o'clock, Sister Guan is going to. Watching Bailuachi's departing figure disappear at the end of the road, Susu finally withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, why does she look so dull? Is she born in the year of the rabbit? Seeing that Susu had become stronger after beating Li Hongwei, she also ran to beat Li Hongwei. She accidentally tore Susu's clothes, and immediately spent 100,000 yuan. They even invited him to train together, TSK. If you truly consider me a friend, I might be able to help you break through to the first rank in the future. After watching her leave, Susu turned and walked towards his home, but he felt a chill down his spine. Back home, Su's mother had already prepared the meal and was ready to eat, while Su's father was helping to set the table. As soon as Susu entered the room, he saw the two of them looking at him with smiles on their faces, as if they were pleased that their child had grown up. Susu was immediately embarrassed and quickly ran back to his room to change his clothes before coming out. At the dinner table, even the steaming hot food couldn't stop Su's mother's gossipy heart. Her eyes were practically sparkling. Shushu, how long have you known Xiaobai? Shushu, you're a boy, so you can't let the girl pay for your dates. If you need money, ask your dad. Yes, Shushu. After enduring this series of shell attacks, Susu almost spat out the food in his mouth. He didn't dare to stop eating, and this was probably the fastest meal he had ever eaten. He finished eating in less than 2 minutes and rushed out of the house as if he were escaping. Mom, I finished eating, I'm going out to train now. The voice echoed in the hallway. Before long, Susu arrived at the bus stop not far downstairs. The sky was beginning to darken, but for the bustling food street, this was just the beginning, with the aroma of food wafting for miles. Susu took out his phone and sent a message to the adorable school beauty. I'm about to come to your house now, is that convenient? The other party replied almost instantly. It's so convenient, my parents aren't home, hee hee. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. The words were brief, but they revealed Bailuachi's dazed state. These few words made it seem as if he had deliberately sneaked into her house to do something naughty while her parents were away. Meanwhile, in a clean and tidy training room, two slender figures were exchanging blows. One had long legs, fair skin, and fine beads of sweat dripping from her pretty face. The other woman had a tan complexion, a hot figure, and eyes that were fixed on her prey like a cheetah. Sister Guan, my friend is coming to train with us later, would you like to train with him too? The fair-skinned girl looked up and wiped the sweat from her face, her clear eyes occasionally darting around. Friends are coming? That one tea do. Your father specifically asked me to train you, and that doesn't tea include your friends. The fiery woman, addressed as Sister Guan, frowned and replied with some displeasure. Ah, but I already promised her, Sister Guan, please help me. Bailuachi pouted and stepped forward to shake the arm of the hot woman, but the swaying revealed the voluptuousness of her chest. Alright, stop shaking me. I can agree, but you'll have to increase your daily training by 2 hours. Sister Guan shrugged, a sly glint in her eyes. Ah, can it be for an hour? Bailuachi's gaze began to wander, her mind starting to calculate her daily training volume. I get home at 6 p.m. after school, and start training at 6:30 p.m., continuing until 9:30 p.m. That's my limit. If you add 2 hours of training, then you'll have to train until 11:30. Is it necessary for me to make such a huge sacrifice for my friend Susu? Bailuachi couldn't help but mutter to herself, her brows furrowed, yet she looked quite handsome, like a troubled child in a dilemma. Susu probably wouldn't want to see me sacrificing so much for him, right? He'd feel sorry for me if he saw me training until 11:30 every day. Maybe I should tell him not to come anymore? But Sister Guan, standing beside her, sighed, a slight smile playing on her lips as she watched her expression change. He pretended to give up and said, you should know that you are an A-level talent awakener. 2 extra hours of training is no challenge for you at all. If it doesn't work out, then forget it. After all, you can always find new friends. My job is to be responsible for you. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Bailuwachi pouted like an angry rabbit and shouted with a wronged expression. 2 hours it is. As for Susu, the person involved at this moment, he couldn't help but sneeze several times while sitting in the car, muttering with some doubt in his eyes. I don't think I have a cold, do I? Chapter 11. A kind-hearted citizen, Sister 1. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, Susu's phone beeped with several message notifications. The message seemed to be from a promotional group. Who has the time to send me a message? Susu unlocked the door with a puzzled look, clicked on it, and saw a cute cat avatar. The nickname is Today is Gentle, and the region displayed is Iceland. Sure enough, girls also have their own unique image online. This girl is clearly going for the internet goddess look. But at this moment, isn't this Jung Roar? How come I didn't know she added me? Susu frowned, feeling a pang of betrayal from his past self. Their chat interface was spotless. Their last conversation was a message sent right after they added each other as friends. Are you there? Suddenly, the other party sent a series of pictures, all of them glamorous selfies. Hiss. They're using this to test the cadres? Although Susu disdained to click on it, just one glance was enough to make him gasp. The girl in the picture has a graceful and slender figure, and her exposed skin is as white and tender as snow. She is only wearing a thin layer of clothing in front of her body, and the light gauze ribbon design at her chest reveals a pink and delicate area that is extremely alluring. Her soft black hair falls on her super short white skirt. Several pictures in a row were stunning selfies of the other person from different angles. This is even more explicit than some private photos, and more alluring than erotic costumes. Then the other party sent a 3-second voice message, but Susu could guess what the other party said without even playing it. It's nothing more than saying things like, I won't leave if you don't come, tonight I'm yours, or something like that. Ha! Susu couldn't help but sneer. Let whoever wants to go, I'm not going. Let alone the fact that the other person is now lying in a hotel dressed in a light gauze, at your mercy. Susu remained unmoved. He'd leave this unpleasant mess to the next victim. Isn't this bullying honest people? You want to use me as a cultivation furnace? I'll be more than merciful if I don't drain you dry. Thinking of this, Susu couldn't help but recall the events leading up to his death in his previous life, and he calmed himself down. A chill ran down my spine, causing me to break out in a cold sweat. I'm still not satisfied. Exhale a breath of stale air. Looking out the window, Susu suddenly had a glint in his eye, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he had an idea. Any behavior that disrupts harmony is unacceptable. Jung Roar, you're in for it. Base. The bus stopped at the station, and Bailuwachi's villa complex was not far away. Susu quickly got out of the car and went to a nearby public phone booth. The next step is. Without hesitation, Yao Yaoling dialed those 3 numbers. Susu also tried to make his voice sound more mature, speaking clearly and articulately. Hello. Hello, I'm a kind citizen. I want to report that someone is in a room on the 6th floor of the Cloud Love Hotel. After repeating himself 3 times to make sure the other party understood, Susu hung up the phone. This did not constitute a false report. Based on Susu's memories from his previous life, this hotel was a place rife with filth and corruption. Every day, the drama of a rich young man and a poor girl unfolds. My parents are old, my younger brother is still studying, and I'm new to this line of work and not yet familiar with it. Susu's phone call. Just consider it a good deed you did. It would be best to take the whole pot. Having resolved this troublesome matter, Susu walked comfortably towards the nearby villa area, a genuine smile on his face. That was awesome. The frustration in my heart eased a bit. My goodness, it's so grand. Susu approached and looked at the impressive gate of the residential complex, clicking his tongue in admiration. No wonder this adorable school beauty is so extravagant. She's from a wealthy family. Looking out, there is a garden path paved with pebbles, with lush roses climbing on the white stone railings around it, and rows of 3-story villas lined up on one side. After a notification from the security guard, the pedestrian walkway in the community was quickly opened, allowing Susu to enter. The 3rd house in the direction you enter, with lots of flowers planted in front of it. Susu murmured to himself as he went inside, following the information she had given him. He could smell the fresh fragrance of flowers in the air. But before he had taken more than 10 steps, a joyful voice suddenly came from ahead. Su, I've come to pick you up. A slender figure wearing a white sports vest came into view. With skin as white and tender as lotus root, long black hair tied into a bun on her head, revealing a beautiful oval face, she was the quintessential image of a manga goddess, running excitedly towards Su. Su's eyes lit up. There really was something special about it. Huff, huff. Bailuachi then ran up to Su, panting, and only then did he notice the beads of sweat on the other's body. It seemed they had been training for some time and came out specifically to greet me. Xiao Bai, were you training just now? But a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman despite sweating so much. Su could only smell a faint milky fragrance. Yes, Sister Guan is very strict. Let's go, she'll teach you too. Bailuachi took a couple of light breaths and said with a smile, her eyes clear and bright. She took Su's hand with her small, jade-like hand and led him inside. There was no hint of affectation. She was straightforward and generous. They also entered the villa's main gate, password right in front of him. 241. There was absolutely no sense of taboo about it. Does this mean they really consider me a good friend? Is the one who awakens superpowers on her own the school beauty who collects them? Su had a feeling of unreality. Could it be that even a cute and innocent school beauty would lack friends? Looking at that slender figure, one can't help but shake one's head and sigh. Indeed, everyone has a different story, and the school beauty is no exception. After walking a few steps, Su followed Bailuachi into the villa, passing through the lush flower bushes at the entrance. As soon as she entered, she saw a woman with wheat-colored skin whose beauty was in no way inferior to hers. She has a hot body with a wild beauty, and exudes a powerful aura. This must be the Sister Guan that Bailuachi was talking about. She saw the other woman scrutinizing her with a cold, appraising gaze. His face darkened even more when he saw Bailuachi's hand being held. Hiss. Hostile. Su's heart skipped a beat, and he knew inwardly that something was wrong. No way, am I going to be misunderstood again? My relationship with the school beauty is purely platonic. Sister Guan, this is my good friend Su, an F-level talent awakener, but he is more powerful and works harder than other B-level talent awakeners. Bailuachi looked at the woman in front of her and happily introduced her. However, it would have been better if she hadn't introduced herself the moment she did. Su noticed that her gaze seemed to have grown even colder. Full of hostility and disdain, Su understood almost immediately, perhaps because he already knew the feeling. Okay. Hearing words like best friend and F-level talent awakener, and seeing the adorable school beauty holding his hand, looking so happy. In short, does the other party think he's some kind of sassy, blonde guy who kidnapped the A-level talent, adorable school beauty? Even though I don't even have any will-o'-the-wisps. This is bad. Tonight's training is going to be a disaster. Su, this is Sister Guan Yu, a third-grade spiritual martial artist. Su nodded stiffly, offering a friendly smile, but dared not say anything more, for fear that the other party would lack martial ethics. Alright, let's continue training. Don't waste your time. Sister Guan gave Su a cold glance with her narrow eyes. A slight smile played on his lips as if he had thought of something, and he turned and walked to the right. If looks could kill, Su wouldn't know if he would have died several times over by now, not to mention that eerie smile. Okay, Sister Guan, Su, let's catch up quickly too. Bailuachi smiled and clenched her fist at him, looking very enthusiastic. Su stared blankly. Okay. The two walked to the right of the villa, and a spacious room came into view, resembling a training room. It's about 100 square meters, with various training equipment arranged on the left side of the room and a large octagonal cage on the right. It's not a traditional octagonal cage, it's more like a cage for training animals to fight and struggle. Is this how you all train? Damn it, Su wondered if it was too late to leave now. Chapter 12, The disparity is astonishing. Guan Yu leaped swiftly onto the stage, like a wild deer. He pulled open the iron door of the octagonal cage with both hands, the force making a loud banging sound. The fact that the other party was clearly in a state of anger immediately made Su feel that the whole room had become gloomy. Su felt a chill run down his spine. Whether he could come down safely after going up there was still a question. Come on, since you want to accept my training, let me see what you're really capable of first, Guan Yu said, one hand on her hip. A faint hint of murderous intent lurked within his narrow, cold eyes. That was basically saying, you little brat, how dare you set your sights on that innocent girl. Su, hurry up. Let Sister Guan see how powerful you are. Bailuachi, standing to the side, said excitedly, her eyes shining slightly, as if she was looking forward to the battle between the two. I'd probably just get beaten up if I went up there, Su said with a wry smile. To challenge a martial arts expert to an octagonal cage fight after only 3 days of awakening, isn't that just courting death? At worst, I go up there and be their punching bag. How can you be so coy and hesitant? If you're too scared, then go back to where you came from. It's such a waste that my Bailuwachi fought for you. Guan Yu stood in the cage, looking at Su Su below the stage through a layer of iron mesh, her gaze still icy. He's so hesitant and timid, it's not like he's a man. Su Su was stunned for a moment, ignited by this sarcastic remark. Is it because I've died once that I've started to be afraid of death? Su Su sighed, lowered his head, and pondered, but his feet continued to walk towards the octagon. Although it's slow, it's moving in the right direction. Even including his past life, he was just an ordinary high school student who failed the martial arts exam. He had no talent and no power. Apart from dying a very tragic death, there seemed to be nothing else to say about him. I've already died once, so why should I be afraid of dying again? Su Su murmured to himself, raising his head and looking resolutely at the fiery figure standing in the cage. Starting with you. A conquest drama unfolds. Not bad, you dared to come in, I'll give you a 2 out of 10. Guan Yu crossed her arms, looking at Su Su with a slightly contemptuous and amused expression as he closed the octagonal cage door. Heh, let's begin. How do we fight? Su Su turned around and said calmly, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the other person's posture, which seemed to be supporting his ample chest. His throat tightened slightly. What a fierce woman. Don't worry, I won't use my cultivation level to suppress you, nor will I use any special abilities. But I won't stop just because I've hit you. I won't call a halt, but once I hear you admit defeat, you won't need to come back, and I won't teach you anymore. Guan Yu continued, arms crossed, speaking without any attempt to conceal her feelings, her tone cold and her attitude clear. It won't stop there, it won't call a halt. That means either he beats Guan Yu into submission, or Guan Yu knocks him unconscious or kills him. After hesitating for a moment, Su Su nodded to indicate that he understood. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the figure opposite him raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a vicious smile, and rushed forward in a flash, his speed so fast it seemed he couldn't wait. Su Su quickly assumed a fighting stance to prepare for the attack, but it was clear that Su Su's approach was like a strong man toying with a child in front of his opponent. Bang! A simple, unadorned fist struck at an unusual angle, completely evading Su Su's defense. Then, caught off guard, Su Su felt a sharp pain in his face and his head spin as he was slammed against the iron net. Su Su's head was buzzing, his eyes filled with surprise, while Guan Yu's face clearly showed a delighted smile. Damn it, they really came here to get me, just as I expected. You shouldn't hit someone in the face, but she's deliberately hitting their face. Bang! Bang! Strangely enough, Guan Yu's punches were like cunning vipers. Each punch seemed simple and unremarkable, yet they always managed to hit his face from an unexpected angle. Is this the strength of a spirit warrior? Bang! Another flurry of punches flashed by, each one landing squarely on Su Su, causing his face to twitch. One good thing is that he didn't utter a single cry of pain. Instead, he kept covering his head to defend himself, just like in a martial arts fight on TV. He was at a disadvantage but still looking for an opportunity. At the same time, when the opponent attacks his face, Su Su will use his special ability to refine the spiritual energy in the opponent's body without any hesitation. His face may hurt, but he will never lose out. So you're just here to get beaten up? Go ahead and attack. You want to be a turtle, huh? Guan Yu said provocatively, seemingly waiting for something. Before you learn to hit someone, you must first learn to take a hit. Su Su was quite self-aware in this regard. He knew he was no match for Guan Yu, so he wouldn't act rashly. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Killing intent +1. As he felt the spiritual energy within his body gradually becoming more abundant, Su Su suddenly received the infusion of that killing intent. His gaze visibly turned cold, and he exuded a chilling aura, as if he had become a different person. Standing opposite her, Guan Yu cupped her ample bosom in her hands, her slender eyes glancing sideways. Though her face remained impassive, she was inwardly somewhat surprised. This kid actually has a murderous aura at this stage? That's pretty good. In an instant, Su Su switched from defense to offense and rushed towards his opponent, letting out a sharp shout and suddenly throwing a punch. But as it turns out, even without relying on cultivation level or special abilities, a spirit warrior's combat skills alone are enough to overwhelm Su Su. Guan Yu lowered her hands, leaving her defenses wide open. But just by standing still and delivering a whip kick, the sound of air being torn apart forced Su Su to dodge to the side. Guan Yu frowned slightly as she looked at him, who had retreated to a distance, and calmly said, "That's it?" Su Su quickly distanced himself from the other party without responding, and rallied his forces. The next second, he took another step forward, charging straight ahead as if repeating the same mistake, his raised fist seemingly concealing the raging fire that had been surging within him. Guan Yu, however, seemed rather uninterested. The anticipation in his eyes had diminished. He saw Guan Yu as a reckless brute who only knew how to charge headlong into danger. It seems that's all he's capable of. He can't even control his emotions, yet he still wants to defeat his opponent. That's really wishful thinking. Guan Yu remained standing still, her long legs seemingly ready for a powerful attack, offering no further chance. Come on. Su Su's figure appeared in front of him in an instant, and he was about to punch the other party in the face as a return of the favor. Whoosh! However, in Guan Yu's eyes, this move was still similar to the one before, full of loopholes and flaws, and he launched another powerful whip kick. The blow slammed into Su Su's blocking arm. Contrary to expectations, Su Su gritted his teeth in pain, his face contorted in agony, and the area beneath his clothes had unknowingly turned purple. But instead of retreating or stopping, he used the force of the pain to lunge at her. His remarkable perseverance and resilience piqued Guan Yu's interest. But the next second she was somewhat surprised. She saw a large, ferocious face lunge forward, and heard a muffled thud. Su Su gritted his teeth, his face fierce, and raised his head high, aiming for her forehead without any regard for the consequences. Bang! Headbutt. Chapter 13. The little fairy makes a mistake and gets wiped out in one fleet? Bang! Su Su fell to the ground mid-air, his head buzzing, his gaze blank and unfocused, as if he saw stars everywhere. That one blow almost gave me a concussion. I'm completely numb to pain now. That's a really risky move. Meanwhile, looking at the other side. Ouch! It's so hard. It hurts. Just moments ago, Guan Yu had a cool and aloof expression, but now she too was wearing a mask of pain. After a cry of agony, he crouched down, clutching his reddened forehead, and cursed, his eyes gleaming. Are you crazy? Who taught you to fight by banging your head against the wall? Iluwachi, who was watching from below the stage, also gasped in surprise, gasped, and covered her face. Completely unexpectedly, Su Su would attack Guan Yu in such a way her beautiful eyes were filled with exaggerated expressions. This is so illogical. Oh no, we're doomed. Sister Guan is probably going to get angry. Iluwachi covered her mouth, looking at the stage with great concern. The atmosphere inside the octagonal cage gradually began to grow cold. Mind your own business. Su Su retorted without hesitation as he slumped onto the stage. My vision was still somewhat unfocused, and I even saw double the two balls in front of me appeared as four. The next second, he saw two Guan Yu figures beside him, each clutching their heads, their faces grim, suddenly lunging at him. You little brat, you're courting death. Guan Yu said coldly. With tremendous force, she pushed Su Su, who had just stood up, to the ground, and then stretched out her long, straight, beautiful legs to step on him. Then a large man straddled him, his face contorted with malice. Su Su felt a soft, elastic sensation pressing against his stomach. It wasn't very heavy. Wow, so this is the riding position? It's even warm. Su Su looked up and saw Guan Yu gritting her teeth, raising her fist to strike, a red swelling on her forehead. More noticeably, her ample bosom resembled the heavy weight of a ripe pomelo. Praise to autumn, the beautiful season of ripe fruits. Hey, don't hit my face. If you hit my face again, I'll get angry. Su Su shouted anxiously, frantically protecting his face with both hands. You're in a hurry? Go ahead and show me how, came her indignant voice from above, showing no mercy whatsoever. Bang bang bang. 10 punches in 1 second. It can be described as a powerful tonic for 10 punches. Moreover, the aura of this third-grade spiritual martial artist was so overwhelming that Su Su couldn't resist at all and could only grit his teeth and endure it. After about half a day, the bustling octagon cage finally quieted down. The two figures on the stage finally separated. Guan Yu clapped her hands, looking somewhat indignant as if she had finished, and stood up. She glanced at Su Su, but couldn't help blushing slightly. The two slightly damp crotches left deep marks on Su Su's clothes. So plump. Su Su, who had been lying on the ground looking utterly hopeless, got up after a while, his face bruised and swollen. Sister Guan, are you all right? Please don't be angry with Su Su, okay? Seeing that Guan Yu was in a bad mood, Iluwachi nervously stepped forward and gently rubbed her forehead with her small, jade-like hand. This was the first time she had seen Sister Guan so angry, and it was because of her good friend. Bailuochi also looked a little nervous, and was in a dilemma for a moment. My heart was filled with both apologies to Sister Guan and concern for Su Su on stage. Noticing the girl's unusual behavior, Guan Yu exhaled a breath of stale air from her somber face, revealed a smile, and gently hugged the girl, saying softly, "Sister Guan is alright, don't worry." "Really? But I think Su Su's headbutt just now must have hurt a lot." Bailuochi's clear eyes revealed a hint of worry. Hearing this topic brought up again, Guan Yu felt a headache coming on, and the image of herself riding on Su Su and leaving 2 marks flashed through her mind. I felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Tap tap. At this moment, Su Su also slowly walked over, bearing the distinctive pattern on his body. He stood heavily beside the two, his gaze fixed on Guan Yu with a somber expression. The word miserable hardly suffices to describe his plight. He didn't say anything, yet it seemed like he said everything. "Put. Serves you right." Guan Yu glanced at it, couldn't help but laugh, and took out a bottle that looked like pear syrup from the cabinet next to her and walked over. "Here's some black cloud ointment. Apply it to any injured areas after each training session." Oh. Su Su didn't stand on ceremony and opened it right in front of the other person. It was a dark, gooey substance, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted into his nose. Unlike commercially available medicines, it lacks an ingredient list and production date, resembling a counterfeit or substandard product. Could it be fake medicine? "Su Su, let me apply it for you." Seeing this, Bailuochi released her grip on Guan Yu and helped apply the ointment. The ointment felt very sticky, but it was surprisingly comfortable on the skin, with a slightly cool sensation and no pain. It works instantly. This was somewhat unexpected for Su Su, and he suddenly felt like he was doing well again. At night, sitting on the bus home, Su Su, with her face covered in ointment, almost startled the bus driver. Tonight's special training was truly a trial for Su Su. He was beaten up the entire time. There were more than a dozen additional footprints where the 2 original marks had been on the body. I don't know if Guan Yu did it on purpose. Even a novice like me felt a little sorry for them. This ointment works quite well. Su Su rubbed his head, feeling a cool sensation on his face. In just over 10 minutes, he had almost fully recovered. This medicine is so effective, it must be very precious. Su Su thought about how he would have to come to that which for training every day from now on. That guy really goes all out. His teaching philosophy is entirely based on the principle that strict teachers produce outstanding students. No wonder Bailuochi was able to defeat Li Hongwei and his group all by herself back then. It turns out that due to years of training, having undergone hands-on combat training with martial arts practitioners from a young age, their combat skills are undeniably strong. As long as you don't die from training, train like you're going to die. Su Su muttered resolutely to himself, his mind completely absorbed in the rigorous teaching, forgetting everything else. In the lobby of an elegant hotel, rows of timid young women stood under the colorful lights, each with meticulously applied makeup, yet carrying a hint of fear. On the other side stood a row of middle-aged men trying to cover their faces. They seemed to be together, and all of them had bracelets that shimmered with silver light on their wrists. This place was completely wiped out, everything was taken. A relatively young and pretty girl huddled at the very back of the line of young ladies. The sheer top and mini skirt she wore probably weighed less than 2 ounces combined, perfectly showcasing her figure with a subtle yet alluring touch, and her pair of snow-white legs instantly captivated hearts. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had descended to earth. Such a beautiful young girl has also gone into the adult entertainment industry. The surrounding men, women, and children were all captivated, unable to look away, and each one couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Life is truly unpredictable. This was Zhang Roer, waiting for Su Su in room 608. Because her clothing was rather revealing and difficult to explain. Furthermore, given that several people were indeed apprehended at the hotel, she was unsurprisingly mistaken for one of them. She blinked her big, panicked eyes as she was handcuffed. She tried several times to explain to the uniformed woman standing in front of her, but the woman wouldn't listen. She was so anxious that she almost cried. Report to the captain. Apart from a few girls whose employers have not yet arrived at the hotel, there are no other people involved. Bring them all downstairs. Alright, then we won't wait any longer. Let's call it a day. Copy them all. After that, 3 police cars with flashing blue and red lights appeared at the entrance, opened their doors, and shoved them into the cars one by one. Chapter 14: Trouble in the Snack Alley. Murderous intent emerges. After arriving at the station shortly after, Su Su got off the bus with a dark expression and went to the entrance of the snack street. The area where the black cloud ointment had been applied began to dry, and Susu easily peeled off a large chunk with one stroke. The process of revealing fair skin is quite stress-relieving, and the treatment effect is surprisingly good. Wow, the redness and swelling have all disappeared where I applied this black cloud ointment. Susu stood in front of the reflective glass of a shop, touching his face in amazement. His skin was smooth and delicate. Passers-by thought he was mentally unstable and was just showing off. Bang! Just then, Susu suddenly heard a commotion and shouting, seemingly coming from the food street, indicating some kind of dispute. He couldn't help but turn his head to look, but in that one glance, a murderous aura appeared. At the entrance of the alley, 3 seemingly drunk men were shouting and cursing at a couple. The leader, who appeared to be the owner of the wonton shop, had a flushed face, one hand in his pocket and the other pointing at the mild-mannered couple while swearing. No matter how much the couple in front of him smiled and begged, he still looked unhappy. There were still many diners outside frowning, but no one wanted to go up and dissuade them, probably because they didn't want to invite bad luck. The drunk man kicked the chair next to him and cursed, "Damn it, you two always add so much vinegar every time you come to eat. It was the same last time, are you here to cause trouble? Every time we come here, aren't we here to patronize your business? Is this how you treat your customers?" The husband, pale-faced from being scolded, stood in front of his wife, afraid that the 3 drunken men would cause trouble. Another drunk man nearby, seemingly even more intoxicated, forcefully shoved the husband, causing him to sit down. 3 men were bullying one person. "You fucking sit down. You've come here to cause trouble, Zhang Qian, haven't you?" The couple started to panic and quickly waved their hands, explaining that they were just there to patronize the business. The wife was so anxious she was almost crying, clutching her husband's clothes tightly, her fear undisguised, hoping someone outside would call the police quickly. When the man known as Brother Qian saw this, he became even more agitated, shoving the husband who was protecting his wife several times, and even preparing to raise his arm. "You still want to hit me?" But before Brother Qian could finish speaking, they heard the sound of running outside the shop. Before the person even showed up, a flying kick had already reached them. Bang! A loud bang. In an instant, the drunk man on the far side was kicked away, and before he could even let out a cry of pain, he crashed into the counter inside, leaving only Susu standing in front of him with a cold expression. Holy crap, the third brother flew away? Damn it, minding your own business, huh? Who are you? Shu Xiu. Shu Xiu, my son. The couple looked at Susu with surprise on their pale faces, never expecting him to be the one to make the move. But in an instant, their faces turned even more worried, fearing that these people would implicate him. Dad, Mom, are you all right? Susu asked breathlessly, glancing at the 2 of them to see if they were injured, but thankfully they were both fine. At this moment, Su's father seemed less nervous. He grabbed a stool from the side and unhesitatingly stood in front of Susu to prevent the 2 drunk men from hurting him. "Shushu, take your mother and leave quickly," Su's father said, gripping the wooden stool tightly. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Years of work had taken their toll. His body was no longer what it used to be, let alone capable of fighting. "Leave? You think you can just leave? You're trying to provoke us. You're courting death." Zhang Qian immediately became anxious. Because she was stronger than Su's father, she grabbed the stool from his hands and picked up a bottle of vinegar from the table next to her, ready to smash it down. Bang! The vinegar bottle didn't fall, but the person was already gone. With eyes full of rage, Susu delivered another flying kick, sending Zhang Qian slamming into the counter. This sudden attack even startled Su's father. "Shu Xiu, what are you doing?" Seeing the look of surprise on Su's father's face, it seemed he wanted to ask Susu when he had become so powerful, since he knew about Susu's special talents and abilities. "Ouch, it hurts so much. I have a broken bone, ouch, take me to the hospital quickly." 2 people came from behind the counter, groaning and struggling to get up. At this moment, the only drunk man still standing seemed to be startled awake. He shuddered and was about to turn and run away without a care in the world. "Still trying to run?" Susu reacted swiftly, grabbing the other person's arm as if drawing a bow and arrow, and then kicking him out again. He kicked this guy, who wasn't a good person either, into the counter, where he landed on the 2 of them. Su's mother stood behind, covering her mouth, her pale face filled with astonishment. My own Susu is so good at fighting? Could he have already become a spirit warrior? Muttering. Just then, a series of warning sounds came from outside, indicating that someone among the onlookers had finally called the police. But when the police arrived, Su's mother's expression changed again, and she became nervous. She hurriedly pulled Sue's father aside and said in a flustered tone, "Old Sue, shouldn't this be considered self-defense?" After saying that, she added another sentence, still not entirely convinced. "Just say you hit him later, don't mention Sue, okay?" Sue felt a warmth in his heart seeing the two of them so concerned that they lost their composure. The next second, he saw several figures getting out of the car outside. Then came a series of hurried footsteps, and the onlookers quickly made way. The first person to enter the shop was a cold-faced man in a black uniform, with a shimmering black shield on his left hand, exuding an aura of fighting crime. He was followed by two police officers, who did not have black shields. "These are officers from the guard force, they are all spirit warriors." "Officer, it was those three drunk thugs inside causing trouble. This kid is a good person, a law-abiding citizen." Yes, the couple and the child acted in self-defense. At this moment, people outside began to explain to those inside. Among them were several familiar figures, the owner of the fruit shop and Aunt Zhang from the barbecue stall, all of whom were concerned about Sue's family. Hearing the shouts from outside, the Black Shield officer was clearly taken aback. His narrow eyes scanned the three burly men lying behind the counter, shouting "Your Honor," and suffering from serious injuries. The stench of alcohol in the air made him understand the whole story. Suddenly, a hint of amusement appeared on his cold face. He turned around and looked at Sue, who was being blocked behind Sue's father. He also noticed the dirty handprints on Sue's father's white shirt. He then spoke to the two police officers in a deep voice. "Cuff those three at the counter and take them back to the station." He then walked over to Sue's parents, who looked flustered, his tone noticeably gentler. "My surname is Tang. You can call me Officer Tang. Your whole family will be coming with you later to give a statement. It won't take too long." Chapter 15 Kid, what's with the F rank? Hearing Officer Tang's imposing words, Sue's parents felt a little relieved. What they feared most was that this matter would affect Sue's participation in the martial arts exam. "Alright, thank you for your help, officer," Sue's father said wearily, his right arm tightly around Sue's mother. "Bang! I've broken my bone, so be gentle. I'm going to report you for using excessive force. It's completely unfair." Zhang Xian shouted in pain, seemingly as if his wound had been touched, his eyes still full of anger. "Yeah, why aren't they arresting that kid? I'm not having it. Let me tell you, I know your director Zhang in the guard unit. We even had tea together not long ago." A short while later, the three men, looking quite defiant, were escorted to the car by the police officers. They glared at Sue and cursed all the way, their mouths seemingly saying, "You just wait, kid." But when he saw Sue take a step forward with murderous intent in his eyes. "Damn it, officer, please protect me. Hey kid, step back. Can't you see the police are here? You dared to kick us even before the police came, and you still dare to kick us now that the police are here." The three of them shuddered again, calling the officer's little brother repeatedly, and unconsciously squeezed behind the two officers, looking completely harmless. "You little brat, you want to kick someone again, huh? You can't see me, you can't see me." Now the car was finally quiet. Sue didn't say anything more and sat quietly in his seat without making any rash moves. He could sense that Officer Tang, sitting in the passenger seat, though his eyes were closed and he appeared indifferent, was actually observing him. They had already subtly locked onto him, especially when he felt a surge of murderous intent towards the three drunkards before him. That feeling was particularly strong. Is this what a spirit warrior is like? Aside from the unassuming instructor Shi, specially hired by the school, and Guan Yu, who always hits people in the face, this is the third spirit warrior I have ever met. That's really impressive. You must be a newly awakened senior high school student, right? Which university are you planning to apply to this year? You must be very talented, right? At this moment, Officer Tang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. His voice was very relaxed, giving people the feeling of a caring older brother. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the family of three sitting in the back seat were looking at him with a melancholy expression, especially Sue's mother, whose eyes immediately reddened. How can this question be so emotional? Or are all parents of geniuses so prone to tears? The next second, Sue calmly gave an explanation. Not very talented, only F rank. Oh? An F rank talent? Officer Tang was clearly caught off guard by this answer. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Sue, seemingly incredulous. Undeterred, he asked again. You? F rank? Sue nodded calmly, seemingly unconcerned. His parents, however, frowned, puzzled as to why this seemingly normal Officer Tang was repeatedly emphasizing this painful event that had affected the entire family. What a prodigy! An F-level talent who has only been awakened for a few days can still absorb spiritual energy. Officer Tang said, his expression softening as he clicked his tongue in amazement. An F-ranked talent can actually absorb spiritual energy? What does this mean? Su was also somewhat confused by the other party's astonished expression. It seems that, according to the other party's understanding, F-level talent users should not have spiritual energy in their bodies. Before long, the group arrived at the guard police station. 5 or 6 tall figures in black uniforms stood at the entrance, and several police cars with their engines still running were parked in the front yard next to them, indicating that they had just returned from a call. Let's go, get out of the car. Officer Tang turned around and said to Su and the other two, then pushed open the door and strode straight into the police station, not caring about what happened next. The other 2 officers glanced at them coldly and then dragged the 3 drunkards, who were still groaning, off the bus. This was Su's first time in a police station, and also the first time he had ever seen so many spiritual warriors inside, each of whom was equipped with a black shield. Name, a female police officer sitting at the table asked in a calm, normal tone. Su. Su answered honestly, his gaze curiously surveying the room. The words, confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely, were printed on the wall. Gender? Male, right? How old are you? It has to be 18. The policewoman who was taking notes at the table seemed to see through Su's little scheme, and her lips twitched as she said, I was asking about his age. Su's expression changed slightly, I'm also 18. After about 10 minutes of questioning, Su was released without incident. But the sound of sobbing kept coming from the next room. The sound was somewhat familiar, it seemed like I had heard similar sobs before. The only difference was that the cries I had heard before were joyful cries, while this one was a sad and aggrieved cry. Is someone I know here? Who's crying? Su walked out of the room, puzzled, and looked in the direction of the crying. Through the glass in the door, one could see the source of the weeping, dressed in a thin veil. Oh ho, it's you, Jiang Roer, the school beauty who's been spun out of the ground. A pretty girl wearing a silver bracelet was sitting at the table, her head bowed, her eyes sparkling as she dropped small pearls. Meanwhile, she was sobbing as she explained why she was at the Cloud Hotel. Really, I'm not here to do business. I just made an appointment with my boyfriend. The policewoman in charge of taking the interrogation record clearly didn't believe the other party's story. These days, if you arrest 100 people, they'll all say the same thing. Losing her patience, she asked bluntly, "Where's your boyfriend? Tell me who he is and what his phone number is. If he can verify it, I'll let you go." But Jiang Roer clearly knew where her boyfriend came from, except for Su, whom she had her own ulterior motives for pursuing. The rest are just a bunch of mindless sycophants. If they find out about this, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? How can I maintain my aloof and idealized persona? Jiang Roer became even more heartbroken at this thought. The little pearls were falling like water for free. Su, who was watching the commotion outside the door, immediately turned off his phone upon hearing this. He couldn't let himself be blamed for this. Phew, hold back your laughter, hold back, Su consoled himself. But he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, and he gave an awkward laugh, something he wasn't usually like. However, Su didn't have the bad habit of repaying evil with kindness, so he wouldn't just beckon someone because they were somewhat attractive. It's like drinking fake alcohol and forgetting who you are. He died so tragically at her hands in his past life, so the fact that he hasn't sought revenge in this new life is already a great act of kindness on his part. Reporting this to the police and helping to save a wayward girl is definitely a great contribution to society. Su felt that this was what he should do, and that he should do good deeds anonymously. Chapter 16 Spirit Refining Instructions. The wool comes from the sheep's back. The Su family didn't get home until almost 11 p.m., and Su's parents were pale, clearly still shaken. Especially thinking back to that scene at the One Lixiang wonton shop, if my Shushu hadn't come back, he probably would have been bullied to death tonight. Shushu, go take a shower first. The hot water's ready. Go to bed early, you have class tomorrow, Su's mother said softly as she came out of the bathroom. Okay. Su nodded with a smile. I slept soundly through the night, with a gentle breeze blowing. Suzy, I heard that the instructors are going to teach us something real today. Downstairs in the special training building, 2 figures stood side by side at the entrance, waiting. Several other students from the special training class were scattered around them, all looking on with anticipation, as if they had already heard about it. However, among them was a slender, willow-like young girl, her head bowed, her face full of weariness, lacking her usual fresh and refined beauty. Several people nearby noticed this scene and immediately rushed forward to help, while some slower-moving individuals stood there stamping their feet in frustration. That's really licking my boots. Teaching real stuff? You mean the spirit refining techniques, right? Susu said, realizing what was happening. Su DePeo, who was standing next to him, nodded excitedly. I've heard in previous years that students in each Lingwu special training class are given a cultivation incantation. However, they also require signing a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting disclosure, so over the years no one has dared to leak it privately. That's right. With the spirit refining mantra, we can absorb spiritual energy much faster. If we have good talent, we might even be able to break through to the first grade spirit warrior before the martial arts exam. Wow, that's really good. Susu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. If the spirit refining techniques depend on talent, then this might not be very helpful to me. However, what I can rely on most is my special ability, the furnace cauldron. The wool comes from the sheep, and the leeks will grow more and more abundantly. Susu, Susu. A light and soft voice sounded from behind. Susu and Su DePeo immediately turned their heads to look and saw a beautiful figure walking towards them not far away. Oh, it's Bai Luwachi. Good morning. Susu smiled and waved subconsciously, a normal greeting between friends. Holy crap! School beauty Bai Luwachi. Su DePeo, standing next to him, gaped, his gaze sweeping over Susu in disbelief. Yesterday she was the white moonlight goddess, and today she's turned into an adorable school beauty? Just how many things are you hiding from me, kid? Have you been possessed by an old monster? Why are all the few school beauties so clingy to you? Okay. The next second, Bai Luwachi, the adorable school beauty, came running towards Susu with her long, slender, and fair legs, looking incredibly sweet. Her appearance was even sweeter than candy. The few boys scattered around were all dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Bai Luwachi with such an innocent and lively side. So beautiful, so sweet, so adorable. Because the school beauty in their class wasn't as approachable as the white moonlight goddess from the next class instead, she kept everyone at arm's length, like an iceberg. But now, this iceberg had melted, blooming like spring flowers. All the boys instantly turned to look at Susu. Every single one of them watched the scene of two people rushing towards each other with gritted teeth, their mouths twitching and their eyes glaring angrily, some even grinding their teeth to powder. You dog killer! You stole the goddess! Hearing the sound, Jiang Roar couldn't help but look up. But when she saw Susu's attitude towards Bai Luwachi, which was obviously better and gentler, her pretty face turned pale, and she pouted with a sour feeling in her heart. Her aggrieved eyes began to moisten again. I confessed first. If one could collect resentment, it would probably be off the charts right now. Susu, good morning. Does it still hurt? Bai Luwachi walked up to Susu with a sunny smile, her eyes smiling. She curiously reached out her jade-like hand and rubbed his face, as if she wanted to know if the injuries he suffered last night had healed. Much better, thanks for your concern. Susu was stunned by her sudden action. Why do all the school beauties like to get handsy? Susu quickly dodged after being touched, taking 2 steps back and giving an embarrassed smile. It was indeed a bit strange to be touched on the face out of the blue. But to others, this scene clearly shows that he got the benefit but pretended to be innocent. What's wrong with the school beauty touching your face? You dare to dodge? Bai Luwachi was also startled by Susu's action of taking 2 steps back, thinking she had done something wrong again. She didn't expect Susu to react so strongly, and noticed that many people were watching. Then, as if remembering something sad, she instantly lowered her head, her eyes began to redden, and she looked utterly wronged. I'm sorry, Susu, I thought we were already friends. The faces of all the men present instantly darkened and stretched long, even Su DePeo next to him seemed to lose his composure, a lyric flashing through their minds. Are you serious about taking half a step back? It's such a small movement, yet it causes so much damage. Susu's 2 short steps not only hurt the school beauty, but also the young hearts of the onlookers. Hiss. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be because I woke up in the morning in the wrong way, which caused me to have nightmares even during the day. Susu looked at the timid little white flower in front of him, his face full of doubt. He couldn't help but consider a possibility and began to mutter to himself. Was this silly girl ostracized before? Why is she so dazed? Thinking of this, Susu suddenly stepped forward and abruptly grasped by Luwachi's fair hand. It felt as soft as a tender hand and had a pleasant fragrance. I picked it up and held it to my face, smiling as I said, "Yes, we are friends. Go ahead and pinch me if you want. You pinched me last night, didn't you? Right, it's no big deal." Seeing Susu's affirming gaze, Luwachi was clearly stunned for a moment, her eyes still shining. But after feeling the warmth of Susu's palm, her face couldn't help but turn red, and she smiled somewhat shyly. Hiss. Hearing this, gasps of astonishment rose and fell around them, and the atmosphere began to become somewhat strange. Even Su DePeo, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed Susu's neck. Then, his face darkened with jealousy, and he leaned closer, pleadingly saying, "Suzy, come closer so I can slap your face, okay? I promise I'll only take it once, just once. I'm so itchy inside from holding it in." Roll. Chapter 17 The Cycle of Spiritual Energy, Endless and Repeated. Before long, the atmosphere in front of the special training building gradually became oppressive, the reason being Susu, who was sitting on the steps enjoying the shoulder massage from the adorable school beauty. The world is so unfair. Every single boy there secretly wanted to take his place. Your awakened superpower is probably more like a stroke of good luck in love. Use your superpower randomly once, and randomly target a school beauty. Damn it. Hello, Instructor Sure. Just then, a girl seemed to spot the instructor's arrival, and stood up with great surprise, shouting at attention. As soon as that sounded, the others also stood up, their eyes lighting up, no longer paying attention to Susu. Hello, Instructor Sure. Hello, all instructors. Hello, Instructor Sure. Hello, all instructors. The students' shouts were loud and clear, their eyes fixed excitedly ahead. Several tall figures, all dressed in black uniforms and carrying black shields, were slowly approaching from a distance. It was Instructor Sure, who was in charge of the special training, and the soldiers of the guard. Although Susu didn't recognize them. But judging from their attire and the black shield they wore, these people were soldiers like Officer Tang. These are the guards they've come to the school too? Could it be that he really came here to have all the students in the special training class sign confidentiality agreements? In a short while, Instructor Sure was surrounded by the crowd and opened the door to the special training building. Because this building contains important school equipment, it is not usually open to the public. It is only open during class hours, and only when an instructor is present. Suzy, do you see them? These are the guards, each one of them is a spirit warrior, very different from the police we usually see, and they are even equipped with shields. Su DePeo stood next to Susu and offered a timely explanation. Little did he know that Susu had already witnessed it last night and was being taken to the police station for the first time to confess and receive leniency. The instructor on the platform stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping around the room. But then he revealed a warm smile and said, "Today I will formally teach you the spirit refining incantation. I'm sure you understand the importance of this matter. We will distribute a document to everyone shortly. Each person must sign their name, talent level, and special ability on it, and affix their thumbprint." After that, the soldiers in black uniforms on the stage handed out stacks of documents to everyone. The cover had the words "Confidentiality Agreement" written on it in large characters, and there was another sentence in the lower right corner. Those who violate this rule will be charged with treason and tried by a military court. That's serious. This was the first time Susu had ever seen such a document. Although he was not yet fully aware of the importance of this spirit refining formula, just by looking at this one sentence, he knew that he had to keep his mouth shut. It should be noted that the existence of spiritual warriors over the years has never been known to be leaked, which must mean that the control is extremely strict. Students who have signed the confidentiality agreement, please hand over your documents. At the same time, you can go to the senior next to me to receive the transmission of knowledge. Instructor Sure nodded to the crowd below the stage and gestured to the black shield warrior standing next to him. "I've signed it. I'll go first." A boy rushed onto the stage very quickly, his face full of excitement. I guess they didn't even bother to read the rules and regulations carefully. Their main selling point was trust. After handing the confidentiality agreement to Instructor Sure and seeing the look of approval on his face, he quickly stood in front of the black shield warrior representing the spirit refining incantation, his eyes filled with hope. Then Susu saw that the soldier hadn't done anything, not even raised a finger. The student seemed to have received a sudden enlightenment, and placed his left fist on his right palm, pressing it tightly against his chest. In just a minute or two, he opened his eyes in disbelief, as if he had already received the power of the spirit refining technique. It worked already? Is it really that amazing? A meeting of minds? Susu asked in surprise. Then, after observing the state of several people after they went on stage, it was found that they had all received the power without any physical contact with the Black Shield warrior, and everyone seemed quite excited. Susu couldn't help but feel impatient and quickly went through the confidentiality agreement. It simply means it cannot be bought or sold, cannot be leaked, and cannot be circulated in any way, etc. He knew all of this deeply and would never violate it. Susu was a very righteous person. There was a long queue, but it wasn't long before it was finally Susu's turn. He quickly handed the confidentiality agreement to Instructor Sher, then stood in front of the Black Shield warrior, closed his eyes, and seemed to be expecting a little surprise. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, Susu felt a voice resounding deep within his heart. Refine the spirit. Heaven and earth are natural, chi is dispersed, the cave is mysterious and vast, the primordial energy shines brightly. The energy within the body seemed to sense this simultaneously, flowing from the incantation into the chest and connecting to the arms. It presents the circulation of spiritual energy in two directions, clockwise and counterclockwise. Ultimately, it was injected into the chest area, forming a figure-8 circulation within the body. I could sense faint specks of spiritual energy in the air, which were being drawn into my body at an extremely slow rate. This is why a spirit warrior breaks through to the next realm. This is the first time I've felt the presence of spiritual energy in the air so directly. Susu opened his eyes in great surprise, only to find the Black Shield warrior already finished. Under his nodding gaze, Susu savored the moment while simultaneously making sarcastic remarks. Isn't the spiritual energy I'm sensing a bit too thin? And this refining speed is way too slow. It'll take forever to break through. Hey, at this moment. Suzy, this technique is amazing. TSK, this is the first time I've ever seen such clusters of spiritual energy surging directly into a body. Su DePeo, who had received the power transfer earlier, stood there excitedly raising an eyebrow at Susu. What? Where did all those wisps of spiritual energy come from? Huh? Susu was already a little confused, but now he was even more puzzled. During my internal circulation, I also saw the spiritual energy around me. It was clearly very thin, so where did all these wisps of spiritual energy come from? What? You couldn't sense the spiritual energy in the air? Su DePeo, seeing Susu's reaction, was momentarily stunned, his excited face blank with surprise. You? Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. Susu's face immediately darkened, because he noticed that Bailuachi, who had also finished transferring her power, was looking at him with the same puzzled expression. Okay. Susu's doubts instantly cleared up. I see. This so-called spirit refining incantation is actually something that depends on talent. Because of his F-rank talent, he could only sense the thin spiritual energy in the air and a refining speed slower than a tortoise. Su DePeo and Bailuachi, both top students, were clearly blessed by spiritual energy. Chapter 18. Okay, they've been targeted by leaks, a metaphor for exploitation. That means that from beginning to end, the long-awaited spirit refining instructions were just a facade to me. Susu, feeling somewhat frustrated, secretly thought to himself. It seems that my idea of relying on this incantation to accumulate spiritual energy and break through to become a spirit warrior is simply a pipe dream. No wonder most Lingwu universities have those implicit requirements regarding admission talent. Low talent indicates a lack of spiritual energy and difficulty in breaking through barriers. This will seriously affect the school's teaching quality. Almost everyone wants to teach without discrimination, but such poor talent does indeed affect the quality of teaching at schools. Thinking of this, Susu could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that his hopes of succeeding through this effort were slim. I still have to rely on my own special abilities. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The entire arena was shimmering with white light and filled with fluctuations of spiritual energy. Basically, everyone signed a confidentiality agreement and received the spirit refining incantation. At this moment, Susu looked around and could see a white light in front of him. Everyone had their eyes tightly closed, fists clenched and palms pressed against their chests, and their brows were flashing. It looks like a member of the religious community performing a special ritual. How boring, Susu muttered, releasing his grip on her hand. This spirit refining incantation is really not very friendly to someone with an F-level talent like him. The Black Shield warriors on the stage produced a small to medium-sized briefcase from somewhere. He then packed the stack of documents inside, made sure everything was in order, nodded to instructor Sure, and left. Only the burly man remained, his eyes narrowed and a slight smile on his face, surveying the students below the stage. He inadvertently noticed the sole bright spot in the crowd. The only handsome guy standing still, head held high, looking around, was Su. "You little rascal, you just got the cultivation manual, and instead of consolidating it, you're just standing here looking around." Instructor Sure stared blankly for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and his eyes showed even more surprise. "Fine, you're an F-rank kid." Fortunately, Instructor Sure clearly had other plans and didn't intend for everyone to stay here and train indefinitely. Otherwise, Su would really be a little numb. Refining my ass. This is just a few drops of spiritual energy. Everyone stop what you're doing and stand at attention. Instructor Sure nodded and calmly shouted. The sound echoed through the small building, waking everyone up. All the students below opened their clear, puzzled eyes, wondering what was going on. The spirit refining techniques have been taught to everyone. Cultivate diligently and break through to the spirit warrior realm as soon as possible. However, there is one thing: the best time to refine spiritual energy is when our bodies are most vulnerable, so we should pay more attention to physical training on a regular basis. Today, besides mastering the spirit refining instructions, we will also have a practical sparring session, with no limit on the number of participants. The goal is to completely deplete the energy within our bodies. Oh wow! So we're already going into a confrontation? Go! 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 I'm going to take on 10 of them. I think you're having a hard time taking down one, let alone 10. Do you think you're the E family? The audience erupted in gasps and exclamations, creating a lively atmosphere. Some were excited, some were nervous, and of course, there were those who were making boastful remarks before the battle and those who were quick to criticize and sabotage. One of the tall boys was standing next to a short, somewhat overweight male classmate, his eyes full of flattery as he spoke. "Brother Fei, then it'll be a one-man show for you later. Your family's Monkey King Fist is incredibly lethal. Plus, your AB rank awakened with the Beast Transformation ability, you're practically invincible. Su must have eaten a leopard's gall to dare compete with you for the nun. Oh no, I mean the school beauty. Hey, you can't say that. Jealousy and rivalry are too vulgar for us martial artists. But you're right about one thing: a man can be driven to rage for a woman. That good-for-nothing dared to steal my woman. This is intolerable." Listening to his underling's flattery, Yang Fei felt incredibly pleased. His round head, topped with a pockmarked face, gave him a knowing chuckle. His gaze couldn't help but drift to that sweet, youthful, and alluring figure. The way she feigned deep affection in her eyes almost made him vomit. "Luo Shi, as long as you turn around, I'll be right behind you." On the other side, there were also several classmates making threats, but among them were some of Su's old acquaintances, such as Li Hongwei with a bruised and swollen face and Gao Sheng who had changed to a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Brother Chang, although that bastard Su was very strange and has attack power comparable to a strength-based character. But I believe that if we all go up together, he could never defeat so many of us at once. I want him to know exactly where the Mang and Mang village comes from. I think so. Let's get him. Perhaps sensing something, Su, standing next to Bai Luoqi, suddenly felt gazes directed at him from all directions. Those were malicious glances, and Su couldn't help but smile. Okay. When you're sleepy, I bring you a pillow. This is the training method that suits me better. What a great instructor, what great practical training. Come on, ravage me to your heart's content. Su chuckled inwardly. For him, the idea of becoming a spirit warrior by relying on some kind of spirit refining incantation was simply impossible. The upcoming live fire exercise will be the perfect opportunity for us to profit from others' misfortunes. Not long after, Instructor Sure came down from the second floor, carrying a large box in his hands. Everyone couldn't help but turn their curious gazes towards him. Inside, dozens of iron lumps resembling mechanical dogs were clearly visible. The penguin logo on its head looks like a product from a certain company. After Instructor Sure flipped a switch on one of the robot dogs, these motionless robot dogs seemed to be powered on, and their two glass-like eyes began to rotate and emit a blue light. Woof woof. Intelligent machine at your service. Intelligent machine, so this really is a robot dog. Su looked somewhat confused, but Su DePeo next to him seemed to be having a good time, as if he knew what the thing was for. We will open 10 arenas on this floor later. The referee for each arena will be this robot dog. The students who will be going up to fight will be You need to report your name and abilities to the referee first. The referee will record your battle. After Instructor Sher finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the lights of 10 arenas behind him lit up. The combat drills are now beginning. You may choose your opponents freely. It did indeed have a certain atmosphere of free fighting. But before he could even react, Yu Guangzhong then saw a group of people quickly approaching him with fake smiles on their faces, followed by two familiar figures. Su, come on, if you've got the guts, fight us. We haven't even settled the score with you for bullying Hongwei and Ishang last time. The man in the lead looked quite honest and refined, with a faint smile on his face. But his eyes revealed a deep chill. The Gao family is not to be trifled with. Chapter 19, Blue Water Snake Shape, Water Immunity +1. They've come looking for trouble. Su couldn't help but feel a little touched. He liked people who were so friendly to their classmates the most. If they're selecting outstanding students this year, I'll definitely vote for you. Just as Su was about to agree, another indignant voice rang out behind him, sounding somewhat domineering. Gao Chang, you have no shame at all, huh? You actually plan to gang up on one person and still have the nerve to call yourself the strongest B-level awakened one at Xingqing's #1 Lingwu High School. I bet you've awakened, face hardening. He's about to embark on the path of martial arts, yet he's bullying someone who's only an F rank. Upon hearing this, Su opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Then he noticed that the 5 people in front of him were looking rather embarrassed, especially the leader, Gao Chang, whose rugged face had turned somewhat dark. Shut up. Isn't this ruining my good time? Who are you? Su turned around and shouted at the voice expressionlessly, without any politeness. Go back to where you came from. They're brothers fighting side by side, like father and son. They're like brothers fighting tigers together. What's wrong with them ganging up on me? That's my honor. Even a fierce tiger can fight a pack of wolves alone. You're looking down on both them and me. Don't leave yet, fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fei, who had been standing up with a mocking expression, froze completely. How? 5 of them are fighting you, but it sounds like you're the one who got the better deal. The expressions of Gao Chang and the others standing nearby also changed slightly, and they suddenly felt a little awkward. But Su didn't care about any of that. Before Gao Chang and the others could react, she turned around and enthusiastically pulled them toward the arena. Come, don't be shy, make yourself at home, Su said gently. Yang Fei was left standing there, completely bewildered. Su pulled the group onto the arena to fight, while the blue light in the eyes of the robotic dog standing to the side swept across both sides of the stage. Drop. Special Training Class Combat Drill, Su vs Gao Chang, Gao Shang, Li Hongwei, Li Xiang, and Xing. Ready for battle. A moderately loud mechanical sound rang out, signaling that the battle could begin. At the same time, many students in the audience who were still hesitating about who to choose as their opponent were also drawn to the commotion, their eyes filled with surprise. Wow, this F-rank Su was going to take on 5 at once, a clueless girl exclaimed. Especially when they saw Su take the initiative to pull them onto the stage, they assumed that Su had initiated the challenge, which puzzled them greatly. Not entirely. I think it's more like the 5 of them wanted to gang up on Su. Sigh, low talent means no rights. Another boy next to him, who seemed to be an acquaintance, turned around and looked at Su with a heavy expression, as if he felt a sense of shared sorrow. At this moment, almost everyone in the audience had the same thought: these 5 people wanted to bully others by taking advantage of their power. Even Instructor Sher, who was standing not far away, came over with an indifferent expression on his face. After all, apart from the parties involved, who could know that Su took the initiative? Of these 100 or so people, only Su Depeo and Bai Luoqi seemed to support Su. The rest were just there to watch the show. Su, go for it. Bai Luoqi followed her off stage, her amber eyes sparkling, a hint of nervousness on her face. Yeah. Suzy, give them a good kick in the ass with your boots. Su Depeo stood to the side, raising his foot high on the steps and shouting loudly, his face also showing great excitement, perfectly playing the role of the support team. Su glanced at him and smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the 5 people in front of him. Su, let's fight. As long as we avenge Hongwei and Xiao Shang, we won't attack you again next time, Gao Chang, standing in the center, said with a slight frown. Although it was somewhat unethical for the 5 of them to attack Su under the pretext of consuming spiritual energy for cultivation. But listening to what his 2 younger brothers said, this Su was somewhat strange and inexplicably powerful. According to the Sun Tzu's art of war taught in the Gao family's ancestral precepts, It's best to be cautious and act like a servant before becoming a master. Whoosh! Without waiting for Su Su's reaction, Gao Chang proactively activated his spiritual energy, causing his aura to surge. As the spiritual energy within his body dissipated, a cloud of water mist suddenly appeared, gradually spreading across the entire arena. Between his fists, swirling patterns of emerald water snaked, eliciting gasps of surprise from the audience. A water-type awakener. Such incredible talent. It has already begun to influence the surrounding world. What does this even mean? Their spiritual energy is released outwards, capable of transforming the world. They are already able to use their supernatural abilities to begin influencing the situation. No wonder some people say he's the B-level awakener with the strongest mastery of superpowers among this generation of awakeners. Drink, Ku, yeah, ha. Almost simultaneously, the four people behind him also activated their supernatural abilities. A bronze-colored light shone from Li Xiang's body, adhering to his skin. His muscles bulged, and his aura surged, somewhat resembling the scene of the 18 bronze men of Shaolin. And Xing's eyes flickered slightly. He stepped out of the floor, which instantly shattered, and sprouted vines that looked like thin snakes, which were quite spiritual. But the remaining two, Li Hongwei and Goldman Sachs, were quite surprising. One person clenched their fist and retreated behind them, their posture and aura remaining unchanged, a fake strength type. The other person shouted and activated his superpower to light a cigarette, but the small flame at his fingertips seemed only good for lighting a fire and showing off. The two exchanged a glance, then stood awkwardly at the back, wishing they could disappear into the ground. I don't know why, but I'm feeling weaker and weaker. Ready? Let's begin. I've been waiting for this for ages, Su Su said with a slight upturn of his lips, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. His size and aura surged dramatically, and he flashed with a burst of light. With a whoosh. Amidst the mist, the figure charged forward, his eyes utterly calm. He unleashed jets of water from his fists, creating a series of loud, booming sounds in the air. Rumble. The serpent of the blue water pierced out like a sharp sword or spear. Almost instantly, Su Su also moved, circulating a few strands of spiritual energy within his body between his legs. With one step, he pressed himself against the several emerald water snakes, then slipped past them sideways. His shoulders slammed forward, like a cannonball breaking through waves, and he crashed straight into it. Bang! Gao Chang clearly hadn't expected Su Su to have such a strong ability to cope. A slight surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly recovered and threw another punch. Their fists collided, and the immense force of the attack caused another loud explosion in the air. Bang! Water immunity +1. Water immunity +1. Water immunity +1. Su Su couldn't help but feel arrogant. Again. The expressions of the crowd watching from below changed slightly, especially when they saw Su Su deliver that evenly matched punch. Some were happy while others were worried. Su Zi is awesome. If you win, I'll treat you. Su DePeo, displaying his cheerleading instincts, shouted loudly, his face flushed and eyes shining, raising his hands high in excitement. Similarly, Jiang Roer, who was watching the battle alone at the back, had a faint light flickering between her brows. This was her reaction to triggering her supernatural ability, spiritual awareness. Her fair face was filled with melancholy, and her eyes gazed intently at the stage. How could this be? He's clearly just a vessel for storing spiritual energy, so how did he become so powerful that he can even clash with elementalists who have incredibly strong attack power? Jiang Roer immediately bit her cherry-colored lips, held her breath, and the light that had been flickering between her brows disappeared. His face flushed red and then turned pale, as if he were making a decision. You can't escape. Chapter 20, A Body of Bronze, You Think I Can't Beat You? No, I must have him help me with my cultivation. The spiritual energy within him can help me. With him, my chances of breaking through to the first-grade spiritual martial artist level before the martial arts exam will be greatly increased. I will definitely be able to get into the #1 spiritual martial arts university in the capital. Jiang Roer looked at the figure on the stage, swallowed hard, and nodded inwardly. A blush crept onto her beautiful profile. If it were him, perhaps it wouldn't be impossible for me. After all, the top martial arts university in the capital has always valued students' passion for martial arts over their natural talent level. Almost every student who leaves the school is a powerful prodigy, and it has produced many legendary figures who are invincible in their respective realms. Examples include Huang Zhang, the founder of the One/Explosion martial arts school, Master Ma, the 5-strike martial arts master who awakened lightning abilities and Master Yu from the Oriental group, among others. It can be said that as long as you can get into Lingwu University, the top university in the capital, everyone will be a dragon among men. Su. Could it be that you've also awakened a power-based ability? Gao Chang staggered back after missing his punch, his expression becoming even more solemn. He seemed shocked by Su's punch, and from an angle where no one was watching, his right hand behind his back trembled slightly. But on the other side, Su performed a backflip and landed gracefully, looking at him calmly and saying, "If you think so, then so be it. I won't hold back from now on." With Su's immune boost from refining the opponent's water attribute ability, Gao Chang's methods now seemed to be gradually becoming useless. After saying that, he raised his foot again and stepped forward, his aura rising, like a ferocious leopard charging forward. His right fist made a cracking sound, and then he threw a punch at the other person's face. Completely unaware, Gao Chang watched the flash of the fist before him, his pupils suddenly contracting sharply. Instinctively, he blocked with both hands, while simultaneously raising a thick water shield between his arms. Logically speaking, this water shield shouldn't be easy to break through, but... Bang! Crash! The moment Su threw his punch, the water shield shattered almost instantly, turning into a cloud of water mist that revealed Gao Chang behind it. The punch landed squarely on him, his eyes filled with panic. He was knocked back 7 or 8 steps and was only caught by the Goldman Sachs staff behind him. Water immunity +1. Water immunity +1. Holy crap, what on earth happened? That water shield was instantly pulverized into mist by Su's punch. My god, just how terrifying is that power? Gao Chang, do you even know how to play in the water, huh? I'll teach you a trick. Make a hand seal with both hands, water release, water barrier. The crowd erupted in cheers. Su's simple and unadorned punches and kicks had actually defeated a seemingly extremely strong opponent. I initially thought he was the one being bullied, but now it seems that this strength-type awakener is not to be underestimated. No wonder some people say that strength types are invincible in the early stages, except for Li Hongwei, of course. Brother, are you alright? Gao Chang quickly helped Gao Chang up and gasped for breath. Looking at the red and purple fist marks on his arm, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Could it be that even his elder brother was no match for the other party? Phew, I'm fine. Gao Chang looked at Su with a serious expression, his mind filled with confusion and doubt. After all, he knew his own situation well. This water shield was definitely not something that could be broken so easily. But Su's movement just now seemed like breaking a small splash of water. This water shield, imbued with profound spiritual energy and the power to blast through water, is simply a wildly imaginative idea. But before he could figure it out, Li Xiang and Xing stood in front of him with icy gazes. The attack was a powerful one, the sprawling vines shattering the stone slabs on the floor and piercing towards Su like long snakes, creating a terrifying atmosphere of immense power. However, Su didn't seem to care at all. After using his ability several times, Su finally understood the true nature of the Furnace Cauldron ability. It could actually increase his applicable immunity attributes by refining the power within the bodies of people he came into contact with. Just like last time we attacked Goldman Sachs's increased fire immunity, this time we're attacking the water immunity enhanced by high-level refining. This gives him a slight advantage when facing fire or water-based ability awakeners, as evidenced by his recent destruction of the water shield. It's not that the opponent's water shield is weak, it's that Su is immune to water. Looking at the two wood-type awakened and the bronze man, awakened, whom he had never encountered before, Su couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. These are all my benefactors. Come at me all at once. Let me see just how strong you geniuses really are. Su shouted excitedly, stepping over the few remaining stone slabs beside him and charging forward like a cannonball. Beneath him, 7 or 8 vines as thick as a baby's arm whistled and whipped through the air, like long, thin wooden whips, showing no mercy. However, probably because Xing had only recently awakened, the vines he was waving were not yet as easy to control as his own arms, and their speed was somewhat slow. Su managed to dodge several of his attacks by sidestepping. I'll be your opponent. Seeing the figure closing in, Li Xiang roared without hesitation. His body gleamed with a bronze light as he activated his supernatural ability and decisively charged forward. I have the body of a bronze statue, which gives me an absolute advantage over a strength-based type like you. In his view, Su might be a strength-type awakener with great power, but compared to his own tough body, which was both offensive and defensive, Su was no match for him. That's like a fake meeting the real deal, they're bound to be no match. Oh ho, a bronze statue, huh? Su flashed forward, delivering a swift and powerful side-spinning kick to meet his opponent's attack. His form was stylish, his momentum fierce, eliciting gasps of surprise from the audience. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Xiang was not kicked away by Su Su. Instead, a clanging sound like metal clashing against metal emanated from his body, unlike that of an ordinary mortal. Is this the body of the bronze statue? Su Su, is that all you've got? I'll let you fight for a minute. Seeing that Su Su's kick hadn't even budged him, Li Xiang's previously serious face immediately broke into a mocking grin. With his arms crossed, he stared confidently at Su Su on his thin face, then lightly patted the spot where Su Su had just kicked him, radiating an air of smugness. Su Su, you're nothing special after all, huh? At this moment, Su Su, standing opposite him, showed no sign of being unable to defeat his opponent or being powerless. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly as he looked at Li Xiang with the same gaze he would give a braised pork knuckle. Defense +1. Defense +1. Goodness, he even volunteered to play for a minute. You said it yourself. The next second, before Li Xiang could utter another sarcastic remark, Su Su charged forward again, his right hand clenched into a powerful punch that sent his clothes billowing in the air. Clang clang. Another clanging sound of metal striking stone rang out, and Li Xiang's disdain deepened, his grin widening to the point where he was almost bursting into laughter. That punch didn't hurt at all, ha ha ha. Chapter 21 Breakthrough. First rank Spirit Warrior. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a sound like the clanging of iron came from the stage. A boy was frantically punching another seemingly calm and arrogant boy with both hands, without getting hurt at all. Defense +1. Defense +1. Defense +1. In less than a minute. Su Su was pleasantly surprised, feeling as if his body was beginning to undergo noticeable changes. The punch that was thrown out seemed to have become even harder, indicating that the defensive attribute had a significant effect on improving his physique. Ha, what a reversal of extremes. On the other side, perhaps due to his own continuously decreasing defensive capabilities, Li Xiang, who had initially been nonchalant and smiling. Slowly, his expression changed to clenched teeth and pain, and the bronze aura emanating from his body gradually dimmed. Bang! The next second, after gritting his teeth and enduring for another minute, he saw Su Su smile slightly and open his mouth slightly, as if he were saying thank you? Call. Damn, it hurts so much. Before Li Xiang could figure it out, he was sent flying by Su Su's punch, falling directly off the stage. This caused the students below to scramble away in disgust. Who would be so stupid as to stand still and let someone hit them? They were afraid of getting tainted by this person's foolishness. I miss brother. And Xing and the others shouted, their eyes revealing a hint of panic. There was no way around it if his defenses were refined, he would be just an ordinary awakened being with slightly stronger power, standing there as a sitting duck, with absolutely no chance of blocking a punch from Su Su, whose power was far greater than his own. This is a tragedy. Hopefully, he won't make the same mistake again. Who would stand still and let someone beat them up? Su Su smiled and shook his head, then with a flourish, the rhapsody once again resounded across the arena. Strength +1. Spiritual energy +1. Water immunity +1. Although the four brothers were no match for Su Su in a one-on-one fight, Su Su was happy to put on an act with them, occasionally letting them hit him as a form of encouragement. In any case, after gaining enhanced defense, he was only slightly affected by the weakened power at most, he would just feel a bit of a disadvantage. Before long, Gao Chang and his three companions lay soaking wet on the arena, staggering about in a pitiful state. Especially their lifeless eyes, like dried-out salted fish, while Su Su stood in the center without panting or fatigue, sensing the changes in the power within his body. Phew! That was pretty fun. That's why they say the wool comes from the sheep's back. In this single battle, Su Su began to feel the spiritual energy within his body gradually increasing. Gradually, they intertwined and entwined, unconsciously circulating along his body's major meridians with his breath, constantly cleansing him. The refreshing sensation of tearing and then quickly healing made Su Su hum softly twice, his face quite rosy, as if he had taken some powerful tonic. The body's genes and cells are also being optimized due to the interference of spiritual energy. Su Su recalled what Instructor Sher had said last time, when spiritual energy condenses into clusters, it is a symbol of breaking through to the spirit martial realm. I'm about to break through to the first rank and become a spirit warrior. Su Su was overjoyed. The expanded and strengthened meridians and bones, and the optimized genes and cells all explained this miraculous scene. From this day forward, I can finally be considered a true spiritual martial artist. I have completely escaped the tragic fate of my past life and officially embarked on the path of martial arts. Is Suzy having an orgasm? Su DePeo, who was watching from the sidelines, made a surprising remark, which drew glares from many of the girls standing next to him, who then blushed. Su DePeo gasped. He wasn't joking, he was genuinely surprised to see Su with her eyes closed, her face flushed, looking blissfully content. Is this so great? Isn't this the same expression as in the 500 gigabytes of torrent movies he's treasured? At this moment, many men and women in the audience, their faces pale and dark circles under their eyes, unconsciously bit their lips, a slight smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. But she still stared at Su with wide eyes, pretending not to know anything. What? What does that mean? Blinking her eyes, Bailawachi looked around curiously, wondering what they were saying and why they said Su had an orgasm, but she still couldn't find the answer after scanning the room. About a minute later, Su slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and felt the cluster of spiritual energy within his body, his eyes shining. It's done! I've broken through to the first-grade spirit martial artist level. He couldn't help but raise his fist and shout, releasing the emotions that had been building up inside him for so long. But just as he raised his hand, he saw the huge crowd of students gathered below the stage. They all looked at him with mockery, especially Su DePeo with his square face, who raised an eyebrow and gave him a wicked look. What the heck is this? Whoosh! At that moment, a black figure flashed and appeared next to Su. It was Instructor Sher, who had been watching from below the stage. At this moment, they were also looking at Su with surprise, as if they had discovered some amazing treasure. Su, you've broken through to the first rank? Instructor Sher exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement, a hint of shock showing on his mature face. It's highly likely that in all his years of experience, he has never seen a student who could break through to the spirit warrior level within a week of awakening, especially since this student was the worst student in the class. Could it be that you, Su, have a constitution that easily absorbs spiritual energy? This completely overturned his understanding. Su didn't answer, but just smiled and nodded. But upon hearing Instructor Sher's words, everyone below the stage erupted in cheers. Even the people on the other stages stood there staring, their eyes and mouths agape. Hiss. Su has really broken through to the first rank? Damn, Su, are you serious? I'm not saying this out loud, but isn't there something wrong with these talent rankings? Could it be that F rank is the highest talent level? Holy crap! I remember last year Xingqing No. 2 Spirit Martial High School also produced a spirit martial artist. That guy was directly admitted to the capital's No. 1 Spirit Martial University. His future is limitless. Hey, look! Have you guys noticed that Sushin looks even more handsome than usual? This seems to be what spiritual warriors call genetic optimization. Honestly, if it hadn't come from Instructor Sher, who would believe it? Who would believe that an F-level talent awakener could break through to become a spirit warrior before other A-level or B-level geniuses? If Su weren't a member of some cult, there would probably be a lot of people who wanted to dissect and study him. Su's heart skipped a beat at that moment of joy, but he forced a calm smile. Damn, I'm getting anxious. Fortunately, Instructor Sher didn't think much of it. He just couldn't help but glance at Su a few more times, as if ruling out some possibility, before giving Su 2 heavy pats on the shoulder. I didn't expect that your talent level wouldn't be a hindrance to your martial arts. It seems you really have a constitution that easily absorbs spiritual energy. Your awakened superpower should also be of the support type. Easily absorbs nutrients? That sounds like something a pregnant woman would say. You really have wild ideas? Chapter 22 Agile Physique, Bullying the School Beauty? The voices from the stage continued to come. In previous years, there have been similar students who, due to their individual physical constitution, achieved twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. It seemed as if they could refine spiritual energy with every breath they took. Such people are called those with a sensitive constitution. Their cultivation speed through the spirit refining technique is several times that of ordinary people. Su, you're lucky. Instructor Sher chuckled and patted Su on the shoulder, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as he nodded at the smiling boy before him. He then walked to the front of the stage and looked down at the students below, who were looking up with envy and confusion. His words not only solved the problem of explaining things to Su, but also provided an explanation for the students below the stage. Only Su himself probably knows the truth of the matter. Wow! What kind of divine physique does Su have? My former deskmate actually has the appearance of an emperor. Su DePeo exclaimed exaggeratedly, his eyes wide. No wonder many of the senior students from the previous year, who clearly had the same level of talent as that person from number 2 middle school, still failed to break through to the spirit warrior level before the martial arts exam. It turns out that this was one of the factors. Mom, it feels like all the good things are falling on this kid's head. Not only did he break through to the spirit warrior realm, but look at our goddess John's eyes, they're practically drooling. I'm so jealous. Hee, what's so special about that? Look at Bailuwachi and all those girls who unknowingly gathered around the arena, aren't their eyes gleaming with excitement? Hey! That explains it? Susu immediately captured everyone's attention and was surprised to find that everyone was discussing Susu's physical condition. The conclusion is probably that Susu's constitution, which allows him to easily absorb spiritual energy, is similar to the fertile constitution mentioned online. It really comes down to fate, to whether each family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. At this moment, Instructor Sher turned around again and said gently, "Go find your principal later." I remember that in previous years, students who broke through to the spirit warrior realm ahead of schedule received subsidies from the school. I will send a message to your principal later. A breakthrough bonus? Susu replied with a delighted expression, "Thank you, Instructor Sher." Alright. Training continues. Those who have exhausted their energy first can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth first. After resolving the matter, Instructor Sher waved Susu off the stage and handed the ring over to the other students, saying that the other students could ask Susu to be their sparring partner, but Susu could not take the initiative to challenge or bully others. What a joke! Is Susu the kind of person who bullies his classmates? He walked up to Yang Fei, who had been there before, with a bright and humble smile. Yang Fei immediately turned and left without a second thought. Yang, how about we have a friendly match? I don't want to, I really don't want to. Yang Fei had just turned around and hadn't even left when his expression froze. He looked down at the hand gripping him, his face ashen. The immense force felt like a steel ring, binding him tightly. That's outrageous. Isn't this blatant harassment? Yang Fei swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he spoke. Let go of me, or I'll scream. Go ahead and scream, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Poor Yang Fei, his already ashen face slowly turned black as he was dragged and pulled onto the stage by Susu. His fate remains unknown. Some are happy, some are sad. In the blink of an eye, a man and a woman were locked in a fierce battle on the stage. However, the man clearly seemed to be in complete control, his every move perfectly highlighting his opponent's weaknesses. The girl moved with light, agile steps, leaping onto the stage like a deer in the forest. She raised her long, slender, fair leg and kicked out with incredible speed and power, though the kick wasn't loud. Many spectators gasped in surprise. Ah, what beautiful legs! I love it! The boy she was fighting had a slight smile on his lips. He stood still and simply leaned back dramatically to dodge the attack. His reaction speed was simply incredible. Susu, don't hold back, okay? Let me see the difference between us. Bailuwachi landed easily after missing her first attack, pouting proudly with her amber eyes filled with competitive spirit. Standing opposite her, Susu couldn't help but smile at her competitive demeanor. Although he had just broken through to the spirit warrior realm today, he felt no discomfort with his enhanced power. Every movement and every bit of force is driven arbitrarily. Furthermore, during his exchanges with Bailuwachi, he was able to clearly perceive the gap between himself and his previous self, the obvious difference between a first-grade spiritual martial artist and an unbreakthrough awakened individual. If the opponent's fastest speed is 1 or 2, then my speed is 11 or 12, which is 10 times stronger than the opponent's. It is truly an insurmountable gap. That's the charm of martial arts. Okay, then I won't hold back from now on. Hearing this, Susu smiled and nodded at her. Then she rushed over again, moving extremely fast, but in Susu's eyes, she was still a bit slow. He stopped and exhaled a breath of stale air. Watch out! With a shout, Susu turned and delivered a spinning back kick, unleashing a powerful aura that seemed almost celestial. The kick aimed directly at the girl who was still accelerating forward. Perhaps sensing the terrifying aura and hearing his warning, the girl tried to dodge, but found herself completely exposed, every spot a potential fatal target. Her gaze instantly turned serious, she bit her pale red lips, and a hint of pallor appeared on her stubborn face. He then had to raise his arms to withstand the blow head-on, in order to feel how big the gap was between himself and Susu, who had just broken through to the first rank. Susu understood the thoughts in the mind of the person in front of him, which he could tell from her blocking Li Hongwei and the others after school in order to become stronger. She is just as determined to become stronger as Su Su, which is probably a characteristic of women in the era of spiritual warriors. Women are not inferior to men. Bang! With a loud bang, a slender figure flew directly off the stage, like a flower about to fall to the ground. You beat up the school beauty? All the students watching were stunned. The adorable school beauty was kicked away by Su Su? You son of a bitch, Su Su, are you even human? His first battle to break through to the first rank of spiritual martial artist ended with him kicking the school beauty away? But before the crowd could utter a sound of protest, the figure on the stage appeared like a thunderbolt, transforming into afterimages and flashing past beneath the girl. In a flash, she scooped up Bai Luoqi and a Princess Carrie, holding her tightly. Bai Luoqi's face had turned pale with fright and she looked pitiful. Phew, I made it. Su Su, panting slightly, looked at the timid and adorable school beauty clinging to him like an octopus, her body trembling with fear. It seemed he couldn't just fight his own people like that again, even though he had only used 30% of his strength in that kick. Sorry, I didn't quite control my strength just now. Are you all right? Su Su asked with concern, acting like a warm and caring man. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately uttered the word essence, their faces instantly darkening. Damn it! Chapter 23. A spirit orb without attributes. My heart is filled with excitement. I'm fine, Su Su, you're amazing. In a short while, Bai Luoqi seemed to slowly recover from her dazed state. Her amber eyes once again looked at Su Su with intelligence and admiration. Su Su just smiled calmly. It was good that no one was injured. Ha! A chorus of boos erupted from the surrounding crowd. Only then did Bai Luoqi notice the gazes of the other classmates around her. Realizing that she was clinging to Su Su in such an unladylike manner, she immediately blushed and jumped down. Even the most adorable and innocent school beauty would feel embarrassed. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed outside the training building, followed by hurried footsteps in the stairwell, drawing everyone's attention and disrupting the two men's thoughts. All I heard was, "Damn it, I've really made it big." So-and-so broke through to the spirit martial realm. This thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire building. The voice was very familiar, and it gave people a sense of dread, as if they were being watched by an eagle. Damn it, it's Zhang the Skinflint. What's going on? He didn't come looking for me, so why am I still so scared? Wah! The number one bully of Xingqing number 1 Lingwu High School is here. Everyone, quickly cover your heads and squat down. The boys and girls around them all changed their expressions and hurriedly tried to get away, as if this man, whose voice they heard before seeing him, was some kind of villain. But this is no exaggeration. Upon hearing the roar, Su Su's face also turned pale, and all the bullying deeds of the headmaster Zhang Bapi flashed through his mind. Breaking up loving couples with sticks, punching those who skip class or leave early, kicking those who loaf around, and so on. He did almost everything that could be used to discipline students. For example, "If you don't study hard, I'll skin you alive." His most famous quote is this classic saying, which has brought countless high school seniors to tears and perfectly embodies his bullying spirit. Moreover, because this is a society that values martial arts, there is no such thing as teachers being gentle with students. Most parents would love for a teacher to discipline their children, hoping that their children will become successful, and they don't mind being slapped. Tap tap. Hearing the sound of footsteps rushing down the corridor, I saw a burly figure resembling an ape appear in the blink of an eye. A flash of white light appeared, revealing the other person's large, white teeth. Hiss! He's here! Zhang Bapi appeared before everyone's eyes. Even though everyone was already used to his domineering aura, Su Su felt his heart stop for a few seconds every time he ran into him. Damn it, you've really made something of yourself. Which little bastard broke through to the spirit martial realm? Come here and let me see. Zhang Bapi grinned excitedly, his big, round eyes wide open. At the same time, he unconsciously clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and his dark face looked terrifying. This person doesn't look like a good person at all. Upon hearing the sound, everyone averted their gaze, pretending not to hear or see anything, and whistled. The grievances have their perpetrators, and the debts have their debtors. Su Shin, hang in there. Zhang Bapi's gaze was terrifying, but the gazes of all the students in the special training class were even more chilling. Su Su gasped, a bitter smile curving his stiff face. Director Zhang, it looks like it's me. Tap tap. With a whoosh, the tall figure grinned again, revealing a set of white teeth, and appeared in front of Su Su. He was at least 2 meters tall, completely enveloping Su Su in his shadow. Good lad, good lad. Not bad. You've really made me proud. Contrary to expectations, Zhang Bapi stood in front of Su Su, excitedly patting Su Su's shoulder with his heavy hand, his face no longer showing his usual fierce expression. Su Su's lips twitched slightly as she smiled at him, feeling a sense of relief. That's good. In a spacious office furnished with tea sets, 5 figures sat around the table, each wearing the same smug smile, their gentle gazes fixed on the young student sitting in the middle. Su Su, I told you you'd make something of yourself eventually. When you awakened, I knew you were different from others. The resilience you exude is enough to prove you're a great talent. The person wearing glasses who spoke excitedly was Li Genoa, Su Su's former homeroom teacher. Sitting next to him were Principal Su Qing and Vice Principal Bai. And then there's Zhang the Skinflint, the head of the teaching department, who's sitting with his arm tightly around Su Su's neck like two buddies. It's like the whole team has been mobilized. Bang! Zhang the Skinflint seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly slammed his hand on the table, shouting. Good heavens, last year their second high school managed to produce a spiritual martial artist before the martial arts exam, and that old bastard Su Tian was so smug about it. He even dragged all the university admissions offices that came to Xingqing to their school to make a news story and brag. Zhang Bapi, recalling the events of last year, flew into a rage and cursed the principal of the neighboring school as a bastard. This year is different. Our school has produced a kid named Su Su. There are still 3 months until the martial arts exam. We are even better than them. If we nurture him properly, he might become another promising candidate for the Imperial Capital martial arts exam. Lao Su and Lao Bai, you two be more generous and don't be stingy. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Su's obsequious face lit up, and he secretly gave a thumbs up to the bully director Zhang who was clinging to his neck. Wow, you really have to be good at chatting. If these two principals could get themselves some resources or secret manuals for martial arts practitioners, wouldn't that be a huge windfall? And without any cost whatsoever. Under Su Su's expectant gaze, the two principals smiled and pointed at Zhang Bapi, then exchanged a glance as if they had agreed to a certain decision. You. Su Su was the first promising student in our class to break through to the spirit warrior realm. He was also a model student at school, so we certainly won't treat him unfairly. On behalf of Xingqing No. 1 Spirit Martial High School, Lao Bai and I have decided to award Su Su a martial arts subsidy. 1 attribute less spirit bead. As soon as he finished speaking, the others exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Bapi waved his hand and gave the principal a thumbs up, praising his generosity. 1 attribute less spirit orb. Su Su was so astonished by the principal's generosity that his eyes widened and his head buzzed. It took him a while to recover. It was a spirit pearl. Is it the spirit pearl that came from the body of the spirit beast? Is it the spirit pearl inside the spirit beast that can nurture spiritual skills? Is it that strange spirit pearl that only spirit warriors can absorb when they break through their realm? Seeing the two principals' relaxed smiles and nods of approval, Su Su couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Spirit pearl. Chapter 24. My son has gone mad. Save him immediately. Half an hour later, the school bell rang throughout the campus, and Su Su was finally able to leave the principal's office, his face beaming. He was carrying a precious spirit pearl in his arms. This is incredible. Su Su might not know about other things, but these spirit pearls and similar resources, which are prohibited from being bought, sold, or circulated, are worth far more than 1,000 gold pieces. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the spiritual ruins and grotto heavens that have appeared in various countries around the world have essentially become their armories. Furthermore, the spiritual beasts contained within each spiritual ruin are different, and the spiritual orbs born from them also have varying skills. Some spirit realms may have a large number of elemental spirit beasts, so they generally produce more elemental spirit skills. However, at the same time, it's possible to distinguish which spirit beasts produce offensive spirit skills and which produce defensive spirit skills based on the strength of their aggression. These are all matters that require careful consideration. Because each spirit realm produces different spiritual techniques, each country strictly monitors the use of its own spirit realm and the removal of spirit pearls. Therefore, there is no buying or selling of related resources on the market. Generally, these are allocated by the state as martial arts resources, and those who obtain the spirit pearl are not allowed to sell them privately. They can only use them themselves or sell them to official organizations. The purpose is to prevent hostile countries from obtaining it and using it for research against their own country. There are countless intricacies involved, and this has happened before. Walking home, Su Su kept thinking about something, and his previously cheerful expression suddenly turned into a bitter face. Damn it, I forgot to ask how to examine the spiritual techniques within the spirit orb. Nobody teaches you how to do this. This thing is so big, it's even bigger than a Nyowang Jiadu pill, it can't be taken orally. Su Su couldn't help but frown. Before long, Su Su, with a sullen face, returned home. His parents had already returned home and were still joking around in the kitchen like a young couple preparing dinner for the family of 3, unaware that Su Su had become a spirit warrior. Pop. After the sudden popping sound, there was another crisp sound. It was unclear where it came from, but this time it seemed to have triggered Su Ma's temper. Hey! You're going to die, Su Daji. We've been married for so long and you're still doing this kind of thing. Aren't you afraid Su Su will find out? I'll just cut it off, you believe me? So you won't be able to use it anymore. From the kitchen came Su's mother's furious and embarrassed voice, and Su's father's smug, silly laughter. To be honest, Su Su found the laughter somewhat lewd. Before long, perhaps Su's mother couldn't stand it anymore, and then Su Su heard another, different, crisp sound. Smack! Su Su recognized the voice. It was very familiar, the sound of a slap hitting a face. Sure enough, the kitchen fell silent after that, and Su's father's smug laughter was no longer heard, only the sizzling sound of the oil pan remained. Dad, why are you doing this to yourself? If you wanted to give me a little sister, you could have waited until I wasn't home for dinner. TSK, look at you now, you're getting a scolding from Mom again. Su Su sighed and hid in his room. He was worried that if his wife and son saw him watching the show at this hour, I'd probably get a really bad beating then, so it's best not to get involved in some of the drama. How am I supposed to use this spirit orb? Su Su stared at the shimmering white orb in his hand, completely baffled and unsure of where to begin. I searched on my phone but couldn't find any relevant information. It was all 404 errors, as if there was no trace of the spirit pearl on the internet at all. There's not even an instruction manual. Principal, aren't you overestimating my family's background? I'm the first spirit warrior in my family. After grumbling for a while and pondering over the spirit pearl for some time, Su Su finally gave up and put the spirit pearl away properly, planning to ask Guan Yu about it that evening. Back at the dinner table, Su Su then saw his father sitting at the table with an honest and unassuming demeanor, while his mother sat opposite him with a calm and composed expression, as if nothing had just happened. The ribs smell so good, Su Su said, savoring the aroma of the meat wafting in the air. Hearing Su Su's praise, Su's mother rolled her eyes at Su's father across from her and said with a soft laugh, "Come and eat more if you like it. I made this especially for you." Aunt Wang at the market said this pork isn't ordinary pork. She said it's some kind of distant relative of a spirit pig, and it's especially good for you newly awakened kids. Ha, yes, this was specially made for you by your mother. If you become a spiritual warrior in the future, you must be more filial to your mother. Su's father laughed heartily, intending to flatter Su's mother, but was interrupted by a cold glare from Su's mother. Okay, then I'll have to eat 2 more bowls of rice. I just broke through to the first grade spiritual martial artist today, so I need to keep up with my nutrition. Su Su smiled, sat down, picked up his rice bowl, and started eating, looking like he was starving. Upon hearing this, Su's mother, who had just placed a piece of rib on Su Su's plate, paused, frowned, and looked at him with concern, saying softly, "Su Su, what did you just say? You said you broke through to the first grade spiritual martial artist level?" His words were full of doubt, mixed with a hint of worry. Su's father hadn't reacted yet. That's right, I, Moth, broke through to the 100 millionth grade spirit warrior level today. Su Su chuckled incoherently as he chewed on a rib, but before he could finish speaking, he saw his mother looking at him with a panicked expression, as if he were an idiot, and she even dropped her chopsticks. Smack! Su Ma's pupil shrank instantly, and her gaze became blank. Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out. "Su Daji, call an ambulance. Xiu has gone mad." As Su's mother tried to stand up, she suddenly went limp and collapsed into Su's father's arms, her hands gripping him tightly as he supported her. Her eyes were beginning to glaze over. "Su Daji, call him now. I told you I wouldn't let Xiu go to school anymore, and now this perfectly normal child is starting to have delusions." Seeing Su's mother's expression, and then turning to see his son sitting blankly at the table, Su's father was about to pull out his phone. "What's wrong with me? Who's crazy? Nobody notified them." Su Su hadn't even swallowed the rib in his mouth when his eyes widened in disbelief. He was immediately bewildered by his parents' reaction after he revealed his breakthrough. "Mom and Dad, I've really broken through to the first grade spirit warrior." Hey. Don't call 120. Susu quickly snatched the phone from his father's hand and, with a helpless expression, dialed his homeroom teacher, Lee Genoa. If you don't believe me, at least you'll believe my homeroom teacher. Beep beep beep. Chapter 25 Misunderstanding cleared up, back to the octagon. The phone was answered after only 2 rings. Old Lee's warm and gentle voice came from the other end, showing no dissatisfaction at being disturbed. On the contrary, he was quite happy that Susu was able to make the call. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Is there something you need the teacher's help with? Susu shook his head and said with a wry smile, Teacher Lee, could you please explain to my parents that I broke through to the spirit warrior realm today? They just wouldn't believe me and thought I was having a mental breakdown. They almost called an ambulance. Oh ho! Ha 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 ha! A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone, as if he had heard the funniest joke ever. Clearly, they hadn't expected that Sue's parents would be so lacking in self-control, almost sending their promising child to a mental hospital. Hey, it's Teacher Lee's phone number. So, Susu, looking resentful, turned on the speakerphone and handed the phone back to his father, letting out a helpless sigh. Sue's mother, who had appeared to have fainted, suddenly became energetic and took the phone with the speed she used to grab discounted eggs. She looked at the screen with some skepticism, then confirmed it was indeed Susu's homeroom teacher, Lee Genoa. Teacher Lee, what exactly is Shushu? Sue's mother asked anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. But old Lee on the other end of the phone chuckled again before giving an affirmative reply. Susu is a promising talent. He has truly broken through to the first-grade spiritual martial artist level, no problem, ha. The school values him highly now and believes he will achieve great things in the martial arts exam, but he still needs to remain humble and continue to maintain his composure. A short while later, after the phone call ended, Sue's parents finally showed their excited joy, as if they had won the grand prize, their eyes filled with tears. Susu, you've really become a spirit warrior. The couple's expressions instantly changed, their faces flushed with excitement as they prepared to announce to the world that they were one of their closest family members, neighbors, and colleagues, sending messages to everyone in the company. Now everyone knows that a genius martial artist has emerged from Su Daji and Su Qin's family. Regardless of their relationship, they all bombarded each other with phone calls to congratulate them. That guy probably used up half a month's worth of phone credit. Although Susu also hoped that his parents would be happy for him, every time he answered a phone call, his mother would shout, Susu, so-and-so misses you, come and answer the phone. Social anxiety reached its peak at this moment. It's really numb. Fortunately, I didn't answer many calls. Susu then escaped from home under the pretext of training and went to Bai Luoqi's house. He entered the room using the fingerprint she had set for him. Then I saw 2 beautiful women fighting back and forth in the training room. The scene was simply too beautiful, like canaries in a cage. So this is what Bai Luoqi looks like when she's engrossed in battle, Susu remarked, looking at the girl's figure inside the octagonal cage. Is this her special ability, Mind's Eye? It's really powerful. It was clear that every move she made was a copy of Guan Yu's moves, as if she had simply learned them naturally after seeing them. Every move was aimed at the most vulnerable joints of the human body, making her extremely ferocious. The 2 of them attacked as if one person were fighting with both hands simultaneously. Before long, Bai Luoqi had gained more insight into Guan Yu's moves. Her figure leaped forward, like a swan spreading its wings, and with a butterfly whip kick, she caught Guan Yu off guard and stunned. The girl locked Guan Yu's body from behind, making Guan Yu blush and her breasts stand up, quite surging and trembling. Wow, that's amazing. This move is much more powerful than the headbutt I used yesterday. It'll defeat the enemy in one move. Susu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He had learned something new. Susu, you're here. Bai Luoqi, inside the octagonal cage, suddenly noticed Susu's appearance out of the corner of her eye. Stopping what she was doing, and ignoring Guan Yu's resentful expression, she excitedly strode out with her long legs. Yeah, I came over right after I finished eating. I saw you guys were playing really hard, so I didn't want to disturb you, Susu replied with a smile, scratching his head. The girl seemed a little shy that her violent side had just been seen, and her face couldn't help but blush. Pink clouds covered her swan-like neck, like a tempting peach. At this moment, a hot woman dressed in a black sports vest and shorts, Guan Yu, couldn't help but rub her wrists and sigh as she walked out. Her eyes glanced at Susu and Bai Luoqi with a wistful look. I'm really going to start cursing. You two, one of you used your superpower to learn all the combat skills I've practiced for years, and the other of you even broke through to the first rank with your F-rank talent. My God. It's like you're making life impossible for anyone else. I can't take it anymore, Susu, you little brat, come in here and let me beat you up to vent my anger, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. A few minutes later, two figures appeared in the octagon and fought fiercely, while the voice of a woman pointing out and correcting Susu could be heard from time to time. Or to be more precise, it was Guan Yu, a third-grade spiritual martial artist, who was giving Susu, a first-grade spiritual martial artist, a sound beating. Don't make useless moves. We are spiritual warriors born for battle and the way of martial arts. Remember that every attack should be aimed at killing. You must never have the wrong idea of stopping short of a point from the start. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly later. Guan Yu's cold face held a hint of murderous intent. At the same time, she bent over and kicked Susu's punch, deflecting it and causing him to take a heavy kick instead. Her movements were clean and swift. Don't let your punches go to waste. And don't even think about countering their moves. Most martial arts practitioners have traps in their moves, just to lure in newbies like you. Remember that. That's not something you should be thinking about. Guan Yu continued with a stern face. It must be said that although Susu in front of him does not have Bailuoqi's heaven-defying learning ability in combat, he has a stronger tenacity that can support him. With a swift, quick movement, Susu stood up again, assuming a fighting stance, his face showing no sign of the frustration of being knocked down multiple times. Surprisingly, he was surprisingly calm, with a faint hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Punch! Guan Yu shouted in a deep voice, reminding Susu before charging forward in an active stance, feinting with his left hand and then unleashing a powerful punch with his right. Drink! Susu roared back without backing down, abandoning any thought of parrying or countering, and instead wanting to unleash a torrent of punches with unbridled abandon. She's right. If someone has better combat skills or a broader perspective than you, how can you ensure you don't fall into their offensive rhythm? Perhaps it's just a small opportunity, or a small flaw. But that all means being one step behind. Chapter 26 Countering Moves, Sexy Catgirl. There is no such thing as a brilliant defense that counters every move. There is only a deadly offense that exists within one's own rhythm. Killing the opponent and winning the battle, that's probably the lesson Guan Yu wanted to teach Susu. Bang! With a deafening boom, their fists clashed as if cast from metal, creating a powerful gust of wind within the octagonal cage. But neither of them stopped what they were doing. Susu instinctively raised his knee and kicked fiercely, while Guan Yu's lips curled up when he saw this, and he also slashed down with his left hand like a knife. This kid isn't so stupid after all. Sensing that the woman in front of him had no intention of defending herself, Susu felt a gust of wind beside his ear and noticed out of the corner of his eye the faint white light flashing on her handblade. Damn it, you vile woman. You've actually started using spiritual energy. Susu gasped, glancing at Guan Yu, who wore a strange smile. He shivered instantly, raised his knee to block, and then hurriedly turned around to avoid the other person's cold and murderous little hand. Damn, this is like a monkey picking peaches. Is it really necessary to resort to such unscrupulous methods, Ms. Guan? What a vicious woman's heart. Susu was still shaken, and with trembling hands, he pointed at the hot woman in front of him, about to start cursing. Guan Yu, you bastard. But the words that were about to be spoken were abruptly interrupted by the other party. She looked at Susu with a calm and unwavering expression, as if she hadn't been the one who had just used such a vicious and underhanded tactic. Not bad reaction. Remember, the most taboo thing in battle is a gentleman's battle. In battle, you will encounter opponents who do not know your character or your heart. If you do not go for the kill, they will use your blood to pay tribute to you. The head, heart, neck, joints, and even your genitals are all vulnerable points that can be fatal with a single blow. Since it's a fight, you should target these physical weaknesses. You can have hidden cards up your sleeve, you can play dumb to outsmart your opponent, you can even feign weakness, but you absolutely cannot harbor any illusions or kindness before you've pulled out the tiger's teeth and crippled its claws. For some inexplicable reason, Guan Yu's words were so eloquent that Susu couldn't find anything wrong with them, nor did he have any intention of refuting them. His raised hand unconsciously fell back down. Because he also understands these principles very well. Things like pretending to be weak to deceive others, professional face slapping techniques, and the death and power surge technique are all just fantasies in storybooks. Who knows which one is the chosen one? I understand. Continue. Susu stared intently at the woman in front of him, his forehead already beaded with sweat, his aura surging, faintly radiating a slightly stronger killing intent, and he charged forward once again in a fighting stance. He seemed quite resilient and determined despite setbacks. Spiritual energy flowed through his hands, making them resemble two steel blades, their sharpness fully revealed. The next second, Susu stomped his right foot forward heavily, the floor vibrated, and then he shot forward at high speed, like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for Guan Yu. Whoosh! At that moment, Guan Yu's body also flashed with white light, revealing a cluster of spiritual energy fluctuations roughly similar to Susu's, which was obviously a result of the opponent suppressing his power. Susu strode forward and delivered a powerful punch, aiming straight for the opponent's handsome face, now showing absolutely no intention of holding back. But the result was different from what he had imagined. Guan Yu sneered and blocked Susu's right fist with one hand. At the same time, she grabbed his wrist and pulled it down hard. With lightning-fast reflexes, she threw a punch, her left fist aimed at Susu's forehead. Bang! The punch that was about to land turned into Guan Yu flicking Susu hard on the forehead. You lost. She smiled calmly and withdrew her hand, but what happened next made her regret it. Bang! There was another loud bang from inside the cage. The next second, the extremely wild and seductive figure on the stage flew backward, clutching the weapon, and burst through the door, leaving Susu standing there, still in a daze with his left hand in a punching position, rubbing his reddened forehead. Damn it, Susu, I'll fuck you. A woman's angry voice echoed in the room, then fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? What gives you the right to fuck me? Susu was also a little confused as to why he had only received a flick on the head, but when he looked up at Guan Yu, who was getting up with a gloomy face and rubbing his chest, he realized. No way. This shouldn't be my problem. Susu muttered to himself. He only realized then that his opponent had already stopped, but he had instinctively wanted to trade blows, so without hesitation he threw a punch. And thinking back on it now, Susu gasped, realizing something was wrong. It seemed that because of his height, he was a head taller than the other person, which was why that attack had happened. That punch landed squarely on the opponent's towering snow-capped peaks. Hiss. No wonder it felt so soft just now, that power is still lingering. Oh, I see. In the future, I hope I won't have to take responsibility for it myself. Seeing Guan Yu's aura gradually rising, Susu didn't have time to think and retreated repeatedly, explaining with a forced smile. Sister Guan, you just said that you couldn't show mercy and that you had to pull out the tiger's teeth and cripple its claws. You can't blame me for that. I didn't know you would show mercy to me. That's my problem then. Guan Yu walked over slowly with a gloomy face. It was clear that she was angry and embarrassed. After all, Susu's punch had hit the spot so accurately. A light flashed above her head, followed by a pair of adorable purple cat ears. Behind her, a long, alluring cat tail fluttered. Combined with her hot figure, she was simply irresistible. Although Bai Luoqi might be prettier and cuter in terms of looks, Susu has certainly witnessed her fiery sexiness and conquering power tonight. Susu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hiss. A special type of superpower, such as beast transformation? A stunning beauty, a sexy catgirl? With each step she took, the power of her spiritual energy increased, accompanied by an unreasonable killing intent, and her body was surrounded by clusters of dark spiritual energy. No, it's my fault. I didn't appreciate Sister Guan's care for me. Susu came to his senses, sweat beading on his forehead again. But the next second, that fiery figure flashed with black light and rushed forward. Her movements were as nimble as a cat's. Susu had no time to react before he understood the gap between himself and a third-grade spiritual martial artist. If the spiritual energy in one's body is the volume of a cup, then what the other person is displaying is the volume of a small swimming pool. Bang! Susu was knocked down. Chapter 27 Bronze Spirit Skill, Scale Shield. Back home that night, Susu couldn't help but recall his training sessions in the octagon. It must be said, Guan Yu's combat training was worthy of her status as a third-grade spiritual martial artist. Although Susu was still beaten black and blue, he basically began to understand what real combat was and continued to grow in the process of being beaten. After all, in a real battle, the bet is to kill the opponent by any means necessary, and there can only be one winner. Susu was very grateful to the other party for this. To understand these things before I officially come into contact with more spiritual warriors, so that I won't suffer more losses later. As he pondered this, Susu carefully took out his attribute-less spirit bead from the cabinet. During training, he took advantage of a break to ask Guan Yu about it, and thus understood the correct way to use the spirit bead. Spirit orbs that do not possess elemental power are generally called attribute-less spirit orbs. It is the most suitable spirit pearl for special-type supernatural martial artists. The spirit skill contained within it generally does not cause rejection reactions with people, and has the highest integration rate. Spirit warriors can use it to learn and master the spiritual techniques after breaking through to the next realm. It can also be used to absorb and refine the spiritual energy within, which is more convenient and useful than refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the refining incantation. It is like a non-recyclable power bank. Let me see what kind of spiritual technique is contained within this. With anticipation in his hands, Susu carefully held the bead and cautiously tried to infuse it with spiritual energy for the first time, gradually triggering it clockwise along the trajectory of the spiritual energy. A crystalline white light slowly began to shimmer in the room, emanating from the spirit pearl. Susu, sitting on the bed, had already closed his eyes, sensing the information from the spirit pearl. Bronze spirit skill, scale shield. Originating from the triangle crystal fish, it can condense spiritual energy on its body surface to form a tough yet lightweight shield for protection. Hiss. After learning the information, Susu immediately opened his eyes without expression. Damn it, what a piece of trash skill this is. It's just growing a layer of fish scales on your body. At the very least, Susu envisioned that the first spiritual skill he would gain after breaking through to the first rank would ideally be an offensive, amplifying, or supportive skill with special effects. After all, for a spiritual warrior, each breakthrough in a realm only allows them to master one spiritual skill, so it's better to have none than to have the wrong one. In the path of martial arts, the most important way to exert combat power is through the strength of spiritual skills. Moreover, I will be facing the martial arts test later. If I can only use a shield, I probably won't have much of an advantage. In addition, spirit orbs are mainly divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond grades, and there may be even higher grades. Although a spirit warrior can open up a region in their sea of consciousness to absorb a spirit orb from the power of a spirit beast every time they break through a realm. However, this also imposes significant restrictions on the selection of spirit orbs. Lower rank spirit warriors can absorb bronze level spirit orbs, middle rank can absorb silver level ones, and upper rank can absorb gold level ones. Of course, some spirit warriors with higher talent and potential may be able to absorb spirit orbs of different ranks. This is an important conclusion drawn from the practice of many predecessors who have climbed the path of martial arts. Thinking of this, Susu sighed. This spiritual skill is indeed rather uninteresting. I don't really want it. Imagine turning into a fish-scaled person with a shield TSK. Fortunately, Su DePeo had previously revealed that the pre-exam training class for martial arts exams had the possibility of going to the spirit ruins, so perhaps he could go to the spirit ruins at that time to find more suitable spiritual techniques. As for the one in my hand, I'll refine its spiritual energy and use it as a cultivation resource. We'll take it one step at a time, there's still plenty of time. Without a word, Susu circulated his spiritual energy again, creating a large cycle. Then, he forcefully crushed the spirit orb in his hand, preventing it from turning into a handful of fragments or spirit orb dust. The moment the spirit pearl was crushed, it transformed into specks of light, seemingly connecting with Susu's spiritual energy flow, and gradually merging into his body. And one can clearly and intuitively feel that the spiritual energy within one's body seems to have changed, as if it has become much more abundant. Although this method seems somewhat unprofitable, the results are quite good. For the next 2 months, Susu worked even harder in the special training class and in Guan Yu's training. Moreover, now that the two are at the same level, Guan Yu can no longer suppress him as before. Several times, Susu has pinned him to the ground and spanked him, after which Guan Yu goes berserk. According to him, this is a man's desire to conquer. He wants to stimulate Guan Yu's catgirl state every time. After all, getting beaten up, well, it's also a kind of enjoyment. Similarly, no one in the class thought of challenging him, a martial arts practitioner. Susu's only 2 friends, Su DePeo and Bai Luochi, also successfully broke through to the first rank soon after. In contrast, Su DePeo, presumably through arrangements made by his family, has successfully acquired a spiritual skill, which, combined with his mastery of fire, makes him a veritable demon of flames. The special training program is nearing its end, and the martial arts exam is fast approaching. Next, we will announce the list of participants in the Xingqing High School students' special training program in the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. Inside the special training building, Instructor Sher stood on the platform, holding a training record in his hand, and spoke loudly. Below him stood several rows of students from the special training class. There was a hint of longing in everyone's eyes, but almost everyone also had a clear understanding of their own performance over the past 2 months. Those who are guaranteed to make the list are definitely the top few, but you never know if you have any talent and might be noticed. Everyone had their own agenda. After all, those who could participate in this Spirit Ruins special training were bound to have a high chance of becoming the school's face. That's about going out and comparing yourself with the top students from other middle schools, slaying spirit beasts, defeating opponents, becoming a spirit warrior, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Soon after everyone quieted down, the list was officially announced on stage. First, Su, a first-grade spiritual martial artist. Second, Su DePeo, a first-grade spiritual martial artist. Third, Bai Luoqi, a first-grade spiritual martial artist. Zhang Ruofei, Su Shangjie, Li Junjian. The top 3 on the list are undoubtedly these 3, arranged in order of their breakthrough to Spirit Warrior. The heavy emphasis on first-rank Spirit Warrior is the absolute basis for their selection. After all, in previous years, those who could become Spirit Warriors before the martial arts exam were usually the ones the school would show off to, so it was impossible not to give them a spot. The other 7 people were selected based on their overall performance in previous tests, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. There's no need to emphasize who has good attack power or who has good talent anymore. It's rather embarrassing to say that someone can't compare to others in terms of skill level and is just trying to save face by relying on some performance points. It's shameful. This year, Xingqing's #1 spiritual martial high school produced 3 spiritual martial artists. Compared to other schools, they've become much more low-key, no longer boasting about producing many talented individuals. Even when Principal Su and Bai went to the higher-level education department to report on their work, they were already able to walk around the office with impunity. And now they can even ask the bureau chief to make them tea, whereas before, going there meant being treated like a servant. The reason I was able to act like a boss this year is all thanks to these solid achievements. Chapter 28 First Encounter with the Black Market, Compassion and Mercy. These are the participants in this year's Lingshu Special Training Program, which was jointly organized by multiple universities. We hope that you will grow and bring honor to your schools during this trial. The remaining students stayed in the special training class for intensive pre-exam training, hoping to improve their performance in the final crucial moment. Before long, Instructor Sher on the stage had finished reading out the list of participants for the upcoming Lingshu special training. His words of comfort made those on the list extremely excited, while also making the others secretly saddened. Sighs and whispers rose and fell from the audience. Damn it, Su Shangji and Chen Zhe, those 2 good-for-nothings, actually made the list. What's wrong with me, old Li? I'm a C-level genius from Mang Village. You have the nerve to say you're going to fight Su? Fighting is supposed to be a back-and-forth battle, with you throwing punches and kicks. Look at what you're doing, taking punches to your face every day. Your main job is to get beaten up every day? Indeed, Xingzi is right. Hongwei, for the past 70 days or so, I've only seen you get beaten up. Li Hongwei. The people standing in the middle of the line were talking angrily, but when their eyes fell on the person standing at the front of the line, they unconsciously covered their faces with their hands. A beautiful figure stood in the crowd on the other side. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness as she stared at the tall, imposing figure ahead of her, her delicate, pretty face slightly pale, lost in thought. She might be the only B-level talent awakener in this special training class who fell behind. Suzy, we're setting off for Lingshu the day after tomorrow. I can't believe it. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, we've all become spirit warriors, ha ha ha. After the group disbanded, Su DePeo excitedly grabbed Susu's neck and roared, clearly having been eagerly anticipating this day. After all, the Spirit Ruins is the battlefield where spirit warriors can truly showcase their skills. Susu was also somewhat excited at this moment, but he still appeared much more composed. I'm going to the Lingwu Black Market tonight, do you want to come along? Sure, but why go to the black market? Is there anything you want to buy? Su DePeo scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, and asked. Bai Luoqi, the adorable school beauty who had been silent all along, also looked over. We're going to the Spirit Ruins, shouldn't we prepare weapons, armor, and some basic medicines in advance? As Susu was speaking, he was surprised to see Su DePeo and Bai Luoqi chuckling at the same time. I've already prepared your share. I've already prepared that for you in advance. Oh my god. Susu was stunned before he could react. Su DePeo and Bai Luoqi were also taken aback and looked at each other with a smile, clearly not expecting that the other party had also prepared equipment for Susu in advance. Oh wow. TSK, Suzy, you're quite the lucky guy. Su DePeo looked at Susu and teased him with winks and smirks, the smile on his lips seeming to have another meaning. Quickly tell me. Which do you want, your brother or the woman? Seeing his teasing and joking voice, Susu immediately smiled and waved his hand without responding. What's the point of choosing? Wouldn't you stab your brothers a few more times for a pretty woman? The next moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the adorable school beauty who had heard the question blinking and involuntarily turning her head to the side, pretending not to care and avoiding Susu's gaze. A faint pink blush rose to her cheeks, and in that instant, the girl's eyes clearly lit up. Her amber eyes were filled with anticipation for Susu's answer. She slowed her pace and stood beside him, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, revealing a shy girlish heart. Every little gesture seemed to be saying, "Susu, Susu, pick me quickly, pick me quickly." But Susu just smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow at Su DePeo to show his regret. Without hesitation, he grasped by Luwachi's smooth little hand and lifted it up, just like announcing the winner of a certain ring match. "Yeah." Bai Luwachi's eyes lit up immediately, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, and she smiled happily. So much so that for the rest of the journey, she forgot to pull her small hand, which he had been kneading and squeezing, away from Susu, letting him play with it for a long time without making a sound. Hiss. Her skin was as white and tender as jade, and her hands as soft as tender shoots. After dinner, Susu went to the Lingwu black market. Contrary to his expectations, there were no small stalls everywhere, and no one was hawking their wares. Most of them are brightly lit display cases, and each shop has the words Lingwu exclusive hanging in front of it, which is used to discourage ordinary people who accidentally enter or are just browsing. Susu saw a weapon shop with a sign that said it was open for business and went inside. It was Zhongquan Weapon Shop. Inside, there was only an old man holding a white dry cloth, constantly wiping the small items in the counter. Although each item was already clean and shiny, he was still wiping it continuously. Let's call this old man Zhongquan, meaning arrogant and unruly. What a strange person. The old man stopped what he was doing as Susu walked in, looked up and said with a hint of helplessness, "If you need anything, take a look carefully." The words were a bit strange, but Susu nodded curiously. To be honest, it was quite novel for him to visit this place for the first time. Although Su and Bai said during the day that they had prepared weapons and armor for Susu. But Susu still wanted to come to the black market to see the market for spiritual warrior weapons, so he could find out how much of a favor he owed. Hiss. Old man, you actually have firearms here. Susu looked at the largest display case in the shop with great shock, where a whole row of firearms was displayed, from light pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles to infantry guns, howitzers, and so on. This is like opening an armory on the main street of the black market. Susu's mind was a little dazed at this moment. Looking at that entire row, the most eye-catching among them were the Gatling guns, gleaming with a light blue light. Curiosity drove Susu to take a closer look, but he gasped when he saw the introduction next to the booth. Firearms, Compassion Gatling Gun. Price, $888. Friendly reminder, B-grade weapon. Danger. Stay away from the muzzle. Hee hee, how truly compassionate, Susu chuckled as he looked at the name on it. When traveling, it seems their main method is physical salvation. It's obvious that the weapons in this shop are also categorized according to the weapon standards used by spirit warriors, namely S rank, A rank, and F rank. The B rank heavy weapon Compassion here is clearly not a weapon that Susu's level can handle. Just then, the old man sitting behind the counter sighed for no apparent reason. Susu couldn't help but turn his head to look at him, only to see the old man looking at him with a deep gaze and saying, "Young man, look at something practical. You can't afford that thing, and even if you did, you wouldn't be able to use it." Susu's face twitched as he listened to the old man's frank words. Just like those classic quotes. Besides getting me covered in saliva, what else can it do? Chapter 29 Black-Hearted Old Deng, Black-Hearted Bullet. Just as Susu was examining the weapons in the shop. Suddenly, the old man got up and walked to a door on the side. The light illuminated the room, and box after box of black iron eggs came into Susu's view. Oh my god. Then, to Susu's astonishment, the old man picked up a box of iron eggs, turned to Susu, and grinned, revealing a toothless mouth and squinted eyes, as if showing off something. The box had 4 large characters clearly written on it. Handle with care. Young man, you're planning to enter the spirit ruins, aren't you? The old man chuckled, seeing through Susu's purpose for this trip. Old man, I can tell you don't look like a wealthy man. Let's take a look at these hard currencies instead. After saying that, he took out the box of iron eggs and, before Susu could react, threw it heavily at Susu's feet. Bang! A clanging sound came from inside the box. Holy shit, this thing is going to explode. Ignoring all respect for elders, Susu roared at the old man and dashed towards the door. But the old man didn't seem to care about Susu's foul language. Seeing Susu's exaggerated reaction, he grinned, subtly raised his eyelids, and said with utter disdain, Old man, I didn't pull the safety pin, what are you afraid of? Then, with a kind expression, he looked at Su and beckoned him in. Young man, it's not good to be so afraid of death at such a young age. As a spiritual warrior, you should live a bit more arrogantly. Heh, you've certainly taken things quite lightly at your age, Su said expressionlessly from the doorway, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although I was somewhat speechless, I still went in. Tisk, look at you, young man, how come you can't understand a word of reason? If things were really that easy to mess up, would I dare to just throw things away like trash? The arrogant old man glared at him and turned away. Come and take a look. Blackheart bullet, a ready-to-use weapon without star rating, 50,000 each. It's perfect for young people like you who are just starting out in the spirit ruins. It can hit any spirit beast below the second rank with one shot, and it's also an area of effect attack. Oh wow! This unstarred iron lump, costing only 50,000 each, can deal with spirit beasts below the second rank? To be honest, Su was somewhat tempted, but more than that, he was incredulous, feeling that there was something fishy about it. You mean, black-hearted bomb? You don't mean the kind of bombs sold by unscrupulous merchants, do you? Su frowned and looked at the squinting, grinning old man with suspicion. Any single, even the worst, cold weapon in your shop costs hundreds of thousands, and you're telling me that the black heart bullet is the only destiny? After saying that, Su looked around at the shelves and counters on both sides. The cheapest item was a square alloy tile of grade F, priced at 250,000. The more expensive weapons were already priced exorbitantly, so the more he looked at them, the more he felt that this black-hearted bullet was a scam. Could that bastard old man have spotted the meager 10,000 or so yuan in his pocket? Ha, you still don't believe me? Fine, this old man will show you today. As if reading Su's mind, the old man suddenly grabbed a few black-hearted bullets, snorted, and headed to the next room. I only brought out this treasured item because I like you, and you're not even grateful. Judging from their posture, it seemed they were going to open Su's eyes and let him see the power of this black-hearted bomb. Su followed with some doubt, muttering unconsciously, really? A treasure kept hidden away? It's not some junk that can't be sold, is it? Looking at the rust on it, Su really suspected that the other party was using it as an excuse to take advantage of him and clear out their stock. Bullshit. Come with me. The next second, Su followed him into a room, which was a partitioned special alloy room with 6 walls that resembled the test wall in the special training building, and there was a display screen on the outside. Kid. Cover your ears and watch carefully. The arrogant old man grinned and, right in front of Su, pulled the safety pin on a black-hearted bullet in his hand. Then, with a hoarse voice, he shouted farewell, and threw it straight into the room through a window. Knock knock. The sound of it hitting the ground echoed out of the room, and the monitor outside showed the dark metal egg rolling on the metal floor. Upon hearing the old man's reminder, Su quickly covered his ears and waited for the explosion. 1 second. 2 seconds. Sizzle. The iron egg reflected on the screen crackled and disappeared with a burst of sparks and white smoke. The test results appeared on the black screen the next second. Area damage, 0 not detected. Su was dumbfounded, his lips twitching violently. This damn treasure was a complete disaster? Old dang, you're trying to scam people here. Cough cough. Don't panic, what's there to panic about? The old man coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed, and waved his hand to signal Su to calm down. Then, in one go, he pulled out 2 more black-hearted bullets and threw them in. Bang! Bang! Boom! Before Su could turn around and leave, 2 iron balls landed on the ground in the testing room, followed by a loud bang. The screen showed a boiling wave of fire, which was quite astonishing. Area damage, 10087233333 peak 1 star rating. Young man, you see? This old man is selling a treasure, although it has some minor flaws. After the explosion, the old man, who had been covering his ears, grinned smugly at Su, revealing 2 prominent front teeth. But at that glance, he saw Su's numb and resentful expression, and assumed that the other party was amazed by the power of the black-hearted bullet. Not bad, that's a more reasonable reaction. Hey, young people still lack composure. Back in my day, when I participated in the Northern Expedition, that was a real battle. Grandpa Zhang nodded with satisfaction, casually tossed the safety bolts in his hand into the trash can, and began to recount his remarkable exploits. But the next second, seeing Su rubbing his ears vigorously with both hands, he shouted angrily, "What did you say? I can't hear you." Forehead. Grandpa Zhang Kuang. We were having so much fun that we forgot to remind the kid. Because this black-hearted bomb seemed unreliable, Susu was just about to turn away in disappointment when, unexpectedly, the unscrupulous old man quickly threw out 2 more iron balls. Because he was too embarrassed to warn Susu in time, Susu not only witnessed the shocking scene but also suffered temporary hearing loss due to the explosion. An old man and a young man stood silently in front of the box of iron eggs, having nothing to say, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Old man, call the police. Don't say I'm trying to extort you. This is seriously unfair to consumers. You even blew up my ears and made me deaf. Hey! You little rascal, don't talk nonsense. It's clearly your own fault for not paying attention. What? If I dare to call the police, you dare to let the gas out of my system. Damn it! You're hard of hearing and you're talking nonsense. Holy crap! You're sending me to report to the King of Hell? Grandpa Zhang Kuang. Chapter 30 Departure from the Spirit Ruins. Rare Spirit Beasts. About 20 minutes later. The arguing between the old and young in the weapon shop finally subsided, as if they had been given a chance to catch their breath. The next moment, those on the street who didn't know what was going on saw Susu storm out, carrying half a box of iron eggs, while cursing and swearing. Isn't this blatant bullying of honest people? They only compensated us with half a box of toxic munitions. Behind him stood an old man with a missing tooth and a resentful look at the shop entrance. He seemed to be sending him out as if he were a plague carrier, wiping away a bead of sweat. I almost lost a whole box of counterfeit bombs. What a bastard! I've never seen anyone so good at haggling. The arrogant old man took a slow, deep breath, his face contorted with wrinkles, trying to calm the anger in his heart. You son of a bitch, you spent 100,000 yuan to buy half a box of my toxic bombs. Don't let me see you again. In the open space in front of the special training building, there was a bus and 5 or 6 guards in black uniforms. Susu, carrying a backpack, stood quietly to the side with Bai Luoqi and Su Depeo, waiting. Beneath his outer garment was a layer of seemingly lightweight iron armor. In his hand he held a phoenix-shaped tang sword, its blade gleaming with an extraordinary, cold light. At the same time, a tiger-toothed dagger exuding a terrifying aura was tucked into his waistband. These are the weapons and armor that Bai Luoqi and Su Depeo prepared for Susu, all of them F-grade fine steel weapons, making him fully armed. As for the extra suit of armor, Susu put it away and carried it on his back. These items were clearly very valuable, but Susu did not refuse their kindness, because there was no need to be. Being too calculating would only make them seem distant. The 10 of you who are participating in the Lingshu special training will get on the bus and follow our guards. You must not violate any rules along the way and must obey their commands. They will guide you into the Lingshu. Furthermore, before entering the spirit ruins, you will most likely encounter students from other schools. I don't care if there are any conflicts or fights between you, but remember this, you are not allowed to cause trouble at the garrison base. Violators will be punished by the base's guards. Instructor Sher stood in front of the vehicle and shouted loudly, his eyes sweeping over the neatly dressed and excited crowd like an eagle. It was clear that his reminder was indeed very effective. These hot-blooded young children are bound to harbor hostility towards their peers and have an inflated sense of self-importance. A simple reminder can ease their anxiety. After saying that, he stepped aside and waved his hand, signaling Susu and the others to get into the car quickly. Brother Don, go to the snowfield and give someone a good kick in the ass. Sister Wan, we're waiting for you to come back. Keep going. The other students in the special training class were all cheering for their partners, and basically everyone's name was mentioned, except for Susu, who had awakened the school beauty's special ability. When he turned around excitedly and waved to everyone. Silence. Before long, everyone boarded the bus, which represented the lead vehicle, with excited expressions. Along with the guards protecting these students, they sped off towards the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. I heard that number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school are also heading to the Snowfield Spirit Ruins today, and students from Wancheng next door are also on this trip. Do you think we might run into them in the Spirit Ruins? Shenzhe patted his face and said excitedly, clearly looking forward to competing with the other top students from Lingwu High School. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pretty girl with a ponytail sitting in front of him turned around, eager to see what was going on. In that case, shouldn't we choose a captain for our team? That way, we can help each other when we enter the Spirit Ruins. Although Coach Sher didn't say it explicitly, it's clear that after entering the Spirit Ruins, we might have to fight with other teams. It's necessary to choose a captain. I'll vote for Susu. At this moment, Su DePeo, who was sitting in the back, also excitedly joined the conversation. However, judging from the way he kept glancing back, he seemed to be a shill hired by Susu. Susu sat in the last window seat on the right side of the bus, while Bailawachi sat in the opposite window seat on the left side. Because of their backpacks and the equipment they were carrying, everyone occupied two spaces, making the space feel more spacious. Bailawachi, who was lost in thought, snapped out of it when she heard a certain keyword mentioned earlier. She looked at him with a cute but serious expression, clenched her fist, and said, Susu, will you be the team leader? I'll vote for you. Susu as captain? The pretty girl in front, Ruan Xiuxiu, turned around to look behind her. Chen Zhe and the others also turned around upon hearing this, their gazes falling uniformly on the handsome man with a striking profile who was leaning against the window. That's certainly the case. After all, based on ability, Susu is indeed the most qualified to be the captain. But everyone who saw it was momentarily stunned, momentarily speechless. Wow, this guy is so handsome. The naive girls were starting to wonder, had Susu always been this handsome? How come they only realized it today? What's going on? Susu glanced out the window and then to his left, where he saw these creatures that looked like hungry babies, their eyes fixed on him. Especially a very few individuals, with their large faces, turned around and let out a snickering laugh. Wow! Su DePeo actually has the makings of a villain? Meanwhile, in a luxurious and artistic villa, two figures were sitting in the living room conversing. One person looked slightly tense, had a hot figure, and sat politely at the table, while the other looked like a boss, with a very gentle face and a few wrinkles around his eyes that revealed his fatigue. Mr. Bai, are there really those rare spirit beasts you mentioned in the Snowfield Spirit Ruins? Guan Yu looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with some confusion, her expression still quite puzzled. What exactly is the difference between these so-called rare spirit beasts and other spirit beasts? Although she was already a spirit warrior close to the 4th rank, and had visited almost half of all the spirit ruins in the country. However, he still couldn't quite understand the rare spirit beasts that the middle-aged man in front of him had been emphasizing during this period. The man's name was Bai Chang, who was Bailawachi's father. Since Bailawachi broke through to the 1st grade spirit warrior, he has returned home and explicitly stopped Guan Yu from helping Bailawachi purchase spirit pearls on the black market to obtain spirit skills ahead of time. It was said that Bailawachi was required to find a special kind of spirit beast called a rare spirit beast during the upcoming special training in the spirit ruins. This move is truly baffling. I've never heard of any rare or exotic beasts before. Mr. Bai picked up his teacup, smiled gently, and looked at the excellent coach he had found for his daughter with great respect. Xiaoyu, do I look like the kind of person who would joke about something like this? But actually, there's a reason why I sent Luwachi to find rare spirit beasts. The man smiled and shook his head in response, but a glint of light inadvertently flashed in his eyes. As if anticipating something. Chapter 31 Evolvability, Theory of Spirit Beast Talents. Rare spirit beasts are extremely rare, but each birth almost always comes from a specific spirit beast clan. You can think of it as a benign mutation, or evolution. The spiritual skills produced by these rare spirit beasts also differ from those of other spirit beasts of the same kind, the most important of which is. The man paused, holding his teacup, then smiled at Guan Yu and continued. The most important point is evolution. The spirit pearls produced within rare spirit beasts that meet the conditions for evolution also possess the characteristic of evolution. Under the right conditions, bronze can evolve into silver or higher. Think about it this way, when encountering an opponent of the same realm, what advantages would this extremely rare and precious spirit pearl have? Luo Shi is very lucky. She has a level martial arts talent and has also awakened a very promising superpower, Mind's Eye. Her future is destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and every step she takes now is extremely important. Hiss. I see. Upon hearing this, a look of understanding finally appeared on Guan Yu's shocked face. She understood why the man before her had made such a decision, and nodded in approval. This was the first time she had heard of such rare spirit beasts and spirit pearls that could evolve to higher grades. Even at the Spirit Martial Academy, she had never heard of them before, which showed that this was information that was being monopolized. Not many people probably know this. Guan Yu immediately began to imagine a scene in his mind. The biggest difference between a 3rd grade spiritual martial artist and a 4th grade spiritual martial artist is the silver level spiritual skill. If a 3rd grade spiritual martial artist possessed a rare spiritual pearl, wouldn't it be a sure thing to fight across levels? Furthermore, if a third-grade spiritual martial artist possesses a rare spiritual pearl and enhances it to the gold level, wouldn't a fourth or fifth-grade spiritual martial artist with only bronze or silver-level spiritual skills be at risk of being defeated at any moment? This is truly defying the heavens. Thinking of this, Guan Yu suddenly recalled the image of that useless boy, remembering his status as a useless person with F-level talent. I can't help but wonder, if Xiao Bai is destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, what about you? What will your future be like? The bus drove northwest for a full 5 hours, from the bustling city center all the way to the desolate, snow-covered land before finally coming to a slow stop. Have we arrived at our destination, Suzy? As Su DePeo, who had been sleeping in his seat, felt the car stop. He wiped his mouth and mumbled sleepily, then lifted his eyelids and reached out to open the window so he could see the vast expanse of white. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew in through the slightly open window, and Su DePeo immediately shivered and woke up. Ouch, it's so cold. Su slowly opened his eyes. After a 5-hour drive with slight swaying, he had successfully fallen asleep. Only now did he wake up and look outside. This is the Snowfield Spirit Ruins? Seeing the scene of snow covering the sky, Su muttered to himself, then opened his eyes wide and looked around the window with a look of confusion on his face. Hiss. I haven't seen any of those so-called spirit beasts in the snow during the day. Just then, the front door opened, and Su saw a burly man get out of the lead car and walk towards the bus. Students, we're almost there, but we're heading to a garrison base. It's a military area, and taking photos or videos, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Xin Hao patiently explained the precautions one by one, and only after receiving affirmative responses from everyone did he nod and continue driving. Before long, in this vast white world, a dark, round mass appeared in the distance, slowly revealing its true form. Arrive! A garrison base outside the Snowfield Ruins. The car slowly drove up to the entrance of the base and was stopped by several guards in uniform. Unlike the Black Shield warriors, these warriors were holding guns that gleamed with black light. Oh wow, the guards here are equipped with firearms? At this moment, the door of the car in front opened, and Xin Hao got out and handed his identification to the armed soldier. The two exchanged a few words, seemingly checking information, but it was hard to hear clearly. But the next moment, the soldiers stepped aside, and the heavy door behind them slowly opened with a loud bang. Let them through. Xin Hao got back into the car, and the vehicle continued to move inward, entering the base that represented the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. Su immediately became curious and leaned out the window to look out. The others were also visiting this place for the first time, and they were excitedly looking around at this mysterious base. Then, rows of identical 3-story buildings came into view, all with the same style, their doors and windows tightly shut. What's even more shocking is that there isn't a single shop or business establishment here. The only thing you see occasionally is a guard on the roadside, giving it the feel of a military stronghold. After crossing the main road, the bus turned right and stopped on the side of the road. Su noticed another bus parked not far away in front of a building. The windows were fogged up, suggesting it had just been turned off. Has someone already arrived? Get off the bus, let's go inside and rest. The man in the car in front shouted and opened the door of the 3-story building next to it. Led by him, the group quickly entered the building, their eyes darting left and right, like newcomers to the city, full of curiosity. Dear students, it is already afternoon. In order for you to be in better condition when entering the Snowfield Spirit Ruins, we will contact the garrison base to enter tomorrow. You'll be staying here tonight. You can choose your own room. Dinner will be served in the cafeteria, which is the only place with signs, so don't worry about getting lost. Xin Hao acted like a tour guide, carefully explaining the upcoming arrangements, but as he spoke, his gaze fell directly on Su, who was somewhat surprised. What are you doing, boss? You must be Su. Xin Hao smiled slightly, his gentle gaze making Su feel extremely uncomfortable, as if he were being sexually assaulted in public by a man's gaze. Su took a step back expressionlessly, without responding, as if the person being called wasn't him at all. Then, the next second, after looking left and right with an extremely surprised expression, he answered the other person. I am Yanzu, you have mistaken me for someone else. Su looked at the other person with a serious and frank expression, his eyes slightly brightening, as if to say, I am Yanzu, you can trust me. His expression made it seem as if Xin Hao had really mistaken him for someone else, which caught him off guard, and he instinctively wanted to apologize. Handsome guy, are you Daniel Wu? Sorry. Chapter 32 Spirit Pearl Trading, Food Grabbing Squad. Yanzu? I also have hair dye. Su DePeo and the others were also somewhat bewildered by the conversation between Su Su and Qin Hao. What are you two doing? It feels like we're watching a traditional Chinese folk performance. Life is a stage, so you can start showing off anytime, anywhere? Which one is Su Su? Qin Hao turned his head with some confusion to look at the boys around him, trying to match the information in his mind with these faces. But he found that these people were all looking at him and Yanzu with question marks on their faces, their brows slightly furrowed and their eyes empty. What a bewildered and ignorant expression. Everything is understood without words. Qin Hao was also a little confused, but as someone who had seen a lot of the world, he immediately understood the meaning behind everyone's looks. He looked at Yanzu with a hint of interest in his eyes and said, Su Su is really interesting. His looks are so good that he could be called the Yanzu of Xingqiang, haha. However, I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. Would you like to speak to me privately for a moment? What kind of business? Upon realizing he had been recognized, Su Su calmly inquired. This transaction that occurred near the entrance to the spirit ruins is likely related to this. After saying that, Qin Hao smiled and pointed to a room next door, inviting Su Su to come with him to the room for a detailed discussion. Su Su followed, thinking that since he was a member of the guard, it couldn't be anything bad that had come his way. After closing the door, Qin Hao took out his phone from his pocket. The screen that was unlocked was then placed in front of Su Su, indicating that he should take a look before continuing the conversation. This is a spirit beast from the Snowfield Spirit Ruins? Su Su's gaze fell on the phone screen, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The image depicts a giant ice tiger with enormous horns on its head, crimson eyes, sharp teeth, and a chilling aura. Although no more concrete scene was seen, this single picture is enough to convey the imposing presence of this tiger-like mythical beast. It's clearly an extraordinary and ferocious spirit beast. Su Su glanced at it twice, then looked at Qin Hao with some confusion, waiting for his explanation. This spirit beast is called the Ice Soul Tiger. It is an extremely suitable spirit beast for both water and ice attributes, and it is a type of spirit beast that can only be found in the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. The spiritual pearls and techniques contained within their bodies can often grant a martial artist a powerful offensive spiritual skill. And the deal I want to make with you is the spirit pearl of this Ice Soul Tiger. My sister is also taking this year's martial arts exam. However, her talent is slightly lacking, only at grade C. This spirit orb is a gift I'm preparing for my younger sister to break through to the first grade in the future. At this point, Qin Hao looked intently at Su Su, his meaning quite clear. He wanted Su Su to help him hunt an Ice Soul Tiger and seize the spirit pearl after entering the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. Oh wow, so he's a doting brother. However, Su Su was somewhat puzzled as to what. Why don't you go in yourself? Is there some kind of restriction? After all, Qin Hao, as a member of the guard, was powerful and had no reason to ask someone like me, a first-grade spiritual warrior, to help hunt spirit beasts. The next second, Qin Hao spoke. All the spirit ruins in the country are like our spirit warriors, with different levels. Spirit ruins containing 1-3 great spirit beasts are called primary spirit ruins, 4-6 great spirit beasts exist in intermediate spirit ruins, and 7-9 great spirit beasts exist in advanced spirit ruins. As for the initial spirit ruins, the requirement is that spiritual warriors above the 4th rank cannot enter again. Even if a spiritual warrior meets the requirements, they need to submit an application to enter, and they cannot take more than 3 spirit pearls out of the spirit ruins. As he spoke, Qin Hao looked at Su Su with a helpless expression and held up 4 fingers. I broke through to the 4th rank a couple of days ago and will soon be transferred away from here. The guard army has strict requirements, and if you need spirit pearls to learn spirit techniques, you can apply to your superiors. However, the spirit pearl cannot be taken away from the spirit ruins at will, so I can neither go in nor ask my comrades for help. During my trip to Xingqiang, your principal Su told me that you are the most talented student in this batch, so I shamelessly approached you to discuss this deal. The trading price for a first-grade spirit beast's attack-type spirit orb is generally between 1 million and 1,800,000, but I can offer you 2 million for this Ice Soul Tiger spirit orb. Oh, I see. 2 million, you know. Su Su listened and pondered for a few seconds, not making a decision immediately. He was still thinking about whether it was feasible and was not blinded by the unimaginable price. But isn't the buying and selling of spirit beads prohibited in the market? Won't we be violating the regulations? Su Su asked. That's right. The buying and selling of spirit beads is not allowed on the market. This is a rule set up to maintain social order. But in fact, it still leaves a little convenience for us spirit warriors. Any spirit pearls that spirit warriors obtain when they enter the spirit ruins can be traded for other resources. Oh, really? I myself am a member of the guards, how could I knowingly break the law? It is the spirit pearl dealers and resellers who are being restricted. And the main purpose is to prevent unscrupulous individuals from circulating our unique spiritual pearls overseas. As for the trading of a few spiritual pearls, no one will object. Qinhao laughed and explained, pointing to the guard badge on his chest. He noticed that Su Su's eyes seemed to be sparkling. Okay, let's do it. As evening approached, white smoke began to rise from the center of the garrison base, signaling that it was dinner time. Su Su, surrounded by Su DePeo and his group, walked out of the three-story building. Everyone had a smile on their face as they jogged towards the cafeteria, displaying a youthful vigor. I'm starving. I heard the food here is all made from spirit beasts, and it tastes amazing. Shenzai, his mouth watering, introduced the dishes to Su Su and the others, even sniffing the air as if he were smelling the aroma of the food. Spirit beast meat. Aren't we in for a treat? The others in the special training class would be green with envy if they knew, Another boy, who was running extremely fast, couldn't help but increase his speed even further. Suzy, run! Hurry up and catch up! Su DePeo shouted, turning his head, unable to hide his excitement. He then let out a loud howl, like a frolicking husky. Charge, brothers! Charge! 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 In the blink of an eye, only Su Su and Bai Luoqi remained, walking at their leisurely pace. Seeing Su DePeo and the others' behavior, I couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What's going on? We've come to this snowy wilderness, surely the soldiers at the garrison base don't think they'll let us students go hungry? Su Su shook his head with a helpless smile and said, Is it because food tastes better when people fight over it? Chapter 33, Conflict has arisen, so let's fight. Let's go, Xiao Bai, let's hurry up, or they'll really eat all the food, Okay. Su Su shook his head and smiled, then turned his gaze to the girl walking beside him. But as he looked at her, he seemed slightly lost in thought. She wore a pristine white fleece-lined coat and a cute white knitted hat with two bunny ear-like accessories on the top. The girl's beauty was like a snow lotus in full bloom. Her eyes were like autumn water, her lips were light red and moist, and her small, jade-like hands were cupped in front of her face. The occasional puffs of steam, in this somewhat chilly weather, looked even more tempting, like soft and delicious snacks. Like a fawn in the snow, wandering aimlessly in people's hearts. Su Su immediately turned his head, staring straight ahead, and silently chanted, Calm your mind. With no woman in his heart, drawing his sword naturally makes him a god. The two had only been gone for a few minutes when Su Su vaguely heard what sounded like an argument coming from ahead. Especially when they heard Chen Zai and Su DePeo's loud voices, it sounded like they were confronting someone. Could something have happened? Despite the explicit regulations of this garrison base, how could anyone still think of causing trouble? Go fight in the spirit ruins. Su Su was filled with doubt and confusion, so he quickened his pace and walked forward, his brows furrowed as he listened carefully to the increasingly loud argument. Are you the special training participants from number 1 high school this year? A male voice came from ahead, questioning, as if he were looking at someone of lower status. The tone of his voice was unpleasant. Hee, young Master Ong, I never expected that these people from number 1 high school would be such good-for-nothings. Look at the way they were shaking their heads and pouncing like vicious dogs, it was just too funny. A sarcastic girl's voice rang out, mixed with laughter from several others. Even though Su Su was standing at a distance, hearing this made him instantly furious. Although in previous years many students would compete fiercely, even resorting to physical fights, at this gathering of geniuses, Su Su had never heard anyone speak so venomously before. Before Su Su could arrive, Su DePeo's booming voice rang out. Hearing that curse, Su Su could even imagine Su DePeo pointing at the girl and hurling insults at her. Bullshit. You bunch of scoundrels from number 2 middle school, how dare you come here and mock me with your sharp tongues? Even my 300-point high IQ brain can't figure this out. Your second high school only has one rank 1 spirit warrior this year, and you still dare to act like a pig with a scallion in its nose in front of me. You're just pretending to be an elephant. If you're not satisfied, let's settle this in the spirit ruins tomorrow. I'll have my brother Su Su scatter your ashes, it's no big deal. Su DePeo's cursing was deafening. All that could be heard were the breaths of the people in front of him, who were breathing heavily with anger. You. Su Su finally arrived at the scene. He glanced around and saw 2 other identical 3-story buildings nearby, from which groups of boys and girls of similar age were emerging. Everyone wore expressions of schadenfreude, watching the spectacle of one man confronting a group of others on the road. Rub. Canon, what's wrong? Su and Bailuwachi quickly walked up and stood beside Su DePeo. Their cold gazes swept over the 10 people opposite them, roughly matching the voices they had just heard with the people in each group. Then his gaze fell on the girl in front of him who had the boy's arm wrapped around her small chest. Although the girl was fairly pretty with a mole at the corner of her eye, Su disliked her arrogant and condescending gaze. If the person next to him is the same young masterong who just questioned us, then this woman is the one who made sarcastic remarks and looked down on us. Perhaps it was because they saw how well matched Su and Bailuwachi looked as a golden couple. The people opposite were momentarily stunned, a slight ripple stirring in their hearts. Is this the captain of number 1 high school? He's so handsome. I really want him to push me down. However, Su didn't pay attention to the other person's change in expression. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he stared directly into the sharp-tongued woman's eyes, a wisp of killing intent unconsciously circulating within him. Weren't you the one criticizing my team members just now? You're not even a spirit warrior. I'd like to see what qualifications you have. Immediately, his aura surged, and the powerful pressure emanating from Su landed firmly on the girl opposite him, like a killing god staring at her. Su DePeo and Bailuwachi beside her also took a step forward, similarly arousing their spiritual martial arts aura, which crashed onto the girl like a raging sea. Ah! The next second. The girl opposite screamed in fright, her eyes darting around in panic, a chill running through her body, while she clung tightly to the arm in her arms. How could a mere awakened being who hadn't yet broken through to the next realm withstand Su's overwhelming power? The girl was so frightened that her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. It was like being scared to death. Young Master Ang. The girl instinctively shrank back behind Leon, completely losing her previous arrogance. It's true that the weak fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear Su, who is always full of murderous intent. Ha, that's hilarious. Why are you so afraid to fart now? Are you worried about polluting the environment? Su DePeo laughed heartily. Go on, why aren't you saying anything? You were quite the chatterbox just now. Exactly. Everyone's just going there to eat, but you've made such a big deal out of it. Seeing Su arrive, Chenzei and his group felt even more confident. One martial artist isn't enough to command the scene? Are 3 enough? At this moment, every student in the special training class exuded an air of unstoppable momentum, their eyes filled with mockery. Joke. Before Su arrived, you still dared to act arrogantly, standing there with your head held high and puffing out your non-existent parts, full of sarcastic remarks. Now that Su is here, let's see if that bastard dares to say no. Unwittingly, the aloof Liang was pushed in front of her by the sharp-tongued woman, blocking Su's murderous gaze and bringing her one step closer to Su and the other two. Depend on. Push your mother. Liang was a little flustered after being pushed, and immediately turned around to glare angrily at Duchan, whose head was shrank back like a quail behind him. Because of her push, the 3 people opposite thought a fight was about to break out, and they all rolled up their sleeves. Goodness. Su's icy gaze was filled with murderous intent. Liang had never seen a student his age like this before. He had only ever seen this in certain ruthless assassins and warriors, and he knew that the level of his first-grade spiritual martial artist was quite inflated. This almost made him overreact. At this moment, he was like a child in front of Su, feeling somewhat helpless. Even though they were at the same level, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. Brother Ang, I'm scared. Duchan clung tightly to Liang's collar, her face contorted in a smile that looked more like a grimace, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. At this moment, Liang was furious, his hair standing on end. He probably had already cursed Duchan several times over in his mind. Duchan, you're a complete idiot. You're scared, but I'm scared too. These were just 2 unspoken thoughts, but Liang didn't utter them aloud. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, but his expression changed swiftly, and he looked at Su, who had an unfriendly look in his eyes, with a beaming smile. You must be Su Xin from number 1 high school. You are truly a young talent and a role model for my martial arts. Martial arts role models. Chapter 34, A Brief Introduction, Meeting the Big Shot. As soon as Liang finished speaking, everyone on the field, including the other 2 groups of students watching the show, and the guards standing not far away controlling the scene, were somewhat stunned. That's it? Go, you really are a coward. You've already taken your pants off, and you say it's all over, and that we should stop here for today. As the saying goes, the path of martial arts is full of endless beauty, but if you don't have like-minded friends to climb it with, then learning martial arts is no fun at all. Liang waved his hand, seemingly engrossed in his performance, and continued speaking loudly, completely ignoring the strange looks from those around him. Su, I've heard you're the top student at Xingqing's #1 Lingwu High School. Meeting you today, I can see you're truly extraordinary. My classmate accidentally offended you all just now, so I apologize on their behalf. I hope we can become friends in the future and reach the pinnacle of martial arts together. Hey, what do you mean by that, young Master On? His teammates standing behind him looked at him blankly, their faces showing embarrassment at his words. No way, young Master On, you. It sounds like he's begging for mercy. The fight hasn't even started yet, how can someone be so cowardly? Those around couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, while several of the more outgoing-looking boys shushed them and raised their middle fingers. You guys were the ones who started this whole mess, but you insisted on showing off. Now look what happened, you've gone and stopped halfway through, and you've laid your cards on the table. Apologizing on behalf of your classmate makes it seem like this whole thing wasn't your intention. What a wonderful example of burying the hatchet with a smile. You're a real talent, you bastard. Su was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the only spiritual martial artist in Xingqing #2 Middle School would be such a cowardly person, and that he could actually say such a thing. I admire that. He actually managed to save face for himself like that. You're really shameless, kid. I've really seen something new today. Su DePeo said admiringly, and was about to say a few more words when he saw the other party smile slightly, give a polite greeting, and turn away. Hey, don't go. It's lunchtime, fatty. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. It was truly a hilarious farce. Let's go, everyone. The show's over, it's time to eat. One of the groups was led by a girl with almond-shaped eyes, a tall and spirited figure, and her gaze was mostly fixed on Su. She wore a school badge on her chest, Xingqing Lingwu 3rd High School. It seems she's the only spirit warrior in the group. The faces emerging from the other building were somewhat unfamiliar. The group exuded caution and a cold aura, creating an atmosphere that suggested they were difficult to approach. The people vaguely gathered in the center were their leaders, a man and a woman. The man had a thin face and sharp eyes, while the woman was petite and delicate, about 1.6 meters tall, with a bit of baby fat on her face. Brother, it seems that Xingqing is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. Some people have already made progress to this level. The chubby-cheeked girl spoke with a cold expression, which was quite a contrast. The image of a little girl, the aura of a queen. The gaunt-faced man beside him nodded and said in a low voice, if none of them have obtained spiritual skills, then they will be our biggest opponents in this spirit ruins. Ruan, I can absorb spiritual techniques in advance to pave the way for you when it matters most. The lowly girl called Ruan remained silent, her gaze cold as she looked at the figures blocking her way, her thoughts unknown. And so, the standoff ended with Leon slinking away with his men, while Su and the others, along with 2 other groups of onlookers, slowly headed towards the cafeteria. Brother Hao, is that kid the client you're looking for this time? 2 men were talking at the alley entrance not far away. One was holding a black spear, and the other had a black shield. Xin Hao nodded, and looking at the figure walking into the cafeteria not far away, he couldn't help but laugh and said, this kid is really a bit of an anomaly. If Brother Stone hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed that someone with F-level cultivation talent could actually break through to become a spirit warrior and even comprehend killing intent. TSK. F-rank talent. You're not kidding, are you? The man opposite exclaimed in shock, reaching out to touch Qin Hao's forehead with a suspicious expression. Damn it, I don't have a fever, that's for sure. Qin Hao slapped his hand down and replied with a helpless look in his eyes. Inside the cafeteria, students from Xingqing Lingwu #1 High School were mostly seated around a square table, laden with dishes they had brought from various windows, braised pork knuckle, spicy rabbit head, snow crystal fish sashimi, snow ginseng fishball soup, and more. The aroma filled the entire cafeteria, whetting everyone's appetite. The people sitting around the table all had stomachs rumbling in unison, the sounds of them enjoying their food rising and falling. There's a saying that goes, those who live near mountains eat from the mountains, and those who live near water eat from the water. Here, we're near the spirit ruins, so we eat spirit beasts. Don't even mention it, after I just finished drinking that big bowl of snow ginseng fishball soup, I feel like my spiritual energy has increased a bit. That means I can't just take videos and record things randomly, otherwise I'll have to put on a show for Biaozi and the others about 3 people and a pig. No wonder everyone was scrambling to come to Lingshu for special training since the last session. It seems they all know the food here is top-notch. Right now, Susu and Su de Peo have already finished 2 golden pork knuckles, and everyone has a satisfied smile on their face. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black combat uniform walked out of the cafeteria. He was wearing an apron and wiping his hands with a rag. He looked at the dozens of students who were eating heartily in front of him with a faint smile. "Students, eat slowly. If you like it, we'll make you more," the apron-wearing man said kindly as he walked up to a table of students. "Delicious. Thank you, senior. This is so delicious, ha ha ha. Your cooking skills are truly superb. It's a pity we can't stay here for long, otherwise I'd love to eat here every day." The man in the apron patted the students who were a little reluctant to leave, and replied with a smile, "Eat as much as you like, don't be shy." His words were full of friendliness and concern for these young students, which naturally made them feel good about him. Susu couldn't help but take a moment to glance at him while munching on a rabbit head. He sighed the next second, and continued with a regretful expression, "It is not only an honor for our garrison base to be able to cook delicious meals for all the guards and for you proud sons of heaven, but also an honor for our Zhongbei Military Academy." "Wow! Senior, you're from the Central North Military Academy?" A girl, probably already full, reacted quickly and asked softly, a strange light seemingly flickering in her eyes. "Yes, I am the Vice Dean of the Combat Academy of Zhongbei Military University. My name is Wen Dong, and you can also call me Uncle Dong." The man in the apron replied with a smile, and casually found a nearby seat to sit down, as if making small talk. "This guy is a big shot." Chapter 35 Zhongbei Military Academy Vice Dean, this sugar-coated bullet is really something. Bang! Wow, this is amazing. "Ah, you are the Vice Dean of the Combat Academy of Zhongbei Military University." The girl covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the people at the other tables finally noticed what was happening, put down the bones they had just finished gnawing on, and looked at each other with surprise. Susu also frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "The Vice Dean of the Combat Academy of the Military University?" There's a saying that goes something like this: deputy positions are born to be busy. Logically speaking, shouldn't the deputy dean be quite busy? How come Uncle Dong has time to come to this garrison base to cook for people? But the next moment, before Susu could figure out the intricacies of the situation, he understood the senior's purpose. The big shot, acting like an elder in the family, smiled slightly and asked, "Where do you all want to take the martial arts exam next?" The girl next to her couldn't keep up with her thoughts and blurted out before she could even process what she was saying, "I want to apply to Lingwu University in Shanghai." This caused Uncle Dong to frown slightly, then smile and relax, handing him a tissue from his pocket to wipe his mouth. "Excellent, excellent ambition. Thank you, Uncle Dong." Then he turned to the other group and asked, "What about you? Which university do you want to apply to next?" "Southern Lingwu University. Tianjing Lingwu University. Hanwu University." 7 or 8 people in a row named their preferred schools, but no one mentioned Zhongbei Military Academy. Susu noticed that Uncle Dong's smiling face was almost frozen, yet he kept talking. "Excellent, very good, excellent ambition. This is as embarrassing as going to a Chin Kuan fan support event and shouting 'Yan Kuan, I love you.' But Uncle Dong is clearly a worldly person. This little bit of embarrassment is nothing. I've been a seasoned veteran for decades. Sigh, what a pity. Don't you all want to come to Zhongbei Military University? Our school offers very good benefits to its students." Uncle Dong said with a wry smile, his wrinkled face showing a hint of regret. "Upon enrollment, our students are granted the rank of second lieutenant, equivalent to officers when out in the world. They can freely enter and exit various spiritual realms, absorb spiritual pearls in abundance, and apply directly to higher authorities for powerful spiritual techniques. They also qualify to participate in the elite martial arts competition, and receive 10 million in support resources every year. Enrolling in the military grants you the rank of second lieutenant, a large number of spirit pearls, and a 10 million reward in the elite martial arts tournament. This is giving them way too much face." As soon as these keywords were mentioned, most of the students sitting there had their eyes sparkling. This is what a good school that cares about its students looks like. It seems I didn't know enough about Zhongbei military affairs before. Fortunately, I met Uncle Dong today. Susu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Of course, that's not the point. Ordinary martial artists have to apply to enter the spirit ruins, and there are various restrictions. Our Zhongbei Military Academy is different. We directly connect with multiple spirit ruins, including beginner, intermediate, and advanced ones. If our students perform exceptionally well, we can even train them to the Grandmaster level. this is all we should do. After all, the students who can sign up for the Central North Military Academy are basically all driven by a desire to become stronger and a heart that wants to maintain peace and stability in the world. So these benefits are something we should provide and are nothing to mention. Uncle Don smiled and waved his hand, as if he were genuinely ashamed and that it wasn't worth mentioning. But Susu noticed the subtle relaxation of his brows and the slight upturn of his lips. This was anything but insignificant. You've brought forward the recruitment process. The students who can participate in the Lingshu special training are basically top students from various Lingwu middle schools, and passing the martial arts exam is a given. Brightly blatant sweet talk, a preemptive strike to win over these promising young talents who haven't even taken the martial arts exam yet. TSK, what a cunning and scheming big bad wolf. Susu couldn't help but smile slightly. He hadn't expected to see Lingwu University already poaching students. Perhaps to verify what Susu said, a capable middle-aged woman walked briskly towards them from a distance, her eyes filled with helplessness. Uncle Dong, out of the corner of his eye, also spotted the other person. His expression changed slightly as he stood up, like a mouse seeing a cat. Then, pretending not to have seen the other person, he quickened his pace and said, "All right, students, go back and rest early after you've finished eating. We'll be entering the spirit ruins at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Get some rest and prepare well for the battle. I'll be waiting for your good news at Zhongbei Military Academy." "All right. Thank you, Uncle Dong. I'm definitely going to Zhongbei Military Academy. Hey, good kids, future lieutenants, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." After saying that, Uncle Dong laughed loudly and quickly got up to call the students back, not giving them a chance at all. The speed of his actions surprised the woman who had rushed to the door, and her face immediately darkened. Susu and the others had no choice but to get up and prepare to leave, but unlike the others, they didn't get up quickly. Instead, they slowly stayed behind, listening to the conversation between Uncle Dong and the woman. Judging from their appearance, the two don't seem to have a very friendly relationship. "Wen Dong, are you trying to be a scoundrel? I've already said that you're not allowed to contact students privately before the martial arts exam. Are you trying to break the rules?" the woman questioned in a low voice, clearly very angry. As for Uncle Dong, he chuckled awkwardly, and although he felt guilty, he still waved his hand in a serious manner. "Hey, don't put a label on me. I just felt sorry for these kids and wanted to have a meal and chat with them before they entered the spirit ruins. Look at how you're making a big deal out of it. People who don't know better would think that your Shanghai Lingwu University is so petty." Fine, you think I'm petty? Fine, let's get a divorce. Anyway, there's nothing more to say. You didn't even spare our delicate and adorable daughter, dragging her to Zhongbei to train her into a martial arts fanatic. Wen Dong, you're not human." The middle-aged woman then turned to leave, her eyes slightly red, seemingly thinking of the school spirit of Zhongbei Military Academy. The adorable girl suddenly transformed, turning from a delicate and cute girl into a short-haired powerhouse, making him even more heartbroken. "You're doing this again." "No, honey, it's broad daylight, and we're at work. How can this affect our relationship?" Uncle Dong quickly grabbed the woman, trying to comfort her, though his defenses were somewhat broken. "Try to look on the bright side. Look at Wanner, she's already broken through to the 5th rank of spirit martial at such a young age. She'll be stepping into the Grandmaster realm sooner or later. Good heavens, it turns out Uncle Dong and this guy are family. One is the vice dean of Zhongbei Military Academy, and the other is from Shanghai Lingwu University. No wonder they were competing so fiercely just now. It turns out it all came down to competing for students and their daughters. Ultimately, however, Uncle Dong was indeed a competent vice dean. He not only treated his pampered daughter the same as everyone else, but also went so far as to set aside his status and travel to the Lingshu garrison base to wait for her and spread the word in advance. Susu couldn't help but shake his head, finding it somewhat amusing. They were already starting to snatch people up now who knew how fierce the competition would be after the martial arts exam? Chapter 36: Who Comes and Who Dies? Farrell's Boom. The next morning, Susu and the others lined up and, guided by the guards, arrived at the entrance of Lingshu to wait for entry. Contrary to expectations, the entrance to the snowy wilderness was actually a small lake, covered with thick layers of ice, with a layer of colorful mist floating above it, making it look like a celestial pool in a fairyland. The crystal-clear center shimmered with light, emanating visible fluctuations of spiritual energy. Below it, deafening roars of spirit beasts echoed. It is clear that this lake connects to the snowfield spirit ruins, and the slight ripples on the lake's surface are just like the surging of that space. It seems that this is the true entrance to the Snowfield Spirit Ruins that the garrison base has been guarding all along. Susu couldn't help but turn his head and look at everyone around him. There were a total of 18 student lines for this snowfield training. In addition to Liang and others whom we met yesterday, there were also many students from other cities and universities participating in this training. The competition was quite fierce, especially since Susu also noticed a hint of hostility on these people's faces. They all seemed arrogant and invincible. He was truly dressed in a rooster costume, looking quite dashing. This joint training program in the Northern Snowfield Spirit Ruins will last for 3 days, with 10 schools participating, namely from Xingcheng, Wangshan, Liqing, and Buzhou City. The special training results will be scored based on the number of spirit beasts killed and the number of spirit orbs obtained. Everyone will be equipped with a tracker and a special brooch that will be responsible for recording audio, sensing and calculating scores, and reminding you of the spirit beast's realms. Your performance and physical condition in the spirit ruins will be displayed on it, and when you encounter a life or death crisis or are judged by the machine to be incapacitated, the nearby guards will come to your rescue as quickly as possible. It is best for all students to operate in small teams, especially those of you who have not yet broken through to the spirit warrior level. It is best not to act rashly. Spirit beasts are ferocious, so fight together. The purpose of this special training is to let you experience the atmosphere of the martial arts exam in advance, so please treat it as such and be strict with yourselves. One wrong move and you'll lose everything. In addition, there are the rewards for the Snowfield Spirit Ruins special training. The first place team can take away 5 spirit orbs each. The second place team can take away 4 orbs each, the third place team can take away 3 orbs, and everyone else can only take away 1 orb. Of course, if you don't have enough spirit orbs to take with you when the final results are tallied, it has nothing to do with the guards, you'll be responsible for it yourselves. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, all the students behind him gasped in surprise. This special training is actually using spirit beads as prizes. If each member of the first place team receives 5 spirit beads, that's a total of 50 spirit beads, which is worth at least 50 million in cash. Susu gasped and muttered, in other words, if we get first place this time, even after deducting the 2 million Ice Soul Tiger Spirit Pearls that were already reserved, we can still take away at least 4 million. You should know that his own house in the elementary school district only cost a little over 1 million yuan, and he still has a mortgage to pay. That is, the amount of 1 spirit pearl. This is really going to be a windfall. But given this situation, the competition in this special training program will undoubtedly be fiercer than expected. With over 10 schools participating, everyone will surely want to win first place. Moreover, the person in charge just now didn't mention any rule prohibiting students from fighting each other. In other words, after entering the spirit ruins, you can not only obtain spirit beads by killing spirit beasts, but you also have to be careful of teams that try to seize them by force. Unless someone is killed, no guard should intervene. First place, who else but me? Anyone who comes will die. The godman standing nearby said in a low voice, glancing at Susu standing beside him as if to warn him. The chubby-faced girl behind him also gave Susu a cold glance. Her world-weary look was rather unpleasant. On the other side, another formidable opponent was already rubbing their hands together, holding the weapons they carried on their backs, making a clanging sound of metal clashing from time to time, their eyes as fierce as wolves. Oh? Are they already messing with people's mentality before even entering the spirit ruins? Whoever comes will die, he said, implying he was being underestimated. Susu couldn't help but find it amusing. He then took the phoenix-shaped tang sword from behind and hung it on his waist. He looked at the thin man and the round-faced girl next to him, coughed lightly twice, and as expected, the other party turned around and looked at Susu with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? But the next second, Susu took out 2 black-hearted bullets from his backpack right in front of them, and with a low throw, as if he had accidentally let one slip from his hands, he threw it directly at their feet, where it was still spinning in circles. Watch out for the bombs. Dodge them. Susu growled, pointing nervously at the 2 iron balls. In the blink of an eye. Thump! Thump! Before anyone else could react, the gaunt man and the round-faced girl immediately covered their heads and lay down in shock, using their weapons to shield themselves. Even without Susu's reminder, they could tell it was a grenade. Their reaction was just like Susu's first encounter. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Who's the kind person who keeps throwing away grenade like that? At this moment, the people around also noticed the situation. They saw 2 people lying on the ground and a bomb spinning in circles. They all gasped and were about to scream and fall down. Holy shit! Damn, there's a thunderstorm. But in that split second, before anyone could even cry out in alarm at the bomb exploding, a figure swiftly reached out and snatched the black-hearted bomb, stuffing it into his pocket as if it were a child's toy. "Oh, what a cute little thing, it just loves to run around." Susu smiled and spoke as if no one else was around, his eyes revealing a hint of doting affection. "Don't worry if you haven't pulled the safety pin. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." What the hell? Just as everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, seemed to have been caught lightly by someone, leaving them somewhat at a loss and gnashing their teeth in hatred at that figure. The two siblings, who had been wearing cold expressions, looked even more gloomy. Their lips twitched as they did a few push-ups before standing up as if nothing had happened. The garrison base doesn't allow students to act on their own, otherwise, this would likely incur widespread anger. If looks could kill, Susu would probably have been pushed out of the Meridian Gate and torn to pieces by him. However, even the people behind Susu were amused by this scene. They didn't expect Sushin to have such a clever trick up his sleeve, managing to gather so many bombs. No wonder I kept hearing Susu's backpack clanging along the way. Could it be full of bombs? The guards standing not far away also found their lips twitching. This kid's got some nerve. If he hadn't recognized the black-hearted bullet and hadn't pulled the safety, he wouldn't have survived. They all wanted to arrest Susu immediately. Chapter 37, a one-man team, Red Mastiffs. Alright, it's time. Everyone, line up. The man standing on the frozen lake raised his hand and announced solemnly. Remember, since the entry position is random, it's best for each team to pass through at the same time. This increases the chance of you being placed in the same position, preventing anyone from being left out. In previous years, some people have been eliminated early because of this. Is someone being transported alone? Exclamations of surprise rose and fell on the steps, each person fearing they might be the one who had wielded such courage. At this moment, everyone perked up, shouldered their backpacks, and prepared to enter the spirit ruins in teams according to the calls from ahead. Wancheng number 1 Middle School. Wancheng number 2 Middle School. Number 3 Middle School. Soon, one after another, figures held their breath, held hands, and walked to the center of the lake that was shimmering with white light. They jumped straight into the lake, and without a splash, dozens of figures disappeared one after another. This is the passage connecting to another spiritual grotto heaven, Susu couldn't help but remark. The next second. Xingxing number 1 Middle School, the person in charge standing on the lake shouted loudly, and it was Susu's turn. Finally, it was my turn. Susu took 2 deep breaths and led his classmates to the central lake. They saw that only Su DePeo, a spirit martial artist who had already acquired a spirit skill, was eager to enter. The others still had a hint of worry on their faces. To prevent the placement from going wrong later, everyone listened to me count to 3. Perhaps wanting to demonstrate team spirit, Su DePeo smiled and raised his hand to signal, glancing around at everyone to make sure they heard him. Susu nodded in agreement. Ready. Preparation. 3. 2. 1. Su DePeo had just finished speaking and was ready when he saw a familiar figure leap down beside him. He was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, and the next word just came out. Jump. Just as Susu jumped down, he caught a glimpse of 9 bewildered people staring at him in astonishment on the lake. Bro, are you in such a hurry? Depend on. There was no question of starting over. The central passage flashed with 7 colored light, and Susu disappeared before everyone's eyes, heading straight for the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. This silenced everyone completely. On the lake, Su DePeo scratched his head and looked at Bailuochi beside him, asking somewhat uncertainly, did I just say jump on 3, 2, 1, or jump on 3, 2, 1, then jump again? It should be when you say 1, you jump. Bailuochi nodded, her delicate face radiating confidence, and said with great certainty. That's right, after all, that's exactly how Susu jumped just now. Bang! Susu landed on a vast white snowfield, a strong spatial fluctuation coming from behind him, indicating that he had been teleported to the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. Whoosh! A cold wind swept around, biting to the bone, and Susu sneezed twice before he could even react. Ouch, it's so cold. Alright, this is really a disaster. They've left me, the captain, all behind. Susu drew the phoenix-shaped tang sword from his waist, constantly looking back, trying to wait a while to see if Su DePeo and the others would teleport over. This so-called Snowfield Spirit Ruins looked like an ice and snow world, with white clouds drifting in the sky and many huge black shadows flying around, occasionally emitting sharp screams. A bright halo illuminated this land, an endless snowfield that, apart from the presence of spirit beasts, looked almost identical to the real world on Earth. Roar! Moo! Suddenly, Susu heard a howl coming from behind a small snow hill not far away, and saw several spirit beasts seemingly entangled in a struggle. We bumped into a spirit beast as soon as we came in. This teleportation mechanism shouldn't allow anyone to directly teleport to a spirit beast's lair, right? On that small hill, 3 brown figures, each the size of a cheetah, were fiercely attacking a larger white yak, creating massive gusts of wind and snow. This scene looks like something out of a science fiction blockbuster. Then, Susu heard a beep, and the sensor brooch on his chest vibrated, signaling a notification. A 1-star spirit beast, the red mastiff. A 1-star spirit beast, the ice storm yak. Hearing the subtle prompting sound, Susu gripped the Phoenix Tang sword in his hand, his eyes slowly calming down, a hint of terror in them. He looked ahead without a trace of panic, slowly approaching step by step. Having endured more than 2 months of training from Guanyu, now is the time for Susu to test his results. At the same time, he also wants to see who is stronger between himself and a 1-star spirit beast. The ranking system among spirit beasts is similar to that of spirit warriors. A 1-star spirit beast is equivalent to a first-grade spirit warrior. If most spirit beasts did not live in the spirit ruins, they would basically be the same as spirit warriors. Roar! The red mastiff in front leaped into the air, its jaws snapping shut as it bit into the neck of the ice storm yak. With a powerful bite, it tore off a chunk of flesh, and the scalding blood instantly stained the snow red. The ice storm yak howled in agony once more, its eyes turning red as it charged forward, attempting to knock away the red mastiff's a purely instinctive reaction. In an instant, his spiritual energy circulated to the horns on the top of his head, and a ball of ice light condensed into countless ice spikes, radiating a terrifying aura. Then, it was rapidly launched at the 2 red mastiffs in front of him like a rain of pear blossoms. Bang! Bang! Roar! In the chaos, the 2 red mastiffs couldn't dodge to the sides in time, and numerous ice spikes were driven straight into their bodies. A powerful blast of cold air almost instantly froze their bodies. A thin layer of ice was visibly clinging to the injured area. Wow! This yak is something else. Susu gasped, momentarily stunned, but that wasn't all. The next second, the ice spike still stuck in the red mastiff exploded, tearing a large hole in the dog's flesh, and plum blossoms bloomed on the snow, a beautiful sight. Woo-woo, one of the more pitiful red mastiffs, was probably pierced in the abdomen by an ice spike, causing the ice explosion to be somewhat embarrassing. It immediately collapsed to the ground with its tongue lolling out in pain, with a pool of blood beneath it. At this moment, the red mastiff that had been responsible for restraining the ambush, though somewhat frightened by the horrific scene before it. But when it swallowed the piece of flesh torn from the yak, it seemed to trigger some hidden attribute, its eyes turned blood red, and a bloodthirsty, frenzied aura rose from its body. Roar! Before the ice storm yak could react, it leaped up, its entire body pouncing on the yak, and bit down hard on its neck. The sharp teeth pierced deep into the flesh, and blood gushed from the red mastiff's mouth like a spring. Like a demonic hound from hell, the ice storm yak's bloodshot eyes regained some clarity, and its herbivorous instincts caused its legs to weaken. Before it could even react, the other wounded red mastiff stood up and, with a bloodthirsty glint in its eye, pounced forward and bit the yak in its groin. Roar! Chapter 38, First Kill on the Snowfield, Selection of Spiritual Skills. Before long, the hillside was a complete mess. Bang! The ice storm yak finally gave in, and 2 demonic figures crushed its body, leaving it lying on the bloody ground with only a weak, pitiful moo, its flesh and blood dripping everywhere. No wonder they say it's better to encounter a jackal than a hyena. These red mastiffs are pretty much the same. They're both excellent proctologists, skilled in anal dissection techniques. Looking at the long, bloody strip that the red mastiff had torn from the ice storm yak's body, Susu murmured to himself, already faintly smelling the bloody stench emanating from the hill ahead. However, seeing that the battle ahead was about to end, Susu's eyes began to light up slightly. Carrying the gleaming phoenix-shaped tang sword on his back, he crouched low, felt his way along the edge, and quickly rushed forward. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since it was his first time fighting a spirit beast, Susu wasn't very confident and couldn't afford to act recklessly. Even though dogs have superior vision and hearing, Susu couldn't guarantee the other wouldn't run away before he got close. So, it was better to take advantage of the situation and catch it off guard. Taking advantage of the red mastiff's voracious appetite and bloodlust as it devoured its food, they quickly approached. Whoosh! A shallow line of footprints was left in the snow. Susu's figure flickered in the snow, and in the blink of an eye, he was already very close to the hill, with the distance between them less than 50 meters. Roar! The red mastiff, which had just torn off a piece of flesh, seemed to sense something at this moment. It swallowed the pieces of flesh in its mouth and barked in a certain direction, the blood dripping from the corner of its mouth making it look so ferocious. Roar, roar! It seems we've been discovered. Let's see what's different about the spirit beasts. Susu calmly stared at the bearing, snarling red mastiffs ahead. He observed that two of them still possessed aggression, but one looked like it had been dead for some time. The pressure has lessened a little. The next second, Susu decisively drew his sword and charged forward. The blade flashed across the snow, and spiritual energy swirled around him like clusters. Seeing that it had failed to scare Susu away, the red mastiff charged forward again, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, some of which were still stuck with bits of flesh from the ice storm yak. It's so disgusting to look at. Whoosh! But Susu didn't care at all. He immediately switched into battle mode and drew his sword with a backhand slash, as if it were muscle memory he had developed from fighting Guan Yu, meeting the charging red mastiff. The blade, flashing with afterimages, swiftly slashed down at an angle towards the dog's head, instantly penetrating 3/10 of the flesh and splattering 2 lines of beast blood. At the same time, following the ruthless fighting style that Guan Yu had taught him in the past, Su Shuming delivered a powerful side whip kick, resembling a spinning kick from a powerful queen, sending him flying backward. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Woohoo! In the blink of an eye, they were defeated and fell heavily to the ground, perfectly embodying the phrase utterly defeated. As expected, the furnace cauldron has the same refining ability for spirit warriors and spirit beasts. Susu thought to himself, feeling the faint trace of spiritual energy appearing within his body, his gaze never leaving the remaining red mastiffs. Perhaps intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Susu's swift and deadly strike, the other party, who had just circled behind Susu to prepare to do something, stood there, baring his teeth, too afraid to move. Susu could tell. That bastard, he's trying to escape. Whoosh! Guan Yu said, kill the enemy without leaving any room for retreat. Therefore, Susu decisively pressed forward again, the blade in his hand flashing with a cold light, especially when he circulated his spiritual energy, its sharpness was even more evident. Roar! The last remaining red mastiff let out a long, bluffing growl, its legs already trembling, seemingly driven by a wild animal's instinct to survive. But in that single second of hesitation, Susu's longsword had already struck down. Bang! The head fell off, its face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Phew! Looks like it was relatively easy. Susu stood holding the knife, blood dripping from its blade onto the ground, before sheathing it and drawing the tiger-toothed dagger from his waist to slit open the head of the trembling red mastiff. Blood flowed freely, and at the same time, a spirit pearl shimmering with crimson light came into view. This is the spirit pearl of the red mastiff. Susu was pleasantly surprised to take out a rag from his backpack and wipe it dry. Then he quickly took out the spirit orbs from the other corpses as well. The place reeked of blood. Although it was extremely cold, Susu decided to quickly move to a different location to avoid being targeted by other large spirit beasts, just to be on the safe side. There is a difference between 1 or 2 spirit beasts and a group of spirit beasts. You take turns working on one end and the other end. If it's one group or 2 groups, then the other side will take turns attacking you. As Susu walked briskly across the snow-covered ground, he kept glancing back to make sure no spirit beasts were following him, lest he accidentally trigger their hunting instincts and they launch an unscrupulous sneak attack on him, an 18-year-old comrade. In this snowy, desolate landscape, Susu didn't need to worry about his footprints leaving a mark on others. Because everything will be buried and hidden under this blanket of white snow. After passing through a hill, a biting wind swept through, revealing a vast valley ahead. The thick snow at the entrance and the icicles hanging from the mountain walls made it resemble a giant ice castle. The most eye-catching feature is the vast, dark jungle deep within, which looks like a place where spirit beasts roam. As they continued their journey, Susu held the spirit orbs in one hand, slowly circulating a stream of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the 2 spirit orbs, one blue and one red, to see if there were any spiritual techniques he could absorb from them. Bronze Spirit Skill, Bloodlust. Bronze Spirit Skill, Ice Blast. 2 offensive spirit skills have been released, they look pretty good. Susu nodded and shrank his neck as he sensed the 2 pieces of information in his mind. A moment later, Susu exhaled a large puff of white mist, shook his head, and looked somewhat disappointed. This bloodthirst actually requires blood to unleash its full power, that's outrageous. And it can only be unleashed for a short time. No wonder those two red mastiffs were so weak just now. Immediately, Susu put the 3 coins into his pocket. He clearly wasn't interested in the ice explosion either. It was an attribute-based spiritual skill, and it would be somewhat incongruous for a special ability awakener like him to learn it. Susu's real idea was to acquire an offensive or strong support-type spirit skill for himself. A martial artist can only absorb 1 spirit bead or spirit skill for each breakthrough in rank. If they choose to randomly, they may delay their martial arts path. With powerful or supportive spiritual skills, coupled with his special abilities, as long as he continues to advance and defeats his enemies through martial prowess, who would dare claim to be invincible then? Who would dare claim to be unparalleled? The special training in the spirit ruins lasts for 3 days, giving Susu plenty of time to consider things carefully. He also needs to hunt more spirit beasts and acquire more spirit pearls. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Susu was stumbling and wading into the valley, before he could even marvel at the shimmering, silvery ice walls on either side, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. The next second, several faint, eerie green lights could be seen emerging from the dark jungle. Chapter 39: Encountering a pack of wolves, betrayed by a teammate? Meanwhile, on another hillside, the group of 9 people stood with their backs against the mountain wall, extremely tense. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, watching the pack of wolves that had suddenly appeared before them with a fierce look. Whoa. Moreover, on a rock on the hill behind them stood a majestic white wolf, its eyes fixed intently on the 9 people. Whoa. The remaining white wolves, hearing the howl from the Wolf King, began to cautiously approach, gradually forming a semi-encirclement. They're treating this group like prey. A square-faced boy, his body ablaze with flames, shouted with unwavering composure. Don't panic, everyone. These white wolves of the plains are bullies who prey on the weak. As long as we don't show our fear, they won't dare to act rashly. Su Depeo, you and Luoshi are the only first-grade spirit warriors here. What are we going to do? There are more than a dozen 1-star spirit beasts, Sun Yuan white wolves, here. Why don't you hold them off and let us retreat first? A girl, shrinking back, was pale with fright and seemed ready to give up. No way. We've only just entered the Snowfield spirit ruins, and we haven't even started formal training yet. If we run away now, what will the other students in the training class think of us? Will they say we're useless cowards who only survived a day? Shenzai, who was holding a long metal rod tightly in his hand, spoke up indignantly. In the freezing weather, his palms were sweating with nervousness. This is their first encounter with a spirit beast, and it's highly likely that their first real battle will begin here. Faced with such a disadvantageous situation, everyone felt uncertain, and Su Depeo was no exception. This isn't about whether others look down on us or not. This could cost us our lives, the girl screamed, her face deathly pale. The others around her fell silent. If Susu were here too, we would have 3 first-grade spirit warriors. Even if we couldn't defeat so many spirit beasts, we could hold them off so he could kill the Wolf King. Shenzai gripped the long staff in his hand and assumed a fighting stance, while simultaneously expressing his regret. Well, this is probably just fate. They lost their captain as soon as they entered the Snowfield spirit ruins, and then they ran into a pack of wolves. They're really unlucky. That's right, it's all Susu's fault for not explaining things clearly. He has no sense of responsibility as a team leader. It's all his fault. At this moment, a man with a buzz cut next to him inexplicably spoke resentfully, his words full of blame towards Susu. He also glanced at the others, trying to find someone to blame Susu like he did, hoping to gain their sympathy. But what struck him as odd was that when he looked around, he noticed that everyone, whether it was the girls who had just considered giving up or the boys whose faces were turning pale with anxiety, was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Ruan Xiao, who had just threatened to give up, immediately retorted, Zodong, are you even a man? Is Susu your father or your mother? How can you blame him? You were even selected for the Snowfield Spirit Ruins special training list. You're really worse than us girls. You fucking bitch, Ruan Xiao, say that again. Zodong was like a powder keg that had been lit. He instantly turned red with anger, glaring at the pretty girl leaning against the mountain wall, ready to attack. I'll say it. Although I'm thinking about quitting, whether I quit or not is a decision I make to be responsible for myself. I'm not like you, Zodong. Although Ruan Xiao was scared, she was not a good-tempered person. At this moment, she was just trying to speak up for Susu with a strong sense of justice. She did not expect that this would lead to her teammates betraying her. At this moment, the fiery figure in front, which had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. All right, quiet down, or the wolves might attack. His words were full of determination to give it his all. With 2 against 13, the odds of winning seem incredibly slim. But Su Depeo's voice, like a flame, had warmth, giving those behind him some confidence. Since Su isn't here, I'll take over. Su Depeo stood before the crowd, his phoenix-shaped tang sword pointing directly at the white wolf on the hill, displaying his masculine spirit, his face extremely solemn. At the same time, a silent, beautiful figure stepped forward, a hint of determination appearing on her face, which was as white as a snow lotus. Since Su isn't here, I'll protect everyone in his place. Seeing that the 2 remaining close friends of Su in the group had spoken, the others stopped arguing. Especially Ruan Xiuxiu, Chen Zhe, and the others completely shook off their earlier fear, and walked towards her with their weapons. Only the boy with the buzz cut showed no less resentment on his face. Instead, he carefully wiped the censer brooch pinned to his chest, as if he had made up his mind to run away if things went wrong. Awu. The Wolf King, who had been observing from the hill behind, seemed to have observed enough. He raised his head and roared to the sky, then commanded his pack of white wolves to launch an attack. Swish! Swish! A series of enormous wolf shadows radiated blue and white light. The next second, it was as if a breeze was blowing around them as they swiftly swung their sharp, thorn-like claws, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Everyone be careful! Angry Red Lotus! Su Depeo shouted, and the flames on his body instantly rose another 3 zhang approximately 10 meters like a blooming red lotus. Then, like a king of fire, it faced off against the majority of white wolves that were tearing at it. Countless waves of fire swirled around it, blocking the figures of most of the white wolves. As for the others, they also had a determination to fight to the death at this moment. The way of martial arts is only revealed through fighting. Drink! Everyone, let's go! A loud shout came from behind, followed by a long staff slamming down on a white wolf charging towards them. Chen Zhe, his face contorted with rage, charged forward. At the same time, 2 whistling arrows were heard, and afterimages flashed past as they shot out from behind. It was Ruan Xiuxiu and another boy holding a bow and arrow. Although the fear on their faces was obvious, the arrows whistled as they shot straight at the white wolves in the distance, temporarily holding them back. At the entrance to a valley, a faint green light flickered in the black jungle, staring at a young man with a knife standing at the valley entrance. At the same time, a rustling sound came from the valley, indicating that there was quite a commotion. Is there something big inside? Su held the knife in one hand, looking ahead with the blade pointing downwards. His eyes gleamed with surprise, as if he was looking forward to the appearance of the prey inside. The unusually quiet valley and dark forest gave Su a sense of something extraordinary as soon as he entered, hinting at a hidden danger. This was indeed confirmed after the rustling sounds ended. The next second, a group of black-haired monkeys appeared behind the giant tree, each one looking like a war god from Mautame with fierce eyes. It possesses a rebellious spirit, as if it had fought its way up from the south heavenly gate to the 33 heavens. Is this Monkey King? Chapter 40 The Heartless Cannon, the mischievous monkey brings warmth. Drop. A group of 1-star spirit beasts and crazy monkeys. The censer brooch pinned to Su's chest emitted a warning, flashing a faint red light, as if reminding Su to leave this place quickly and not to easily provoke these unruly monkeys. The personality of this monkey troop doesn't seem like that of golden monkeys at all, they're more like the locals from Mautame. Irritable and eccentric personality. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, perhaps sensing that Su's prolonged presence and his staring intently at the dark jungle had angered them, the mischievous monkeys in the trees, with their hands behind their backs, suddenly made strange hissing noises, hooked their tails on the branches and were about to jump down, roaring fiercely with their fangs bared at the corners of their mouths. Bang, bang. Stone fragments flew everywhere. A series of stones shot through the air, forming rays that were thrown far away and landed a few meters away from Su. The force of the impact even shattered the ice blocks next to the mountain wall. Interesting. Is this really not a distant relative of the people from Mautame? Su pondered as he looked at the huge boulder that had crashed down in front of him. His eyes flickered as he glanced at the exposed group of monkeys in the dark jungle. There seemed to be about 20 or 30 of them. How pretentious. I remember reading in a book that monkeys have a sense of territory. I'm more than 100 meters away and I still manage to make them act up. TSK. It seems there won't be any other spirit beasts in this area. Having said that, Su's eyes flickered slightly, and an idea came to him. With a flick of his wrist, he planted the Phoenix Tang sword directly into the ground, its cold light reflecting off the blade. The next second, he clattered as he pulled several black-hearted bullets from his backpack. Isn't now the perfect opportunity to use it? Monkey troop, territory, area of effect damage, good distance, can run away if you can't beat them. Sizzle. The monkeys continued their snarling and mocking, with one or two of the more aggressive ones even making a show of charging out to tear Susu apart. Even though Susu was still hundreds of meters away from them. Today I'm going to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, to avenge the old grudges of my fellow Ame brothers. Susu stared coldly at his opponent, two black-hearted bullets in his hand. Suddenly, he pulled the safety and threw them at the other side in one go. Only a blur of light could be seen streaking through the air. Bang bang! In front of this bunch of mischievous monkeys. The black bullet struck the monkey on the tree, knocking it down with a snap before it landed precisely on the ground. Boom boom boom! Sizzle! Seeing this, Susu and the monkeys who hadn't been hit by the arrows both sides became somewhat agitated. The two monkeys that were hit were still yelling and screaming while covering their heads, baring their teeth as they tried to smash the black-hearted bomb into dust. But the black-hearted bombs lay motionless under the tree like two lumps, showing no other signs and failing to produce any so-called fireworks. Susu's face immediately darkened. Damn it, that heartless old dang, two damn cannons. No way. The success rate of these black-hearted bombs was indeed rather low, so Susu had no choice but to pick out two more iron balls that looked decent, pull the safety, and throw them. Bang! Bang! The black-hearted bullets struck the tree trunks and fell to the ground. Holy crap, no way! Susu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, my 100,000 yuan. I never imagined that on my first trip to the black market, I would be swindled out of 100,000 yuan by an old man. The mischievous monkeys around them burst into laughter. They'd missed. They'd missed. One by one, they leaped up, swaying back and forth on the tree trunk. They grinned, revealing their fangs, and mocked Susu's technique. One of the monkeys even considered picking it up and throwing it back to Susu. But even in this noisy situation. Sizzle. A hissing sound, distinct from that of the monkeys, suddenly rang out. Just as Susu was about to lower his head to throw another grenade, he heard a loud bang, and the ground shook violently. He immediately covered his head with his hands and crouched down. A burst of fire erupted from the dark jungle ahead, startling Susu. Grass. Susu greeted the mischievous monkey warmly, his gaze then falling on the nearby jungle. Two more deafening booms echoed through the valley, shattering chunks of ice from the surrounding cliffs and scattering them across the ground, demonstrating the perilous nature of the attack. It appears that one of the black stone bombs exploded, triggering the others to detonate simultaneously, resulting in a triple explosion. The scene was quite gruesome. Countless mischievous monkeys roared amidst the raging flames, and then soon after, they silently went to see the Buddha. Especially the crazy monkey that raised the black-hearted bullet to mock Susu, was now hanging here and there on several treetops, looking quite like smoke meat. As for the remaining monkeys that were farther away from the black-hearted bomb, they were instantly terrified by the scene that seemed like a bolt from the blue, and fled one by one into the depths of the jungle behind them, no longer caring about saving the other monkeys. In the face of life and death, they made the most genuine survival response. Not bad, this black-hearted bomb is pretty good, huh? I've struck it rich this time. Susu was overjoyed. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, then drew the phoenix blade stuck in the snow and quickly walked towards the dark forest. Unexpectedly, the power of these 3 consecutive explosions was so ferocious. Susu glanced over and beside the charred tree trunk lay 8 or 9 still steaming, idiotic monkeys. A little further away, several other wretched monkeys lay, severely injured but unable to move. He was looking at Susu with a terrified expression. Swish! Swish! So, Susu charged forward bravely, his right fist gathering spiritual energy, flashing with a blazing white light. With a bang, it sent a foolish monkey that tried to defend itself flying, creating a sonic boom all around. Then, he leaned in and lifted it up with one hand, unleashing his furnace ability without hesitation. Shouting "Ade," he delivered one deliberate punch after another, nearly tearing the monkey's body apart. Aha, you little monkey, you didn't expect this, did you? I actually know a bit of martial arts. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Agility +1. Before long, Susu had piled up all the dead monkeys here, cut open their corpses, and picked out the spirit pearls from them. A trace of black liquid clung to them. Susu disdainfully wiped it on the snow, washed it, and then picked it up. Wow, this monkey's spiritual skill is quite something. As Susu circulated the spiritual energy in his arm, he instantly drew upon the information within the spiritual pearl. Special skill, Monkey Fist. This spirit orb can only provide a brief overview, but even that brief information is enough to indicate that this spirit skill is a decent offensive one. Instead, it is still a versatile, attribute less spiritual skill. Not bad, not bad, it should fetch a good price. But luckily I didn't rashly come to fight these monkeys one-on-one, otherwise I might have really gotten a good beating from them. Su nodded with satisfaction and put the spirit pearl into his pocket. For black-hearted bullets were exchanged for 13 decent spirit orbs. This deal was a huge profit. It's a pity I don't know how to pow and the others are doing. Chapter 41 Wilderness Wolf King, pull me away, I'll be your bait. Perhaps sensing something, the situation on the other side wasn't looking good. Holy crap, watch out, cannons. A girl anxiously reminded him, her tense gaze fixed on the boy's figure engulfed in flames ahead. A massive white wolf figure flashed past on its right. It was the Wolf King, the leader of the pack. Presumably, he saw that the strongest person here was Su DePeo, who was covered in flames, so he took action himself. Awoo! The wild Wolf King raised its head and howled, charging towards Su DePeo's back. The next second, its entire body began to shimmer with a faint light, and its beastly eyes gained a more ferocious aura. Even its wolf claws seemed to become more imposing. This kind of sneak attack, driven by the instinct of wild beasts, is simply impossible to defend against. Su DePeo was still fighting off the attacks of several white wolves in front of him and had no power to turn around and fight back. Burn! Su DePeo roared, his hands transforming into fiery snakes. He stepped forward and punched the white wolf that was charging at him. Instantly, flames erupted, turning the thick snow on both sides into a muddy mess. The white wolf responsible for restraining the enemy was sent flying backward, breathless, and struggled for a while but couldn't get up. All that remained was the acrid smell of burning flesh lingering in the air. At the same time, the murderous intent coming from behind made Su DePeo feel a chill. He could even hear the sound of his armor breaking, and felt as if he had been kicked by a donkey, and he fell straight forward. Damn it, they even tore through that thick iron armor. Suzy, where have you been? Your brother got ripped off by those wolf cubs. But just as Su DePeo was about to grit his teeth and withstand the Wolf King's killing move, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure making a move on his right before he fell to the ground. That was close. Bailawachi brandished her short blade, its edge flashing as it hurtled towards the Wolf King's back, simple yet deadly. Unlike Su DePeo, this attack wasn't enhanced by spiritual techniques, but it was still an attack that Bailawachi, a first-grade spiritual martial artist, could unleash. The cold wind that filled the air swirled and stopped the attack, creating an opening behind the Wolf King and saving Su DePeo's life. Awoo! Base! The wild Wolf King roared furiously at Bailawachi, leaping onto the precipitous mountainside beside it. It raised its head and howled skyward, as if issuing a command. The next second, all the fierce gazes of the white wolves below suddenly changed direction, and they all looked at the tall and beautiful figure on the field, their wolf claws pawing downwards as if to reveal their bloody fangs. Watch out, school beauty! Seeing that things were going badly, Su DePeo flipped himself up and rushed towards Bailawachi. At the same time, the other students from the nearby special training class also changed their expressions and approached. Base. Except for one figure who, taking advantage of the fact that the white wolf's attention was focused on the school beauty, hurriedly ran back along the mountain wall without even glancing at her. Brother Pao, to catch the thief, we need to take down the Wolf King first, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with him. Standing behind, Ruan Xiao, head held high, aimed her bow and arrow at the azure wild Wolf King on the mountain wall and spoke softly. There were not many arrows left on her back, and even her index and middle fingers were already somewhat blood red. Damn it, we still need to think of a way. Su DePeo gritted his teeth and said indignantly, his eyes glancing at Bailawachi standing beside him, seemingly struggling to make a decision. Hey school beauty, we might need you to be the bait later. Su DePeo spoke with a slight blush, but fortunately, the flames burning on his body illuminated his face, preventing others around him from noticing. Bailawachi nodded, somewhat puzzled. Later, we'll spread out the battlefield a bit, trying to get you out on your own, giving that Wolf King the illusion that there's an opening. Then we'll quickly surround and kill him. Su DePeo's idea was to use the Wolf King's current hatred towards Bailawachi as a trap. Although it was indeed somewhat dangerous, there was no other way at the moment. The other students were only awakened ones, not yet spirit warriors. It's already quite impressive that a few people could take on a single white wolf of the wilderness together. Fortunately, Bailawachi's words were brief and firm, without the slightest hesitation, and she didn't mind being used as bait, so Su DePeo nodded. Awoo! The howling of wolves echoed across the mountainside, sending shivers down one's spine. Su DePeo and the others became even more vigilant, staring intently at the white wolf in their line of sight, and took the initiative to meet it. Those who hadn't broken through to the spirit warrior realm fought in groups of 3 or 5, trying not to hold the team back. "Come on, if you've got the guts, come at me." Su DePeo disdainfully gave the white wolf with its head held high on the mountain wall the middle finger, then roared and flames surged from his body, raising the temperature around him considerably. Perhaps it's because spirit beasts like the white wolf of the vast plains are inherently extremely ferocious. Now, with an even more ferocious expression, he lunged forward at the crowd, a white light flashing on his claws, exuding a menacing aura. Raging Crimson Lotus. Watch out for my deliberate, powerful punch. I have an arrow. The shouts of the surrounding crowd reverberated throughout the area, causing the snow on the nearby mountainside to begin to slide down. At the same time, the figures all moved away from the beautiful woman standing in the center. Su DePeo, being the strongest among them, single-handedly fought against 5 or 6 white wolves, causing waves of fire to scatter and flames to leap about, and he even showed signs of gaining the upper hand. Bailuachi, unassuming as she was, faced off against 3 or 4 white wolves alone, even though she had not yet absorbed suitable spiritual techniques. However, thanks to his mind's eye ability and years of combat training, the destructive power he displayed at this moment was even greater than that of Su DePeo. For white wolves, their crimson eyes gleaming, launched a coordinated attack on him in quick succession. Their speed was so great that the scent of his blood-stained breath could be heard in the air, sending chills down one's spine. But the next second, the graceful figure standing on the snow leaped forward, somersaulting across the mountainside to avoid the white wolf's pounce, and simultaneously used the opportunity to land behind it. The dagger in her hand, broken and stabbed, danced like a butterfly, its cold light reflecting the white wolf's shadow. In just a few swift movements, they had already killed 1 white wolf and severely injured several others in the process. Plum blossoms dotted the snow-covered ground. "Good kill!" Su DePeo shouted loudly. His eyes flickered as he watched the Wolf King on the mountain wall behind them, wondering if it would take this opportunity to target Bai Xiaohua. "If I separate myself from the school beauty later, the Wolf King will probably lose his temper and make a move. But be careful, school beauty, or I won't be able to explain it to Suzy." Chapter 42: Defeating the Wolf King, the Jungle Fisherman. The flames spread out like a tidal wave, and Su DePeo stretched out his arms to tightly grasp the coiling fire serpent, his face flushed red in the firelight. He then threw a punch at the howling white wolf, creating a series of sonic booms. The fist's shadow flashed with intense light. Almost instantly, a large white wolf flew backward without looking back, without the slightest hesitation. Bang! It slammed heavily against the mountainside behind it, producing a sound like the mountain breaking apart. "You little wolf cub, let's see if you'll come down." With his back to the Wolf King atop the boulder, Su DePeo's attack just now was clearly a provocation to provoke the Wolf King into attacking. "Please step into the trap." Su DePeo once again took the initiative and attacked the pack of wolf cubs with deadly intent, charging straight at another scarred white wolf. At the same time, he carelessly exposed his back, revealing a weakness and giving his opponent ample opportunity. Flames splashed everywhere, and crimson flames burned the sky. Before long, Su DePeo firmly pinned the white wolf down, punching it into the ground. The white wolf's screams from the arena abruptly ceased. Result +1. Perhaps they couldn't bear to watch the battle anymore, or perhaps the weaknesses revealed by Su DePeo were too tempting. Finally, the Wolf King made his move. "Watch out, cannons! The Wolf King is coming for you. Call!" The sound of the wind behind them was getting closer and closer. "Phew, they're really coming for me." Su DePeo was a little nervous. His armor was already cracked, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the Wolf King's sudden attack. He quickly held his breath and relied on his instincts to judge the danger. In the instant the wolf shadows flickered behind him, the flames on Su DePeo's body surged again, as if a burst of anger had engulfed the surroundings. With his body as upright as a pine tree, he turned to the side and roared as he threw a punch that struck the Wolf King squarely. Roar! The Wolf King probably didn't expect Su to react so quickly. In the chaos, its claws collided with the fiery fist, creating a sonic boom, and it fell from mid-air. Awah! The air even smelled of burnt wolf fur, and it was clear to the naked eye that the wolf's paws were completely blackened. Hiss! This time I definitely won't let you escape. Su DePeo stared intently at the white wolf of the wilderness, his eyes burning with fervor, completely ignoring the wound on his own body inflicted by the wolf's sharp claws. That attack had been a Pyrrhic victory, killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own. But he didn't care at all. At the moment, before the Wolf King could react, he leaped forward, his flames swirling and tumbling in the air once more. Bailuachi, who was not far away, reacted just as quickly, wielding 2 butterfly daggers and leaping lightly through the encirclement to rush over. On the other side was a steep mountain wall, and the two of them blocked the retreat route of the Wild Wolf King from the front and the back. Whoa. Perhaps sensing something was wrong, the surrounding white wolves began to anxiously swarm around, but to the wolf's surprise, in less than half a minute, the Wolf King, who was facing off against the two, was already in dire straits. Su Depeo lunged forward and instantly activated the bronze spirit skill he had gained upon breaking through to the first rank of Spirit Warrior, Raging Red Lotus. The flames engulfed the Wolf King, and even with its thick hide, it could hardly withstand the intense heat. Su Depeo then delivered a punch, shattering the sharp wolf claws that were trying to defend themselves. He mercilessly beat the wolf while kicking it. Whoosh! Just then, a cold glint flashed, and plum blossoms burst into bloom. Bailuachi's figure appeared on the other side, the dagger in her hand still fluttering like a butterfly, with traces of blood sliding down the cold blade. Bang! The once majestic Wolf King of the wilderness, who had stood high above, staggered to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. Wow, that school beauty is amazing. The flames on Su Depeo's body extinguished. He grinned, slightly out of breath, and raised his hand, retracting his middle 3 fingers while extending his thumb and little finger. That's it, it's over now. Bailuachi smiled but didn't say anything, glancing around cautiously for any other attackers. But just a few seconds later, they saw the white wolves of the wilderness all around, their eyes filled with fear of the group. The Wolf King was dead, and a new king should be established. Faced with the humans who killed their Wolf King, the wolves completely lost the will to fight. They could only let out a loud howl and scatter. Whoa! Furthermore, at the foot of a mountain not far away, a group of people were ruthlessly butchering 2 enormous, powerful spirit beasts that resembled mammoths. Behind it were several cubs that looked like they had just been born, mooing fearfully for their dead parents. But everyone in front of them had traces of blood on their faces, and with their cold gazes and indifferent expressions, they looked like emotionless killing machines. Especially the round-faced girl wielding a long-handled scythe, her eyes filled with anger, who, with a single slash, severed the head of a fleeing mammoth cub, blood splattering everywhere, appearing utterly ruthless. She murmured in a tiny voice. Xingqing's #1 Lingwu High School, just you wait. Ache. Achoo. As Su Su walked through the jungle, he suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Hiss, it feels much colder in this jungle. Xinhao must have been referring to this place. Su Su trudged through the dark jungle with some skepticism. The air was filled with the rustling of insects. It was strange that insects could survive in this climate. Occasionally, one could hear a few roars of beasts coming from the depths of the jungle, but they were heard from a distance. In the Ice Soul Tiger Spirit Pearl deal that Xinhao had previously discussed with Su Su, he provided Su Su with some information about the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. The Snowfield Spirit Ruins was merely a low-level Spirit Ruins cave heaven, and compared to other places, the small worlds within it were not very large. In fact, they were rather small. A lake, a forest, 8 mountains, and 9 valleys. These are the places where spirit beasts gather and live in the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. Each place bears traces of many different kinds of spirit beasts. Of course, if you're lucky. This dark jungle before him was the jungle he had been referring to. As one of the few jungle areas in this snowy wilderness, there should be many traces of non-attribute spirit beasts here, right? Su Su pushed aside the black thorny vines blocking his path and jumped over them, constantly and cautiously observing his surroundings. The jungle is too quiet. It means there are powerful spirit beasts here, making it a dangerous place. But too much noise won't do. It means there are too many spirit beasts here, and one person would easily get hurt. These are survival tips that Su Su learned from watching wilderness survival shows in the past, and he doesn't know if they are applicable to Lingshu. Black vines were faintly entwined around the nearby giant trees, along with numerous whitish skeletons, which appeared to be from a type of spirit beast called the Foolish Monkey. However, there was no sign of any other surviving mischievous monkeys. Just then, the sounds of fighting and shouting came from not far away. Did someone fall directly into the jungle? It wasn't Depao and his gang, was it? Su Su was somewhat surprised to encounter someone here, so he pricked up his ears and crept towards the direction of the sound, simultaneously gripping the Phoenix Tang sword behind his back to conceal himself. Make the preparations that a fisherman should make. Sister Mengshi, watch out behind you. 2 more tiger cubs are coming. How can we possibly win against this? We only have one spirit warrior in our team, who can handle one-on-one combat, but now 3 ice soul tigers have come at once. We need to call for reinforcements. Bang! A cry of pain rang out as someone crashed into a tree. Roar! Ouch! It hurts! Help me! Everyone, stop those 2 tiger cubs! Quick! Chapter 43, the captain makes ice smoothie, the team members apply putty? Roar! Roar! 2 somewhat immature tiger roars echoed through the mountain stream and forest, mixed with some panicked cries. That voice must be from a tiger cub. Susu crouched down and slowly crept over, hiding behind a giant tree, peering through the gaps in the bushes to observe the battle ahead. 3 imposing ice crystal tigers, 1 large and 2 small, surrounded the group. Blue spiritual energy swirled around their bodies, shimmering in the light that adorned their tiger stripes. They were encased in thick ice crystal armor, their deep, menacing eyes fixed intently on their prey. The sheer, unconscious display of power was enough to instill fear in this group of people. Oh ho, not bad luck, this is an ice soul tiger. Susu nodded thoughtfully. This aura was probably not easy to deal with. Then Susu's gaze fell on the spirited girl with the red tasseled spear blocking the ice soul tiger's path. The young girl had her hair tied up in a high ponytail with a red scarf, and held a long spear with a red tassel in her hand. Her features were distinct and she looked very dashing, but her tightly furrowed brows revealed that she was somewhat flustered at the moment. Is this the Mingxi they're talking about? The only spirit warrior in the team. This guy seems to have a sense of responsibility, but the rest of your team are just too much, Susu thought to himself, frowning. It's no wonder Susu was acting out of his aversion to stupidity. Look at the field, 10 people against 3 one-star spirit beasts. And that red tasseled spear girl alone is going to face the strongest adult ice soul tiger. The remaining 9 people were actually intimidated by the 2 cub spirit beasts, and were even thinking of calling for reinforcements before the fight even started. What school did this good-for-nothing come from? Go home and drink your milk. Everyone, protect yourselves. I'll come back to help you after I've dealt with this tigress. The spirited young woman, wielding a 5-foot-long spear, spoke in a deep voice, her eyes carefully observing the adult ice soul tiger, still somewhat worried. In this jungle, there's a mature female ice soul tiger with 2 cubs. Could it be? Thinking of this, Mangxi became even more vigilant, not daring to ignore any blind spots, and the quiet forest within her sight now seemed even more terrifying. At this moment, a girl who looked somewhat sarcastic behind them hurriedly shouted, Mangxi, you're a spirit warrior. Shouldn't you be protecting us? Are you expecting us, who haven't even broken through to spirit warrior level, to fight against 2 ice soul tigers? Yeah, you're the captain. You promised to lead us to a great result. These people kept shouting that they didn't have the courage to fight the ice soul tiger, but they had the audacity to morally blackmail their own captain. Goodness! Susu was moved as he listened. This girl is too naive. As the strongest member of the team, how could she be manipulated by a bunch of noobs? If it were me, I'd send these people straight back to their hometowns before the battle even begins. Everyone here is an awakened one undergoing special training in the spirit ruins for the first time. Why should I protect you just because you're strong? Do you think this is a picnic on the snowy plains if you don't have the determination to fight to the death? But the result is obvious. Don't panic, everyone. I'll be there to help you in a bit. The 9 of you should work together to hold off the 2 cubs. Don't be afraid. The spirited young woman spoke up in warning, and the next moment she decisively drew her gun and charged forward, leaving a deep gunshot mark in the snow. Roar! Bass! Seeing Mangxi, its prey, dare to attack, the adult ice soul tiger in front of it stomped its paw forward and roared, pouncing at incredible speed. Its figure blocked out half the sky and obscured the girl's spear shadow below. Clang clang! The girl, still frowning, stared ahead, her long legs swaying as she assumed a fighting stance. She swiftly glided past the charging ice tiger, her movements clean and efficient, avoiding a direct confrontation. That's some impressive combat skill. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. Suddenly, the surrounding spirit beasts couldn't help but flee, not daring to linger. Then, Susu saw the ice soul tiger begin to unleash its talent. After a roar, the tiger swept away the snow clinging to its body, and a deep blue light shone forth, illuminating the stripes on its ice soul tiger. Layers of ice crystals appeared and covered his entire body, even his tiger fangs, which were estimated to be as thick as a forearm, were covered with a layer of ice crystals. Resembling the ice crystal archaic toothed tiger from a certain kingdom-themed minigame. As if its body had been amplified, or as if it had donned a full-body ice armor, the Ice Soul Tiger's aura had reached its peak, likely very close to that of a 2-star spirit beast. Its massive body shimmered brilliantly under the bright daylight. This is going to be difficult to deal with. The next second, the girl holding the spear bravely swung it with a flourish, a dark golden light covering it, and a sonic boom exploded. He is a metal attribute spirit warrior. He thrust out his spear. His entire body condensed spiritual energy into a spear-like aura. Ku! Mengshi shouted, her waist twitching as she flipped over, and the red-tasseled spear seemed to be enchanted. A dragon emerges from the sea. Clang clang. The spear's edge clashed with the ice armor. A bowl of plain shaved ice was shoveled out. Su Su was taken aback. How come this Ice Soul Tiger's ice armor is so hard? How do we fight it? Then, just as Su Su had predicted, the Ice Soul Tiger completely ignored the spear attack, treating it less than a tickle. It was like having the effect of 1 or 2 bowls of shaved ice. Although the spear tip was coated with an elemental power, it remained completely unharmed beneath the opponent's ice armor. The spirited young woman's brows furrowed with frustration, and she let out an incredulous "huh," before quickly pulling back after missing her target with her first shot. What a waste of courage. I want to quit. I want to quit. Everyone, press exit. Get the guards over here. People will die. Help me, oh. My butt. At this moment, the group of people facing the 2 cubs on the other side suddenly let out a wail. At first, a few of them thought they could help Mengshi by pulling the cubs back a little, hoping it would be able to handle the 2 tiger cubs that had only been born a short time ago. But to everyone's surprise, 1 or 2 of them were so frightened before they could even charge forward that they retreated, wildly waving their exquisitely crafted swords and blades at each other, scraping the Ice Soul Tiger cubs like putty. It's nothing. Su Su truly hadn't expected these people to be so weak. In less than a couple of rounds, they were frantically and chaotically fleeing, their hands covered in blood, almost shattering the sensor brooch on their chests. Let alone helping Mengshi, that would probably only make things worse. 2 tiger cubs were chasing 9 awakened ones around. What kind of martial arts are these guys talking about? How embarrassing. Swish. Swish. Several figures flashed by in the distance, appearing to be reinforcements from the guards. One by one, they rushed into the jungle and imprisoned the 2 Ice Soul Tiger cubs. They rescued the 9 people, who were nearly paralyzed with fear, from the claws of 2 Ice Soul Tigers that were no bigger than pet dogs. That's amazing. Captain Mengshi is truly a hero. Such a disastrous start. Chapter 44. Oh wow, the feast is starting. Sizzle. Good heavens, this is the Lingshu construction team. Hiding behind a tree, Su Su couldn't help but look at the pile of icy sand with some surprise. Fight, 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 what a load of crap. With that kind of mentality, wanting to become a spirit warrior is simply a pipe dream. Moreover, the departure of those 9 cannon fodder soldiers immediately changed the situation on the field. The spirited young girl was cornered by Tiger in this secluded grove. He cried out to heaven and earth, but received no response. The imagery is vivid, it looks truly tragic. Although I ended up alone, at least I was alone from the beginning, so it didn't affect my mindset much. Su Su, fighting alone, seemed to be handling the situation with more ease. He would fight if he could win. Even if you can't win a fight, you can run away. But the team from Xingcheng Lingwu 3rd High School was different. At the start, the team members morally blackmailed their captain. These hothouse flowers wouldn't even dare to fight a tiger cub the size of a pet dog. The special training was over before it even started. TSK, TSK. What a great teammate of China. Roar. After the guards and their 9 men disappeared into the distance. Before long, the 2 cub spirit beasts on the field were released from their restraints. Shaking its head with an air of profound incomprehension, it let out a slightly childish roar, then turned and staggered toward Mengshi's location. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. The sound instantly reached the ears of the girl facing off. Drink. Meng family spear, with me, there is no invincible. The next second, however, the girl became somewhat anxious. She shifted her spear's edge, took a step forward, flicked her high black ponytail, and nimbly charged towards the Ice Soul Tiger once more. Spiritual skill, Vajra Shadow. Several afterimages of young girls and dark golden gun flashes flickered around them. It's clear that this is an extremely fast defensive amplification type spirit skill. The girl's speed has more than doubled. Sizzle. Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard beside the Ice Soul Tiger cub's body. Its ice armor exploded into fragments. The girl was already in front of him, and with a single shot, she pierced through the body of the ice soul tiger cub. And then flick it upwards and toss it into the air. Wow, a solo kill. I am invincible. Hot blood splattered wildly, staining the girl's defiant face red. This spiritual skill is not bad. It not only increases attack power and attack speed, but also adds hardness to the spear's edge. Su was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the ice armor, which had been so difficult to penetrate just moments before, could now be broken through with a single strike, aided by his spiritual skill. Although she was just an ice soul tiger cub, it was enough to prove that the girl was quite powerful. Roar! The ice soul tiger flew into a rage and pounced on the girl in an instant, its eyes filled with indescribable fury at the injury of its cub. A gust of wind swept through, as if stirring up a foul wind. The ice soul tiger's figure also created several afterimages as it rushed towards the young woman at an extremely fast speed. Rumble! The next second, a tiger's claw slashed across, and before the girl could even raise her spear to defend herself, her armor was torn open, and she was sent flying. Bang! He crashed violently down a giant tree, his clothes tattered, revealing his snow-white skin and bloody wounds. Puff! The girl leaned weakly against the tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were glazed as she stared ahead. She had been able to defeat the ice soul tiger cub, but she couldn't believe she couldn't withstand a single blow from an adult ice soul tiger. It seems they've been a bit too overconfident. Hiss! Aren't you going to call for help? Coincidentally, the girl fell right in the direction Su was standing, and the two were only about 10 meters apart. Su could see very clearly that his opponent was no longer able to fight. Moreover, if they don't quit now, they might even lose their lives here. Roar! While the adult ice soul tiger, still some distance away, was examining the cub's injuries, Su couldn't help but whisper a reminder to the spirited girl. Hey, don't sleep here. Go back to your own place to sleep. Su shielded his face with his hand, his voice light and airy as he offered the reminder. The seriously injured girl almost thought she was hallucinating because she was stunned by the beating. He didn't even turn around to look at him, muttering to himself, "The Meng family spear, with me, is invincible." Ha! Invincible, huh? Bang! A small pebble fell beside her. The girl didn't notice. Then, another small pebble fell beside her. The girl was still in a daze, not even considering that there were other people in the forest. But the next second, there was a loud thud, as a pebble hit her hard on the head. Hiss! The girl cried out in pain and unconsciously looked in the direction where the stones had been thrown. She saw Su hiding behind a tree, holding a handful of stones. You ambushed me. The girl, facing utter despair, saw living people perhaps feeling aggrieved by the abandonment and severe injuries she had suffered. The girl's eyes lit up, then she wrinkled her nose, her lips pursed slightly as if she were holding back tears, her eyebrows arched slightly downwards, and her eyes instantly reddened. Ouch! It hurts! A spirited young woman suddenly turned into a pitiful creature after seeing Su. Damn it! Su was also caught off guard. Who attacked you? Who attacked you? Don't accuse someone wrongly. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Why did you have to pull this stunt? And why are you crying? This has nothing to do with me. Even though you're dressed in rags and your underwear is showing, I didn't do anything to you. However, Su didn't voice these complaints aloud. Instead, he quickly lowered his voice and kindly reminded him. Stop crying. What are you crying about? Can't you be a man? The ice tiger is coming. Hurry up and call for help. Be a man. The girl pouted even more upon hearing this, staring intently at Su as if in a huff. What a reckless and ignorant look. Meanwhile, the ice soul tiger, licking its cub's wounds in the distance, roared angrily once more, perhaps because the cub was nearing its end. A wave of energy surged skyward. Rumble! The jungle fell silent instantly, the forest trembled, and then it turned and charged towards them with murderous intent. In Su's opinion, this spirited young woman was quite resolute, and her performance was already excellent. The main problem with this training camp was the unreliability of your teammates. You can safely withdraw from it now. There's no need to force it. Just learn from Liang from number 2 middle school. A wise person knows when to yield. Of course, most importantly, if the girl retreats in time, the guards responsible for the rescue might be able to immobilize the ice tigers again, which would actually be a help. This will save her some energy. Su can also avenge her. Including those 2 million spirit pearls, it's practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why aren't you calling for help? Are you waiting for the feast to begin? The ice soul tiger flashed forward, and Susu looked at the girl under the tree in astonishment. Do you think this is your own home? You can't just sleep here whenever you want. Aren't you going to do anything about the guards? Mengshi collapsed to the ground, head tilted to the side, completely unconscious. The distress brooch on her body failed to activate. No guards arrived in time to subdue the ice tiger. Its enormous shadow had already appeared before the girl. It grinned, revealing its sharp fangs, and roared angrily. All right, let's begin. If you don't get up soon, Ice Tiger will be preparing for a buffet. Chapter 45 Robbery. Don't ask about money or sex, just hand over your. Roar. Rumble. The ground trembled, leaves fluttered all around, and a girl beneath the tree let people pick the leaves, creating a rather beautiful scene. The tiger's jaws, like a blood-red basin, were about to fall, but the guards had yet to appear. Save people, are you really waiting for the feast to begin? Seeing this terrifying scene, Susu was utterly speechless. His anger surged. Grass. We can't just stand by and watch someone die. What a waste of time. Susu kicked the long sword stuck in the ground, sending it spinning in the air, then stomped out, creating a large hole in the ground. He charged forward like a cannonball, caught the long sword in mid-air, and charged towards the ice soul tiger. This move is probably called snatching food from a tiger's mouth. A salute to that calm and collected sleeping girl in the face of danger. With a whoosh, Susu's blade light grazed the ice soul tiger's head as it slashed down, sending pieces of ice, stained with blood, falling to the ground. Unlike his earlier display of heroic spirit, Susu shattered the opponent's ice armor with a single strike. The blade fell, leaving behind arcs of black light, and even penetrated 3/10 of an inch into the flesh, staining the royal markings on it red. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Killing intent +1. Roar. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The ice soul tiger roared in pain, its eyes, brimming with fury, flashing with a clear light, gradually becoming stained with blood red. He stared intently at Susu, who was closing in on him, as if surprised that his defenses had been breached. But just as it was about to use its massive body and immense strength to tear Susu to shreds, the tiny human before him leaped up, and an astonishing killing intent surged forth once more. The blade, resembling a dragon, descended sharply from mid-air. The sword struck the ice soul tiger's head once more, and the faint sound of bones cracking could even be heard. Bang! Using chi to drive force, a single strike subdues the tiger. Whoosh! The figure moved with ghostly ease, lightly touching the ground, and drew his sword with a deadly strike. Today, I, Susu, am the one who will slay the tiger on this mountain. Susu roared, his blade flashing wildly like waves, giving his opponent no chance to react. Ho ho hoo! The ice tiger finally revealed fear in its eyes. It probably never expected that in just a few breaths, it would be beaten so badly by the human in front of it that it was powerless to fight back. Even when it usually reigns supreme in this jungle, it has never suffered such a great loss, let alone been in such a desperate situation. Die! In a flash, Susu roared, his spiritual energy suddenly blazing, and the blade in his hand flashed like a ghost, forming a crescent-shaped arc of attack. A whooshing sound rang out across the swirling snow. It was deafeningly loud. One strike and he's beheaded. The ice soul tiger staggered and fell to the ground, opening its mouth to exhale a weak breath, while the light in its beastly eyes seemed determined to memorize the person before it. Perhaps he was preparing to follow in his predecessor's footsteps and repay their kindness in the next life. Then, he died without closing his eyes and making a sound. Killing intent +1. Phew! Not bad, but the drawing motion is still not concise enough, and the speed could be a bit faster. Susu steadied himself and exhaled a breath of stale air. His gaze was fixed intently on his now silent prey beneath the blade as he delivered 2 more blows. His bright black eyes flickered slightly, as if he were reviewing the battle just now. This is the fighting habit that Guan Yu taught Susu over the past 2 or 3 months. Spirit warriors generally don't make a move unless they are truly formidable. Furthermore, one must always be prepared to review the battle. True masters are often unpretentious and decide the outcome in just a few moves. As he pondered, Susu looked up into the distance, only to see the corpse of an ice soul tiger cub covered in a thin layer of snow. The other cub had vanished without a trace. What a pity! We let one of the cubs escape. Otherwise, we could add another spirit pearl. The temperature on the snowfield was dropping even lower. Even with my spiritual energy activated, I still felt a bone-chilling cold. It seemed I needed to find a suitable place to stay for the night. Thinking of this and the 2 million business deal, Susu quickly cut open the pearl and took out the spirit pearl. The spirit pearl was dark blue and trembled slightly when held in his hand. Spiritual skill, Ice Soul. It can unleash ice attribute energy shots, possessing a soul freezing effect. No wonder they say this is worth 2 million. It turns out that the Ice Soul Tiger's spiritual skill actually has the ability to control, freezing people's souls. Susu smiled, wiped the blood off the plate, and tossed it into his pocket. Feeling great. This simple coin represents decades of income for Susu's family. As long as you take this spirit pearl out, regardless of your ranking, it will be considered your first pot of gold as a spirit warrior. But then, a weak voice rang out in surprise. Something slightly out of place disturbed Susu's mood. 2 million? Susu jolted awake, drew his sword, and turned to look. The spirited girl who had fainted had somehow woken up. Her face was ashen, and her burning gaze was fixed on Susu as she tossed the spirit pearl into her pocket. That look perfectly exemplified the phrase eyes that light up at the sight of money. Goodness, you're awake now that the fight's over. I'm not taking a share of this, you can do as you please. Susu turned around with a dark expression, drew his Phoenix Tang sword, took out the spirit pearl from the other dead Ice Soul Tiger, and tossed it into his pocket. Alright, as long as you're still conscious, hurry up and quit. You can't do anything anyway because you're injured. Rub. To everyone's surprise, Susu's well-intentioned reminder was completely ignored. Instead, the other party stood up, head drooping, looking at the ground, and slowly walked towards Susu. Swaying and wobbling, then coming to a stop. That's my spirit pearl you're holding. The girl tilted her head slightly to look at Susu. The distance between them was no more than a foot. You can even smell the other person's breath. It smells like jasmine. Wow. Things are getting a bit ambiguous. But Susu realized what was happening, and his face darkened even more. Are you even speaking human language? Putting aside the fact that I saved you and haven't even asked you for anything, you actually call the spirit pearl in my pocket your spirit pearl? You still reached out. Don't they know they'll get caught if they reach out? Hey, let's be reasonable. Even though you killed that cub, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead here too, Susu said, clinging to his last shred of patience. And this is special training, so everyone's spirit orbs can be snatched. But the girl shook her head and didn't say anything, completely ignoring what he was saying. Her pale little hand was still stretched out in front of Susu, stubbornly refusing to listen. Trying to be tough, huh? Fine, so you're going to pull this stunt, huh? Susu, getting a little angry at the other person, slapped them hard on their fair, shiny forehead, which instantly turned red. Robbery. I'll rob you of your money and your virtue. Do you have any spirit pearls left? I'll take them all today. Behave yourself and hand it over, or if I search you later, hee. Susu grew increasingly angry as he looked at her, and directly made a move on the spirited young woman. Who the hell is going to be polite to you anymore? Now you're the fish on the chopping block and I'm the butcher. The girl pushed Susu's hand away, and stumbled. His face grew increasingly pale, and even the originally fair skin around the wound was now turning bluish. He feared he would suffer frostbite in a little while. No. Seeing Susu's shameless behavior, her face changed drastically, and she quickly backed away, covering her chest with her hands and sobbing. What do you not want? The real goal is to keep going, right? This makes it even more exciting. But the next second, Susu stopped, withdrew his outstretched hands, and stood in front of the other person. He tossed his sword sheath with a mocking laugh, then turned and strode into the depths of the jungle, no longer caring whether his opponent lived or died. Just a friendly reminder, your wound is badly frostbitten. You'd better get out of here quickly. Don't risk your life for the sake of the spirit pearl. Even after Susu had walked a distance, he still hadn't heard a response from the other party. There was a loud bang. It's like a heavy object falling to the ground. Chapter 46. Oh no, my whole body aches, I can't be. Bang! A sound came from behind. The cautious Susu suddenly drew his sword, turned around, and created distance. Surprisingly, the sound wasn't the heavy footsteps of the opponent who had ambushed Susu. Or did this girl faint again? Damn it, are you faking it? Susu blurted out a curse, his expression turning even more grim. This is so unfair. It's just special training, why are you risking your life? Just lie there, I'm leaving. Paying attention to her for even a second is irresponsible to yourself. Having said that, Susu turned and walked deeper into the area, making no attempt to take advantage of the situation, leaving only a slender figure lying unconscious in the open space. She stretched out a slender hand towards the departing figure. As someone who was fortunate enough to survive a second chance at life, Susu was far less afraid of death than others, but at the same time, he was also more afraid of death than others. Dying was a very easy thing. But once he thought about the consequences of his death, Susu had to be cautious in every step he took. Now that Mengshi is determined to take this spirit pearl from him in such a shameless and direct manner, Susu will absolutely not be soft-hearted. Ha, it's the 21st century already. Simps deserve to die a horrible death. You actually dare to ask me for it with your hands. I might not even agree to it with your mouth. After all, there are security cameras. Whoosh, the cold wind is biting. Susu flew towards the depths of the jungle, encountering no spirit beasts along the way. This was most likely because the power of the Ice Soul Tiger had caused all the spirit beasts in the area to flee in all directions. There are a lot of black trees in this area, but none of them are suitable for overnight stays. With such heavy snow, we'll probably be buried in the snow by midnight. Sizzle. Forgetting what had just happened, Susu leaped to the treetop. They began to carefully search for a place to spend the night. Logically speaking, with so many spirit beasts living in this jungle, there should be no shortage of caves. I wonder how DePeo and Xiaobai are doing. This team is probably going to be hard to manage. The jungle is vast even from the treetops, it's difficult to see its edge at a glance. As he searched, especially after seeing the unreliable team members from Xingqing Lingwu No. 3 Middle School, Susu suddenly became worried about them. I hope the people on my team are reliable. After walking several hundred meters further in, the traces of spirit beasts became even more numerous. The tree trunk had many pits and dents, and there was a heavy footprint on the ground. It was clearly left by some kind of large spirit beast. There was also a shallower footprint nearby, with one large and one small, heading in the direction Susu came from. These footprints look familiar? Susu leaped down from the tree and surveyed his surroundings. There were many traces of spirit beasts, and the thick layer of snow that had covered the giant trees around him had already fallen. No spirit beasts were found. It seemed that a large spirit beast was present. Roar! Roar! At this time, from the direction of the jungle behind Susu, a roar that shook the mountains and forests resounded, mixed with a slightly cute howl, possessing a certain tiger's roar that echoed through the mountains and rivers, creating a terrifying and awe-inspiring feeling. They weren't far apart, but it felt like they just brushed past each other. No wonder there are no spirit beasts in this area. They must have been scared away by this domineering aura. This is an Ice Soul Tiger? Susu realized with some surprise. It feels like the escaped cub found its father and came back for revenge. After the young one was beaten, the old one came along. This dramatic scene left Susu somewhat bewildered. Would they take their revenge on Mengshi instead? It is said that there are quite a few 2-star spirit beasts in the Snowfield Spirit Ruins. The female Ice Soul Tiger I just killed was a peak 1-star beast, so this one might be a 2-star spirit beast. Susu gripped the scabbard tightly, his gaze returning to the direction he had come from. Remembering the unconscious girl, his brows furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl, who had fainted not far from the corpse of the Ice Soul Tiger, perhaps because she was starting to feel cold, finally vaguely heard dangerous sounds coming from her surroundings. No, no. The girl murmured as she slowly opened her eyes, her furrowed brows showing signs of pain. My body aches so much. She didn't see Susu, but felt aches all over her body, and felt a chill seeping through the tears in her clothes. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the bastard did that to me? Roar! Just then, the girl, who had little knowledge of that kind of thing, was in a daze when she was suddenly jolted awake by a loud roar behind her. It was as if her soul had been shattered by the impact, and she turned her head in a daze to look over. What a huge tiger! The girl was stunned. Looking up, she saw the approaching, incredibly massive and ferocious Ice Soul Tiger. Her already pale face became even more bloodless. It seems Susu misunderstood her. She wasn't faking fainting. She was genuinely dizzy, otherwise, she wouldn't have received such a big surprise right after waking up. Base. Mengshi struggled frantically to stand up, sweeping away the thin layer of snow that covered her. The injury to her waist was so severe that she couldn't straighten her back or fight back. Mom, I can't do it, I really can't. She murmured tremulously, tears welling up in her eyes involuntarily. Simply using her hands to support herself as she stood up had exhausted all her strength, and her gaze, fixed on the approaching ice soul tiger, was beginning to lose focus. Roar! Rumble! The ice soul tiger roared and pounced, its fierce claws unleashing a blizzard. As Mengshi murmured to herself, she even forgot to call for help and just stared blankly ahead, as if she had made a choice. This ending doesn't seem so bad, does it? I should be able to see my mom soon. Just then, those eyes that were about to close tightly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure flashed behind the ice soul tiger, its face filled with anger and somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The girl's long eyelashes, covered in snowflakes, trembled slightly. It's him! So, they're here to take responsibility for me. The girl's mind immediately went to this place. Whoosh! But what puzzled him was that Susu's first words were anything but gentle. Damn it, are you out of your mind? Why aren't you calling for help and waiting to die? Susu cursed, curling the long sword he was wielding directly at the cub behind the adult ice soul tiger. At the same time, he drew the tiger fawn dagger from his waist and quickly closed in with a swift movement. Bang! The long sword was knocked away and plunged into the ground, making a crisp clang. Roar! Enraged, the ice soul tiger shifted its gaze from the longsword to the rapidly approaching figure. Susu's appearance successfully intercepted the ice soul tiger's attack, directly enraging the opponent and diverting its attention. To be honest, Susu was certain the moment he saw this adult ice soul tiger. Its terrifying aura and massive body were enough to prove its extraordinary nature, and the warning signal on its chest was also chilling. A 2-star spirit beast, the ice soul tiger. Danger! 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 These 3 consecutive warnings of danger forced Susu to suppress his anger and face this formidable enemy with the utmost composure. It's not that 1 star is too expensive, but 2 stars offer better value for money. His hands gleamed with a dense white light, and the tiger-tooth dagger in his hand also exuded a formidable aura. With a single step, he surged forward, moving like a dragon straight towards the ice soul tiger cub. Whoosh! A surge of spiritual energy rose up, and snowflakes scattered. But the intention was too obvious. Before he could strike, the adult ice soul tiger swiftly pounced and rolled forward. It blocked Susu's path directly, its entire body radiating cold ice armor as it charged straight at him, causing an earthquake and a flurry of white snow. 1 man and 1 tiger clashed head-on. Chapter 47. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch longer. Bang! The ice soul tiger, its face contorted with rage, pounced, unleashing a blizzard that enveloped Susu. But Susu showed no fear at this moment, his eyes still gleaming with a deep, unfathomable light. Having undergone Guan Yu's usual one-on-one combat training, Susu's performance was far more than that. His steps were steady, and his movements were sharp and agile. With remarkable maturity, he used the force of the ice soul tiger's charge to perform a swift somersault in mid-air, rapidly changing direction and pulling the Phoenix Tang sword stuck in the ground beside him. A sliver of cold light gleamed from the blade. This time, the real intention was not what it seemed. The ice soul tiger cub is not a threat. The main concern is putting pressure on its father, thereby creating psychological stress for him. And take the opportunity to acquire a long sword, since in this situation of fighting someone of a higher level, the advantages of a long sword far outweigh those of a dagger. As the saying goes, every inch longer is an inch longer, and that makes it stronger. Watch out! Watch out! Just then, a girl standing by a tree not far away cried out timidly. Susu quickly turned and dodged, avoiding the heavy snowdrift falling from the tree. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the ice soul tiger pounce towards him again, its body like an ice tank, smashing 2 of the surrounding giant black trees along with it. The wind and snow scattered like dust. The ice soul tiger's strength is undeniable. It is clearly powerful. No wonder Qin Hao was willing to offer such a high price. It's probably worth it. However, the ice soul tiger doesn't seem to have yet demonstrated its ability to freeze people's souls. This worried Susu somewhat, as he had not yet acquired any spiritual skills. From a combat perspective, this is a significant disadvantage. If they were to gain control, things would be dire. Who knows if this sensory brooch could even signal for help on its own? After all, Mangshi had been unconscious for so long, and not a single guard had offered to help him. If they were to place all their hopes on him, that would be a sure way to their death. As Susu retreated quickly, he accelerated to the side and charged towards the ice soul tiger cub hiding behind him, aiming to use the cub to command the tiger father. Roar! The cub, hiding behind Susu, barked angrily twice, clearly recognizing that Susu's target was itself. But perhaps because he was used to being arrogant in the jungle, he hadn't had time to scare Susu away or react properly when he saw Susu's blade light approaching. In that instant, the adult Ice Soul Tiger, disregarding all else, hurriedly leaped into the air, its claws gripping the ground as it lunged towards Susu's retreating figure. Its spiritual energy rapidly gathered into a ball around it. Within its enormous tiger's mouth, a ball of eerie blue spiritual energy, shimmering with a terrifying aura, formed. With a roar, it raised its head and unleashed a beam of light. This is Ice Soul. Quick! A sudden tremor ran through Susu's heart, and a chill ran down his spine as he sensed that aura. Before the tiger could even roar, a sliding tackle swept past the Ice Soul Tiger cub, taking cover behind a giant tree. He watched helplessly as the beam of light spewed from the Ice Soul Tiger's mouth struck the cub without warning. Roar! The roar abruptly stopped. The target had been successfully hit on its own cub. 100% accuracy. The cub that took that hit immediately froze. Its entire body, from feet to head, froze solid in the blink of an eye. This was different from their natural ice armor. It was more like they had been frozen into ice sculptures. Wow, that damn precision, it really is a control type? Susu sighed with lingering fear, especially after seeing the cub completely unable to move. Could this really possess the ability to attack souls? Susu looked on with envy. He already had a spirit pearl in his pocket that contained such a spiritual technique. Should we absorb it to deal with it? Before Susu could consider it, the abruptly stopped tiger roar rang out again, this time even more ferocious. A beam of eerie blue light shot from the tiger's mouth towards Susu, who was behind the giant tree. He was furious and embarrassed, and he got impatient. Call! Rumble! Susu dodged quickly, and with a loud bang, the giant tree instantly turned into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into ice shards. Holy crap, is it really that scary? We need to wear them down first before closing in. Panting heavily, Susu made up his mind to continue to draw out the Ice Soul Tiger's anger, so that the other party would unleash its powerful innate abilities on him without restraint, thus weakening it. Bang! Without hesitation, he chopped a tree branch off and transformed it into a spear, then hurled it at the ice sculpture cub. As expected, the Ice Soul Tiger's attention was diverted, and it unleashed another Ice Soul Spirit technique, turning the flying spear into an ice sculpture that crashed to the ground. Roar! The Ice Soul Tiger had finally witnessed Susu's shamelessness. It was running around in the jungle like a mischievous monkey guarding the entrance, which was infuriating. Every gesture he made was a provocation to its rage, and every move he made was harmless, yet he had no choice but to intervene. This is infuriating. Before the man and the tiger even clashed, the Ice Soul Tiger was already panting heavily. Looking at the figure that had disappeared behind the tree in the distance to avoid the attack, it slapped down the giant tree next to it with one claw. Rumble! The frequent use of its innate ability, even for a 2-star spirit beast, had taken a toll. The misted exhale turned into ice shards and fell to the ground, and the fierce light in its pupils slowly dimmed. Ugh, those damn monkeys, they're really good at hiding. Roar! The Ice Soul Tiger cursed and slammed down a giant tree with another palm strike, its fury reaching the sky. Even those who didn't understand animal language could probably tell the intensity of its roar. As one of the most powerful spirit beast groups in this jungle, they used to only tear apart their prey and lord it over others. Who would have thought that they would suffer such a humiliating disgrace today? This roar seemed to be a declaration that he had brought shame upon the tiger. Roar! But before it could utter another roar, a flash of light appeared from behind a tree to the side, and Susu, the one it hated to the core, appeared beside it like a ghost. The long blade swept upwards in a perfect arc, startling the Ice Soul Tiger, which instinctively retreated, knocking down several giant trees. Soul Power +1. Soul Power +1. A mysterious power emanated from Susu's body, making him feel much clearer-headed. This is good stuff. Susu easily leaped up, the snow on the ground lightly staining the tips of his shoes, and the Phoenix Tang blade in his hand was already slashing straight down at the neck of the Ice Soul Tiger. Bang! The ice armor cracked. Soul Power +1. It displayed a crack shape resembling a spider web, and the Ice Soul Tiger, due to the immense force pressing down on its neck, had its entire head smashed into the snowdrift, resembling a snowman. No, it's Snow Tiger. I didn't expect this 2-star spirit beast to have such a strong defensive capability. Susu quickly drew his sword and, taking advantage of the gap that caught his opponent off guard, unleashed another powerful slash. Soul Power +1. In an instant, the defensive ice armor on its neck shattered into pieces, exposing the fur and flesh beneath. Roar! Susu originally wanted to take this opportunity to understand the other party directly, but the ice soul tiger seemed to feel a chill down its back and sensed the threat of death. Hiss. Oh no. At that moment, Susu noticed out of the corner of his eye that another beam of eerie blue light shone from the mouth of the ice soul tiger, and he gasped in shock. Susu was very fast, but the ice soul tiger's reaction was also extremely violent. Oh my. Chapter 48. The Vajra shadow moves, both hands grasp the direction. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light, radiating a deadly threat, was launched and shot straight toward Susu's figure. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and Susu instinctively retreated, but his face couldn't help but reflect that eerie blue light. Base. Winning the bid. The beam of light had an exceptionally large range, as if the ice soul tiger had exhausted all its power. After unleashing this attack, the two-star ice soul tiger lay panting heavily on the ground, its hateful gaze sending chills down one's spine. And looking at the other side. At that moment, Susu was caught off guard and struck in the feet by the pillar of ice light. Before he could react, the ice on his feet began to spread. In no time, they were stuck to the ice crystals, and a chilling sensation ran through their bodies. Ah! Susu's face turned pale. Frozen by that soul power, his eyes glazed over. He stood there motionless, like an ice sculpture, its base firmly glued to him. Oops! This was a complete mishap. What do we do now? Is this the end? With his eyes still blurry, Susu saw the ice soul tiger catch its breath for a while, then immediately stand up as if seeking revenge, and walk towards him. One big footprint after another. A low-pressure atmosphere could be felt spreading around it, a feeling emanating from its kingly aura. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Susu instinctively bit his tongue hard, trying to wake himself up as quickly as possible with the pain. He immediately felt a rush of blood into his nose and it flowed out of his mouth and nose. Fortunately, despite the excruciating pain, his consciousness began to slowly return. Roar! But the ice soul tiger wouldn't give Susu a chance to recover. Its roar couldn't vent the gloom in its heart. It lunged at Susu, who was not far away, its ferocious, sharp teeth seemingly wanting to tear Susu's head apart. Damn it! Get moving! Susu gritted his teeth and vowed fiercely, knowing that if he hesitated even a second longer, he might truly become a jungle ghost. His legs were also trembling slightly, and the ice crystals clinging to them were visibly breaking apart. Sizzle! Rumble! The ice soul tiger leaped into the air, its overwhelming aura blotting out half the sky. The howling wind from its mouth stirred up a foul gust of wind as it charged straight at Susu. Damn, there's no way to dodge it. Susu's heart skipped a beat. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I was afraid I was going to die here today. But at this crucial moment, a flash of dark golden light appeared to the side, stirring up a gust of wind and snow. A beautiful figure, holding a long spear, gritted her teeth and took the initiative to meet them. It was Meng Shi, the unreasonable and heroic girl. And you, unreasonable sister, are my true hero. Susu stared in astonishment at the figure charging forward, his expression one of utter bewilderment. When she was killed by a one-star ice soul tiger, she was timid and hesitant, but now, facing a two-star ice soul tiger, she takes the initiative to attack. Roar! The ice soul tiger's attention was indeed drawn, and it raised its paw and slapped directly at the target. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Shi's spear were so weak that before she could even break through the ice soul tiger's ice armor, her entire body was already sent flying by this claw. Susu could see the stubbornness hidden in the other person's figure. It was quite unexpected that this girl, knowing she was no match for him, would still selflessly block the ice soul tiger's deadly attack for him. A sudden wave of sadness washed over me. But more than anything, there was anger. Base. Unable to bear it any longer, Susu gritted his teeth and strode forward with a murderous look on his face. Ice crystals gradually shattered and fell, paving a path for him. Moving his stiff and unnatural feet, he gripped the Phoenix Tang sword tightly in his hand and charged forward step by step. Seeing Susu recover, the ice soul tiger's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of panic, but it quickly reacted and pounced on Susu. They also deeply understood the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness to kill them. The bright tiger stripes on its forehead revealed its aura as the king of the jungle. Perhaps knowing he wasn't in good shape, Susu didn't act rashly this time. His charging figure suddenly stopped, and as the ice soul tiger pounced forward, he held his sword horizontally, blocking the tiger's fangs. He was undoubtedly knocked back by this force, and his hands were cut open by the sharp force, bleeding profusely. But what puzzled who was The knife-wielding youth in front of them was hit so hard that his face turned red and his blood rushed back to his head. But instead of dodging, his dark eyes seemed to become even brighter, and his murderous aura became even more obvious. Ice Tiger was a little dazed. He felt dizzy and weak. There wasn't enough time for it to react. After a few seconds of adjustment, Susu strode back and leaped onto the Ice Soul Tiger's head, the immense force causing the tiger to become dizzy. The already exhausted tiger body collapsed to the ground, sprawling out. The icy blade stirred up a gust of wind, tracing a semicircular arc in midair, layers of blade light overlapping, finally culminating in a single, chilling glint at its tip. Die! Susu's aura has now reached its peak, and his entire being exudes murderous intent. In an instant, the long blade pierced straight into the Ice Soul Tiger's neck, and a spurt of hot blood gushed out. The Ice Soul Tiger's pupils constricted, and it was about to desperately flip Susu off, but the next second the blade pierced through its entire neck. Soul Power +1. Soul Power +1. Soul Power +1. Gradually, the Ice Soul Tiger fell silent, while Susu's condition improved steadily. The soul shock caused by the Ice Soul attack he had just suffered was now being refined by his own abilities, causing his soul power to continuously increase. The person felt instantly light and airy. His eyes gleamed, and Susu even noticed that his perception seemed to have improved, allowing him to see more details. For example, the spirited young girl who had stood up, supporting herself with her spear, was looking at her with slightly flickering eyes, her slightly parted red lips suggesting she was quite surprised by her reaction. Completely forgetting the embarrassment of her exposed breasts, half of which were exposed. Susu's nose suddenly felt itchy, and he didn't know what to say. Should we remind them? A bit annoying. The days on the snowfield seem to be much shorter than in the real world. It should be afternoon now, but it's already starting to get dark. In a lush, dark forest, the leaves blocked out the sunlight, making it appear especially deep and secluded. On the path here, Susu and the girl on his back had temporarily formed a team. The girl's head was buried tightly behind Susu's head, looking very well behaved and adorable. Hey, if you're cold, could you use the spirit orb I gave you? Susu carried the girl through the somewhat bumpy jungle, so he inevitably stumbled a bit, and every now and then he had to support her to prevent Mengshi from falling. Hiss! It's so soft. As soon as Susu finished speaking, Mengshi raised her flushed face and said softly, trying to appear calm, "What? That was originally my spirit pearl. I killed the Ice Soul Tiger cub. It was clearly you unscrupulous guy, who stole it from me." Her voice grew softer and softer, but her face grew increasingly red. Take your hand away. Chapter 49 Nightfall in the Mountain Cave, Ghost Vine Demons appear. The girl gave a shy, soft resting her chin on Susu's shoulder, looking quite comfortable. Don't be ungrateful. I gave you the spirit pearl and you didn't use it. Now you have no spiritual energy left in your body. If I wasn't afraid you would freeze to death, I wouldn't bother with you. Susu's irritated voice rang out again, his hands firmly pressed against the girl's buttocks. The spiritual energy circulating between his hands subtly transmitted heat, making the girl feel warm. The occasional exertion was simply to prevent the girl from falling off his back. I really don't understand why this person is unwilling to use the spirit pearl. Wouldn't that put Sue in a difficult position? Snort. Mengshi blinked and whimpered, then buried her head in Susu's neck again, like a tamed kitten, now obediently clinging to Susu. She seems to really like this feeling. Bass. The snowstorm seemed to be intensifying, accompanied by howling winds. The two followed the direction of the cliff face in the jungle they had initially discovered, and before they knew it, they had been walking for almost half an hour. The sky gradually darkened, and the remaining sunlight was blocked by the dense bushes. Aside from being able to see the thick white snow and distinguish directions, it greatly interferes with the line of sight. We've arrived. Susu breathed a sigh of excitement, turned his head and touched the girl who seemed to be asleep, saying, "We're here. Don't sleep yet, you can sleep later." Not far in front of the two was the small hill that Susu had seen earlier from the top. At first, Susu thought that there might be caves suitable for spirit beasts to live in places with mountains. You can find bargains and even stay overnight. However, what he saw before him proved that Susu was quite lucky. There was a dark cave on one side of the hill, which seemed to be able to keep out the wind and snow at night. It stands out sharply from the surrounding white, making it immediately noticeable. Is it foggy? Fog even in this cold weather? Susu asked, somewhat puzzled, but the head on his shoulder just shook lightly without making a sound. These bizarre weather conditions are quite a headache. Suddenly, Su heard some rustling sounds around him, but he couldn't tell what they were coming from. But after scanning the area, neither of them saw any trace of any spirit beasts. So, are we going to spend the night in this cave? Are there any spirit beasts inside? Mengshi blinked and whispered in Su's ear, her arms wrapped tightly around him, completely oblivious to the fact that Su was struggling to breathe. Call. Whether I stay here overnight or not, and whether it's comfortable or not, you'll only know once you let me in. Su rolled his eyes in response, but then, as if realizing his words were ambiguous, he quickly added an explanation. After all, it's too cold. Look at you, you're shivering from the cold. His words were full of care. I was mainly taking care of you, worried you were cold, and I was even shivering from the cold. Upon hearing these two sentences, Mengshi immediately fell silent. Her already flushed face turned even redder, especially as she felt the warmth of the large, warm hands beneath her. It's so hot, but it feels so good. Seeing that the girl behind him didn't reply, Su freed one hand, gripped the Phoenix Tang sword tightly, and then strode towards the cave. The surrounding area was covered in snow, dotted with thick jungle tree roots and numerous rocks that resembled faces with white hair, adding to the eeriness of the dim jungle. Su stood in front of the cave with his sister, fully armed and carrying knives. Inside, it was quiet and dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. All that could be heard was the howling wind. It should be a small cave, Su muttered to himself, making his judgment based on the echoing wind, and then put the girl off him. Then he walked to one side on his own. Whoosh! He chopped down a reasonably sized black tree with a single stroke, split it into pieces, then ignited them with his own spiritual energy and tossed them directly into the dark cave. Bang! The wooden sticks burning with yellow flames lit up the cave as if a curtain had been lifted, revealing its true form. Rustling sounds. A snake. No. These are vines. Su stared in shock at the black vines moving inside. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have snake scales and only branching tentacles, Su would have almost subconsciously mistaken this place for a snake's den. How can the vines still move? Mengshi asked, somewhat surprised, as he leaned on his spear. The two stared blankly at a corner of the cave that was illuminated and shimmering with white light. Holy crap, so many spirit beast skeletons. Is this all the work of these sentient vines? Su immediately became cautious around the vines that had exposed their forms while dodging the flames, and the sensory brooches worn by the two of them also began to alert them. A one-star ghost vine demon. Skilled at creating poisonous barriers to silently kill its prey. A one-star ghost vine demon. Skilled at creating poisonous barriers to silently kill its prey. The simultaneous reminder made Su immediately understand. No wonder it felt like fog was rising. It was all because of that ghost vine demon. So, the remains of those spirit beasts that died here are because they spent the night in this cave and inhaled too much poison, thus becoming fertilizer for these vines. Just as Su was pondering, the vines in the cave seemed to sense something was amiss, and suddenly burst forth, shooting outwards like withered tree branches and long snakes. There were so many that Su couldn't even count how many ghost vine demons there were. I wonder how many tentacles a single ghost vine demon has. Be careful. Su glanced sideways and warned, gesturing for the injured Mengshi to step back. As for himself, he gripped the Phoenix Tang sword tightly, his body filled with flowing spiritual energy, and the sword's edge lit up again as he swung his arm down in an arc. Whoosh! The blade's edge followed the direction the vine had pierced, easily severing it in half, the vine falling to the ground as if slicing melons or chopping vegetables. This surprised Su for a moment. This ghost vine demon is so weak? Poison immunity +1. Poison immunity +1. Logically speaking, these mutated spirit beasts should have evolved in some aspect, right? For example, these thorny vines are like spears forged from metal, with astonishing defensive and offensive capabilities? But Su hasn't seen either of these two things. The feel of that piece was similar to when he chopped down trees before, but this one was much thinner, like a greyhound in the plant world. That's it. Chapter 50 Poisonous Miasma, Strange Ghost Vine Demon. Bang! The sound of falling rocks echoed from inside the cave, where countless vines intertwined, creating a chilling, snake-like abyss. These ghost vine demons' greatest skill should be poison, right? They gave me poison immunity, what other moves do they have? Su took a few steps back with some suspicion, his eyes flickering as he looked at the half of the vine he had cut off. The clean cut began to change color, turning from grayish-brown to white. For some reason, I suddenly felt a pang of heart palpitations. The numerous skeletons of spirit beasts displayed in the cave couldn't possibly be the result of any other accident. Is it poison? Before Susu could even figure it all out, the ghost vine demon itself had already provided the answer. The severed vines began to drip drops of white liquid, and the mist in the air thickened, filling the air with a strange, peculiar fragrance. It's like the fragrance that emanates from the most alluring flower when it blooms. In the hazy mist, Susu seemed to see several gigantic, grinning figures, their long, withered arms raised, slashing towards him. Call! Susu held his breath and swung his sword to defend, but the withered arm, in a daze, transformed into vines and swept towards him. It was as if a thin veil had been draped over his vision, obscuring his surroundings. Wow! It can even create illusions. With a flash of his long sword, Susu dared not underestimate the ghost vine demon, which had killed numerous spirit beasts, based on the state he had just sensed. This fragrance can affect a person's vision, causing temporary blindness in humans or spirit beasts. It can also impair a person's perception, and in severe cases, cause them to fall into a coma. No wonder the spirit beasts in the cave couldn't escape. It turns out that's the reason. Bang! Just then, Susu heard a thud behind him. Without even looking, he could guess that Meng Shi had fallen. However, these ghost vine demons are focused on me right now, so there's no need to save her first. Susu was astonished. He dared not breathe, dared not inhale the poisonous miasma again, and instead kept his eyes fixed on the cave in front of him, waiting for an opportunity. As the poisonous miasma ceased to be inhaled, everything gradually became clearer, and the grinning, gigantic figures vanished amidst the laughter. Only the ghostly vines that were wrapped around it were exposed. This is the moment. Susu held his breath, raised his long sword and leaped up, completely disregarding the numerous ghost vines and demonic tendrils. He moved as if he were in an empty place, and the tendrils that flew out of the cave were cut into 8 pieces by his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Poison immunity +1. Poison immunity +1. Poison immunity +1. As Susu swung his blade, his body continuously strengthened its immunity to the poison. Gradually, he no longer needed to hold his breath. The poisonous barrier in the air could no longer restrain Susu, and he was completely reduced to a strong, ordinary perfume. How wonderful! They fought their way from outside the cave into the cave, and the shattered vines scattered on the ground turned to ashes in just a few seconds, a sign of the ghost vine demon's death. Corresponding to this were the gray spirit orbs that had fallen to the ground. They look very tempting. A rough estimate suggests there are probably dozens of them. If Meng Shi, lying outside the cave, knew this situation, she'd probably wake up laughing, then die of anger, because she wasn't part of it. Call! The spirit beast spirit orb that was killed by the ghost vine demon is still here? Susu brought his sword down, his gaze fixed on the pile of white bones before him. On the sand, he spotted several intact, strangely shaped spirit pearls. The fluctuations of spiritual energy flowing above are enough to prove that these are spiritual beads that the ghost vine demon has not yet had time to absorb. We've made a fortune. These few, plus the ghost vine spirit beads that fill the entire cave, must amount to at least 50 or 60. Adding Susu's harvest during the day, the total is probably close to 100. Susu couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter echoed in the cave. Ha ha ha. We're rich now. But just as he was about to reach for the spirit pearl beneath the bones, an unexpected event occurred. A strange vine, shimmering with golden light, shot out from the sand. Its sharp thrust caused Susu's expression to change slightly. He retreated, using his longsword to block it. Long marks were drawn on the ground. Clang! The clash of the Phoenix Tang's sword against the strange, golden ghost vine produced a metallic clang, and for a moment, a shockwave flowed through the vine, almost causing Susu to drop the long sword he was holding. Spiritual energy +1. Weird. What the hell is this thing? It looks like a yellowish ghost vine demon at most. How come it's so ferocious? Susu cautiously straightened his chest and backed away, hoping the brooch would respond, but more than 10 seconds passed. Only a cold, automated voice broadcast came through. A 1-star spirit beast, the ghost vine demon. Damn, I knew it was a ghost vine demon without you even telling me. Susu cursed under his breath as he looked at the strange, completely different vine. Its surface shimmered with a dazzling golden light, looking like golden tentacles. A golden spiritual energy emanated from his body, instantly covering all the vines covering him. It's like a magical beast or arhat that has emerged from Shaolin Temple, as if it has mastered the golden bell shield technique. Could this be a mutated spirit beast? Susu was somewhat puzzled, then charged forward again with his sword to test the waters, his sharp eyes fixed on the ghost vine demon that had emerged from the sand. With a furious roar, he swung his blade, charging straight at the alien creature like a dragon. Clang! The blade sliced through the vines, producing a metallic clang. Susu's hand trembled again, but the vine only suffered a shallow cut, which was quickly healed by the golden spiritual energy emanating from his body. Spiritual energy +1. What the hell is this? It's so hard. This stuff is really useful for making liquor. Susu was startled. Putting everything else aside, this kind of spirit beast, as strong as a Vajra, even the 2-star spirit beast Ice Soul Tiger with its full ice armor, couldn't match the toughness of this strange ghost vine demon's golden light. Especially the feeling of being able to replenish one's strength at any time. Every swing of the sword felt like forging iron, yet even a full force strike only managed to create a small cut. Moreover, unlike the ghost vine demons from before, which would ooze white sap and secrete poisonous substances when injured, the other side seemed to be a completely different species. Hey, I don't believe you can be harder than me. Susu dodged the oncoming vine spikes and leaped towards the root area. At the same time, he gathered his spiritual energy into the Phoenix Tang sword in his hand, and a layer of spiritual energy flames appeared on it. The winds suddenly howled inside the cave. The long sword slashed through several blades of light, and the burning spiritual flames traced an arc, binding the vine tentacles together and forcefully suppressing them with overwhelming brute force. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. The continuously refined spiritual energy constantly replenished Susu's body, although each refinement yielded only a trace of spiritual energy, still far from meeting his current needs for breaking through to the second-grade spirit martial artist level. But this star ghost vine demon is not a minority. This move is called drawing the firewood from under the cauldron. Moreover, judging from this, the ghost vine demon didn't seem to realize that its spiritual energy was being continuously refined by Susu. It was just relentlessly wrapping around the blade. Base. The phoenix-shaped tang sword in Susu's hand hummed softly, like the cry of a phoenix, and the blade heavily jammed the tentacles, preventing them from being pulled away. Your abilities are impressive, with strong offensive and defensive control, but coincidentally, I'm your matchup. Chapter 51 Alien Spirit Pearl. I don't talk about feelings, I just want money. Sizzle. Rumble. As if understanding Susu's words, the vine's originally golden protective barrier began to flicker, and the force pulling them backward increased, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding stone walls also began to shake, and pieces of rock and dust fell down. However, seeing the other party's anxious reaction, Susu was not emotionally affected. At most, he was just careful not to be buried alive. Now the other party should be even more anxious. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Rumble. Finally, the golden protective barrier clinging to the vines began to dim. Susu couldn't help but smile slightly. The opportunity had finally arrived. The time has come. Susu shouted, a mad glint in his eyes. In an instant, he drew his sword with one arm and charged up the ground towards the ghost vine demon's body. With a hiss, the blade pierced directly into the vine and pulled it in the direction of the vine, splitting it in two. Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. As expected, the golden light clinging to the vines is the spiritual energy of this strange ghost vine demon. Like those ghost vine demons that secrete poisonous barriers, it's a natural spiritual skill that relies on spiritual energy. Susu felt much more at ease. He leaped up and charged towards the strange ghost vine demon, his phoenix-shaped tang sword flashing like fire and wind. In just a few breaths, he severed all the vines that were preparing to attack Susu, and they fell to the ground. Unlike other ghost vine demons, the wound on the vine did not secrete any more white liquid. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes and merged into the sand. Whoosh! Another flash of blade. The previously stubbornly resisting ghost vine demon was sliced into 8 pieces by Susu as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The golden light on its body completely disappeared, revealing its original ghost vine demon form. It then turned into ashes, with only a golden spirit pearl falling to the ground. Spiritual energy +1. Phew, it's actually quite good looking. Susu exhaled a breath of stale air, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly reached out and picked up the beautiful-looking spirit pearl. He held it in his palm, surrounded by spiritual energy, drawing the information about the spiritual techniques within into Susu's mind. Bronze spirit skill, protective barrier. Can one use their own spiritual energy to create a protective barrier? Susu was somewhat lost in thought, his mind racing, a feeling that something was vaguely familiar. Damn, isn't this just like the golden light spell from that anime? Turning air into golden light? Susu blurted out, his eyes filled with even greater surprise. Is the new version of Old Celestial Master from another world now available? The Spirit Warrior version? However, according to the knowledge of spirit beasts passed down by our ancestors, the spirit skills produced by plant-based spirit beasts are often not as strong as those of animal-based spirit beasts, and the buffs they provide to people are also relatively inefficient. Generally, only those martial artists who have awakened would attribute abilities would consider hunting plant-type spirit beasts to obtain attribute bonuses such as toxicity, control, and resilience. But if Susu's prediction is correct, the boost that this strange ghost vine demon's innate spiritual skill has given me right now is definitely not insignificant. High defense, high attack, and high spiritual energy usage. These tags basically meet my current needs. Susu examined the extremely beautiful spirit pearl in his hand, and then began to collect all the spirit pearls he had obtained in the cave, paying particular attention to the few remaining ones. They are all 1-star bronze spirit beads, and a few of them contain some good spirit skills, so they should be able to sell for a good price. Night began to fall, and the jungle fell silent. Apart from the occasional wolf howl, there was nothing unusual. Inside the cave, Susu had woken Mengshi up early and brought her inside. He then moved a slightly larger rock from the side and used it to block the entrance, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation. The two then lit a campfire in the not-too-small space and began to roast the dry rations they had brought. As for why they didn't eat the fresh meat of the spirit beasts they had killed during the day, it was for their own safety. After all, who knows if these spirit beasts carry any toxins, or if eating them will cause diarrhea? It would be such a shame to lose the 3-day intensive training because of overeating. You can satisfy your appetite after the special training is over. There are plenty of spirit beast feasts available in their cafeteria. Beside the campfire, Mengshi ate the cookies she had brought in small bites, her head down, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the heat of the flame. She looked quite pretty and charming. However, one could inadvertently notice that the girl's gaze would occasionally fall on Susu, who was sitting opposite her, taking big bites of beef jerky. Those slender, jade-like hands would occasionally stroke the bandages wrapped around her body and the brand new armor lying at her feet, the movements gentle as if she were caressing the young man opposite her. Mengshi's injuries from the Ice Soul Tiger had been treated and protected with Susu's help. The tear in her previously revealing clothes showed bandages tied in bows, wrapped several times, all thanks to Susu's handiwork. However, during this relatively private treatment process, the two inevitably had some skin-to-skin contact, which caused Mengshi's face to blush. Hey, I'm just saying, this armor is only temporarily borrowed from you, so don't break it. Holding a piece of beef jerky bigger than his face, Susu spoke with a rather unromantic air, his cheeks bulging from the jerky, making him look like a squirrel that only knew how to stuff food into its mouth. Considering that I saved you 3 times and even treated you, it's not unreasonable to give you 6 spirit orbs, right? Susu pointed to the armor placed next to Mengshi's feet and reminded her that it was a spare set of armor that Su DePeo had prepared for him, and it could now be rented to this seemingly honest girl. 1 spirit pearl is worth 1.5 million, 6 pearls would be 9 million. We'll see if you pay by bank transfer or cash after we get out, either way is fine, huh? Susu said, his eyes gleaming, as he put the remaining beef jerky back into his backpack. When talking about money, he immediately exudes the air of a wealthy landlord. Mengshi, who was quietly hugging her knees and leaning against the stone wall, suddenly turned deathly pale. Hearing about the money, she seemed to have been terrified. Her eyes, which had just been somewhat shy, suddenly became blank. Is this my crush? Go to hell, you oppressive landlords and rich people. Chapter 52, Absorbing the Spirit Pearl, Transforming into Myriad Golden Lights. No, you were the one who wanted to save me. Mengshi leaned against the stone wall, nervously hugging her knees. Her eyes had become timid again, completely lacking the spirited young girl she had displayed during the day. Instead, she resembled a helpless little girl. Then, as if she had noticed something amiss, she quickly added a sentence before Susu could speak. Although I am very grateful to you for saving me, treating me, and keeping me warm, I don't know what I owe you for this. Wipe. What are you doing now? Can't we still have fun? Upon hearing this, Susu immediately suppressed his happy expression, turning his head to look at the person opposite him with a "you're kidding me" look. I've saved you 2 or 3 times already. Still so uncooperative? Even the winning team can only take 5 spirit orbs as a reward per person, which is quite cruel for someone like me who already has nearly 100 spirit orbs. That's why I thought that no one helps without a reason, especially since they've helped me more than 3 times. I should at least give them something to balance out my feelings about losing over 100 spirit beads. Furthermore, the girl absorbed spiritual skills before even entering the spirit ruins, which doesn't seem like someone without money. But who would have thought that Meng Shi was even more greedy than him, completely unyielding? Depend on. Su Su was about to get angry and stand up, but when he saw the other person's helpless eyes and the hands clutching their clothes tightly, he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at the other person with some confusion. No way, you really don't have any money? Seeing the other person's gradually changing expression, Su Su couldn't help but recall what happened that afternoon. The girl had been knocked unconscious by the Ice Soul Tiger and then woken up on her own. And the scene where, after being rescued, his eyes lit up when he heard me say that the Ice Soul Tiger Spirit Orb was worth 2 million, and he asked me for the Ice Soul Tiger Spirit Orb. What's wrong with this girl? The family went bankrupt. What difficulties did they encounter? Or is he just a money grubber by nature? Sizzle. The campfire was burning brightly, illuminating the warmth inside the cave. Su Su stood up, walked to Meng Shi's side, and picked up his extra suit of armor right in front of her. Ignoring Meng Shi's tense expression, he nonchalantly said, "Well then, I've saved you many times, but your team has basically been eliminated, so your chances of making it into the top 3 are almost zero. From now on, you'll follow me. I'll do everything I can to help you get second place, while ensuring I get first place myself." His words were like a devil's whisper, full of allure. Meng Shi stopped her nervous look and instead looked up at Su Su with a gleam in her eyes. Second place. Is she trying to give herself a formal status? Although Meng Shi's eyes were expectant, she could clearly tell that Su Su had conditions, and the girl's heart began to waver for a moment. Don't you have to pay back the money yourself? What else can I do? Surely not something intimate. Seeing Meng Shi's face flush red again without her noticing, Su Su, puzzled, sat down next to her and handed her the armor. The reward for second place is being allowed to take 4 spirit orbs with you. I'll help you get second place, but we have to split the spirit orbs 50-50. In the quiet night, the wind howled outside. The cave, however, felt so warm. This is perhaps the kind of atmosphere that many people who enjoy watching wilderness survival shows appreciate. Meng Shi fell asleep soon after leaning against the stone wall, leaving the spear aside. She slept soundly, and you could even hear her soft breathing. As for Su Su, he sat cross-legged opposite, tightly clutching a beautiful golden spirit pearl in his hand. Clusters of spiritual energy swirled around him, shining like a dazzling galaxy in summer. Just as he was preparing to absorb the strange spirit pearl he had acquired today, whose properties were extremely compatible with Su Su's, he realized that. Before long, the golden spirit pearl in his hand, following the flow of spiritual energy, transformed into a wisp of golden aura that flowed into Su Su's sea of consciousness from between his brows. His entire body instantly turned golden. It wasn't like the 18 bronze men. Instead, a layer of spiritual energy covered its entire body, as if it were wearing a golden armor, exuding extraordinary power. But what surprised Su Su at this moment was the spirit pearl that had been held in his hand reappeared in his sea of consciousness. In the vast space, only a wisp of white spiritual energy and a spirit pearl shimmering with golden light floated in the air. Although it seemed somewhat empty, the information about spiritual techniques that followed instantly filled Su Su's entire sea of consciousness. Above that golden spirit orb, a bronze phantom of a ghost vine demon flickered, its vines spreading out in all directions, looking extremely powerful. Is this what absorbing the spirit orb is all about? Bronze spirit skill, protective barrier. It can take shape from gas, possessing a powerful striking effect, and can also increase its own defensive capabilities. This is an extremely good offensive and defensive tactic. A moment later, spiritual energy began to gather around Su Su's body, forming a protective barrier that shimmered with golden light and illuminated the entire cave. The bright light woke even Meng Shi, who had just fallen asleep on the other side. What? She groggily opened her eyes, her slightly furrowed brows suggesting she was about to be angrily woken, but the next second she saw Su Su, who looked like a golden arhat, a godlike figure, sitting opposite her. Meng Shi propped herself up, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the scene. This was the first time she had ever seen someone absorb a spirit pearl in person, and she was quite shocked. Looking at it, he not only formed a golden protective barrier around his body, but also began to explore other uses for it. The countless golden tentacles that suddenly emerged from behind, not to mention how they instantly transformed into a thick, long golden rod right before the girl's eyes. Just take those final golden wings as an example. They vividly portray the appearance of a god. While it's unclear if they can actually fly, at least their visual appeal is spot on. Even Mengshi, who was initially grumpy upon waking, was instantly captivated, her eyes gleaming with the light of this figure. That's fucking cool. This protective barrier seems to have rather strong offensive and defensive capabilities. During this experiment, Su was surprised to discover that the golden light formed from spiritual energy could actually detach from him. Its most basic use was to form a spear, sword, or lance of equal strength and hardness outside his body. If things get a little more difficult, maybe even the most compassionate Gatling gun could be built. Isn't this equivalent to the spiritual energy control that only high-level spiritual warriors can master? It's practically an essential spiritual skill for spiritual warriors in combat. Of course, there are shortcomings. That was indeed too taxing on spiritual energy. Su had only played for a short while, and his spiritual energy was already nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to take out another Ghost Vine Spirit Pearl, crush it, and replenish his spiritual energy. Wow, that feels so good. Chapter 53 Golden Light transforms into wings, physical salvation. Sizzle. This is my first spiritual skill, not bad, not bad. Su nodded with great satisfaction. After replenishing his spiritual energy, he started playing around again. He started familiarizing himself with how to use his protective barrier. For him, this was the first spiritual skill he chose after becoming a spiritual warrior. This is the first step on his bright path of martial arts. Strength and potential are the most fitting words to describe him. He chuckled softly, a hint of pleasure in his voice, unconsciously replenishing his spiritual essence with one pearl after another that night. But Mengshi on the other side also couldn't sleep. Su's golden light was even more dazzling than the sun. Under his occasional intense beams of light, Mengshi's eyes turned red and tears welled up. She had no choice but to turn her back, revealing only her slender back with its perfectly proportioned waist, and sit cross-legged to cultivate, trying her best to avoid being disturbed by the person behind her. Ah, you little devil, behold my Rui Jingubang. The next day, early in the morning. The jungle was filled with wind and snow, and the white fur of many of the mythical beasts added considerable difficulty to the special training for the students. Call! The two figures darted through the wind and snow, chasing a pack of red mastiffs in the jungle. Su's hunting spirit was instantly released. The red mastiff, the most common spirit beast in the snowfield, seemed to have just woken up when it was caught up by Su, this great demon, and couldn't wait to test its strength. Hey! Don't run! As he finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and spiritual energy flowed, covering Su's entire body. His wings spread out gracefully on his back. He took a step forward and leaped into the air, his golden wings unfurling behind him like a rock spreading its wings, stirring up a gust of wind. With a whoosh, he glided forward. The numerous red mastiffs scrambled to escape, driven by their instinct to flee. Suddenly, I felt the sky seemed much brighter. I was wondering why the sun was so dazzling today when, as if by magic, I saw that dazzling golden light land. Has the sun set? Or is this human, radiating dazzling light, the sun god? Roar! The red mastiff howled, baring its terrifying fangs, its aura surging, giving off a sense of madness. It's likely that this is how they scare away stronger spirit beasts they encounter in the past. But the difference now is that they are not encountering any other powerful spirit beasts, but Su, who is comparable to someone who has taken aphrodisiacs. They've just acquired their first spiritual skill and are already eager for a thrilling battle. They're so hungry for it. Roar! The red mastiff continued to bark angrily. In the blink of an eye, Su once again exerted his full strength to mobilize the spiritual energy within his body, transforming it into golden light that surrounded him once more. At the same time, the dust fragments that fell from his hands were the result of someone crushing spiritual pearls to replenish his energy. Myriad transformations of golden light. Su lowered his head and let out a low shout. Immediately, the flowing golden light transformed into a protective shield that enveloped Su, along with the Phoenix Tang sword he was holding. The blade of the sword was extended by several meters by the golden light. What a magnificent dragon-slaying sword! Su could even sense that if he wanted, he could use a few more spirit pearls to transform them into a 40-meter-long sword and achieve his life's ideal. Why don't you try moving one? My greatsword is already thirsting for blood, so I'll let you run for 39 meters first. Mengshi, you don't need to interfere. Just stand there and strike a nice pose. With a smile, Su leaped up, sword in hand, and unleashed a powerful, forward-moving slash. Completely disregarding the girl opposite who was already poised to attack, he left her stunned. To put it bluntly, wasn't he just telling her to be a pretty vase? But Mengshi grumbled and still chose to obey, holding the spear to his chest with both hands and standing with his back against the giant black tree. Sizzle! Cut it in half. The red mastiff, caught off guard, was sliced in two by Su. The scene was extremely bloody, comparable to a slaughterhouse in the spirit ruins, and the butcher was Su, who was looking at the golden figure. Roar! Perhaps knowing they couldn't escape, the other red mastiffs displayed a particularly strong sense of teamwork at this moment. Blood began to drip from their mouths, their eyes turned crimson, and their spiritual energy became chaotic. Like demonic hounds from hell, they charged towards Su. Oh dear, if I get bitten, will I need to get a rabies vaccine? Driven by curiosity, Su muttered to himself, then stomped his foot hard, and his whole body crashed into the opposite side like a cannonball. The shimmering golden protective barrier was impervious even to the sharp fangs of the pack of red mastiffs, yet the surging blades were unstoppable. In an instant, many red mastiffs bit down hard on Su's golden light, their instinctive biting almost breaking their teeth. Finally, the eyes of each of the frenzied dogs cleared up again, and they released their mouths. What the heck, buddy, are you made of iron? Spiritual energy +1. Spiritual energy +1. Killing intent +1. Su is now fighting with increasing ferocity. His powerful golden light defense means he doesn't need to worry about the red mastiffs breaking through his defenses. Furthermore, even when the pack of red mastiffs bites at Su's protective golden light, Su can still use his own special abilities. It had a kind of using their own methods against them effect, which made Su even more delighted. I didn't expect this golden light to be so compatible with me. If I face a strong enemy in the future, I might not have anything to worry about. Defense, attrition, refinement, and then attack, 4 steps. Roar! Seeing that even with its teeth broken, the red mastiff on the field couldn't bite through the golden light, it whimpered and prepared to give up the fight and run away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden light rises again. Trying to escape? Su wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The golden light behind him transformed into ghostly vines, swiftly binding the red mastiffs one by one, making it difficult for them to break free. Then, with a slash, a string of red mastiffs was impaled on the blade with a ripping sound. Blood flowed freely, and the surrounding area was littered with the mangled limbs and short legs of these red mastiffs. The remaining 3 or 4 red mastiffs had clearly just activated their innate abilities. Their pupils had just turned crimson, and their fur hadn't even bristled when they witnessed the bloody scene before them. Terrified, he wet himself, and his eyes widened in fear once more. Phew, that felt great! Su shouted, flinging the red mastiffs off his sword one by one. They crashed into nearby giant trees, falling onto the snow-covered branches, already lifeless. Soon, only Su remained alive on the field. None of the 17 red mastiffs survived. Su physically exorcised them all. Chapter 54 Spirit Orb Evolution. If you can do it, then go for it. Oh no, this is bad. Hey, aren't you cold? You're still playing in the snow, tisk. Su turned his head and couldn't help but complain. Seeing Mengshi, a spirited young girl covered in snow as if she had just emerged from a snowdrift, standing under the tree, her fair face held a hint of melancholy, and her eyes held a touch of grievance. What are you doing? What kind of expression is that? Can't the mascot give a smile? Su was about to continue his rant, but when he saw the spirit beast corpse under the thick snowdrift next to the other person, and noticed that the treetops were clean and free of thick snow, he realized the reason with a guilty conscience. The mouse ran into a tree, didn't it? Don't be surprised, snow is so much fun, isn't it? So Su tried to make amends, his expression instantly changing to a smile as he walked towards her, casually tossing a snowball that arced through the air, meeting the girl's puzzled and aggrieved gaze. Bang! Headshot! The snowball exploded and stuck to Mengshi's face, making her look even worse. Su was also stunned. We're having a snowball fight, why aren't you dodging? This attempt to ease the tension inadvertently backfired, as evidenced by the girl's increasingly cold face and her silent demeanor. It's not my fault, I'm a straight man. Su just wanted to cry out that he was wronged. In the blink of an eye, half the time had passed since we entered the snowfield spirit ruins. Su's harvest was quite substantial. He now had over 100 spirit beads in his pocket. Because his spiritual energy was being consumed too quickly in its golden light form, he was also increasing the speed at which he was using the spirit beads. At the edge of the jungle, Su and Mengshi were cleaning up the battlefield. Lying on the ground were yet another group of spirit beasts who had met a brutal end. Dozens of spirit beasts were slaughtered by Su in just a few minutes. Mengshi once again played the role of the decorative vase and the finisher in collecting spirit orbs. She was frustrated that she couldn't hunt spirit beasts, but she was also very excited to be able to collect so many spirit orbs. Just like a money grubber counting his cash, his eyes gleamed. Although in the end everything had to be handed over to Susu, at least I participated, and participation is what matters. Unscrupulous Susu. The girl muttered something as she looked at Susu, who was standing there with a frown, before happily starting to clean up the mess. Sizzle. At this time, standing with his back against the tree, Susu crushed another ghost vine demon. The dissipated spiritual energy instantly transformed into a gentle breeze, flowing into Susu's body like a clear spring, replenishing the thin spiritual energy once more. Is there something wrong with this spirit pearl? Susu asked, frowning. He wasn't referring to the spirit pearl that had just been crushed. That spiritual pearl contains a lot of spiritual energy and tastes very good. It gives people a feeling of lightheaded comfort. What Susu was wondering about at this moment was the spiritual pearl he had absorbed into his sea of consciousness. The spirit pearl containing the golden light and spiritual technique, which had been lying quietly in my sea of consciousness last night. But now, Susu actually discovered that it seemed to be starting to change. The phantom of the ghostly vine had grown enormous in size at some point, and its body was faintly shimmering with a silvery white light. The initial bronze-colored light changed to a silver-white light. This can't be said to be the evolution of a bronze spirit orb into a silver spirit orb, can it? Could it really have evolved? Susu had never heard of such a thing before. Fortunately, he did not feel any physical discomfort. On the contrary, he found it much easier to transform the golden light into vapor. Most noticeably, Susu felt that the consumption of his own spiritual energy seemed to have decreased significantly. Even the golden wings that could barely support gliding before were actually able to take slight flight during the recent battle. It's standing upright. This is more like a good thing. Hey, what I wanted to say was, could you please stop taking care of the spirit beasts all by yourself every time? At least let me feel a little involved. After collecting the spirit orbs, Mengshi walked towards Susu carrying a heavy red plastic bag. Although her words sounded a bit sour, the smile on her face, still tinged with the satisfaction of counting the spirit orbs, made her seem genuinely pleased. Susu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Oh wow. Goodness, they've gotten too cocky. Fine, let's do each other a favor, so I won't be accused of being a chauvinist and not giving others a chance to shine. Well, you've worked hard. Here, take this spirit orb. You'll handle the next round, and I'll be in charge of counting the spirit orbs for you and cheering you on. Having said that, Susu took the spirit pearl from the other person's hand with a smile on his face, and after confirming that it was correct, he put it into his backpack. At the same time, he stepped out and climbed up a large tree next to him, looking out from a high vantage point. This was arguably the most convenient way to find prey in this vast jungle. You can tell at a glance which birds are fluttering about, which tree has fallen, or what strange signs of fighting are taking place. It's much better than wandering aimlessly through the jungle like a headless fly. Besides, Susu has been here for 2 days and hasn't run into Su DePeo and his group yet. That's really strange. Huh? You didn't leave me a single one? Mengshi, standing under the big tree, looked at her empty hands and heard these disheartening words. Her smile vanished instantly. Unscrupulous Susu. Bang! Hey, Mengshi, your prey is here. Looks like there are quite a few of them. They're coming from your left rear. Get ready to receive them. At that moment, Susu suddenly noticed birds fluttering about in the distance, as if some large spirit beast was running wildly in his direction from the forest. Were they attracted by the smell of blood? Susu looked over there and murmured to himself, then looked down again. All I could see was that fair face, with a resolute expression, clenching its fist and threatening me as I looked into the distance, like a rabbit that had been cornered. Oh ho, so you've got a temper now, trying to show off to me. Susu couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned comfortably against the thick tree branch, took out a packet of tomato-flavored Little Raccoon instant noodles from his backpack, and started eating. Boom! Roar, whoosh! Perhaps it was because the running spirit beast was approaching from not far away, but Mengshi felt the ground tremble. The thunderous sound of trampling could already be heard, mixed with some previously unheard roars. The sound was like thunder, and many trees that were not thick and tough were directly broken. They're here! Susu's eyes lit up. Because of his high position, he spotted the group of spirit beasts first, and the sensor needle on his chest began to broadcast its message. 2-star spirit beast, purple Yuan poisonous rat swarm. Warning! Danger! 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 Good heavens, I didn't expect a bunch of rats to come here. No wonder they made such a commotion. Looks like a small rat swarm. Snap! Susu sat calmly, popped a small piece of instant noodles into his mouth, and unhurriedly and decisively chose to watch the show. Of the rat swarm that appeared, apart from the enormous purple striped rat king in the center, which was a 2-star spirit beast, the rest of the rats were mostly 1-star spirit beasts. There's no threat, right? She shouldn't be afraid of mice, right? Chapter 55, Still Invincible? Want to take on 10? Rustling sounds. Bang! Roar, whoosh. Before long, the swarming purple yuan poison rats had reached within sight, causing Meng Shi, who was standing on the ground, to tremble involuntarily. The sheer number of them is staggering, like a rat infestation. A conservative estimate would be 1 or 200. It's not a rat infestation, but it's even worse than a rat infestation. Each one was enormous, like a hunting dog. Although they had no eyes, their black whiskers trembled slightly, and their noses, covered in yellow icicles, twitched. As if sensing the bloody smell in the wind, even Susu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the girl beneath him, and popped a few more instant noodles into his mouth. Go for it, invincible girl. However, this scene is no joke. It seems that an ordinary person could really die at the hands of these rats if they are not careful. Susu himself was only less nervous after acquiring this first spiritual skill. Otherwise, he probably would have had no choice but to retreat. The girl beneath him, Meng Shi, felt a pang of trypophobia as she stared at the dense swarm of large rats. She unconsciously bit her lip, her palms began to sweat slightly, and the arrogance she had displayed earlier vanished. Especially when Yu Guangzhong noticed that Susu, who was perched on the treetop, hadn't come down to help. Suddenly, he felt terrible, hanging his head and muttering to himself. That heartless Susu deserves 1,000 deaths. I'm going to take on 10. Then, a warning sound came from the brooch in my mind. Danger! 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 Rustling sounds. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the purple yuan poison rat pounced on them, devouring the remains of the spirit beasts on the ground like a locust swarm, leaving only broken white bones scattered all over the ground. That lisp, those big front teeth, one kiss and they're gone. Seeing this scene, Meng Shi felt a huge weight lift from her heart again. She couldn't help but swallow hard, her eyes filled with disgust. This was the most gruesome sight she had ever witnessed. A faint stench could still be smelled in the air, like the odor emanating from these rats. But before she could calm down, several of the more sensitive purple yuan poison rats immediately detected the fragrance emanating from Meng Shi beneath the giant tree. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a dense array of yellow teeth, and saliva dripped from its mouth, corroding the sand on the ground into a grayish-black color, making a sizzling sound. The next second, it flew excitedly towards Meng Shi's location, spitting out venom from its mouth, making one feel nauseous. Whoosh! Ugh! Upon seeing this scene, Meng Shi instinctively thrust her spear forward. Although her face was deathly pale and her eyes were filled with disgust, she seemed to have already become a qualified warrior, not losing her composure because of the spirit beast's ugliness. The Meng family spear is invincible with me. I want to take on 10. She charged forward quickly, holding her breath to avoid the stench in the air. The red tassel on her spear flipped, and she thrust it out from below, following the fluctuation of spiritual energy. A dark gold light flashed on the spear. In an instant, the sharp spear pierced through the thick-skinned, purple-haired rat as easily as piercing tofu with chopsticks. It took a step back, flicked its high ponytail, and she slammed the pierced purple yuan poison rat hard onto another large rat with bloody mouth and yellow teeth, showcasing her heroic and valiant side once again. Not bad. While eating little raccoon instant noodles, Susu kept an eye on the situation below, focusing more on the rat king eating not far away. Although the vast majority of the purple yuan poison rats have not yet joined the battle, Meng Shi must remain vigilant at all times to prevent these lowly poison rats from launching a sneak attack. After all, not every mouse is named Mickey. Whoosh! After dealing with the first wave of the battle, Meng Shi regained some color in his face, as if he had recovered. Just as he was about to look up at the figure in the treetop to show his defiance, the next second, more purple yuan poison rats swarmed over, devouring the few of their kind she had killed. Looking at the gaps in the bones, Meng Shi tensed up again. That heartless, despicable Susu. Aren't you coming to my aid? Roar! After dealing with their dead brethren, the purple yuan poison rats turned and attacked Meng Shi first. Their foul, pungent stench nearly suffocated Meng Shi, who could only hastily pull himself back. There were too many of them, and unlike the unscrupulous Susu, I didn't have that golden shield to protect myself. If I were bitten by these dead rats, not only would my skin be torn open, but I would also have nightmares every night afterward. Base. Mengshi swept his spear horizontally, then instantly turned and hid behind the tree where Susu was, using the thick, black tree to shield himself from the purple-haired rat's attacks, a scene reminiscent of the king of Qin circling a pillar. But more than anything, the girl deliberately chose this tree as a warning to Susu, who was sitting in the tree enjoying the view, by letting the purple-haired rats bump into him, so that he wouldn't actually sit there comfortably watching the show. Roar! The purple yuan poison rat's frenzy intensified. Its densely packed teeth had only gnawed once, yet the giant tree, likely over 100 years old, was already teetering on the brink of collapse. The seeping venom had corroded and mutilated the tree. A moment later, it crashed down with a bang, scattering birds and kicking up a cloud of dust. Sitting atop the treetop, Susu shook his head speechlessly at the girl's mischievous antics. A second earlier, his body radiated golden light, and a pair of golden wings unfurled behind him. He descended slowly beside the girl like a god descending to earth. Before them were those frenzied poisonous rats, which, upon discovering that there was another person among their prey, became even more excited and pounced towards them. Hey, weren't you going to take on 10? Now you're trying to screw me over, that's so unmanly. Susu didn't turn around, speaking irritably as he drew the Phoenix Tang sword from his waist and gripped it in his hand. A golden light spread from the hilt to the blade, extending for several meters. It truly achieved the meaning of an inch longer, an inch stronger. But the girl turned her head away haughtily and muttered to herself, as if this were perfectly natural. I'm a woman, I can't be like a man. Cut. Susu smiled half-heartedly, not paying any attention. The next moment, his figure spread out, wings unfurled on his back, and he shot into the swarm of rats like a golden light. His long, narrow blade sliced through the thick snow, and with a fierce slash. The intense golden light illuminated the shadow of the girl watching the battle, mercilessly reaping lives among the rats, leaving the battlefield stained with blood, while Susu's aura was like that of a god. Wherever the blade passed, none survived. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Chapter 56 Black Mist Spreads, One Strike Decapitates. Killing Intent +1. Killing Intent +1. Killing Intent +1. Perhaps because of his innate aversion to rats, Susu's every swing of his long sword was a deadly move, a decapitation, a cleavage, or a horizontal slash. The rat carcasses scattered all over the ground with a clatter. Blood stains the jungle. Susu's aura gradually changed, like a death messenger from hell, surrounded by killing intent. Much of the blood from the purple yuan poison rat splattered onto Susu's golden light, adding a touch of ferocity. At this moment, even Mengshi, who was standing next to one or two lone purple-haired rats, couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The terrifying aura emanating from Susu was like an overwhelming wave, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe. Mengshi's hands, gripping the spear tightly, began to sweat. Such murderous intent is truly terrifying. Die, all of you. With a roar, Susu's figure flashed past like a golden winged rock. Several blade beams, as dazzling as the sun, instantly killed the remaining purple yuan poison rats before they could react. Killing Intent +1. Again. Then, he decisively crushed a spirit pearl from his pocket to replenish his spiritual energy before charging towards the Rat King, whose enormous body was only focused on devouring flesh and blood. The surrounding fragments of flesh and blood were left by the other's rat offspring. Now it was the head of the family's turn. Hiss, roar. The purple yuan Rat King had just swallowed the corpse of a spirit beast when it sensed Susu's powerful killing intent approaching, and its purple fur immediately stood on end. A row of tiny, beady eyes, faintly visible between the eyebrows, stared intently at Susu, gleaming with a ghostly green light. It also revealed its blood-red fangs, and then, as if laughing, it suddenly swung its body, and a burst of black poisonous mist spewed out from its long tail, filling the jungle. Eat your own shit. Rumble. Damn it, they actually pulled that fart trick. Looking at the black mist in front of him, Susu couldn't help but curse in disgust. It's like the one-eared mouse uncle from the Black Cat Detective cartoon I watched as a child, looking at the trees beside him that had been corroded and turned to ashes. Susu frowned, not rushing forward, but instead quickly and cautiously retreating several steps. This toxicity is quite potent. It can reach such a dangerous level in just 2 seconds. I wonder if the golden light can withstand it. Taking advantage of reaching the edge of the black mist, Susu decisively unleashed the golden light once more, tentatively reaching his left hand into the black mist. Sizzle! The toxins, filled with tiny particles floating in the black mist, almost instantly clung to the golden light on Susu's left hand, as if coated with a thick layer of black ink. There was a faint, foul stench about it. However, the poison did not seem to corrode Susu's golden light, nor did it cause any damage to Susu's left hand. The purple Yuan Rat King, which was blinking green light in the black mist, seemed to be in a hurry and released another cloud of black mist towards Susu. This increased the concentration of toxic substances in the surrounding area. Fine, damn it. How dare you hit me with your fart? Susu chuckled, flicked the poison off the golden light on his left hand into the air, then coldly stared at the Rat King in the center of the black mist before charging forward. Golden light pierced through the black mist, like dawn illuminating the night a new storm was about to begin. Rustling sounds. You can start listening to your lullaby now. Susu, expressionless, slashed down at the Rat King. The phantom of the ghost vine in his sea of consciousness shone with silvery white light, while the golden light now blazed even brighter, breaking through the black mist seal. Call. The wrath of heaven is unpredictable. Just as the Rat King bared its teeth, preparing to retaliate, this slash, as if a god had descended, pierced straight through the leaping creature and pinned it to the ground. Roar! Then, with his left hand, he drew the Tiger Fang dagger, golden light blooming on the blade, and killing intent surrounding him. Susu suddenly turned to the side and viciously delivered a finishing blow, beheading the Rat King. Killing intent +1. The 2-star spirit beast, purple Yuan Rat King, is dead. Call. After Susu finished the battle, the surrounding poisonous fog dissipated completely in no time without the Rat King replenishing its supplies. Susu finally exhaled a breath of stale air, his face radiant and full of energy. He nodded as he looked at the girl who had already begun working with shining eyes. Let's go, next Spirit Beast Clan. Snowfield Spirit Ruins Lake Passage. Many of the special training students had already emerged from the Spirit Ruins ahead of time, each with a somber expression and radiating a cold aura. At this moment, several squads of guards are fighting and guarding the area, but most of them are just there to watch the show. There are also many men and women in civilian clothes around, all of whom exude a strong aura. Each person wore a friendly smile, but their eyes revealed indifference and sharpness, suggesting that their relationship was not as good as it appeared. At that moment, in the center of the lake, 7 colored lights shimmered, illuminating the opening of the passage. Almost instantly, figures could be seen leaping out. This means they successfully made it to the end of the 3-day snowfield training and have the best chance of chasing the top 3. Winner of the title of the strongest in this joint training program with multiple universities. Only Susu hasn't come out yet, and I wonder how he is. A square-faced boy standing in the crowd on the shore muttered to himself, the bloody gash at the corner of his mouth still scabbed over. A boy standing nearby, carrying half an iron rod, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, those bastards from Bujo City are out." Just then, a flash of multicolored light streaked across the central passage of the lake, and 10 imposing figures appeared simultaneously on the ice. Their uniform black and gray attire, coupled with their cold expressions, exuded power. They're out. They're out. As expected, the men and women in plain clothes on the shore immediately stirred. In a flash, most of them swarmed around the 10 people, their expressions changing drastically. Their smiles became incredibly bright, like those of a friendly older brother or sister next door. You 2 siblings must be Huan Tianguan and Huan Ian, right? First of all, congratulations on your excellent results in this special training. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Shitian Lingwu Academy. A refined woman stepped in front of the group of young people and quickly began to introduce herself. Huan siblings, I am Gan Xiaofu, an admissions officer from Qianfu Academy. I heard you defeated many of your peers in the snowy plains this time. Not bad at all. I would like to talk to you about the guaranteed admission. A portly man spoke in a thick local dialect, completely ignoring the woman blocking his way, spitting everywhere. I am a teacher from Xiangfu Lingwu University. I am here to talk to you too about the guaranteed admission. Our dean promises that as long as you are admitted, you will be given preferential treatment in terms of resources as a level genius students. Come on. Your Xiangfu was just a bunch of rundown schools in some backwater village, and you dare to act like a big shot here. One the cripple, you're asking for death. The Lingwu Academy of Xiangfu cannot be humiliated. Die. Chapter 57 Taking a bath together? Wearing the purple outfit. The scene looks somewhat comical. So many admissions officers from Lingwu University actually got into a fight over this group of students from universities in Bujo City, completely ignoring the other students who had also held out until the very last minute. They simply focused their attention on the Huan siblings. These bastards eliminated us. Damn it, it was that chubby-faced guy who almost killed the weaker girls in our team. I'm just not as skilled as them, did I say anything? Hiss, you have the nerve to say that? Didn't you get smelled by a red mastiff when you went to the toilet, and you still have a row of teeth marks on your butt? At that moment, another 7-colored light flashed in the center of the lake. 2 figures, a man and a woman, returned at the last moment. Their clothes were stained with blood, as if they had just been through a fierce battle. However, this small team with only 2 members returning looked quite unusual. The spirited young woman, a step behind, was extremely beautiful, her eyes brimming with excitement. She carried a long spear on her back and a heavy red plastic bag given away as a gift at the supermarket. The backpacker next to him was the complete opposite. His face was calm and handsome, a face that would normally be a pleasant sight, but now it sent chills down one's spine. Who is this? What the heck is this? When the boys' cold gaze swept over everyone around them, each person felt a chill run down their spine, their limbs stiffened, and some even unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. The other students who were further away, as well as the admissions officers who were busy vying for the Huan family siblings, also noticed this scene and were stunned. Whose subordinate is this? He's terrifying. The murderous aura swirled around him like clusters of killing beasts. This was the murderous aura he had gathered from killing countless spirit beasts. Phew, I'm finally back. I really want to take a hot shower. Susu looked at the somewhat familiar faces in front of him and sighed, while his eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. Oh, isn't this so-and-so? A group of expressionless siblings who are destined to die, a group of middle-aged people, and a group of passers-by A, B, C, and D. Hey, haven't DePau and the others come out yet? Let's go take a shower together. Scanning his surroundings and meeting the gazes of those pale, unfamiliar faces, Susu couldn't spot anyone from his team. Just as he was about to turn and look towards the passage behind him. Suddenly, then she saw a beautiful young woman, dressed like a socialite, her face flushed with excitement, flash past the Huan family siblings and head straight for her. Her delicate face showed the excitement of someone who had spotted prey, and she quickly called out, taking advantage of her first-place advantage. Come with me. I'll bathe you with you. Ha! There's even a body scrubbing service after the special training? The faces of those around them darkened. Susu looked on, completely puzzled, as if he doubted that he had misheard. His gaze couldn't help but linger on the other person's alluring figure. What do you mean, you'll shower with me? What is your intention? Come on, buddy, I have all sorts of bikinis, you can see them all tonight. Before Susu could figure it out, the elegant young woman grabbed his arm and whispered something, a hint of madness appearing in her contact lens-wearing eyes. Judging from this, it's probably true. You really want to take Susu for a bath together? Susu, you. Mengshi, who was standing next to him, was completely stunned. Her mouth was slightly open as she watched in disbelief as the woman pressed herself directly against Susu. How shameless. They actually want to take a bath with the unscrupulous Susu. Hey! Tea on me, you've gone too far. How can you seduce this young man like that? Don't fall for it, classmate. This bitch won't really take a bath with you. She's definitely a liar. I can take a bath with you, I guarantee it in the name of Qianfu Academy. A middle-aged man with a large belly pushed his way out of the crowd and shouted anxiously. Little brother, don't believe him. I'm a woman of my word. I have my favorite purple outfit, and I'll wear it for you tonight. Hearing the loud shout and the sweet, delicate voice beside him, Susu's eyes lit up. Wow! Purple definitely has more charm. But just as Susu was about to agree, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The guards on the shore seemed to be watching this farce closely. The other students around also looked on with amusement, saying, "Don't stop, keep going." Susu was even more confused now. What was this? Or is this a test for the cadres after the special training? A middle-aged man and a charming young woman were vying to take a bath with me. Logically, it shouldn't have been difficult to choose. But this strange scene made Susu wonder if it was a trap, a test of the students' mental strength after the special training, commonly known as a honey trap. Screw you, do you think I'm some kind of tough guy? These days, honey traps are illegal, right? Susu muttered to himself, glancing at the guards not far away. Big brother, I'm reporting someone here for setting a honey trap, trying to frame me, an innocent young man, right in front of you. Harming the flowers of our nation. Having said that, Susu pushed the charming young woman in his arms forward toward the guard, ignoring her incredulous, wide-eyed stare. At the same time, he drew his phoenix-shaped tang sword and aimed it at the middle-aged man who was also about to pounce on him and hug him. "Stop! I've called the police." "Who are you?" Susu shouted, seemingly out of nowhere, his gaze sweeping over the other person, forcing them to stop. "Can anyone explain to me what's going on with these people?" The people on the other side then stopped their crazy behavior and calmed down. "Student, I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Xiangfu Lingwu University. You have exceptional talent, and if you're willing, I can even take a bath with you. Student, our Nanming Lingwu Academy is willing to offer you a guaranteed admission spot. Our school also has a high-end hot spring that is open to both men and women. I'm from Blue Ocean Martial Arts University, I can shower with you too." The dozen or so mouths shouted at the same time, making the place as noisy as a market. However, the words were still somewhat understandable, and Susu's blood rushed to his head. Damn it, none of the admissions officers are doing their jobs properly. Even when it runs in front of itself, it still wants to take a bath. What kind of nonsense is this? At this point, perhaps the guards in charge of this special training could no longer stand it. "Silence! All unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately." An officer on the shore stepped forward and spoke up, promptly stopping the teachers from fighting. All students who participated in the snowfield training will receive a spirit orb, which will be handed over to the examiners. The results of this training will then be tallied and the scores calculated. Chapter 58. Goodness, somewhat interesting but not much. The team leaders stepped forward to participate in the tallying. The process was quick, but the scores were mostly the same, with no significant differences. The admissions officers around them, however, seemed to be taking things more normally at this point. "Tisk, it's just so-so. Wancheng No. 1 High School. 23 one-star bronze spirit orbs. Wancheng No. 2 Middle School. 25 one-star bronze spirit beads. Xingqing No. 2 Middle School. 7 one-star bronze spirit beads." The tiered data from Xingqing No. 2, delivered by the rhythmic voice of the statistician, immediately drew a chorus of boos from the surrounding students, especially Su DePeo and his group standing on the shore, who seemed to want to boo as well. What the heck? Single-digit performance? An average person could easily beat you by spending some money to get a few AKs and randomly firing them. Xingqing No. 2 Middle School is Liang's team, the same ones who clashed with Susu's team a few days ago. What I didn't expect was that while they were all sharp-tongued, their skills were lacking. They only managed to kill 7 spirit beasts in 3 days. If we end up here, forget about making it into the top 3. We won't even be able to complete the privilege of each person taking one home. Holy crap, what are they doing there? Susu and Meng Shi were standing at the very back of the group when they suddenly noticed Su DePeo and the others standing on the shore, waving at them like cheerleaders. Several of them had injuries on their faces, and they all looked dejected. What happened? It can't be that he was released early because of good performance, right? We haven't heard of that either. Both DePeo and Xiaobai are spirit warriors. I know their strength. This shouldn't be happening at all. Susu's expression changed slightly, and he muttered to himself in disbelief, eager to know what had happened to the other party. Meng Shi, who was carrying a red plastic bag, also noticed the change in Susu's expression. Looking at the other 9 people standing next to her teammates, she couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty. "Susu, were your teammates eliminated as well?" Meng Shi spoke softly, her eyes shining as she looked at the person beside her, as if whispering words of comfort to Susu. "Don't worry, we're sure we'll get a good ranking." The teams ahead were tallying their scores one by one, occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise, but Susu paid no attention, his gaze remaining fixed on the crowd on the shore. Look at that decadent atmosphere. No need to think too much. Furthermore, if Su DePeo and the others were eliminated by the spirit beasts, they should still have a few spirit beads on them, but they didn't come over at the moment. There was only one outcome: they were actually eliminated by another team, and all of their spirit orbs were taken away by their opponents. Buzhou City No. 3 Middle School. 53 one-star spirit orbs. 1 2-star spirit orb. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the examiner in front. They excitedly announced the results. Standing in front of them was none other than the Huan family siblings team. Their faces remained expressionless, as if they had only done a small thing. Holy crap! A challenge against someone of a higher level. This must be the best result in this special training. The Huan siblings are really strong. If they are properly trained, they will definitely be promising talents to participate in the national elite competition in the future. The middle-aged man from Chinfu Academy, standing behind him, scratched his head in surprise, his eyes filled with anticipation for his work. He then unconsciously added, "And this guy is clearly good enough to be a team leader. He's the perfect core member for an elite spirit warrior squad." Hearing this, Susu, standing next to him, couldn't help but turn his face and stare at him expressionlessly. "Is that all?" It was at this moment that Susu noticed the behavior of Su Depea and the others who had been standing on the shore, their hands gripping their weapons and their teeth clenched. Susu immediately realized that the case was solved. Depao and his group encountered this expressionless team, which explains why they couldn't defeat them. The Huan siblings already possessed the ability to kill 2-star spirit beasts. Although it might have been done by working together, it proved that their combat strength was far superior to Depao and Xiaobai's. "So it was you who did it, wasn't it?" Susu stared at the two figures ahead, his killing intent even more concentrated after the special training, to the point that he couldn't control even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Swish! In an instant, a murderous aura locked onto the two figures on the stage who were receiving cheers, and the killing intent swirled around Susu in clusters. "Mum! Who is it?" The Huan siblings standing on the stage instinctively shivered, then turned around abruptly and immediately spotted the damned figure standing at the very back of the crowd, smiling broadly. "Stop pretending. Your killing intent has reached a solidified level right here." Looking at Susu's head-shaking, whistling manner, the two men's expressions stiffened slightly, their teeth clenched in hatred. "Damn bastard. No way, buddy, are you crazy? So what if the killing intent is solidified? As for standing there intimidating people." As soon as he turned his back, Susu's murderous aura swept towards the two siblings like a sharp blade piercing their backs, making them feel lingering fear. They were almost broken down by the chubby-faced little girl. Her legs trembled involuntarily, and she quickly turned around, glaring at Susu as if to warn him, but Susu completely ignored her. The surrounding guards watched the minor conflict with amusement, each with a slight smirk. They were all adults. The tension between the individuals was immediately apparent. It's simply that the Huan siblings provoked the other side, eliminating Susu's team and angering him, which is why they retaliated in such a childish and amusing way. "This kid's interesting." Because some teams didn't perform well, it was soon Meng Shi's turn in the long queue. The spirited young woman's face lit up with joy as she smiled at Susu, handed him the bag, and then stepped forward with the spirit beads he had prepared for her. With outstretched hands, 4 spirit orbs of different colors appeared. The examiner sitting at the front of the platform, who was responsible for counting them, was about to take them when he was completely stunned at first glance. "This is Xingqing 3rd Spirit Martial High School. For 2-star spirit pearls." The examiner shouted in shock, his voice instantly drowning out everyone, especially the team from Buzhou No. 3 Middle School who were already confident of victory. They all turned their heads in unison, as if they'd heard drunken ramblings, their eyes fixed on him. "Let's see who this outrageous person is. Holy crap! 4 2s. That's a bomb. Meng Shi took down 4 2-star spirit beasts all by herself? What about the 1-star spirit beasts? Sure enough, I knew she was a green tea bitch. She clearly had the ability to save us back then. Whose subordinate is this young girl? She is so brave and fierce." Voices rose and fell on the field, and everyone's face was full of incomprehension. "You clearly have the strength to kill 4 2-star spirit beasts, so why don't you have a single 1-star spirit bead? Could it be that all the 1-star spirit beasts have gone on a long trip? That's really strange. Of course, it's also possible that this girl hunted a lot of spirit beasts in the spirit ruins and felt that she would lose out because of the quota limit anyway. Was it all absorbed inside? Leave only the spirit pearls that are enough to win? Chapter 59. What are you robbing? Explain clearly. This girl is probably going to be number 1 right away." The examiner at the table continued, his expression incredulous, as he gently examined the girl with the gun before him, nodding approvingly. "What a promising talent." This made Meng Shi a little embarrassed, but she couldn't say the reason openly. She couldn't very well say that Susu had directly taken care of her and sponsored her career. He could only give the examiner a sheepish smile. This is probably why behind every successful woman, there needs to be a reliable man. "Come on, call a couple more people over, it's a big order." Susu stood behind the girl with a slight smile, patted the back of her head, and then, after Meng Shi stepped aside, Susu quickly stepped forward, gave the examiner a polite, albeit forced, grin. At the same time, he dumped a dark red plastic bag he was carrying onto the examiner's table with a clatter, leaving the examiner stunned. Are you polite? Splash! A dazzling array of colorful spirit orbs instantly covered the entire tabletop, like cheap marbles from childhood. They practically overheated the examiner's CPU, leaving him speechless and stammering for a long time. Is anyone going to do something about this? You fucking packaged up the spirit ruins, didn't you? The examiner stared at Susu silently, as if he'd seen a ghost, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. The converging, multicolored light shone on his face, making him look like he was sitting in a karaoke bar, lost in thought. The other guards standing beside him also displayed exaggerated expressions for the first time. So, you're just pretending to be weak to take advantage of others, aren't you? This looks like a pro player coming to the newbie zone to smuff. Not good at math? Senior examiner, what are you waiting for? Don't fall asleep. Susu had no idea what the other person was thinking. Judging from the other person's blank stare and the fact that he hadn't started counting the spirit beads for a long time, it seemed like he wasn't quite right in the head. You're already asleep. Take your hand away. The examiner rolled his eyes at Susu, slapped away Susu's little move to step forward and count, his gaze still somewhat incredulous, but he still officially began to count. Meanwhile, the onlookers nearby also wore expressions of utter disbelief, their jaws practically dropping. Looking at the table laden with spirit pearls that could serve as spotlights, everyone's expression was exactly like the third meme. Hiss, that's hard to say. That's indeed a bit difficult to judge. In my opinion, he might be on drugs, so I applied to take him for a drug test. The people on the field gasped, especially when they saw this guy pull out another handful of spirit beads with significantly stronger spiritual energy fluctuations from his pocket. I couldn't hold back anymore, I really couldn't hold back. Damn, there must be more than a dozen 2-star spirit orbs here. He did this all by himself. I strongly suspect he cheated. I request the guards to investigate thoroughly. We refuse to accept this. We demand justice. Just as these people were shouting angrily, a monitor screen nearby suddenly began displaying the battle footage captured by Susu's sensing brooch. The images were crystal clear, frame by frame, and everyone fell silent. Even the Juan siblings were now glued to the screen, eager for an answer. Let's see how we expose your fraudulent activities. The screen began to display scenes of a mantis stalking a cicada, killing a proctologist, Italy bombarding a monkey in the jungle, a young girl being knocked unconscious by a small pebble and then robbed and raped. Later, a person took on a group of rats, a pack of wolves, a group of crocodiles, and so on. Every scene was so clear, displayed before everyone like a victory recap. The crowd, already resentful, finally felt disheartened, experiencing the embarrassment of failing to catch someone in the act of adultery and instead becoming the victim themselves. Moreover, when they saw Susu grinning wickedly and shouting that he was robbing them of their money and their virtue, all the students and guards present couldn't help but relax and their eyes lit up. Wow, that's really bold. However, before the expectant gazes of the crowd could find an answer, the next second, Susu's character's specific scene was skipped, and the scene was fast-forwarded to the ghost vine demon. What? I just got to the main show. So eager, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? I want to see what's ahead. The crowd on the shore howled in disgust, their faces turning ashen. They had just seen something interesting and then fast-forwarded through it. Wasn't that just being a scoundrel? But this did not prevent everyone from filling in the blanks in their minds about what happened next, especially after hearing Susu's wicked smile, which made them fully immersed in the story. Isn't this just a very traditional plot? Hey, at least show me the whole thing. Show me the rest too. I only move my mouth, don't smear my innocence for no reason. Seeing this, Susu also became anxious. He pointed at the screen and shouted loudly, as if he had been wronged, while grabbing Meng Shi's hand to try and prove the credibility of his words. Despite not refusing the sudden contact, Meng Shi's face turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Susu, please don't do this. Hey, why are you blushing? Susu said to Meng Shi in surprise, this whole thing you did could easily lead to misunderstandings. He just moved his mouth? The examiner, who was sitting at the table counting spirit orbs, looked up at Susu's mouth upon hearing this, then glanced at Meng Shi beside him for a few seconds. The girl was wearing ill-fitting armor and a slightly torn shirt underneath. That's quite the joker. His verbal skills are truly impressive. By this time, the other students had begun to acknowledge Susu's strength, especially after witnessing him single-handedly take on the entire group of spirit beasts, a scene that unfolded before their eyes like a 3D movie. His fighting style is ruthless, and his swordsmanship is fierce. And those amazing golden light spiritual techniques are just like the combat special effects, absolutely incredible. The eyes of the Huan siblings also changed. They were no longer cold and arrogant. Their expressions became more serious, and they seemed somewhat nervous, recognizing a formidable opponent. At this moment, the examiner at the table was also counting down the days until the very end. Finally, after putting down the last spirit orb, he exhaled a breath of stale air, looked at Susu with deep eyes, and shouted, "Xingqing number 1 Spirit Martial High School, Susu, 127 1-star spirit orbs. 14 2-star spirit orbs. 14 2-star spirit orbs." This number was like a thunderclap, and it was immediately announced that he was the top scorer in this Lingshu special training. A sudden silence fell over the lake, and everyone's face was filled with confusion. After the cleanup was finished, Su Depeo and his 8 companions walked over from the shore together. Although they were all injured, their spirits were extremely high. As they passed the Huan siblings, they couldn't help but shake their heads with a chuckle and click their tongues twice, saying, "You like to steal people, don't you? It's a good thing you didn't run into Su when he was around, otherwise it's hard to say who would be stealing whom. Try again next time?" These words infuriated the 2 siblings, their faces turning dark, but they had no good retort. "Our team recruited so many people, yet we still couldn't defeat even a fraction of the enemy's individual players. This is absolutely infuriating." Chapter 60. Why call me sister? Call me sister-in-law. Cannons, doesn't that feel good? That's satisfying. How could it not be satisfying? You're absolutely amazing, ha! Seeing Su Depeo and the others walking quickly over, Susu greeted them with a smile, receiving only excited replies. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Susu. Susu glanced at everyone, seeing only triumphant and excited expressions. He noticed that Xiaobai, who was following behind, seemed less happy, his eyes darting around as if he felt guilty. What's going on? Could it be that he was injured in the spirit ruins? Luoshi, are you alright? Those guys didn't hurt you, did they? Susu's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly asked with concern, even reaching out to squeeze the other person's arm. It was soft and chubby, and didn't seem to be injured. This intimate gesture caused Xiaobai's face to flush red again. Her eyes flickered slightly as she whispered, "It's okay, I'm not hurt. You've been bullied and you're still unharmed? We'll have to get someone to check you out later." Cough cough. Susu was just about to respond when suddenly, Su Depeo raised an eyebrow and coughed twice. His gaze fell on the spirited young woman standing behind Susu, seemingly having also seen the high-definition replay of the robbery and assault video. He then made a pointed remark. "Suzy, who is this? Your bandit wife? Sister-in-law?" Su Depeo squinted and grinned mischievously, teasingly saying. Xiaobai's gaze was instantly drawn back to Mengshi, whose face was slightly flushed, and a hint of hostility was subtly revealed in her eyes. "What? Susu's fake wife? You still want me to call you sister-in-law? You're already courting death." Hearing this, Susu rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a bandit." "Not a bandit? Didn't you rob and rape people?" Su Depeo chuckled, squinting his eyes, and pressed the spot on his chest where the safety pin had been, gesturing as if to indicate something. "Suzy, it's the 6G era now. Be careful that someone sees the scene and posts it online. I don't want to see you on some small website one day." Su Depeo's words were getting more and more outrageous, mentioning something about small websites. He had absolutely no sense of propriety. Didn't he see the pretty boy next to him turn dark? The usually gentle young man was now clenching his fists tightly. Okay, so you, Su Depeo, have become part of the family now, huh? It clearly didn't happen. They're subtly insulting me, using a diversionary tactic." Susu was immediately at her wit's end and quickly covered his mouth with her hand. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm such a careless person? You're just spreading rumors about me. My initial idea was actually quite simple, to get as much benefit from the spirit ruins as possible and earn more spirit pearls. Susu only brought 18 2-star spirit orbs because he wanted to be part of the winning team. Each member could take 5 spirit orbs, so 14 would be enough for him 4 orbs, and Xiaobai and Depao 5 orbs each. Because he had a deal with Qin how to give him a 1-star Ice Soul Tiger Spirit Pearl, Susu wouldn't have made the allocation this way. Secondly, if Mengshi takes 4 spirit orbs and gets second place, according to their agreement, Susu should take 2 more. However, the number of 2-star spirit beasts killed this time is a bit excessive, and the spirit orbs Susu gave Mengshi are also 2-star spirit orbs. One of these is worth 10 or 21 star spirit orbs. Therefore, their agreement changed. Su would take 3 coins after the event. That means he earned 8 spirit orbs during this spirit ruins special training. This is completely devoid of any other emotions. Before Su could explain, the guards on the platform gave a shout and began distributing rewards to the top 3 teams. The winning team is allowed to choose a few spirit orbs from their winnings as the conclusion of this special training session. Apart from the Huan siblings team and the remaining 9 members of Meng Shi's team who were somewhat unhappy, everyone else on the field was quite happy, choosing spirit orbs from the collection that suited their attributes and taking them away. Even Zhou Dong, who originally planned to stay away from the crowd and watch Su Depeo and Su's showdown, heard the announcement that they could get the spirit pearl. Su had no idea where he had come from, and he casually approached the table to examine each spirit orb. Although Su didn't know what had happened, when he saw Su Depeo, Ruan Xiuxiu, Chen Zhe, and the others all looking at Zhou Dong with icy expressions, he could guess a little. Betraying teammates and deserting in the face of battle? If Zhou Dong were merely a mediocre student, no one would be so upset. After all, they were classmates. But you haven't done anything wrong, yet you still want to take my spirit pearl. You're probably not taking me seriously at all. Su walked over with a slight smile, his killing intent once again swirling around him like flowing black wind. Bang! He patted Zhou Dong's shoulder, who was hunched over examining the spiritual technique. Zhou Dong immediately felt as if he had been patted by a bear's paw. His soul trembled, as if an invisible blade was pressed against his neck. Before he could even last 2 seconds, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Su, what are you doing? His voice trembled as he spoke, but Su just smiled, turned to the examiner, nodded, and said, "Brother, I can put my spirit pearl away now. If you treat me like a vengeful spirit, then don't even think about earning my spirit pearls. They're worth several million." After Su finished speaking, the examiner immediately understood. Ignoring Zhou Dong, who was sitting on the ground backing away, he grabbed a large plastic bag, wedged it against the corner of the table, and poured all the spirit pearls on the table into it. That splashing sound. Listen. For a moment, Su even felt a little regretful. It would be better to let Zhou Dong keep it first, and then take it back later. Su looked at the 8 spirit beads in his hand, then sighed as he gazed longingly at the spirit beads spread across the table. He then said to the examiner sitting at the table, "I should have used more. This is practically working for you guys." The man pursed his lips, pretending not to hear. On the return journey, 3 buses traveled together in a line. Su and the others boarded the same bus they had been on before, finally able to relax for a while. As soon as they got on, they saw Qinhao's smiling face. With a beaming smile, she proactively stepped forward to take the backpack from Su's hands. Clearly, she had also heard the story of Su single-handedly securing first and second place, a truly astonishing feat. Su, let me help you with this. Congratulations on your great success in this Lingshu training camp, ha. Qinhao nimbly lifted Su's backpack and placed it in the same spot where they had arrived, speaking very politely. Su chuckled and followed him inside, sitting down by the window. Qinhao, carrying his backpack, sat down next to him. The other students behind them were all puzzled by this scene. Old Qin is here to see Yanzu again? That's a great saying. It seems like Su Shen is not only charming to women, but also to men. Chapter 61. The deal is done, 3 million. Beep beep. The driver honked the horn a few times. The group exchanged smiles, put down their backpacks, and sat down. Right now, the most important thing for them was to quickly turn on their phones to let their families know they were safe and to tell them about their achievements. Su Depeo, sis, we got first place in this special training. Your little brother is awesome. Chen Zhe, brothers, wait for my triumphant return tonight. I'll bring the title of first place back to Xingcheng. Ruan Xiuxiu, I haven't even used my full strength yet, and I'm already at the peak of this level. Ready to go home, students, the driver shouted excitedly as he started the car. Let's go! Let's go! With victory in hand, let us return to Xingcheng to see our fellow villagers. The king returns in triumph. Everyone sitting in their seats was tapping on their phone screens with smiles on their faces, except for Zhou Dong, who sat alone behind the bus driver with his arms crossed and a gloomy face. Everyone else seemed quite happy. But suddenly, Xiao Bai, who had been very excited and happy when he got on the bus. For some reason, after picking up her phone to share the good news, her expression changed. She sat quietly on the other side of Su's row, by the window, resting her chin on her hand and staring blankly out the window. It was as if they had lost their soul in an instant. Su was oblivious to the state of the others around him, as the car was filled with an excited atmosphere. Xinhao, sitting next to him, was clearly ready. He raised an eyebrow at Su Su, as if testing something. Su Su, I heard you managed to sweep up the entire Lingshu this time, haha, how does it feel? Hearing the other party's exaggerated words, Su Su shook his head with a smile. Brother Hao, you're exaggerating. For your spirit pearl, I took a hit from an ice soul and almost died there. Oh? Xinhao looked surprised. But the next second, they saw Su Su take out a spirit pearl that shimmered with a dark blue light from his pocket. The faint fluctuations of spiritual energy indicated that it was the spirit pearl of the one-star spirit beast, the Ice Soul Tiger. Well, I've successfully completed my mission and obtained an Ice Soul Tiger spirit orb. Su Su smiled and handed the spirit pearl to Xinhao for inspection. Given Xinhao's status as a guard and a 4th-grade spirit martial artist, Su Su wasn't worried about him reneging on the deal. It's just a little water. Spiritual skill Ice Soul, not bad, not bad. The spiritual energy fluctuations contained in this spiritual pearl are quite profound, slightly stronger than ordinary 1-star spiritual pearls. It probably killed an Ice Soul Tiger cub that was extremely close to the 2-star realm. Xinhao confirmed it at a glance. It was the spirit pearl of the Ice Soul Tiger. The faint water ripples on it, under the fluctuation of spiritual energy, became as conspicuous as tiger stripes. Just lucky. I happened to run into this family of 4 Ice Soul Tigers strolling through the forest, and they were even bullying some girls, Su Su replied, without going into details about being hit by the Ice Soul Tiger. Xinhao nodded in appreciation. Interesting, very interesting. He's humble and composed, reliable, and highly capable, truly a promising talent. He had also heard about Su Su's unfortunate experience of entering the spirit ruins alone. To achieve such results single-handedly is truly extraordinary. Even ordinary 1-star spirit beads have distinct value differences. Some spirit beads with thin spiritual energy contain significantly less spiritual skill, making them seem like incomplete versions of spirit beads. This spirit pearl, which came from the adult female Ice Soul Tiger, contained abundant spiritual energy. Although it was slightly weaker than a 2-star spirit pearl, it was extremely powerful compared to a 1-star spirit pearl, approaching its peak. Its value is probably far greater than that of an ordinary 1-star spirit pearl. The 2 million he offered to Su Su now seems like a bargain. Su Su is really capable. It's so much more satisfying to do business with you. Without wasting any words, Xinhao directly asked for Su Su's bank account and immediately transferred 3 million to him manually. Su Su was stunned by their extravagant and wealthy demeanor. Wasn't it supposed to be 2 million? Why is there a temporary price increase involved? But Xinhao just smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's worth the price, it's worth the price. Your spirit pearl is a top-quality one among 1-star spirit pearls. Consider the extra amount as a reward for your hard work. Su Su, who couldn't help but grin, could only respectfully comply. After all, who would complain about not having enough money? I have to say, Brother Hao is truly generous. Within seconds, Su Su's phone received a bank transfer notification. The crisp, clear notification sound was like celestial music, a sound he had never heard before. 3 million has been received. This 3 million was transferred successfully so quickly. Su Su was somewhat excited. The 3 million in income arrived in just a few seconds. Even when he had defeated one spirit beast clan after another in the spirit ruins, he had never felt this excited. So I'm a millionaire now? Su Su opened the banking app, counted the zeros again to confirm everything was correct, and his smile widened. He then transferred 2 million to old Su and the others. Su Su wanted to share his first pot of gold earned after becoming a spirit warrior with his family. From then on, my family would never be short of money again, and I would never have to stoop to borrowing money from others. Mom, I just made a little money, so I transferred 2 million to you. Don't think it's too little. After the transfer, Su Su sent his mother a voice message, his voice filled with an upbeat tone, unable to hide his joy. Regardless of how the other party reacts to this news, Su's parents will probably think they're dreaming. Xinhao, who had just put away the spirit pearl, couldn't help but laugh. What a greedy lad. This was the first time he had ever seen a martial artist so happy about money. After all, money was just a number to them in the past. Su Su is so happy, you'll probably have many more happy moments to come. The return journey took several more hours. After 3 busy days in Lingshu, Su Su finally fell asleep in this cradle-like seat. The others also adjusted their seat backs and drifted off to sleep. By the time they arrived in Xingsheng, it was already evening, and everyone went home to rest and recuperate. The following morning, in the special training building. On a high platform in the center of the training field, a large banner with red background and white characters was stretched out. Congratulations to Su DePeo, by Luwachi, and the other 10 students for achieving first place in this joint training competition among multiple universities. Warmest congratulations. A microphone stand adorned with a large red flower was placed on top, and Principal Su stood beside it, looking at the many students below the stage. His eyes welled with tears, and his face flushed. Completely ignoring Su behind him, who was wearing a big red flower, had a resentful look on his face, and whose eyes could kill. It formed two distinct sights with the microphone adorned with a large red flower. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Chapter 62. The martial arts exam is imminent, moving forward with the goal. Dear students, Xingqing No. 1 Lingwu High School's achievements today are inseparable from the hard work of our teachers and your diligent efforts. With the martial arts exam just around the corner, today is the time to test our mettle. Let us raise the sails of our dreams as the martial arts exam approaches. With less than a week until the martial arts exam, the principal's mobilization effort seems genuinely heartfelt, his eyes even brimming with tears. These are all real, tangible results. He stood on the stage, fist clenched and raised high, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to conceal his excitement. Su and his companions' outstanding performance during their trip to Lingshu had greatly increased his anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exam. So much so that in today's speeches, he spoke fluently and authoritatively, from the very beginning of the special training program, through every training test, all the way to the outstanding performance in this Lingshu special training, without ever getting tired. It wasn't just because Su and his team outperformed the other two high schools in Xingqing during this Lingshu special training. What's even more impressive is that they actually beat Buzhou No. 3 Middle School and pushed them to third place. These are all real, hard-earned achievements. Putting aside the fact that the leaders of Xingqing will treat him with extra courtesy afterward, just considering the subsequent allocation of resources, they will definitely give him a green light. It should last for at least several years. This is all thanks to Su, that good kid. Thinking of this, the principal excitedly grabbed the hand of the resentful boy with the big red flower next to him, raised it high, grinned, revealing a set of big teeth, and shouted loudly. May all of you prosper in the world of martial arts. May martial arts flourish. The students below the stage couldn't help but get excited upon hearing this, raising their hands and shouting loudly. Su could also feel the sweat on the hand that was holding his. Ouch, still sweaty hands. But I'm finally done talking. I talked way too much. It can be expressed in just one word, do it. After the speech, in the special training building, bang! Rumble! A few people sat scattered in a corner, chatting. Meanwhile, on the arena, many students were still sparring, each trying to make one last push in the final moments. Hey, everyone's working pretty hard. Su DePeo, sitting on the steps with his legs spread apart, was panting heavily. His vest was already soaked with sweat and had several bright footprints on it, which looked like Fei Yue's shoes. Of course, after all, there's only 1 week left until the martial arts exam, otherwise we won't have a chance to work hard then. Su, standing beside him, spoke calmly. Unlike Su DePeo, he was spotless, without a trace of dirt on him. This means Su got tricked the wonderful use of Golden Light +1. Keep your hairstyle neat and your clothes clean. He was a dignified person until his death. Especially back then, when Su DePeo saw his 40-meter-long golden broadsword, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at him and stammered for a long time, but couldn't bring himself to utter a curse. What a joke! The entire arena is within their attack range. Su can be attacked at close range or from afar. With great difficulty, Su DePeo, shaking his head, used his flamboyant and serpentine movements to get close to Su. He punched Su in the golden light surrounding him, but there was no ripple. The fire in his hand was extinguished. Then, looking down, he saw the warrior shoes flashing with golden light, and was kicked flying. I'm about to explode. Su Z, you mean you want to take the Imperial Martial Arts exam, right? Su DePeo ignited a flame, instantly evaporating the sweat on his body. He then looked at Su and Bai Luwachi, who were sitting 3 meters away from him. They were standing close together, just a bit far from Su DePeo. There was no way around it, because he was covered in sweat. Su chuckled and said, "There's nothing I can do. You all know about the martial arts exam. With my apparent F-level cultivation talent, other universities probably wouldn't even bother to see my strength before eliminating me." As he spoke, he shrugged. That makes sense, Su DePeo nodded. So, Imperial Martial Arts Academy is the best. It prioritizes strength and power, never giving anyone a false sense of security. No matter your potential, if you're strong, you're strong. After all, it wasn't a secret Su Depeo and the others had never seen anyone as peculiar as Su before. If one doesn't truly know and understand Su's strength. If they were the admissions officers of various universities, upon hearing that an F-level awakened had broken through to the spirit warrior realm, they would subconsciously assume it was a coincidence. This student's future is pretty much set at most, they'll be used as a story to inspire their favorite talented students. This is to illustrate the importance of hard work. Su, are you all planning to apply to Lingwu University in China? At this moment, Xiaobai, who had been sitting quietly without saying a word, blinked her bright eyes and said softly, Lingwu University in China may have some hidden conditions, but it seems that Lingwu University abroad admits students based entirely on merit, and it's not as rigid. Furthermore, I've heard that overseas countries produce quite a few extremely powerful spirit orbs, including incredible spirit techniques like elemental transformation, the Flame Emperor, and teleportation. Bailuoqi continued speaking calmly, her words seemingly expressing a strong longing for Lingwu University abroad. But suddenly, turning his head, he saw Su frowning at him. He paused for a moment, then turned his face away in a fluster. It seemed they didn't want Su to discover anything. Luo Shi, is there something you haven't told me? Su looked at the dazed girl in front of him with some suspicion, especially seeing her flustered behavior, which was so different from her usual self. Normally, she's a cheerful and slightly naive girl, not very talkative, and you can easily tell whether she's happy or unhappy from her facial expressions. But today, this girl seems to be pretending to be calm. No, I was just asking. After all, most of the Lingwu universities in China have hidden entry requirements, and I was thinking that if you go abroad, you'll be more valued and able to truly unleash your potential. Bailuoqi smiled innocently, and casually flicked her finger to wipe her fair and lovely face. Oh, I see. Su nodded, seemingly accepting the other person's reason, but his eyes remained fixed on her amber eyes, causing the naive girl to involuntarily shrink back. He clearly has something to hide. This flustered state shows that he can't keep any secrets at all. Oh. Right. Su Depeo, standing nearby, also let out a roar, clapped his hands, and jumped up, shouting excitedly, that's right. Elementalization. This golden spiritual skill is a divine skill that all elemental martial artists dream of. It can both attack and defend, it's practically invincible. Moreover, many grandmasters abroad basically acquired this elemental transformation as their first spiritual skill after breaking through to the grandmaster realm. It doesn't have any restraint, but it does restrain all attack methods. Ha, Suzy, I want one too. His loud, interrupting shout made Su's ears ache. So loud. You think you're shouting it out loud. Chapter 63, Entering the Guard Army, Planning a Surrender? Stop making noise, I'm going deaf. Su helplessly shut Su Depeo up, then looked up and saw two figures approaching from not far away. Standing at the front was Instructor Shi, and next to him was the Dean of Students, Zhang the Skinflint. Two figures, each comparable in size to the bears Xiongde and Xiong'er, walked over with silly grins on their faces, as if they had eaten honey. But even with their smiles, they still exuded a subtle sense of oppression. It seems he received an award and came to see me? Su released his hand, waved and greeted with a smile, hello, instructor, hello, director. Okay, sure. Instructor Shi nodded with a smile, then beckoned Su over to talk. Zhang, the head of the teaching department, stood beside him, arms crossed, looking quite pleased. Su, come with me for a moment. What's all this secrecy about? Su Depeo asked suspiciously, his gaze sweeping over Su several times. It can't be that you've given Suzy a direct admission, can it? Su was also somewhat skeptical upon hearing this, but he still quickly stepped forward and joined the two, making Su Depeo scratch his head in disbelief. When did Su get so close to the instructor and Zhang the Skinflint? They seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a handsome young man and his two bodyguards. Su Depeo felt a pang of jealousy and was puzzled. I, old Su, am no less capable. Why do you always come to see Suzy? Standing at the doorway, the three of them stood under the tree and talked. Su, have you decided which university you want to apply to? The school leaders are very concerned about your martial arts exam this year, said Teacher Zhang, the head of the teaching department, excitedly patting Su's shoulder. The pat was so forceful that Su's shoulder made a loud thud. We can all help you figure something out when the time comes. Well, Teacher Zhang said, patting his chest with an air of confidence. That was like saying, Su, just tell us what you need, and we'll take care of it for you. Instructor Sure smiled and nodded, a wise look appearing in his eyes. You mean you're aiming for one of the top 5 lingual universities in the country, right? A glint of light flashed in Su's eyes as he nodded. From his rebirth 2 months ago to his triumphant journey, breaking through to the spirit warrior realm, entering the spirit ruins, and acquiring his first spirit skill, Su's growth perfectly reflects the vow he made to reach the pinnacle of martial arts step by step. When Instructor Sure and Teacher Zhang heard that Su's goal was Linguo University in the capital, they couldn't help but exchange a glance and reveal sly smiles, which made Su scratch his head. Judging by your strength, this Emperor Martial Arts, which prioritizes martial prowess, is indeed extremely suitable for you, Instructor Sure said admiringly. He paused, glanced around, and then looked at Su again. Su, have you ever considered joining the Guard? Join the Guardians? Is Instructor Sure looking for people for his team? Su was stunned when he said that. Me, join the Guard? But before Su could refuse, Instructor Sure offered him a benefit he couldn't refuse. Sometimes the Guards recruit some gifted students into the reserves in advance. Not only will this not interfere with your studies at university, but you will also be given the same benefits and treatment as officers. For example, only the Guardian Army can explore newly discovered rare spiritual ruins, only the families of the Guardian Army can live in the Hero Villa district, and those who break through to the 3rd grade of spiritual warrior are directly awarded the rank of major, etc. As for obligations, there are almost none. It is only hoped that when the country needs you, you will step forward according to your ability. After listening to what he said, Su began to think seriously. Although he currently only aims to get into Linguo University based on his abilities and cultivate diligently, joining the Guard force is not in his plans for the time being, but after Instructor Sure explained it in detail, Su thought it was somewhat feasible. The protective barrier spirit skill he acquired during his journey into the Snowfield spirit ruins unexpectedly evolved into a silver spirit skill after Su absorbed the bronze ghost vine demon spirit beads. This spirit orb capable of evolution is something countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet Su stumbled upon it. If the ghost vine demon hadn't run out of spirit orbs, Su even felt that his spirit skill might have evolved to the gold level. As long as you have enough spirit pearls, gold is nothing. This is just joining the reserves, yet it brings so many benefits, why not? Furthermore, entry into most spirit ruins within the country requires an application. Only a few spirit martial universities have affiliated spirit ruins, which will make Su's future experimentation from silver to gold much easier. Looking at the long term, it's only a matter of time before Su reaches the 2nd rank, and he'll soon need to consider acquiring a 2nd spiritual skill. However, the spiritual realms open to the public in the country are generally quite ordinary. The spirit beasts contained within are merely commonplace. They have no chance of developing elemental transformation, lightning control, teleportation, or absolute defense. These are simply not the kind of spirit techniques they might possess. There are many spiritual warriors in the country, and these are all rare resources. As a result, some spiritual ruins that are known for producing powerful spiritual techniques are not places that just anyone can enter. They are often sealed off. But if Su joins the Guardian Army, it will be easy for him to obtain the qualification to explore when a new spirit ruins appears in the future. However, this is not simply because of the good benefits. More importantly, it is because Su's heart is full of love for the country and the people. Okay, I want to join the Guard and become a part of it, Su said solemnly to Instructor Sure, his gaze resolute without a trace of frivolity or jest. Not bad, good lad. Teacher Zhang, standing nearby, clapped his hands with a smile, his large palms making a loud clapping sound. Then I'll take care of building up your reputation before the martial arts exam, and maybe I can even secure you a guaranteed admission spot. He can even get a guaranteed admission? Su exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Director Zhang, and seeing the wise look in his eyes, Su couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't seem reliable at all. Alright, just you wait and see. Leave the joining of the garrison to old Shizhong, and leave the matter of building momentum for you and securing a guaranteed admission spot to me. Director Zhang patted his chest and promised. Director, with my abilities, I probably wouldn't need a special recommendation to get in, right? It doesn't seem like I need to trouble you, Su asked. Instructor Sure smiled and said, Su, you should thank Lao Zhang for this. Whether you pass the exam or not is not important. What matters is how much benefit Linguo University can offer you. Don't think that just because you pass the exam, the resources allocated to everyone are fair. Those who manage their small plot of land year after year are extremely stingy. If you want to enjoy the treatment of a genius, you have to make them feel the urgency of recruiting before the martial arts exam. It's the same principle as a young boy dating. Play hard to get, learn to push and pull. Chapter 64 Nighttime Attack, Crime Committed by an Acquaintance. At the same time, on a fighting platform in the special training building, a slender figure was knocked off the platform by a punch from a burly girl in front of her, landing face down on the ground. She could only clutch her stomach, curled up in pain, her fair face covered in sweat and dust, looking dirty and pitiful. Like a kitten that has fallen into a mud pit. Jiang Rower, are you alright? It's all my fault for using too much force. I forgot that your awakened ability is support type. The burly girl quickly helped her up, and with her other hand, she gently massaged her toned stomach to help relieve her pain. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Rower slapped her hand away with a dark expression, then hunched over and leaned against the nearby table, her close-fitting sportswear soaked with sweat. He inadvertently exuded a cold aura, showing absolutely no trace of the friendliness that comes between classmates. Do not touch me. The burly young woman, seeing Jiang Rower's unsteady stance, intended to kindly offer a helping hand, but unexpectedly, despite Jiang Rower's striking beauty, she proved to be incredibly difficult to get along with. With a bang, Jiang Rower slapped away the girl's outstretched hands again. This time, the burly girl's face darkened, and she turned and left. Who is this person? Good intentions are wasted. This is utterly baffling. The gentle breeze at night is very pleasant. That's strange, ghostly vine demon is actually some kind of rare spirit beast? Walking home, Susu rubbed his panda eyes, a slight smile creeping onto his face. He recalled the shock he felt when Guan Yu sparred with him earlier. That was so satisfying. I've finally turned the tables and become the master of my own destiny. Even Guan Yu, who had activated her catgirl form and used her spiritual skills, was trapped inside that octagonal cage. It would also be difficult to withstand Susu's fierce attack, especially when Susu was going all out. He first subdued Guan Yu at close range, then golden light transformed into countless vines that followed Susu's punches, locking Guan Yu's arms and legs in a tortoise-shell bondage as she instinctively dodged, perfectly outlining her fiery figure. Susu remembered that this was probably the first time Guan Yu had shown such a flustered expression. Her face flushed red instantly. He was once pinned down and brutally beaten by Susu. This spirit skill, which has evolved to the silver level, not only consumes less energy when used in combat, but also greatly enhances its offensive and defensive capabilities. Susu whipped Guan Yu for a long time and gave him a good beating. It's estimated that if Susu hadn't finally lost his temper and pinched the other party's sexy, raised cattail, and then itchy-handedly slapped that peach-shaped buttocks, the other party wouldn't have unleashed such murderous intent. You really can't mess with a tiger's backside. So the subsequent scenes started to show a one-sided view. Although the silver-level golden light was indeed very strong, it could only passively defend against the corrupted Guan Yu. Against this catwoman at the peak of the third rank, not only was he outmatched in speed and strength, but his own spiritual energy reserves were also inferior. We can't just use the spirit orbs to replenish spiritual energy like this. In the end, due to insufficient spiritual energy, he was severely beaten by his opponent and ended up with a black eye. Susu only learned about the rare spirit pearl after Guan Yu calmed down. It was also the first time Guan Yu had ever seen such an evolutionary spirit skill. It was such a heaven-defying existence. The bronze spirit orb absorbs similar spirit orbs, then breaks through level restrictions and evolves to the next level, allowing low-grade spiritual warriors to achieve the genius performance of fighting across levels ahead of time. But what's wrong with Xiao Bai? Why did she seem a little unhappy back then? Susu recalled that Xiao Bai seemed unusually quiet tonight, especially when it heard about rare spirit pearls. Its brows furrowed so deeply they almost looked like twisted ropes. This little white thing isn't usually like this. Could it be that she's on her period? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Susu shook his head, utterly puzzled. He walked into a small alley towards home. The streetlights flickered on both sides at this hour. There was no one strolling on the streets. Thump, thump. The quiet alleyway was filled with the sound of Susu's footsteps, and Susu was humming a song softly. I once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. Tap tap, tap tap. Rustling sounds. But the next second, a slender figure flashed behind a dark telephone pole on the side of the alley. Before Susu could even stop singing, the ghostly woman suddenly turned around for him. After a muffled thud, the singing stopped abruptly. Then, people who came out of the food street and passed by this alleyway saw what looked like a nimble woman carrying a man over the wall and disappearing into the night. Swish! Swish! As the surrounding streetlights gradually became clearer and brighter, the woman who had been carrying Su and running wildly could finally be seen clearly. Her eyebrows and eyes were cold and aloof, her oval face as cold as ice, her eyes like stars. She truly was an ice beauty. After she walked through several alleys, a black Crown sedan parked by the roadside seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The people in the car, seeing the two figures, quickly rolled down their windows, revealing a beautiful young woman sitting in the back seat. Her delicate, fair face, and the way her eyes relaxed upon seeing Su, made her chuckle softly, as if she had spotted a predator and was eagerly calling out to him. "Sis, hurry up and get in the car." Then, with a whoosh, the Ice Queen tossed Su into the trunk. "Get in the car." The movement was so swift, as if it were the work of a seasoned pro. Without regard for Su's comfort in the back, the door slammed shut, and the car sped off into the distance. The car's voice announcement started, and the girl hung her phone in front of the driver's seat so he could see the road. "You have been navigated to the cloud-based Love Hotel. Please proceed straight ahead." Hearing the warning sound, the Ice Queen quickly started the car and accelerated forward, reaching a speed of 100 miles per hour. Luckily, there were no speed cameras on this road, otherwise she probably would have lost all her points. In the passenger seat sat a somewhat nervous young girl, who kept turning to look back, seemingly afraid that Su would wake up and run away halfway through the journey. "Sister Rower, don't worry, I've applied medicine to this boy, he won't wake up." The icy beauty spoke coldly, as if Su were a toy, light and airy. "But are you really sure this kid has the furnace physique? Don't throw good money after bad." "Okay, thank you for your help, Sister Ryan. I can't be wrong. You know, my awakened ability is spiritual sense, how could I not see through it?" Jiang Rower, sitting next to her, smiled and replied, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "Su can fool others, but he can't fool me. Everyone thinks he just absorbs spiritual energy very quickly, but that is not true. It's a characteristic of his furnace physique. He is a natural tool. As long as he still has spiritual energy, the secret of this cauldron will be discovered sooner or later in his life, so it's better to just let me have it." She spoke confidently, while the Ice Queen nodded secretly, glancing at the rearview mirror at the back of the car. She couldn't help but sigh softly, as if she felt sorry for Su. What a pitiful person. Jiang Rower sighed inwardly as well. "If I hadn't rejected you before, you wouldn't have been so hostile towards me all this time. That's fine too. I only need you for one night. I must break through to the spirit warrior realm before the martial arts exam. No one can stop me." Chapter 65 The Hotel in the Clouds, This is Fate. Soon, with the girl following traffic rules, they finally arrived at their destination, the notorious money-grubbing street. A romantic hotel in the clouds. The young men and women coming and going at that intersection were all incredibly trendy, some even playing hip-hop next to the trash cans. Jiang Rower couldn't wait to get out of the car. Looking at the magnificent hotel, a fire ignited in her heart. She came here today for no other reason than to vent her anger. Fulfilling a dream I had 2 months ago. "Sis, take Su to my room." After saying that, Jiang Rower turned around and opened the trunk. She and the ice-cold beauty helped Su up from either side. The scene looked quite bizarre. Su, sporting black eyes, lay on top of the two girls as if he were drunk. He was helped into the hotel, staggering unsteadily. "Sis, you just beat him up so badly you got a black eye?" "No, I just hit him on the back of the head with a brick and then gave him a sedative." "Oh, I'm afraid I'll burst out laughing when I see those panda eyes of his." "It's alright, Rower. Just get a pillow and cover him up with it later. Be calm." As the two helped Su into the elevator, the passing gangsters were stunned, especially when they saw the two men's stunningly beautiful faces. "Damn, this kid's awesome. He's got 2 women in one. Such beautiful women, and he went for 2 at once. It's outrageous. I'm so jealous. Why do I have to eat my 300 yuan fried rice?" The men who were clearly waiting for someone at the hotel entrance had their eyes glued to the 3 women, practically gleaming with lust. Only after the 3 figures disappeared into the elevator did they reluctantly and slowly withdraw their gazes. "Damn it, let's go eat fried rice." Ding dong. We've reached the 6th floor. The first thing she saw was a clean and spacious corridor, with a faint fragrance in the air. Many potted plants lined both sides, making for a rather pleasant environment. Jiang Rower then took out her room key from her pocket. It's still the same old room 606. She will reclaim the dignity she once lost tonight. "Sister, push harder." Jiang Ruo and Jiang Ruyan, one on each side, carried Su forward, opened the door to the room, and threw him onto the bed. Su was still unconscious. It seemed the drug was truly potent. It's outrageous that he hasn't woken up yet after so long. The room was very clean, with a large, spacious bed that could probably comfortably accommodate 3 people, and a curved leather sofa. The only slightly embarrassing thing is that while the room's environment is quite nice, the soundproofing is embarrassingly poor. Jiang Ruyan stood with her arms crossed, looking at Su lying flat on the bed. The intense noise coming from next door was quite irritating, and her mind involuntarily drifted to what her younger sister was about to do. That's a crabapple tree pressing down on a pine tree. My face suddenly felt hot. Roar, are you really sure about this? Actually, it's okay if you don't break through to the spirit martial artist level before the martial arts exam. I'll take care of the pressure from home, Jiang Ruyan said softly, a glint in her eyes. You know your own family's situation well. If it weren't for the immense pressure, my younger sister wouldn't have gone to such lengths. This is probably the oppressive feeling of being a martial arts master. Born into a traditional martial arts family, where there is already a preference for sons and a survival of the fittest mentality. Jiang Ruo's talent is only B-level support type. She may be considered an extremely talented person in the eyes of ordinary people, but she is worthless and dispensable in the Jiang family. She simply shook her head with a wry smile, offering no direct response to Jiang Ruyan's words. Sister, I'm just a B-level talent awakener, and I'm not valued much anyway, so please don't try to persuade me anymore. Why don't you go back first? I can manage here by myself. As Jiang Ruo spoke, she began to remove her clothes, revealing her slender figure, delicate waist, and long, beautiful legs. Her moon-like face was now flushed with a rosy glow. Seeing the other person's resolute determination, Jiang Ruyan didn't try to persuade her any further. She simply turned around and stood on the balcony, quietly looking out the window, her eyes filled with sorrow. No, I'm not leaving. I have to keep an eye on him for you. If he wakes up in the middle of the night, I'm afraid he might hurt you. Afterwards, Jiang Ruo ignored her older sister and, with a flushed face, sat on the bed and crawled towards the person on it. Her fair and smooth skin clung to him like a beautiful snake, and she took the initiative to remove Su's clothes. But when she saw Su's area, she couldn't help but bite her lip. She looked extremely beautiful and captivating, but her face still paled slightly as she gasped in surprise. She understands this basic common sense. Although she hadn't dated anyone in recent years, Jiang Ruo had always dreamed of one day overthrowing her family's tradition of favoring sons over daughters and treating girls as commodities for marriage alliances. Even if it means giving up everything, I'm willing to do it. Jiang Ruo's expression immediately changed. It hurts. Suddenly, a groan of pain, no less intense than the one from next door, echoed from the room. But the beautiful snake woman, already on the verge of madness, paid no heed to any of that. With hormones surging, Jiang Ruo gradually began to understand the wonder of it all. It was as if a crack had opened in her heart, and she seemed to have temporarily forgotten her purpose in asking Su Shuzhu to help her with her cultivation. Instead, they succumbed to this indescribable feeling of comfort, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. She flickered like a candle flame in the wind, yet remained upright, her hands resting on Su's body. Sweat streamed down her pretty face. She could barely breathe, her eyes completely glazed over. A wisp of spiritual energy flowed between the two, perhaps a natural reaction triggered unconsciously by Su. Their spiritual energies seemed to intertwine. In clusters, in groups. Ruo's sacrifice is truly too great. Jiang Ruyan, who was watching the battle from the window, had a flushed face and her legs felt weak. For a moment, she wished she could crawl under the bed. Why was she staying in the room to watch over them? But speaking of which, is a man like Su, who has the physique of a furnace, really that comfortable? Especially when she saw her younger sister's increasingly decadent state reflected in the window. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should sympathize with Jiang Ruo. She seemed to have done it quite readily. At this moment, Jiang Ruyan, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but slump into the leather sofa next to her, her legs tightly drawn up. She swallowed hard, and a blush rose to her neck and face. Although she was only in her early 20s, she had already learned about matters between men and women since her freshman year of college. But what puzzled him was that, even though they were both men, why is there such a big difference? Chapter 66. The battle continues. I don't know how many times this has happened. Mum. The girl's voice in the room had begun to become hoarse, but what had changed was that her overall demeanor remained exceptionally excited just a moment ago. I actually sensed the signs of spiritual energy condensing and clustering nearby. It was truly worth all the hard work my sister and I put in tonight. Jiang Roer wiped the sweat dripping from her forehead and turned to look gratefully at the figure on the sofa. However, to her surprise, her older sister wasn't there. She didn't know where she'd gone. She was nowhere to be found in the entire room, but then Jiang Roer smiled charmingly, tied her loose hair behind her back with both hands, and understood the reason. My older sister must have been feeling unbearably hot, so she went out to tidy herself up. As expected, Susu's special ability is that of a natural tool. Jiang Roer said softly, fiddling with something, feeling the clusters of spiritual energy surrounding her body. And it was at this moment, hearing the girl's voice so close to him, that Susu slowly began to regain consciousness. Feeling the swelling and pain at the back of his head, he couldn't help but open his eyes, which were filled with confusion. Who said I'm just a tool? Where am I? When Susu opened his eyes, he saw a simply decorated ceiling, the bright light somewhat dazzling. His gaze was momentarily dazed as he felt a soft figure lying on top of him, its body pressed tightly against him like a boneless silken body. Is this an illusion? It can't be a world created by Tsukuyomi. The naked girl before him perfectly displayed her curves, slender where she should be, and fuller where she should be. Even her breasts, pressed together, exuded a soft beauty, leaving Susu completely stunned and speechless. Although her face wasn't clearly visible, her aura was already absolutely stunning. Am I dreaming? Waking up from a dream, how real it all feels. What should we do in this situation? Aha! Feeling the sudden stimulation, Susu inadvertently let out a sound, his face flushed red, and then he flipped over and pinned him down. The noise from the ongoing battle caused the people next door, who had already stopped fighting, to angrily slam their door and leave. Dude, you can't blame anyone for this. It's all because the soundproofing is so bad, it affected my performance. But Susu, who was completely relaxed at this moment, suddenly felt the clusters of spiritual energy within his body rapidly circulating in his sea of consciousness once again. The spirit pearl, shimmering with silver light, also unleashed a more intense power than usual under this fluctuation, half of its consciousness being occupied by the illusory vines. I'm finally about to break through. Susu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such a good thing to happen today. He was just about to stop what he was doing and focus entirely on breaking through his cultivation level. Unexpectedly, the girl sped up on her own, muttering incoherently, and spiritual energy surged from all directions into her brow. Susu could clearly see that this was a sign that she was about to break through to the spirit martial realm. Almost there, almost there. Yeah. I've broken through to the first grade spirit warrior. One last shudder. Before Susu could even ponder, he closed his eyes, calming the condensed spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness. The rapidly spinning clusters gradually subsided, and the spiritual energy filled his sea of consciousness, like clouds. Call. I've finally broken through to the second grade spirit warrior. Then, Susu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body. It was as if a wave of heat was igniting him, his bones and muscles being tempered and refined in this spiritual energy, elevating him to the physique suitable for a second grade spiritual martial artist. Phew, I didn't expect to break through to the second rank before the exam. Susu couldn't help but sigh, but his eyes, which had just opened, suddenly widened in surprise, and then contracted sharply. Jiang Roer. It's you! Damn it, you ambushed me on the street and brought me to the hotel. Looking at the naked girl in front of him, whose body was covered in marks and bruises, Susu was at a loss, his mind seemingly devoured by a zombie. Susu, let me explain. Jiang Roer grabbed a short-sleeved shirt belonging to Susu and held it in front of her, her expression grim as she was about to speak. Suddenly, a sharp sound. The door was opened, and Susu turned around instantly. He saw a strange woman walk in, her face flushed. Within a few breaths, her aura turned icy. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him, locking onto Susu and making Susu's breathing rapid, as if he were being watched by a powerful spirit beast. Not a third-rank official. I don't know if it's the peak of the fourth rank or the peak of the fifth rank. What exactly do you want to do? Susu was about to speak and question her, but Jiang Roer interrupted him. Sister Royan, I've broken through. Let's go. Jiang Roer looked at the woman and said something apologetically before quickly putting on her clothes, completely disregarding Susu's presence. Susu's face darkened even more, and his anger boiled over even more fiercely. They're like tools, used and discarded. Is that so? Heh, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You really are an extremely selfish person. Susu couldn't help but sneer, glancing away as his gaze remained fixed on the woman standing at the door. She looks somewhat like Zhang Roer, and they're only a few years older. They must be sisters. Since you're so strong, why don't you try to help your sister yourself instead of resorting to such despicable tricks? Or is it that your whole family has this kind of shameful gene? Susu said this to Zhang Ruyan, his words extremely arrogant, completely disregarding her strength, which far surpassed his own. Do you think we can tolerate this? The back of my head is still swollen. I'm afraid a big lump has formed. My lower back is a bit sore now. Who knows what those two did while I was unconscious? And for how long? You're asking for death. Zhang Ruyan was furious upon hearing Susu's sarcastic words. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. She was already angry that she couldn't help her sister. And then, having to watch helplessly as his sister went to such lengths, the anger and rage in his heart had reached their peak. Susu's last few words have really set off a landmine. All that was heard was a whoosh. The woman who was standing at the door a second ago vanished in a flash. In less than the blink of an eye, just as Susu was about to activate his protective golden light, the golden light between his brows had just appeared. Before I could even unleash my full power, I felt a heavy kick to my stomach, almost making me vomit up my dinner from the night before. His face was covered in a mask of pain, and he was sent flying backward with a thud, crashing directly into the wall. My back hurts so badly. Chapter 67. The guards arrive, captain-level personnel. Bang! Susu fell off the wall, but luckily the golden light cushioned his fall. Otherwise, if you fall naked, your butt will probably be split in 8 pieces. Are you crazy? Making such a big fuss. The neighbor, already annoyed by the poor soundproofing, was now even more enraged. He slammed his fist on the wall and cursed at Susu and his companion. What's going on? Are you doing renovations so late at night? It's so noisy. At the same time, he called customer service, saying that the fighting next door was too intense and was affecting his rest, so he wanted to request a room change. These words were clearly heard from the room where Susu was, and even Zhang Ruyan, who had just been furious, now looked embarrassed. Ugh, it wasn't me. Susu quickly pulled over the shorts next to him, put his clothes on, and felt incredibly ashamed to be fighting naked. This shameless, ostentatious display of wealth is utterly disgraceful. Besides, who knows if there are any hidden cameras or anything in this hotel recording me? Otherwise, it could be a stain on my reputation for life. After getting dressed, Susu stood up, clutching his stomach. His face was icy cold, and he stopped his sarcastic remarks, simply staring silently at the two people in front of him, speechless. Perhaps because she had already gotten what she wanted, Zhang Roer appeared exceptionally beautiful at this moment, every move exuding feminine charm. However, a trace of apology towards Susu still lingered on her face. Susu, I'm sorry, I hope I'll have a chance to make it up to you in the future. He. Sister Ruyan, let's go. After saying this, Zhang Roer helped Zhang Ruyan turn around and walked outside without saying another word. Damn, what kind of situation is this? The next morning, the sky was clear and sunny. Still inside the special training building, the students in the special training class were engaged in frantic sparring in small groups, while Su DePeo was sparring with Susu. However, the battle on stage was one-sided, which was not interesting to watch. Holy crap, Suzy, what kind of magic potion did you take? You've broken through to the second rank. Su DePeo's figure flew backward, his face full of shock, especially seeing that he could no longer keep up with Susu's pace. This is absolutely earth-shattering. Heh, do I look like someone who needs to take medication? Susu said with a sneer, not emphasizing anything further. His mind was filled with the scene from that hotel the night before last. Taking medication? He felt like he'd been completely drained by that person. No wonder Zhang Roer took leave later. It seems she needs to rest for a while. Surprisingly, why is Xiaobai absent again today? She was fine during training last night. Susu felt a strange sense of irritation, as if something was about to happen. Sai, I guess Xiaobai got angry because of you. Who told you to mess with so many beauties? TSK. Su DePeo got up and teased, raising his eyebrows. As brothers, we can't just eat all the food ourselves. At least share some with us. What nonsense! I didn't provoke anyone, I just get a little closer to Xiaobai, Susu retorted defiantly. His initially tough words faltered as he recalled the events of last night. This time, Su DePeo overheard it and chuckled. Oh, then let me count for you, Zhang, the school beauty Ruan Xiuxiu Mengxi, the charming young woman in the fan club of the second-year high school students. Holy crap, what's with this group of fangirls from the second year of high school? What did I do to deserve this? Susu's face immediately darkened. And what on earth were Wan Xiuxiu, Meng Shi, and the charming young woman? What are you talking about? They're completely unrelated. If you only talk about Zhang Roer, Susu wouldn't have a good chance of refuting her. The main principle is to be pragmatic and realistic. At this moment, Instructor Shi walked over from not far away, accompanied by a tall woman who looked quite young. She exuded an aura of unapproachability, and her cold eyes held a hint of surprise. Instructor Shi. Susu greeted her proactively, nodding at the woman beside him. The unconscious aura emanating from her was enough for Susu to recognize her. This person's strength is unfathomable. Instructor Shi smiled, then looked at the woman beside him with a smug expression and said, Captain Shang, what do you think of this prospective student? Does she suit your taste? Hearing this, Susu was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that someone had come to accept him as soon as he agreed to join the guard? But Su Depeo, oblivious to the situation, blurted out a phrase about national treasures, his gaze shifting between Instructor Shi and the woman as if he had stumbled upon a huge juicy scoop. Holy crap, Instructor, are you a pimp or something? Susu is surrounded by so many beautiful women, why can't he? Hiss. There's a murderous aura about him. Susu gasped, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You dare to be so bold, kid? If you ask this older sister to find you beautiful women, she'll probably burn 2 large bundles of them on your grave next year. Before Su Depeo could finish speaking, Susu quickly blocked his mouth with a golden light and said, Sorry, this kid is obsessed with finding a girlfriend. Daring to joke with the guards like that, Su Depeo, you're something else. Instructor Shi smiled, his eyes narrowing, and couldn't help but scrutinize Susu's casually controlled golden light. As if they had discovered some wonder, their breathing slowed down for a moment. The tall woman beside him frowned and walked towards Susu, her intentions unclear. But the next second, Susu then found out. All that was seen was the opponent raising their leg high, a blur of motion passing by, seemingly tearing through space, and then striking Susu's extended golden light with a loud bang. The golden light shattered instantly, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. Damn! That leg could kill someone. Susu exclaimed in shock at what he saw. Those long, beautiful legs could unleash such terrifying power in an instant. And those fair, delicate legs showed no signs of muscle training whatsoever. As they were talking, the woman suddenly gave Susu a cold glance, her icy aura directly interrupting him. Not bad spiritual skill. It has good defense, resilience, and counter-attack capabilities. I'll make a note of it. Captain Shing said, taking out his phone from his pocket and snapping a picture of Susu, who was radiating golden light. Before the countdown even began, it was already over. Captain Shing, do you think I still have a chance? This action left Susu a little bewildered. Was this polite? It's fine to record special spiritual abilities, but could you please choose a better angle and take a more presentable photo? The way you took this picture, the golden light emanating from Susu looks like a tentacle monster blocking Su Depeo's mouth. If it gets leaked, this photo will look like early scandalous material from a celebrity's past. Chapter 68. He sat on the back of Captain Shing's seat, his arms tightening around her waist. Come with me, I'll help you with some paperwork. After Captain Shing finished taking the photos and uploading the relevant information, he turned around and said, without waiting for Susu's reply or not, his aura was powerful and brooked no refusal. He exuded an imposing aura emanating from the captain, which startled Susu. This was different from the murderous aura he usually exuded. The instructor standing next to her raised an eyebrow, then smiled at the tall woman and said, Captain Shing, you should go back to the car first. I need to say a few words to Susu. After saying that, Instructor Shi waved his hand meaningfully, and Captain Shing, with his eyes narrowed and a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, turned and walked towards the door. His steps were quite steady, and his foundation was very solid. I'll wait for you in the car, hurry up. Alright, it won't take more than 2 minutes. Instructor Shi echoed for Susu, his gaze then falling on Susu with a sly smile, completely different from his usual upright demeanor. It looks a little frivolous now. Susu looked on with some suspicion. What kind of street code was this? The next second, Instructor Shi rubbed his hands together with a smug look on his face as he looked at Susu. Susu, I won't say much more, but I'll give you a few words of advice. Captain Shing is the captain of a special squad in the Guard Army, and his status is extremely high. If you are given a chance, you must seize it. Clear. Susu nodded at Instructor Shi's serious expression, and was about to agree when Su Depeo, standing beside him, crossed his arms and glanced at his buddy and the unserious instructor. Furthermore, they extracted the keywords from the conversation and imagined a whole movie in their minds, wondering what kind of shady deal this was. You didn't even take me with you. Grasp it? Whose happiness? Sue DePayo leaned over to look at Instructor Sher and whispered tentatively, Old Sher, when are you going to introduce me to a sister? I want to grasp happiness too. That's quite a statement. Old Stone really sees Instructor Sher as a match made in heaven. Instructor Sher's lips twitched for a moment. He pushed the large face away to avoid it getting in his way and continued to focus his gaze on Susu. Also, I see you've already broken through to the second rank of Spirit Warrior, right? After old Zheng finishes arranging things for you, and after the martial arts exam, you must find a way to participate in the team's missions. Let her take you to those undeveloped special spirit ruins to obtain your second spirit skill. This will definitely be beneficial. Third, Captain Cheng has a rather decisive personality. Although she is very beautiful, it is said that she likes women, so don't mess with her, or you might get beaten up. Wow! Is it that exciting? Susu held his breath and nodded. Captain Cheng likes women. What a coincidence, he likes women too. Moreover, he now understood why Instructor Sher had made such a grand show of sending others to receive him when he had only expressed his willingness to join the Guard Reserve. It turned out that it was all for his own benefit. This not only made him consider his future spiritual skills, but also gave him a strong backer within the Guard. This favor is really too heavy. And what about Director Zhang's side? Are they arranging a publicity stunt? Alright, hurry up and go with Captain Cheng, Instructor Sher said. Before Susu could reply, he grabbed Su DePayo by the neck, his expression instantly changing. You're so desperate to find a girlfriend, aren't you? Come on, practice with me, and if you do well, I'll find you one too. Having said that, he picked up Su DePayo like a chick and walked towards the other side of the ring. As for Su DePayo, upon hearing that he wanted someone for him too, his eyes lit up and he became excited. Come on, hurry up. My 80-year-old grandma can walk faster than you. If you get a beating, you'll be calling your dad. Very well, they've turned the heavenly gang upside down. This guy is really prone to getting cocky. Susu shook his head and ignored him, then quickly ran towards the door. Parked at the entrance was a sleek, beast-like six-eyed demon sports car. Its menacing face exuded an untamed aura, and inside sat Captain Cheng, calmly watching Susu run out, a helmet in his hand. Susu was immediately stunned by what he saw. Oh my god! That's so cool! No, where will I sit later? In the back? Get in the car, what are you waiting for? Captain Cheng said casually, tossing the helmet over to Susu, who quickly caught it and put it on. But the bigger problem was that the back seat was far too cramped. Sensing Captain Cheng's subtle aura and the power he had just displayed by shattering the golden light with a kick, Susu was hesitant to provoke him. He could only hold onto the partition behind him with one hand and grab Captain Cheng's clothes with the other. She looked extremely shy, like a bashful young girl. You clearly know you're here to pick someone up, couldn't you have driven a decent car? You might as well have driven a three-wheeled motorcycle. How am I supposed to sit here? Susu complained inwardly. And you made me sit behind you. Is this even fair? What will people think of me? At this moment, Captain Cheng, sensing Susu's embarrassment behind him, couldn't help but smile slightly and look ahead. Hold on tight, or we won't be responsible if you fall. Oh. Boom boom boom. Like the roar of a wild beast, Susu's face paled upon hearing it. Without hesitation, he pressed himself against her, tightly embracing Captain Cheng with both hands. Her waist was slender, but she couldn't feel anything at the moment, as Susu's arms held her firmly. I just felt that what was about to happen was a high-speed, high-octane thriller that would get my adrenaline pumping. Rumble. Then came another deafening roar, and the two dashed off like lightning, the whistling wind whipping their clothes behind them. The surrounding buildings were passed in a fleeting glimpse. Slow down. Slow down. Are you trying to kill me? Susu exclaimed repeatedly, especially as the sports car brushed past one large truck after another. Susu felt his scalp tingle. Goodness, a newly created account. Stop messing around. Call. After another burst of acceleration, the car stopped at a red light. Susu finally caught his breath, letting out a deep sigh, and then playfully pinched the other man's belly with a hint of resentment. My dear sister, could you please stop speeding? My heart can't take it. Hiss. Susu's pinch was probably a sign that he had forgotten how terrifying the woman was. It was like he was driving fast and his brain hadn't kept up. He actually dared to pinch the captain's belly. Sure enough, Captain Ching trembled, emanating an extremely strong killing intent. He then turned around and slammed his fist into Susu's helmet with a bang. The shock gave Susu a splitting headache. "You want a beating, huh? Behave yourself. Or I'll beat you up." Captain Ching turned his head away with an unfriendly expression. Susu finally came to his senses and could only manage a wry smile. He obediently wrapped his arms around himself, not daring to cause any more trouble. "Ha, I've really messed with you." Pedestrians on the sidewalk couldn't help but glance at the sports car. A female rider and a male passenger were quite unusual, especially since the female rider seemed to have the male passenger on her firmly under her control. TSK, that's really interesting. Chapter 69 First meeting with team members, being treated like a little lover. The red light is fleeting. Captain Ching regained the ferocity of his racing gang, becoming even more reckless. Weaving between 2 or 3 cars was child's play for him. He completely disregarded Susu's life or death behind him. As if that wasn't enough, they quickly made a right turn onto the Ring Expressway and sped off onto that unobstructed road. Wow! That's so cool! I want to get one like that after the martial arts exam. Susu didn't care anymore. A golden light enveloped him, and then a golden rope, like a seatbelt, tied him to Captain Ching in front of him. "If I don't survive, I'll go completely mad." Feeling safe and experiencing the power of such speed, Susu became excited and exclaimed repeatedly, but his hands, which were tightly gripping the object, did not loosen their grip for the slightest. After all, a beautiful woman's waist isn't just a waist, it's a deadly blade. Captain Cheng's waist was so slender it could be encircled with one hand, making it incredibly alluring. "Faster! Faster!" Susu shouted. "Damn! Speed on curves is what really matters." "Shut up!" Captain Ching, who was being held tightly, snapped, lowering his body so much that he almost bumped into Susu. But before Susu could fully get excited, Captain Ching suddenly accelerated down a corner, and the two of them practically skimmed the ground, a scene even more dangerous than riding a roller coaster. After a short while, the car gradually slowed down. Ahead lay a training building surrounded by iron fences, with several squads of guards in black uniforms standing at the entrance, each exuding a chilling aura. Unlike the police station Susu had visited before, the soldiers here seemed more ferocious, as if they were warriors born for combat. They held uniform black glowing guns, their surfaces shimmering with black light, looking incredibly lethal. It was unclear what level of firearms they were, or if they were any different from the merciful Gatling gun. "Arrive!" Captain Cheng drove the car directly inside. The soldiers at the entrances on both sides did not stop her, they merely nodded slightly as if they recognized her. "Get out!" Captain Cheng stopped the vehicle, removed his helmet, and let his long, flowing hair fall over his shoulders, his eyes gleaming with a cool light. Okay, get out, get out." Susu curiously looked around, taking off his helmet as well. His gaze lingered on the buildings, forgetting that he was in the back seat, blocking the other person from getting out. For a moment, Captain Chang was speechless at this kid's antics. The next second, Captain Ching turned his head and felt that the hands that had been wrapped around his waist after the helmet was removed. His face darkened instantly, and he clenched his fist and threw a punch. "Let go of me." With a bang, Susu was knocked out of the car. "Ouch! Didn't you tell me to hold on tighter?" Susu cried out and stood up, only to see Captain Ching casually put away his helmet and walk into the building, followed by another cold shout. "Follow me." Susu had no choice but to quickly follow. Before him was a clean and tidy hall, the floor reflecting the lights above. On either side were simple furnishings such as sofas and tea tables. It looked somewhat like a place where people usually rested. There were 7 or 8 men and women dressed casually sitting on both sides, all sprawled on the sofas, scrolling through their phones and drinking large cups of milk tea. Good heavens, did they move their whole house here? Susu thought to himself. If there weren't beds here, these people would probably all be lying down. But the next second, Susu saw Captain Chang head straight for the group on the left. They seemed to be acquaintances. There was a takeout bag on the table. Just then, one of the girls who was watching a drama suddenly looked up and saw Susu and his companion approaching. He immediately sat up, his eyes lighting up. His gaze lingered on Susu, and he even whistled at him. All that could be heard was a chorus of boos. "Sister Ching, is this the handsome trainee you picked?" the milk tea girl said, whistling. Not bad, not bad, his looks are really striking, I just wonder if he has abs. Just as the girl finished speaking, the others who were slumped nearby noticed the arrival of the two and began to scrutinize Su with great interest. Little brother, would you like to come to my room tonight? I can do a backflip. The girl with the milk tea took a small sip, then squinted her eyes, revealing an expression that contrasted sharply with her delicate features, resembling a lecherous rogue harassing women. Is this allowed? Su fell silent for a moment, looking at the inexplicable girl in front of him without responding, but instead tugged at the sleeve of Captain Ching beside him. Sister Ching, what do you say? Su's intention was to get Captain Ching out of the predicament, since it wouldn't be appropriate for someone so new to the job to develop an office romance. Wow! But to these people, this scene looked like their captain's little puppy seeking warmth from its older sister. They all immediately put on gossipy expressions as they looked at the aloof beauty in front of them. Hey, Binger, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that it was my Ching-Wan who brought her? Do you want to steal her from my dear captain? A short-haired woman on the other sofa rubbed her fingers together, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her gaze then fell on Captain Ching, who stood before Su, her eyes filled with tenderness. However, Luaner, you actually brought a man to see me. What about all our vows of eternal love? The short-haired woman's expression changed, as if she were truly disappointed, and she murmured. She can change her expression in an instant, it's a shame she didn't become an actress. At that moment, a voice rang out. What else could it be? You're just unlucky. Hiding behind Captain Ching, Su unconsciously chimed in, his voice low, thinking no one would hear him. But who on the field was an ordinary person? The seated group gasped in surprise, exclaiming good lad. Their gazes swept towards Su behind them, and even Ching-Wan in front of them couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile. Interesting. The short-haired woman paused for a moment, then her eyes narrowed slightly, and she continued speaking with a hint of resentment. What about all the wonderful memories we shared together? Ha, you have a good memory. So, the promise to raise a puppy together in the future was just a lie? Ha, you look like a dog to me. Hiss. Good heavens. They really are here to steal the team leader. This kid is so arrogant just because he's new here. How dare he provoke Sister Xiao like that? Doesn't he know that Captain Chang and she are a couple? I think he's doomed. The girl holding the milk tea quietly put her phone away and leaned back slightly to minimize her presence. What's the plan in chapter 70? Good, not bad. Ching-Wan, this is the man you found outside. You even brought him here to spite me. The short-haired woman pointed at Su, her eyes filled with tears, and murmured. Su was stunned by her appearance. Her crying scene in a second is such amazing acting skills that it surpasses so many young actresses in the entertainment industry. Are you really a member of the guard? Or did you graduate from drama school? But are Ching-Wan and this person really a couple? She cries easily, unlike me, who only feels sorry for my sister and never makes a fuss in front of her. Su shook his head and started acting as well. Meikai lowered his voice again and said something that really provoked the short-haired woman. You're such a green tea btch. I'll tear you apart. Xiao's acting suddenly changed again, her eyes turned icy, and she exuded a dangerous aura, as if she really wanted to teach Su a lesson. He leaped up and pounced, his movements so fast that Su only caught a glimpse of a blur before a black flash disappeared from sight. Su instinctively activated his protective barrier. But the next second. All right, stop fooling around. At this moment, Ching-Wan in front of her suddenly smiled and hugged Xiao, who was flying towards her, pulling her into her arms. Sigh, I'll only let this kid off this time because of my Wan. Xiao, with a smug smile, rested her head on Ching-Wan's shoulder, her arms tightly wrapped around Ching-Wan's waist, while also provocatively raising an eyebrow at Su behind her. That seems to mean that you're still too green, kid. See? The original wife is the original wife. But Su, seeing this scene, could not tolerate it even if his uncle and aunt could. As a man who had always been proud. Following the tense gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward and also put his arm around Captain Ching's waist, staging a spirit warrior version of Burning Winter under Xiao's shocked and stunned gaze. Sister, it's okay. I'm very traditional. I can be the younger one. As soon as Su said this, everyone on the field was stunned, including Ching-Wan, who had just been smiling, her face darkened. Bang! A loud bang. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and saw a figure being dragged straight onto the training ground by two people. They didn't even use their spiritual energy recklessly, they were simply beating Susu. That was the sound of fists landing solidly, like a human punching bag. Meanwhile, several people with milk tea were standing on the sidelines watching the battle. It was truly an exhilarating fight. Susu had been showing off a bit too much, so he deserved the beating, since he had often been beaten by Guan Yu before. Don't hit my face. Hit me again or I'll fight back. Susu, curled up on the ground, shouted. You dare to fight back, you brat. All I want to do today is slap someone in the face. Qingwan and Xiaoqiao shouted, throwing punches and kicks at each other without holding back. Susu also jumped up and started running around the training field. This kid's a real talent, even when he can't win, he knows to run away, exclaimed a few spectators on the sidelines. Now our team is in trouble. They're so good at handling things. From now on, the captain and sister Xiaoqiao won't have to beat us up. Thanks be to God for sending Sushu. Soon after, the farce on the training field finally came to an end. Susu followed behind the two with a head full of bumps and bruises. He looked terrible, his eyes swollen like panda eyes, but thankfully the ointment he had received earlier was effective. After applying the cream, the marks on his face gradually faded considerably. Meanwhile, the people who had been watching the battle handed Susu a large cup of bubble tea. Sweet and thoughtful. Here, have some. Don't be scared by the captain and sister Xiaoqiao, they're not usually like this. The girl with the milk tea leaned closer and said, blinking her eyes, she seemed very approachable. Don't joke like that next time. Don't you know Captain Qingwan belongs to sister Xiaoqiao? The milk tea girl looked Susu up and down, but she didn't see a trace of surprise in her eyes. Instead, she was very calm. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to more than just sister Qingwan? Binger gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, prompting the others nearby to exclaim in delight. Unlike other shopping malls, the lobby doesn't have those so-called entertainment facilities. It was only used as a place for the guards to rest occasionally, so apart from footsteps and voices, there were no other sounds, and the atmosphere was very quiet and peaceful. Susu and the others sat on the sofa they had just been on. Qingwan and Xiaoqiao sat together, or perhaps it could be described as Xiaoqiao sitting in Qingwan's lap, like a bewitching enchantress clinging to Qingwan's waist. The other two men and one woman sat on the other side, each quietly drinking milk tea and scrolling through their phones, their eyes occasionally glancing at Susu, who was sitting opposite the two women. On the surface, they seemed to be minding their own business and not getting involved, but in reality, they didn't miss a single moment of Xiaoqiao smugly showing off to Susu while hugging the captain. What a show! Looks good, looks good. My name is Susu, hello. Ignoring the short-haired woman's provocation, Susu introduced himself, glancing at the two men and one woman beside him, the crew-cut guy, the man with the middle parting, and the milk tea girl. After all, according to Captain Chang and Instructor Shi, although he had only recently joined the Guardian Army, he was directly included in Qingwan's Spirit Warrior Squad because of his high talent assessment level. Unless there are major personnel changes or the team is wiped out, I'll likely remain a part of this team forever. It's like the saying, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken; if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Life is probably going to be tough. The three people were taken aback when Susu took the initiative to greet them and introduce himself, and quickly replied with a response. Hello, hello. Oh, hello Susu. Hello, Susu. The three of them hastily raised their heads, gave a brief reply, then lowered them again, returning to their previous spectator mode, as if to say, you guys keep doing your thing, we'll just watch and not bother you. Looking at the three of them, a flock of crows flew overhead. Can't you be normal for once? Isn't there a single person in this team who's even remotely intelligent? That violent woman across from me is still looking at me with a smug, boastful expression. What's wrong with her? It's like I'm trying to steal her woman from you. Susu cursed inwardly at the same time, taking a sip of his bubble tea and making his own declaration in his mind. Humph, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll win over the captain first, and then you'll be crying. Susu kept speaking his innermost thoughts. At this moment, Qingwan, with a slight smile, picked up Xiaoqiao and placed her on the sofa next to her. She raised an eyebrow to comfort the girl in her arms before standing up. She pointed her slender finger at Susu and said, You, come with me. Chapter 71, number 006, codename Old Six. Me? Where am I supposed to go with you? Susu paused for a moment, looking at the tall, slender girl in front of him, then turned to the short-haired woman sitting on the sofa and grinned. Just the two of us? I hope this lady won't be angry. You little brat, you want another beating, huh? The short-haired woman squinted, clenched her fist, and looked at Su with a threatening expression, clearly intending to resort to violence if things didn't go smoothly. Warner will take you to do your onboarding now, and we'll have a proper chat later. Alright then, but someone better watch out, this trip might be a one-way trip. Hearing this, Su added fuel to the fire, but seeing the other person suddenly stand up, he chickened out. So he quickly followed Qingwan upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, one finds an unusually large number of rooms, resembling various archives and officers' offices. The entire floor is filled with soldiers in neat uniforms, who all greet Qingwan with warm smiles. At the same time, she also sized up Su, who was following behind her. He looked handsome and tall with delicate features. Captain Qingwan, is this your younger brother? The people in the corridor couldn't help but gossip, speculating about the relationship between the two, both looking so tall and handsome. They do share some similarities in temperament. Qingwan's face stiffened instantly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Just as she was about to explain, Su behind her unexpectedly answered first. Yes, you must be Uncle Luo. I am Qingwan's younger brother. My name is King Gengying, but you can just call me Xiao Cheng. With a sheepish grin, Su stepped forward and shook the other person's hand, acting all familiar and not at all like an outsider. At the same time, he didn't show favoritism, shaking hands with everyone around him one by one. Hey, you're my Uncle Jean. My sister always talks about you, and seeing you in person today, you truly are a dashing and exemplary figure, a role model for us all. Ha, Qingwan even told you about me, ha, not bad. Isn't this brotherly? Qingwan felt a little numb watching this scene, but at the same time, she exhaled a breath of relief and relaxed. Dealing with such senior figures was something she usually disliked the most. Among these people, I'm of similar rank but the youngest. It's fine when we discuss serious matters occasionally, but if we bump into each other in private, they might just pressure me to get married like my own family. Before they could even exchange two sentences, he was already recommending his former best soldiers to Qingwan, which made Xia Qiao extremely depressed all day long, and she had to go home and coax him every night. How did this kid manage to be so outgoing? He's really something. Qingwan looked at Su as if he were a monster, and it took her a lot of effort to pull him out of the group of elders. Uncles, I'll take this kid to register first, you guys go ahead with your work. Alright, you guys go ahead. Little brother Camille, remember to come visit my office often in the future. Judging from his demeanor, it's truly baffling how Su managed to be so familiar with everyone. He walked towards an office at the end of the corridor. Unlike before, this time Su was completely ahead of Qingwan. Every time Su passed an open room, he would peek inside. And once the people inside noticed him and started smiling, Su would immediately address them as uncle and auntie. Before they even finished walking down the corridor, the guards on this floor already knew that another interesting little fellow had joined Qingwan's group, her younger brother, named King Gengying. Everything is fine, except the name is a bit strange. You. That's enough. Qingwan could no longer bear it and grabbed Su's shoulder, her body exuding a cold aura once again, her eyes filled with helplessness. Who is this person, letting this kid continue to act so recklessly? Everyone probably thought they really had a younger brother. If mom found out, she'd probably think dad had taken a mistress and fathered this illegitimate child. If they planted it in their own daughter's team, then they're doomed. Fortunately, Su wasn't so excited afterward. Instead, he quietly and obediently followed behind Qingwan as the two walked towards the registration office. Soon after, he emerged carrying a badge engraved with swords and shields. The back showed Su's guard unit and their numbers. Azure Phoenix Squad, number 006. The nickname is Sixth Brother. This will be Su's code name in the Azure Phoenix Squad from now on. At the same time, with this badge, Su will also be able to obtain some privileges in his life. This will be your squad and number from now on. I am the captain of our Azure Phoenix Squad, and Xia Qiao, who just beat you up, is the vice captain. We can joke around and play around normally, but once we go on a mission, you must completely obey the orders of the captain and vice captain. Qingwan whispered her instructions, her gaze fixed intently on Su's eyes, as if emphasizing the importance of this matter. Normally, we can joke around as much as we want, but when it comes to matters related to missions, it becomes a matter of life and death, a matter of national importance. We absolutely cannot act according to personal preferences or our own temper. This is the rule of the guards, and also the only rule of the Azure Phoenix Squad. On the battlefield, they need comrades who can share their burdens and charge alongside them, not someone who just jokes around. This is because it not only symbolizes the safety and strict discipline of the team during missions, but also, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Susu naturally understood this, and without needing the other party to say more, he simply nodded, looking into Qingwan's bright eyes, to show that he understood. Seeing Susu appear normal, Qingwan was relieved. After your martial arts exam is over, we will apply for another secret realm exploration mission. Don't absorb your second spiritual skill too early. We'll choose a better one for you then. Sister Qing is so generous. Hearing that the other party had readily agreed to explore the spirit ruins, Susu couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, her first spiritual skill was already so excellent, so of course she should go to the spirit ruins to choose a more suitable and promising spiritual pearl. The spirit skills contained within the spirit orbs he currently possessed, such as the Ice Soul Tiger, Purple Yuan Rat King, Crimson Mastiff King Dog, and Storm Wolf, were either unsuitable in terms of attribute or were spirit skills that Susu disliked. It wouldn't be Susu's choice at all. Besides, going to the spirit ruins might allow him to obtain a batch of Ghost Vine Demon Spirit Pearls to further enhance his first spirit pearl. It's definitely worth it to latch onto this powerful figure right now. Chapter 72. It's all in the wine. It's all in the wine. Susu had just returned home at night. As soon as I entered, I saw a familiar figure chatting with Su's parents. The dining table was covered with empty bottles of all sizes, and there was an open case of liquor on the floor. Hey, brother Su, your son is my son too. We definitely have to be careful and think things through for the child. You can rest assured about this. Director Zhang, who was sitting with his back to Susu, was hooking his arm around Su's father. Both of them reeked of alcohol. As soon as Susu pushed open the door, he smelled the strong odor of alcohol in the room. Both of them looked drunk. How many bottles of alcohol had they drunk? Your son is my son too, Director Zhang. Don't really think of yourself as my godson. I clearly still intend to treat you as an equal. Now you call me brother, and I call you godfather? Oh, Shu's back. At that moment, Su's mother, carrying a plate of snacks to go with drinks, exclaimed in surprise, seemingly taken aback that Sushi was home so early. They looked like they'd had quite a bit to drink, just not as much as Su's father and son. Come here, come quickly, your Uncle Zhang has come to see you today. Aunt Su quickly smiled and put down the side dishes she was holding, beckoning Susu over. Dad. Eh? Susu was stunned. He saw his father and Director Zhang staring at him like drunken monkeys, smiles unconsciously creeping onto their faces. But after only a moment, Su's father seemed to realize something was wrong and paused, looking bewildered. Only Director Zhang remained, still laughing heartily. He casually picked up another bottle of erguotu from the ground and shoved it into his mouth. Pause. In less than 3 seconds, the person had downed a bottle of erguotu in one gulp. Great! Ha ha ha! Director Zhang exclaimed, then looked at Susu. Susu, just wait, the good news is coming tomorrow. Ah, you little rascal, you really have to thank your Uncle Zhang. This is a guaranteed admission qualification. This is the first time I've ever heard of the admissions offices of the Imperial Capital Lingwu School and the Shanghai Lingwu School arguing on the phone in real life. Ha ha ha. Su's father, hiccuping from the alcohol, had a flushed face but couldn't hide his excitement, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Are the Lingwu martial arts schools in the capital and the Lingwu martial arts school in Shanghai arguing? What the hell? They're really arguing? Susu's curiosity was piqued at this moment. After all, in their imagination, an ordinary martial arts examinee, even if he had some talent, shouldn't be able to drive these big shots who are used to seeing geniuses so crazy. Of course. You didn't hear what happened. Director Zhang smiled and picked up another bottle of erguotu, a type of Chinese liquor, opened it, and Susu was about to think the other person was going to gulp it down again, but the next second he saw the other person place the entire bottle of erguotu in front of him and wave his hand, shouting, "Drink up, and listen to your uncle tell you a story while you drink." Su's father, who was watching from the side, had no intention of mediating at all. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Suzy, bottoms up. If you want a deep relationship, you have to drink it all in one gulp." Phew! Susu frowned immediately upon seeing this. Good heavens, they're not letting a single one of them escape. But if you're going to drink, then drink. When have we northern kids ever been afraid of having a couple of bites of this? After the same 3 pauses, the bottle of erguotu had only lost a small portion, nothing like the extravagant display. Susu had made up his mind. But Director Zhang and Su's father didn't care about that at the moment, laughing heartily. I uploaded the information about Susu breaking through to the second grade spiritual martial artist directly to the Genius ranking. That's a ranking list compiled by martial arts exam candidates nationwide. It's divided into the Genius ranking and the Talent ranking. One is based on the level of cultivation, and the other is based on awakened talent and special characteristics. Director Zhang laughed heartily, his voice booming like thunder. If it weren't for the fact that the man didn't have a beard, Susu would have thought he was a relative of Zhang Fei. However, this Genius ranking or Talent ranking was something Susu had never heard of before. He didn't seem to have heard of such a thing in previous years, and being on the list had nothing to do with Xingqing at all. You brat, do you know that your cultivation level information and your achievement of fighting a second grade spirit beast while only being at the first grade level have been uploaded, which directly puts you at a certain ranking on the Genius list? You ranked 11th among all the test takers nationwide. 11th nationwide, and first in our northern province. With these results, universities are going crazy vying for them. Susu was taken aback for a moment and said with some confusion, they're ranked 11th, so why are they fighting like crazy? Are they out of control? Aren't there still 10 people ahead of them? Director Zhang's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he looked at Susu. That's different. Those people on the list are mostly disciples from various martial arts families. Their fate is basically decided by their families, and there are deep-seated interests involved. But you're different. You're just a poor kid from a small mountain town. Your parents aren't even martial arts practitioners. Your future is limitless. You might even be able to create another martial arts family in the future. If they manage to snatch you up and then nurture you properly. Guess how deep your feelings for your alma mater will be when you grow up. And if another genius student emerges in your family in the future, will they follow your example and prioritize applying to which university? I see. Hearing this, Susu finally understood the intricacies of the situation. What Director Zhang was saying was probably the very issue that university leaders and upper echelons of society were considering. In their eyes, the value of a gifted student was perhaps very high. However, those who can emerge from humble backgrounds and possess the potential to create a new martial arts family in the future, these foundational students are perhaps the truly worthwhile investments. Even if this student fails to establish a new martial arts family in the future, he will still be able to grow into a top martial arts expert. This deal is a sure win. So, Susu, you're in high demand right now. Lots of martial arts high schools are fighting over you. Ha ha ha. Director Zhang shouted, his face flushed a deep red, looking extremely excited. Ha, we're all going to be busy from now on. These past few days, teachers from those universities have been coming to Xingqing with their own sincerity. Susu, you'd better seize the opportunity and not sell yourself too cheaply. We don't want candidates with poor pay, those who won't be your backers, or those with low potential from universities. Ideally, they'd also like to insist on including you in their future elite martial arts competition team. Elite Spirit Martial Arts Competition Team? Susu asked, somewhat puzzled, upon hearing this keyword. Chapter 73, University's Frenzy for It. Director Zhang, are the requirements for this Elite Spirit Martial Arts Competition really that high? Susu couldn't help but ask, a hint of doubt on his face. I think I've heard about this somewhere before. I've watched these competitions involving various martial arts academies in previous years. It's a national tournament held roughly every 2 years, and all qualified academies send 1 or 2 teams to participate. It means that martial arts come first, and friendship second. Back then, almost every match I saw involved quite a few young college students being beaten to tears. These were high-level martial arts competitions, featuring superb team combinations and impeccable spiritual skill coordination. With its diverse array of superpowers, it's arguably one of the most exciting shows every 2 years. But back then, since I was just an ordinary person, I simply watched the spectacle. I never imagined I'd be qualified to participate in this step. As Director Zhang picked at a pickled cucumber, he explained with a smile, the contestants who can be included in the Elite Spirit Martial Arts Competition are basically the strongest representatives of each university. Every university wants to compete for the title of the #1 Spirit Martial Arts Competition. And think about it, how strong must the contestants who can serve as the face of the competition be? How many layers of resources must they have received to cultivate them? This may be considered icing on the cake for those genius disciples from martial arts families, but for you, Susu, it is a lifeline. Hearing this, Susu nodded. Indeed, when it comes to resources, he certainly can't compare to those people. At present, the only things he can be considered reliable or valuable resources are a few 2-star spirit orbs and 2F grade weapons. If you want to get rich, you have to latch onto powerful figures. Lingwu University, the top university in the capital, has held the #1 position for many years. It is definitely the strongest contender and not to be missed. Old Stone found you the Azure Phoenix squad, didn't he? Don't be fooled by the fact that they're all young people. This is the path he's found for you to turn your life around. Director Zhang continued, revealing inside information that Su Su was unaware of. Su Su finally had a clearer understanding of his future development. Under the arrangement of these two elders, the path had been paved for him, and all that was left for Su Su to walk on. The next morning, around the same time as their flight, several figures emerged from Xingqing Airport. Upon recognizing a familiar face, their expressions instantly changed. "Old Yao, didn't you say you looked down on Lingwu from Dongshan?" a woman shouted at the top of her lungs, her words filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards the man. "Nonsense! Who wouldn't want a genius ranked 11th on the genius list? And you have the nerve to talk back to me? Didn't you say last night you were on a business trip abroad? What, did you hitch a ride today?" The man ran quickly towards the airport exit, gathering spiritual energy in his feet, and vanished in an instant. The same scene was playing out at the other exit. "Miss Ming, what are you doing here at your girls' academy? Don't you only admit girls? Why are you trying to steal our boys' academy's business?" "Heh, we've changed it. We're accepting male students this year too. There's an imbalance of female and male in the school. I heard that Su Su from Xingqing has a lot of young energy, so he's a good fit. Damn it, I hope Su Su isn't straight. What am I going to do?" This is already considered a relatively polite admissions officer. There are even more outrageous ones who have already gone to Su Su's house. They don't even go this early for a New Year's greeting. In the Su family's living room, Su's parents had already gone to work, leaving only Su Su to entertain the two guests. An elderly man who looked like he was from the military was sitting there sipping tea, also there for military academy recruitment. Next to him sat a figure Su Su recognized somewhat, a short-haired woman named Xia Qiao. Judging from their appearance, they are grandfather and grandson of the old man. At this moment, they were curiously looking around Su Su's house, especially his bedroom, walking around to see if any specially produced films or books were hidden in any corners. In her opinion, most single young men probably have times when they can't sleep at night. "Su Su, I heard you're already a member of the Azure Phoenix squad. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you and Xiao Qiao can fight together and become the strongest comrades in arms. You can have a good exchange." The old man praised with a smile, stroking his white beard, his eyes full of surprise at Su Su. His words betrayed a change in his previous thoughts, and he even seemed to want to bring Xia Qiao and Su Su together. Su Su had just broken through to the second rank of spirit warrior, but the spiritual energy within his body was quite abundant, not at all inferior to those warriors who had broken through long ago. This made him even more convinced that Su Su was a promising talent. Moreover, he lacks the arrogance of those children from aristocratic families. Su Su is more humble and courteous, and the light in his eyes is even pure. His future achievements will definitely be remarkable. "Grandpa, did this kid really make it to 11th on the genius list?" Xia Qiao, having finished exploring Su Su's room, casually sat down next to him, her eyes scanning him closely. They seemed curious about how this kid managed to get on the list. "Ha, but that's not all. Su Su's information was uploaded all at once just a couple of days ago, directly pushing Li Bai, Su Tianxi, and the others out of the running. You know, those two kids had already been reserved by universities long ago." The old man continued to tease with a smile. As soon as Su Su made the list, this old man rushed over to try and snatch him away. Su Su, standing to the side, could only nod with a humble smile, not immediately agreeing, feeling somewhat awkward and uneasy. "I've met the dean of the combat academy before. He's the kind of ruthless guy who trained his own daughter into a little firecracker, to the point that his wife almost divorced him. This puts a lot of psychological pressure on me." Thinking of this, Su Su simply said directly, "Grandpa Xia, actually my target school is Lingwu University in the capital. I yearn for freedom, so I may not be suitable to join a military academy." Su Su's idea was actually quite simple. His growth was mainly due to his special ability, which might require him to constantly refine the power of others and his opponents to strengthen himself. Students at Zhongbei Military Academy are generally guardians of China from enrollment to graduation, serving as a vital shield for social stability. Su Su did not want to be drawn into the power of such a respectable group after enrolling. But the top martial arts school in the capital is different. It's a place where geniuses gather, and everyone wants to be number one. Chapter 74. Stop talking, you're my senior brother. Susu's growth will also be able to be accelerated under the nourishment of this group of geniuses. However, after Susu finished expressing his thoughts, the old man just laughed and said, "Old man, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You still have that competitive spirit to compete for first place. You're good." His gaze and tone were as if he were looking at his future grandson-in-law, extremely satisfied. "Actually, my grandfather and I came here today just to talk to you. As for whether you'd like to join the Zhongbei military force, that was just something I mentioned briefly," Xiaoqiao said, her gaze lingering on Susu's shoulder. "Grandpa is a retired veteran of the guard. He heard that you joined our Azure Phoenix squad and even made it onto the list of geniuses in this year's martial arts exam, so he came to see what this genius disciple looks like and whether he has the makings of a guard." "Aha! So you're not here to recruit students?" That really got me pretty excited. Susu opened his mouth and stammered. He had initially thought the other party was coming to bribe him with benefits beforehand, but it turned out they were just there to make an appearance. "While I'm at it, I'll also check if I'm a qualified prospective member of the Azure Phoenix squad." Well. Susu was about to say something. But the next second, a golden light flashed before their eyes, passing through the balcony and kitchen, and directly into the living room. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, a young man with his hands behind his back appeared in front of him. He was tall and handsome, and was wearing a very fashionable baseball cap. His gaze swept over the three people in the room, as if searching for his target, but he spotted a somewhat simple-minded boy with a blank expression staring intently at him with wide eyes. This was like meeting an idol. They were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. "Excellent, excellent, this is exactly the effect I wanted." There was an old man drinking tea nearby, looking very relaxed, while a young girl at the fourth level of cultivation seemed quite wary. "Which one of you is Susu? I need to speak with him." The man in the baseball cap deliberately pulled down the brim of his cap, lowering his voice to make it sound very magnetic. He has quite the air of an online heartthrob. Susu was completely dumbfounded. "Who else could it be but you, bro? You don't even know me, yet you've come looking for me. Forget contacting me, can't you even tell if Susu is male or female, old or young? And how did you suddenly appear at my house? Do you think this is a subway station? No, who are you? How did you fly in from the balcony? Don't we have security bars on our windows?" Susu tilted his head, frowned, and asked in a speechless tone, while naturally nudging Xiaoqiao, who had her arm around his shoulder. "Yesterday you were complaining, but today Qingwan isn't here, so you're sticking to her like this." Upon hearing Susu's question, the man lowered his hat brim again, a subtle gesture he made throughout his life as if he were afraid of being recognized. "Hey buddy, are you out of your mind? You're standing up. Why are you pressing down on the brim of your hat? I can see your double chin, what are you trying to hide?" Susu was complaining in a somewhat exasperated manner, while Xiaoqiao listened with uncontrollable laughter, looking absolutely radiant. But Susu's words clearly struck a chord with the man, who paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Xiaoqiao, who was laughing wildly beside him. "Susu, I'm Yang Jian from the Combat Academy of the First Spiritual Martial University in the capital. My advisor is currently abroad and can't come back, so he ordered me to come find you," Yang Jian said, taking off his baseball cap and flicking his bangs. "Yang Jian from Lingwu in the capital? Who is your mentor?" At this moment, Elder Xia, who had been watching the show from the sidelines for a while, asked. Clearly, this was also the first time he had met this young man. Moreover, the spiritual technique that this kid just flashed by was extremely similar to the spiritual pearl that only exists abroad. Elementization. This kid's ability is probably quite remarkable. It belongs to a special attribute category. "My mentor's name is Qin Shanhai," Yang Jian said, tilting his head. He rolled his eyes upward as if considering something, then nodded and added, "Everyone usually calls him Old Man Qin, or Fatty Seaweed." Puff. Susu spat out a mouthful of water. "Ahem, no, your teacher's nickname is quite unique. What level is he at?" But before Yang Jian could speak, old Xia burst into laughter. It seemed he knew his mentor, and there was some kind of shady business between them. "Old Qin, Fatty Dahai, so it's that old fellow. You're really not afraid of your teacher beating you up, introducing yourself by his nickname, TSK TSK?" Old Xia said with a smile, while glancing at the puzzled Susu. Qin Shanhai, at the third level of Grandmaster, is no longer a martial artist who can be described with mere words. He is probably the strongest martial artist of the older generation of martial artists in the capital. Oh wow! That's amazing! Susu opened his mouth in surprise. Such a powerful figure had sent someone to find him? So, why did you send me here? Susu meant that many universities were trying to recruit him, so it was an honor to be noticed by the big shots at Lingwu University in the capital. They would probably try to test him with sweet words and promises. High-level spirit orbs, high-grade weapons, these are things I don't possess. The more the better, of course. But the next second, under Susu's expectant gaze, Yang Jian thought for a moment and then said, "That teacher said that Susu, you should wait for him to come back immediately and not mess around with other crappy high schools. The imperial capital Lingwu High School is the best. He also said that if you dare to collude with any other crappy school, he'll beat you to death when he gets back." Susu was stunned, staring intently at Yang Jian, questioning the veracity of his words. No, aren't I a hot commodity now? It's one thing that there's no sugarcoating, but it's all cannonballs. Translate this, what do you mean by daring to collude with other lousy schools? Susu said with a dark face. Translate this, what do you mean by if he dares to mess with other damn schools, he'll come back and beat me up? What the hell do you mean, daring to mess with other shit schools? Come back and beat me up. Translate it. Susu finished speaking in one breath, full of passion, while Yang Jian simply shook his head, paused for a moment, and looked directly at Susu. Don't get excited, the teacher really means it when he says he'll hit someone. My teacher also said that Susu, this kid with F-level talent, actually managed to break through to the second-grade spiritual martial artist. What kind of monster sprang from a rock? He must be my disciple, Qin Shanhai. In his eyes, you are already his apprentice and my junior brother, so if you don't listen to him, he might really beat you up. What? Susu's expression immediately changed, his dark face instantly brightened, his mouth stretched to his cheeks, and he suddenly stood up to offer his seat. What else is there to say, senior brother? What a joke! There are probably only a handful of grandmasters at the third stage of cultivation in the entire country. How thick must those thighs be? Chapter 75. You're unethical, you're cunning, you're stingy. This sudden change of attitude caught everyone off guard. They changed their tune immediately and started calling him their senior brother. Seeing the way this guy's expression changed so instantly, Xiao Qiao's beautiful eyes flickered non-stop. She reached out and, quite naturally, rubbed Susu's handsome face with her fingers. You're from Sichuan, aren't you? They're still playing that face-changing trick. But Yang Jian simply nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his eyes pure and without a trace of disdain or aversion. He simply felt that Susu recognizing him as his senior brother was only natural. Good heavens, Pang Dahai is a good judge of character. Grandpa Xia teased with a laugh, looking at his good friend Susu with a mocking gaze. You're really a coward who only listens to the weak, just like him back then. As he spoke, old Master Xia began to reminisce about the past, stroking his white beard and nodding slightly. Back then, Pang Dahai's teacher was the previous principal of Lingwu in the capital, and also a veteran grandmaster-level expert. When his teacher wanted to take him as a disciple, he shouted the slogan, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens, and I have the potential to be a grandmaster," and refused to accept it no matter what. Later, at a meeting of all teachers and students, he was beaten up by the previous principal and became obedient, and never shouted such slogans again. Oh wow! Give me back my fate, not the heavens will. How can someone utter such a cringeworthy phrase? Susu couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. However, it's true that he possesses the qualities of a grandmaster. He's already a veteran third-tier grandmaster, and there are probably very few people, both domestically and internationally, who are stronger than him. Hiss! Yang Jian's eyes lit up, as if he had heard some major gossip, and he listened very attentively. And then, they changed the slogan? Susu thought to himself, his mind racing. He could almost picture the scene in his head. If he were the same person who had been called Fat Seaweed back then, what would he have shouted? At the teacher-student meeting? Susu's version of Fat Seaweed, teacher, stand up. Former principal, what? Susu's version of Pang Dahai, don't ask, stand up. After the inaugural principal stood up. Susu, now playing the role of Fat Seaweed, immediately adopted the expression of Fly Brother. I'm not saying this to be mean, but every single one of you here is trash. If you disagree, just kill me. Kill me. This is probably the correct interpretation of the later plot, and also the scene Susu imagined. Susu shook his head, came back to his senses, and continued to look at Yang Jian, asking, "Senior brother, did our teacher say if I were to become an apprentice and enroll in the school, would there be any benefits? After all, you know I've been quite popular these past few days." The essence of hoarding rare goods is to sell yourself at a good price when they are at their greatest value and potential. So-called expert tutoring alone probably wouldn't be enough to attract Susu. I believe other universities can offer similar conditions. Other universities do have Grandmaster level instructors, although they may not have third level instructors, but second level and first level instructors are plentiful. Susu stared intently at Yang Jian, but the next second his heart sank. He saw Yang Jian pause for a moment, then frown. The teacher didn't seem to mention any benefits, but if you enroll, you can eat for free in the cafeteria. What about the food in the cafeteria? Free meal service? That's it? You, the Imperial Capital Lingwu School, just use a few cooks and meal cards to get rid of students during the recruitment process. Susu paused for a moment, then released his grip, scratched his head, and said seriously, "I still think that taking on a master shouldn't be done too hastily. After all, it's a two-way selection process between master and student. Maybe Master Qin just heard that I ranked 11th on the genius list, and there are 10 people ahead of me who are stronger than me. I feel I'm not good enough." After Susu's clear-headed remarks, Yang Jian listened with a naive expression and nodded in agreement. "Dude, that makes perfect sense." Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Susu pressed his advantage and, with a fawning smile, invited Yang Jian to sit down and continued, "Look, Brother Jian, you think it makes sense, right? Then remember to persuade Master Qin properly, so that he won't have to trouble himself to travel such a long distance to Xingqing at his age." "Teacher, he never takes a car, he flies," Yang Jian retorted immediately upon hearing the key words, but his eyes still shone with a clear light. He flies, he flies." Susu smiled and coaxed him. The conversation between the two was like that of a cunning high school student and a foolish college student, which made the eyes of the grandfather and grandson next to them light up. Susu really knows how to make up nonsense. So clever. But Yang Jian seemed to be confused by Susu's words. "That's right. Other universities come to recruit junior brother Su with spirit pearls, status, and divine weapons. He is supposed to be representing the Imperial Capital Spirit Martial Arts School, but he just brought a casually swiped meal card to get by. This meal card is a teacher's card that the school reimburses, which the teacher took from the finance department." Yang Jian clapped his hands in surprise, then quickly pulled out his phone, found Qin Shanhai's number, and dialed it. The phone rang twice and was then answered. "Hey, Jenner, where's he? I told you to go find your junior brother, did you find him?" A panting voice came from the other end of the phone, but it was still full of energy. "This is Qin Shanhai? A grandmaster of the third rank?" Susu listened intently to the sounds inside. The next second, Yang Jian righteously turned on the speakerphone, shook his head, and said with a questioning tone, "Teacher, you're so unethical. You're so cunning. How can you be so stingy?" These 3 sentences in a row. The old man's voice abruptly stopped, as if he had misheard something. Even Susu, listening nearby, felt a sense of disbelief, looking at Yang Jian with eyes full of emotion. This brother, this senior brother, we can get along. For no other reason than his courage. "Teacher, don't stay silent. Junior brother Susu is such a talented student, and you're trying to win him over with just a meal card. What do you take him for, a good-for-nothing?" Yang Jian continued his verbal spiel, while the other end of the phone grew increasingly silent. Susu was now sweating profusely. He tugged at Yang Jian's sleeve, signaling that it was enough. Unexpectedly, Yang Jian not only didn't stop, but nodded to Susu in affirmation and continued to criticize Master Qin. "Teacher, please don't remain silent. If you admit your mistake, you should correct it. You are, after all, a grandmaster. If word gets out about your stinginess, it won't bother us students, but what about your own reputation? Holy crap, you really dare to say that? How dare they say their teacher is shameless?" Hiss. Old Master Xia, Xia Chao, and Susu all gasped in unison. This person is too honest, it's unbelievable. Chapter 76: A rare commodity for profit. Fortunately, the person on the other end of the phone didn't hang up immediately. Instead, they were silent for a few seconds. He was clearly moved by Yang Jian's words. "Jenner, has someone taught you something? Tell your master, and I'll definitely go and ask them for guidance." A voice filled with gritted teeth came from the phone, and Susu could vaguely sense a murderous aura emanating from it. "Oh no! We're in trouble." Su Su's gaze fell on Yang Jian. Just as he was about to stop him, Yang Jian looked at Su Su, blinked, and nodded as if to say, "I understand," indicating that Su Su should relax. Phew, brother Yang is really reliable. Su Su let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. That's right. Don't betray your good brothers. Just as Su Su's heart was finally at ease, an unexpected event occurred. Yang Jian looked at Su Su with a slight smile, his life hanging in the balance, and then said into the phone, Teacher, what are you saying? Don't you think I understand these principles? In your heart, do you think it was junior brother Su Su who taught me? Oh, really? Then it seems I guessed wrong. It has nothing to do with your junior brother Su Su. That's right, teacher. Can you be a little more generous? Junior brother Su Su said that he's a rare commodity. If we don't act quickly, he'll be snatched up by other universities. Oh, so you're trying to get your hands on something rare, huh? And you want to hook up with other universities too? Alright, when I get back, I'll make sure he feels my fatherly love. Don't worry, Jianer. Yang Jian's call was immediately disconnected. Yang Jian put away his phone with satisfaction. My teacher is indeed teachable. But Su Su, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He sat there blankly, staring at his reliable brother Yang with lifeless eyes. No, bro. Are you kidding me? How can you talk like that? You've completely exposed me with just one sentence. Shortly after seeing those people off, Su Su received a call from Director Zhang. It is said that many universities came to the school to look for him. The next tier includes Shanghai Lingwu and Beishan Lingwu. The first tier includes Donghai Lingwu, Huazhong Military Martial Arts, Jinshi Military Martial Arts, and Women's Lingwu. And Kung Fu Academy, International Spiritual Martial Arts, etc., which were just there to join in the fun. Director Shang's idea was to see if Su Su had any thoughts on whether he wanted to hear what offers other universities were making, so that he would at least have some idea of what to expect. Su Su held his phone, listening to the chaotic shouts on the other end, which sounded like a bustling market. Su Su! Come to my Donghai Lingwu school, and you will be the principal's only personal disciple. The future is yours. A hoarse voice shouted, his tone extremely aggressive. How could someone even say that the future of Lingwu in the East China Sea belongs to Su Su? And this is clearly Lingwu, a state-run school under the Ministry of Education of China. Su Su! Come to Lingwu Women's University. I bet you're really looking forward to a passionate, adrenaline-pumping romance. Come to Lingwu Women's University, where passionate and gentle senior girls are waiting for you. Another girl's voice, usually sweet and delicate, suddenly boomed out, but was quickly drowned out by the others. Just then, Director Zhang spoke up, shouting, "Quiet! What's all the noise about? Do you think this is a vegetable market? You are the worst admissions office I've ever led. Do you even want to recruit students anymore?" As Su Su listened to these seemingly familiar words on the other end of the phone, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation, as if he had used similar techniques to reprimand his students before. Su Su, how about this? I'll talk to these teachers first, and then I'll come over and let you know later. Director Zhang had just finished scolding when he suddenly softened his tone and said. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked seriously at the dozen or so admissions officers in front of him. In truth, each of these teachers was more capable than him, but at this moment, Director Zhang was far more intimidating. Just looking at his rough, burly face involuntarily brought back memories of being scolded by teachers in the past. At this moment, a beautiful woman sitting at the table spoke up in a sweet voice, beckoning with her finger, "Teacher Zhang, it seems that Su Su and you are very close. Why don't you put in a good word for us, the Women's Spirit Martial Arts Academy? What other academies can offer, we can offer too. What other academies can't offer, we can offer as well." As the woman spoke, her eyes narrowed, as if she didn't know what it was that other academies couldn't provide, but she guessed it was probably what people were assuming. Furthermore, if you, Teacher Zhang, can help us, we women of the Spirit Martial Arts will offer a generous reward. Oh, and there's a generous reward? Teacher Zhang's expression remained serious, but he couldn't help but pull his hand back from the table. This woman's flirting was getting a little annoying. No, Teacher Zhang, you can't let this vixen bewitch you. A muscular man next to him slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and showed off his hard biceps. As a martial arts practitioner, one should naturally make choices based on the future of martial arts. How can one be blinded by the allure of the moment? Teacher Zhang, think about it, if Su Su goes to their girls' academy, wouldn't he be drained dry by those female students? I think you should think this through carefully, even if it's not for anything else, you should consider your child's future. Teacher Zhang, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your students, would you? The muscular man's voice boomed like a bell, making everyone's ears hurt. He was no ordinary person. Director Zhang was now feeling quite overwhelmed. Why had he taken on this arduous task? Shouldn't the principal and others have been responsible for this kind of reception? Now, I, the head of teaching affairs, am dealing with these difficult admissions officers. Alright, you teachers, write down the offers your school can make to Susu, and then I'll see how Susu chooses. Director Zhang, with his hands on his knees, endured the woman's occasional flirting under the table, his expression remaining perfectly serious. Ultimately, which school Susu attends depends on which school offers better benefits and can help him grow the most. Other things like entertainment and relationships are secondary. Susu has the potential to become a master, and he is worth the high price. The sooner you invest, the sooner you will benefit. 2. That's exactly right. Let's see which of your schools is willing to spend as much money as we are. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their emotions running high. After saying this, Teacher Zhang walked out of the meeting room with a relieved smile. Hey, this is none of my business anymore. Chapter 77. What's the rush? While everyone at the school was still enthusiastically comparing their respective treatments, Susu arrived at Bai Luoqi's home. The flowers in the villa were gradually withering, leaving only the lush ancient trees growing wildly. Moreover, the only person who received him this time was Guan Yu, the cat girl who was also a combat coach. The villa was empty and quiet. It was as if no one had lived in the entire villa for a long time, and even the door to the training room was closed. Have a seat. I knew you'd come. Guan Yu, dressed in a silky nightgown, slowly descended the stairs, revealing her fair and sexy feet, and also sporting a large, alluring shoulder. Where's Luo Shi? I haven't seen her lately, and she hasn't been to school either. Susu sat on the sofa, puzzled. His senses indicated that only he and Guan Yu were in the villa. There was no trace of a third person. Where did Little White go? Guan Yu walked to the side, poured 2 cups of tea, and slowly sat down. Her gaze was fixed on Susu with curiosity, as if she were looking at some kind of freak. She didn't answer Susu's questions. He just kept staring, while gently shaking his head. I heard you've acquired your first spiritual skill. Show it to me. Now. Susu asked, puzzled, but still activated the golden light in one hand, illuminating the entire living room in a golden glow. Guan Yu, immediately captivated, moved closer like a toy, her silky pajamas revealing a surging figure that nearly made Susu's nose bleed. He even wanted to reach out and grab a handful. Guan Yu grasped the golden hand in his hand and squeezed it. It was hard and had good defensive capabilities. This is a rare spiritual skill. It has evolved to the silver level. It's terrifying. Having said that, she reluctantly lowered her hand, a strange glint appearing in her eyes. I'm here to see Xiao Bai. You still haven't told me where Xiao Bai went, Susu said, his golden light dissipating. He looked at her with a slightly uneasy expression. Could something have happened to Xiao Bai? She hasn't been seen since returning from the Lingshu special training. It's as if this person has completely disappeared. Even Instructor Liansher and Director Zhang didn't know where Xiao Bai was. They only knew that the other parent had applied for leave, saying that there were some things to take care of before the martial arts exam. Guan Yu stared at Susu for 2 seconds, smiled, and looked into Susu's eyes, saying, So, you're very worried about Xiao Bai? What do you mean by that? Susu's face fell immediately, and he frowned. The way you're talking makes it sound like Xiao Bai is going to be snatched away by some other blonde guy. It feels like you're setting the stage for me to steal him away? Susu couldn't help but feel a little more doubtful. What happened? There's no reason why Xiao Bai would ignore me. But after Susu finished speaking, Guan Yu simply smiled and nodded. That's right, Xiao Bai is going to be snatched away. What do you have to say about that? Damn, are you serious? Where is Xiao Bai? Susu exploded, jumping to his feet and staring angrily at Guan Yu, making sure she wasn't joking. How old is Xiao Bai? Tell me, who is it? With me here, I would never let Xiao Bai be bullied like this. If anyone's going to be bullied, it should be me bullying her. Heh, you, a mere second-grade spirit martial artist, think you can protect Little White? Guan Yu withdrew her gaze, her expression calm and indifferent, and said leisurely as she picked up her green tea. The one who controls Xiao Bai is a very powerful martial arts family, with countless strong individuals and geniuses. Are you sure you can be of any help? Guan Yu's words struck Su Su like a heavy hammer blow, especially when he heard that the other party's power came from a martial arts family, while he was just a young spiritual martial artist who had just broken through to the second rank. No wonder Xiao Bai hasn't contacted me. It's because I can't help her. Or is it because you don't want to hurt yourself that you didn't tell yourself? Su Su's thoughts were in complete disarray, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy began to become chaotic, rampaging through his meridians. Phew, I can do it. Su Su paused for a moment, then exhaled a breath of stale air. His gaze brightened as he looked at Guan Yu, his face full of determination. I will be admitted to the Imperial Capital Spiritual Martial Arts School, and my teacher will be Qin Shanhai, the strongest third-level grandmaster of the Imperial Capital Spiritual Martial Arts School. I can ask my teacher, whom I have never met, to help me protect Xiao Bai without making any demands on the school, in my name as a student. Every word Su Su spoke contained his true feelings. It also represents his determination. If even a cheap tutor can't protect a novice in the long run, then I will do everything in my power to grow as quickly as possible. I will be the source of Xiao Bai's confidence to not be bullied by others. You. Upon hearing Su Su's words, Guan Yu's expression changed from its previous calm and amusement to a look of approval and appreciation. She hadn't expected Su Su to have this other identity, a student of the strongest martial arts expert in the capital. This identity truly meant he could practically roam freely throughout the entire country. However, she then thought of Xiao Bai's reluctant expression when they parted, and couldn't help but murmur to herself. Xiao Bai has a good eye. Alright, now you can tell me which family is trying to bully Xiao Bai. Nobody is allowed. Su Su still glared at Guan Yu with a menacing look. The anger in his heart hadn't subsided even after he'd figured things out. Instead, it has only gotten worse. Guan Yu smiled at Su Su, put down her teacup, crossed her arms, hugged her silky pajamas to her chest, and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Alright, Xiao Bai is not in danger, nor was she forced by anyone. She was actually taken away by her father. No, not even her dad. Su Su blurted out his honest opinion without thinking, which amused the woman in front of him. Are you sure? Her father can't take his daughter away either? Guan Yu narrowed her eyes, making a move to pick up her phone and dial a number to complain, but Su Su stopped her in an instant, looking embarrassed. Look at you, getting worked up. It was just a joke. Su Su's face stiffened, then his eyes flashed and he asked softly, is that her biological father? What else? Guan Yu smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. She found Su Su's expression hilarious. She'd never seen this kid so worried about Xiao Bai. Just kidding, it's just a father taking care of his own daughter. There's no need for outsiders to interfere. However, if Su Su were to act as his future son-in-law, that might be possible. After all, the two were so close, and Xiao Bai had never been so nervous and affectionate with any other boy. Chapter 78 Martial Arts Examination. As night fell, Su Su returned home early, his mind still replaying the conversation from the day before. First, Xia Qiao and Grandpa Xia, who were from the same team, came to my door to see if I had any intention of entering the military academy. Next up was senior brother Yang Jian from Lingwu University in the capital. Although he didn't bring any promises of special treatment, he was there to accept disciples on behalf of his master. Standing behind him was Qin Shanhai, a third-level grandmaster and a supreme expert from Lingwu University in the capital. This is undoubtedly the biggest promise. In this spiritual era where interests and power bind people together, blood ties and teacher-student relationships are undoubtedly quite heavy. Even if one were to become someone's disciple, one wouldn't necessarily receive any overt benefits. But at least within the academy, no one will make things difficult for you. As long as you are outstanding enough, your resources and status will undoubtedly rise accordingly. The offers from these colleges on this list seem quite enviable. Su Su smiled, picked up his phone, and opened Director Zhang's chat interface. A series of pictures had been sent. These were all the offers Su Su received from various martial arts universities. The top 3 martial arts schools in the country, Shanghai Lingwu, are offering the following: a spot as a candidate for the elite martial arts competition, an S-level genius training program, one-on-one tutoring with a master, an admission certificate for the Dongpusi Spirit Ruins, an admission certificate for the Demon Realm Spirit Ruins, an admission certificate for the Ancient Battlefield Spirit Ruins, and a spot to apply for a Spirit Pearl. Women's Academy, Elite Martial Arts Competition Reservation Quota, S-Level Genius Training Program, one-on-one tutoring by beautiful teachers, one-on-one humanistic care from senior students, Fire Tower Spirit Ruins Admission Certificate, Spirit Pearl Application Quota. East Sea Spiritual Martial Arts University, Elite Martial Arts Competition Reservation Quota, S-Level Genius Training Program, Expert Tutoring, Divine Dragon Project Candidate, for Sea's Spiritual Ruins Admission Certificate, etc. Looking at the densely packed conditions, Susu couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming slightly. This was the first time he had realized he was actually worth so much. Damn, if only my first spiritual skill was the clone technique, I could fleece people until my hands were sore. Moreover, almost every university can provide entry slots for the Elite Martial Arts Competition, as well as numerous special spiritual realm entry certificates. What a pity, what a pity. The night passed in silence. Susu lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep, his mind racing with excitement for the upcoming martial arts exam. On the morning of the martial arts exam, a dense crowd filled the square, and numerous guards in black uniforms maintained order. Several tall examination halls stood in the square, completely enclosed, with only their dark doors visible. Please be quiet and enter your respective examination areas A, B, C, and D according to your examination numbers. Each person participating in the martial arts examination will enter the examination area in order of their examination number. The rest of you should wait outside. Loud noises and interference with the candidates' tests are prohibited. Violators will be dealt with as disturbing public order. The loudspeakers at the front of the examination area immediately emitted a reminder. Since the students participating in the martial arts exam actually only account for less than 1/10 of the total number of students in each Lingwu high school, the martial arts exam area in this square is sufficient to accommodate all the candidates in Xingqing for testing. However, there were too many parents and relatives accompanying them. Susu held exam number A0001. Whether it was a coincidence or someone had deliberately arranged it, he was the first person standing in front of the S section entrance. And this black door was waiting for him to push it open, thus revealing another side of his life. End of article.